Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.
"26. Gathering Allies. Karakura Town. The group were making their way out of the Danga, jumping out of the portal between worlds into the dark night of the living world. As the wind tore at them with their ever-increasing descent, they all remained calm. Only one person said anything. "Santen Keshan, I reject." Orium whispered as her shielding barrier activated beneath them, giving them an easy landing from their jump. Coincidentally, avoiding whatever it was Urahara had planned as something passed beneath them. "Ah!" They heard the eccentric man groan as they settled down on the glowing barrier. Urahara was next to them on his own flying carpet device. "I was ready to give you all a ride. It's been a long day, Kisuk," Ichigo said, walking to the edge of the barrier. "And I'm not done yet. Yamamoto wanted me to gather everyone." Urahara lowered his head in a rare moment of seriousness. "Aizen escaped, didn't he?" he said, knowing before he asked. The look Ichigo had gave him all the answer he needed. "Fine, have them head to my shop. I'll need to start making plans." His student nodded before jumping off Orium's barrier and charging straight for the wizard's warehouse. "Could I get a ride to the hospital?" Urayu asked, the truth of his situation already known amongst his friends. "My father wanted me to report to him after coming back." "I can take you, Urayu." Orium chirped, ready to help her friend. "Sora is still supposed to be visiting our aunt, so there shouldn't be anyone home right now. And I live nearby her place, so we'll accompany ya." Tatsuki added while Sato got up from his place and went to the edge. "Everything all right, Sato?" Urayu asked, feeling a certain tension from the giant. "I'm going for a stroll," he said before dropping off the platform, still high above the suburban building of that part of Karakura. "I worry about that guy," Urayu said. Soon, the Soul Reaper mentors separated from the spiritually aware humans as they both had their own destinations. "So, what did happen with Aizen exactly?" Urahara asked his old friend as they flew toward the Shoten. "He got to Rukia and removed what you put inside her from that Jigai." Yoryuki responded. "And then he tried to kill Ichigo." Urahara hummed in thought. That was a risky gamble, but it looks like it paid off. With Chad took his time getting home, needing to clear his head. Finishing his mission of placing whatever those tags were all around Soul Society was not enough, and his mind was still like a raging storm from the battle at Sokyoku Hill. He made a promise. There was one thing about that promise that he absolutely had to do. "I'll watch your back and you watch mine." And he couldn't even do that. Ichigo was almost killed when he wasn't there, he was too slow. Ichigo was almost killed when he was there, he was too weak. His powers seemed to be growing every day, but what was the point to them if he couldn't keep his promise? He looked down at his hands, his large, strong fists that helped him for so long, that he used to help others. When he needed them to succeed the most, they failed. He was too weak. Urayu crippled his own power to pick up the slack, and Ichigo almost died because he couldn't help him. Chad never felt so weak, so pathetic, in his entire life. It was a good thing he could keep his stoic facade, because he would be raging at his friends and crying like a child, the last thing they needed. With a single roar of anger, he threw one punch and made a large crater and spider web crack in a concrete wall. His right fist didn't even have a scratch on it. That was an impressive display. Came a voice from the darkness. "But I doubt punching rocks will help you strengthen your powers." Chad looked around cautiously. Whoever was talking knew about him and his abilities. That put him on edge. "If you want to fix that, to train your powers, we can help." A piece of paper fell from above with an apartment keycard and a phone. The card said, "Welcome to our Skyushin. With Ichigo." He moved quickly, flash-stepping as quickly as he could throughout the city to reach his destination. A single warehouse, hidden from sight behind a barrier beyond time and space to anyone unaware of its existence. Ichigo reached the building within the glowing force field and touched it, letting the ripples open a pathway for him to pass through. He went into the building to find each one of the wizards, ready and waiting for him, in the ruined building of the warehouse. "You made it back," Shinji said, pleased to see the young hybrid once more. "What's the word, kid?" Ichigo reached into his jacket to pull out the message from the captain commander. "He's happy to know you're all alive, and embarrassed that things got so bad," he said, throwing the folded envelope to the unofficial leader of the wizards. "That is an official letter of pardon, personal apologies, and summons back to Soul Society so we can all plan out our next move." Ichigo told him as each of the former captains and lieutenants looked over the paper to confirm the message. Good to know the old man was actually willing to listen. Kensei said as they all dropped down to the ground. "Let's go, gang." he said, leading the group as they moved to return to their old home. Here he was grumbling about lousy soul reapers and stupid Kisuk, and other things that pissed her off. She really doesn't play well with anyone, does she? Ichigo asked, watching them all head for Urahara's shop. The only person I remember her actually getting along with was her previous captain, Kiryu Hikaifun. Shinji explained. I think Unohana copied her in the way she interacted with her squad, like a mom to a group of kids. Then Kisuk shows up, seems completely lazy and untrustworthy, changes everything about the squad by making the Research and Development Institute and freeing Mayuri from his prison cell. He replaced her mother figure and changed everything about her division, and she didn't like it. What happened to her? The hybrid asked, never hearing much more than necessary about their own pasts. After she invented the Jiken, she was promoted to the Zero Squad and left without a word. The former captain said. The Royal Guard of the Soul King, one of the most elite groups, if not the highest ranking under the Soul King himself. Ichigo was shocked, hearing the news and wondering what kind of beings they must be to personally guard the Soul King. You think Aizen could beat them? Ichigo asked again. Shinji paused as he gave the question serious thought. If Aizen has his way, he'd be unstoppable. As it is now, he's just shy of that. Karakura Hospital, Ryuakin's office. He was going over some final papers and reports, documents needed to keep his hospital running, when his personal secretary told him that his son was here to see him. He was clearing out some last-minute necessities to get out of the way. His son returned from battle in Soul Society, most likely powerless. It was the circumstances as to why he removed the Sanrei glove that interested him more than anything else. His child entered the office, looking downcast as could be expected. Father. The boy greeted, some traces of nervousness and defeat evident in his tone. Urayu. Ryuakin responded. I see you used the let's still. I had to. Urayu said. There was an uncomfortable silence as Urayu sat down in the middle of his office. Tell me what happened. The stern father ordered. Start from the beginning. After we got out of the Danga. Urayu told him everything. When they infiltrated the Siritii, separated, Orium handling much of the lesser soul reapers, to meeting Mayuri Kuratsuke. He killed grandfather. Him and hundreds of our kind. I won't lie, I wanted to get revenge. He said, looking at the cross hanging from his wrist. I wanted to rip off the glove and destroy him, hit him with all the power I could muster with the let's still. But I couldn't. I couldn't waste my power for revenge when there was nothing to gain from it. His hand dropped limply to his side. Grandfather's dead, dead for good, and I can't focus on something that would just make me feel a little better. I still beat him, but I didn't kill him. Then what made you remove the Sanrei glove? Ryuakin asked, a shadow of a smile gracing his lips at his son's judgment. Our enemy, Aizen. He had Ichigo outnumbered and ready to kill him. I needed power to stop that and save him. Urayu said, the weight of failing to stop Aizen coming down on his shoulders once again. So you threw away your powers, just for the chance to save your cousin? He asked, making Urayu nod. Ryuakin raised himself from his seat and went to his son, giving him the first warm embrace from him in the longest time. It's easy for anyone to say what they would do with their powers, but few actually have the strength of will to give up their power. He said, squeezing a little tighter on his child. When he pulled away, Urayu looked at his father like he was staring at another person. You've made me proud of you as a father and as a teacher. You are ready for the next stage. But father, I've lost my powers. Urayu said, still in shock at the man's actions. No, they're crippled. The older Quincy stated. They can, and we will, restore them. I want you in the training room first thing tomorrow morning. He told his son, making him brighten up at the prospect of gaining his powers back. Urayu was just about to leave when his father told him one last thing. Make sure to visit your mother Urayu. I'm sure she'll be glad to see you. His son nodded and ran off. With Orium. The bubbly barrier maiden skipped her way back to her small apartment, eager to take a relaxing bath and wait for her brother to return from their aunt's place. She became cautious when she found her door unlocked. She opened the door and moved slowly, focusing her hearing as much as she could to catch whoever might still be inside off guard. Something is going on, but it's not of any concern. She heard her brother say. Feeling relieved that it was just her brother being home, she decided to give him a little surprise. She crept along, ready to pounce, when his conversation put her on edge. Orium doesn't need to know, not yet. Her friends have everything handled. Yes, her guardian sprites have awakened, but she's fine for now. Her brother knew about the spiritual side of things. He knew about her powers and her friends. I'll take care of it when it becomes an issue. Okay, I'll tell her you love her. Bye Oba-chan. He said, hanging up. She slowly made her way into the kitchen and exposing herself. Orium, where have you been? I was. She trailed away, seeing a strange haze around her brother's body. The air around him was shimmering like something was there but invisible. Hanging out with Ichigo and Tatsuki. She recovered. They went up into the mountains with Yoryuki-sensei and they needed a cook. She said with a smile. Sora nodded as he accepted her excuse. They say the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Endear Ichigo to you with your cooking, and make sure your deal with Tatsuki works out. He said, pushing her to be more aggressive with her boyfriend. Don't be embarrassing Aniai-chan. She pouted, heading for the bathroom. Auntie sends her love Orium. He called after her as she left. Looks like she's gotten much stronger. He said, speaking to the being that was hidden from sight. She's noticed you. I guess we should get started sooner rather than later. The sound of a serpent hissing was the only response. Kurosaki Clinic. Ichigo returned home to find his father, already in his Shinigami form with a Shiakusho and ragged Haori over his left shoulder. He also was smoking a cigarette, surprising his son when he already had his one smoke for the year. When his hind saw his son, he took one more drag of the tobacco stick and threw it to the ground, stepping on it to extinguish the smoldering embers. Yuzu and Karen will be joining us when we head to Soul Society, he said, walking up to his son. They wanted to meet their Shiba cousins and get stronger faster. There went to Urahara's the moment we felt you return. He then pulled his son in for a hug, Ichigo slowly returning it. I am so sorry that you had to fight him, Ichigo. You were not ready for that kind of opponent. Maybe not. Ichigo conceded. But now I have a milestone to reach. And our next fight will not end so easily in his favor. Ishine let out a hearty chuckle. That's my son, he said with a grin as they separated from each other. So how were things back in Soul Society? He asked as the father and son made their way to Urahara's meeting place for all the Shinigami in Karakura town. Remember that white-haired third seat of yours? Ichigo asked after thinking for a moment. He became the captain of Squad 10. Ishine let out a small cheer of approval for his former third seat taking over. He was the only one that ever did the paperwork while he was a captain. After Aizen defected, the lieutenant of Squad 5 is in a catatonic state at his betrayal. Ah yes, Momo Hinamari. Ishine said, remembering the smaller and more vague details from his past. I remember her following him around like a lost puppy. She is not going to like Shinji taking back his old position. Oh yeah, he used to be Squad 5's captain, didn't he? Ichigo recalled. What do you think is going to happen anyway? Well, most likely the former captains will take back their former positions. Ishine reasoned. Because of circumstances, like the need of more soldiers and having people that can lead them, the old man might plan something out. They finally reached Urahara's shop, where Ichigo was glomped by both of his little sisters, Unii-san/Ichi-nii. They cried as they hugged him to near death. Can you tell they were worried? Ishine asked sarcastically, the assembly of former captains and lieutenants smiling at the display. This is so great. Yuzu cried in joy. Unii-san's back, we're going to see more family, mom's dash. Still at the hospital. Karen said quickly, covering her sister's mouth. Resting, but she wouldn't mind a visit first. Right, Dad? Karen said, talking through clenched teeth. Yes, go visit your mother, Ichigo. Ishine said, catching on to what his tomboyish daughter was trying to convey. Don't worry, we'll wait. Oh, okay. Ichigo responded, feeling a little concerned by the way his family was acting, but he wouldn't mind seeing his mother again. Seeing her alive, comatose but alive because of Urahara's assurance, kept him from ever being completely depressed. So now, he made his way for the Karakura Hospital. Karakura Hospital, Masaki and Connie's. Oh, Ichigo. The two cousins met up in front of their mother's room and home for the past several years. How are things on your end? Well, everyone is ready to return to Siraidii and my dad is taking my sisters to see Kyukaku. Ichigo told the Quincy. How did Ryuken take you losing your powers? He said he was proud and that tomorrow morning, we were going to work on restoring them and my advancement in training. He said, earning a surprised look from Ichigo. Yeah, apparently there is a way to restore my powers. Probably gonna put my life at risk, but I'm committed. He held out his fist to his cousin. You can't get rid of me that easily it seems. Ichigo smirked and returned the fist bump. I wouldn't have it any other way, man. The two shared another smile as they opened the door and immediately froze. Hello Uriah/Ichigo, the two mothers said to their sons. 27, Trudes revealed. Karakura Hospital. The two boys stared on in shock, disbelief of what was before them. Years of coming into this one room, seeing the same heartbreaking scene of their mothers in what could be described as a living death, only to now find something different the moment they opened up that door. Neither one of them could remember how many times they dreamed of this one moment, and how much they were torn between refusing it as reality and accepting that their long-time wish came true. For the mothers, they drifted in and out of awareness and slumber, feeling and knowing the world around them but unable to tell their family how much they loved them, how much they wanted to comfort them. The belief that they could return to their families kept them going through that hell as they remained trapped in their bodies for years. Powerless, immobile, the greatest solace was the few moments they were dreaming and watching their families grow and be happy. Come here. Masaka said, holding up a hand. My little protector. Let mother see you, Uriah. Connie said. The two boys felt their bodies move, not under their own control, but out of autonomous reaction. Each slow step, quickening slightly until they reached their respective mother. The moment those hands touched their faces, they became aware of the tears streaming from their eyes. You grew up so strong and handsome. Connie said, remembering her husband telling her about their child with evident pride. Ichigo, Masaka said to her firstborn, I'm so sorry for leaving you. She hated seeing how much he had struggled, once a happy gentle boy, now a teen who had endured so much. Thank you for protecting your family. Just like that, the two cousins, the men that fought for their lives a day earlier, went back to being little boys in front of their mothers, crying out in joy and relief to have their mothers return to them. Urahara's shop. The two spent hours, crying their hearts out as their mothers comforted and reassured them that they were awake. A promise that did not last too long, as they woke up that morning and spent much time and energy reconnecting with their families after so long. For Ichigo and Urayu, it was more than they could ever ask for, and Ryuukin assured them that they will return home in time. Sleeping for years, even in a stasis that retained their bodies and health from the day they went into that damned sleep, demanded some recovery time. They would be able to return home after a month of physical therapy and readjusting to the present world. Urayu went home, happier than he had been in years. Ichigo had some more work to do, and felt ready for anything. Alright. Urahara started as he and Tessai opened his Senkaimon. Seeing as Yuzu and Karen still don't have spirit bodies, they'll have to go through the spirit conversion gate. Ishine will take them through while the rest of us go with Ichigo, who I hope can use Garganta at this point. Otherwise this is just going to be harder. I've got this, Urahara. Ichigo told him. That being said, I would like the assist Zanjutsu. He told his blade as the sword's spirit merged with him to grant a finer control. Everybody ready? He asked, his voice becoming slightly warped. He saw the many nods of approval as Tessai opened the Senkaimon and Ichigo ripped open a portal through dimensions. All at once, everyone dove into their respective pathways into Soul Society. West Rukon, 1st District. The gateway ended in the same place it began when his son and his friends traveled to Soul Society. A place that has not seen change aside from the faces for the past few decades he was living as a human. In his arms, he carried his two precious daughters as he flash-stepped all the way through the danga. He gently set them down as they tried to recover from the sudden acceleration and stop. Welcome, girls. He said with a nostalgic grin. To Soul Society. He couldn't deny that it felt good to be back at his old home. The rustic familiarity of the Rukon districts, the mix of medieval and advanced technology, but there was one thing wrong. This place sucks. Karen said bluntly. Ishine couldn't argue against it either. The modern living world was better than Soul Society. He already missed the modern conveniences of the other world. Karen, that's not very nice. Yuzu scolded. Sure, this place seems like a downgrade, but I bet there's no fighting and everyone's happy. I don't want to say this, Yuzu, but the only thing better for everyone here is that it's cleaner. Ishine said, losing his earlier cheer. Best case scenario is to become a Shinigami, which you two are guaranteed to have the potential for. Well, look who finally decided to show up. They heard a brash voice yell out. The three Kurosaka members turned to see Kyukaku Shiba, Ganju, and their retainers, along with the emerging residents of that district. I haven't seen you in decades, Ishine. Kyukaku said, walking up to her uncle with a big smirk on her face. It's good to see you too, Kyukaku Yuyu. He was saying with a smile before Kyukaku glared at him and threw a furious punch right into his face. Yuzu and Karen watched as their newly met cousin sent their dad flying with one of the meanest punches they've ever seen in their lives. That's for letting us think you were dead, you jerk. She roared at the man as he cowered in front of the raging woman. Sheesh, all that time worrying about him and he's off making a family. She muttered to herself before noticing the two sisters, trembling at the fury of the Shiba matriarch. And you two must be Yuzu and Karen. She said, adopting a more gentle smile before dropping to their eye level. Ichigo told me about you too. She gave them a warm welcoming smile as she patted their shoulders. Nice to finally meet you too. I'm always glad to see new family. Name's Kyukaku Shiba. Then why did you punch Goat Chin? Karen asked, as the two main attendants went to the aid of the once lost branch head of the clan. I said new family. Kyukaku told her. I've known that lazy bum of an uncle for decades. She missed the surprised look of the twins at the bizarre notion of their hyperactive father ever being lazy. Speaking of which, sounds like raising a family finally kicked your ass in gear. You better not be treating these guys like you did your old division. How rude, Kyukaku. He said, in an over-exaggerated manner. I'm a father and a clinic doctor. I can't afford to be lazy. You better not be. She turned back to the twins. Sorry about that. I'm used to having to knock a few heads around to keep things running smoothly around here. She apologized to the two. Why don't we all head back to the manor and get acquainted? I know I have some things to discuss with your brother. Speaking of which, where is that strawberry? She asked as they looked around. Don't know, Kyukakune. Karen said, already taking a liking to the clan head. They did take another way here. I'm sure Oniai-chan and the others are all right. Yuzu said optimistically. Somewhere in Siritii. I'm not sure which is sadder. Ichigo said as he and the rest of the formerly exiled Soul Reapers were held at sword point by dozens of Onmitsukido ninjas, ready to execute them. That fact that this happened or that I expected it to happen. Most of the wizards kept their calm. Hiri was about to rage until Hakujin put her in a Kido barrier everyone called the timeout corner. Kisuk was Kisuk, and Tessai was ready for a quick getaway. Yoryuki left them to get the one person that could stop this from escalating. Well, you're early. They heard someone say from above. They all looked up to see Soifon next to Yoryuki, standing on a building. But I think you should have used a Senkaimon. Nice to see you too, Soifan. Urahara called out lazily. The years have been kind to you, I see. Ichigo could see Soifan eye twitch before Yoriuki put a calming hand on her shoulder. She sighed out in resignation, and Ichigo began to think he might have an ally when it comes to getting payback on the annoying mad scientist. By order of the acting leader of Soul Society, Captain Commander Yamamoto, you will all be escorted to the First Division to discuss the return of the previously MIA captains and lieutenants. She decreed as the ninjas sheathed their blades and relaxed before vanishing from sight. You all remember the way, I take it. Without waiting for any reply, she herself disappeared. She really doesn't like you, does she? Ichigo asked Kisuke as the group began to head toward the First Division barracks. When I was first brought up to be promoted to captaincy, she protested on the grounds that I was lazy and incompetent at my own job in the detention corps. Urahara explained. She then stalked me for a while to dig up any dirt she could. Not only did Yoriuki dismiss all of her evidence, she thought Soifan had a crush on me. Soifan hates how much undeserved faith Yoriuki had in me and probably blames me for her self-imposed exile when Tessai and I were arrested. He spoke the last part with an odd seriousness that Ichigo had only seen when he said anything to do with the darker parts of his past, only for him to whip out his fan and hold it in front of his face. But it's okay, I'll be sure to apologize to her for developing a crush on me. He said with a chuckle, only for Soifan to appear out of nowhere, with the most pissed-off expression Ichigo had ever seen on anyone, and slam her foot into his face so hard that there was a shockwave that sent the blonde man flying through the walls. I never had a crush on you, you lazy, good-for-nothing, lunatic. She roared with venom dripping from her tone. The entire group was watching with their eyes bulging out in shock and terror at the petite ninja. Yeah, he deserved that. Shinji said as everyone else dismissed him for his idiocy, except for Hiri, who was cheering Soifan on. Hey Soifan. Ichigo called out to her. You mind sending someone to the West Rokon? My dad is there visiting family. She regarded him for a second before nodding to someone, and there was a flash of movement. Thanks. Captain's Assembly. It was a time of happiness for most of the assembled captains, allies long thought lost returned. Kiraku attempted to hug his former lieutenant only to be met with a foot to the face and an actually happy greeting from Lisa. The rest of the former captains and lieutenants were happy to meet each other once again, until they had to put Hiri back into the keto box when Mayuri dismissed the annoying monkey boy, and trying to get Ichigo to agree being subjected to series of experiments, both out of natural curiosity and to forget that he and Urahara were in the same room again. Ishine was showering praise on his former third seat. I was right to trust the future of the squad to you, Tashiro. Ishine said to the blushing captain as Ishine held him up like he used to many years ago. Please put me down, Captain Shiba. The young captain asked, still having respect for his predecessor, despite his waning patience. Enough. Yamamoto called out, slamming his cane on the ground and forcing everyone's attention on him. First off, thank you all for gathering here once again. I apologize for the actions of 100 years ago, and hold myself as personally responsible. The fault's mine, Yamamoto. Shinji spoke up. I made Aizen my lieutenant because I never trusted him and I never recognized the difference between him and his illusions. But I just as quickly condemned all of you for things out of your control. Do not take my failure on your shoulders. The old commander said, the weight of another mistake weighing on his shoulders. Before we continue, it's safe to assume you know everything. And already began setting up a defensive measure. Kisuke said happily. Mayuri, did Chad and Uriah place all those tags like I asked them to? Yes, though I don't know why you made over 1 billion keto seal tags meant to seal away Quincy's all over Soul Society. Mayuri said, not privy to Ichigo and Yama's conversation from earlier. Simple. Urahara said, turning serious as he pulled out a detonator switch. The Van Denryck watches from the shadows. He said before pushing the button. A thunderous crack shook the entirety of Soul Society as the brightest light consumed the realm. Silburn. The Emperor and his most elite guard were watching the meeting of their hated enemies, dismissing the gathering as a small roadblock they would inevitably be ready for. That was before the two scientists revealed a ploy they were not ready for. The Van Denryck watches from the shadows. Urahara said before pushing the button. Suddenly, their shadowy kingdom was engulfed in blinding light that lasted for what seemed like hours. When their sight returned, they could no longer find any connection to Soul Society. What happened? Iwak roared. His minions scrambled about to try to find any answer, coming to only one conclusion. They were locked out of Soul Society and in a separate space. Captain's meeting. And that should buy us a few years. Urahara said after sight returned to everyone and people calmed down. Plenty of time to deal with Aizen before we have to worry about the Van Denryck. Very good. Yamamoto said approvingly, trusting one of the smartest men he's ever met. Maybe they'll strengthen it in time after the whole Aizen thing ends. For those of you unaware, Ichigo's reason for meeting with me was to warn us about the return of the Quincy King Iwak. When he returns, all life and creation will be at risk. Fortunately we have a few more years to wait before they can attempt anything. Till then, we deal with Aizen. There were unanimous nods of agreement and a bloodthirsty grin from Kenpeke. With the Central 46 dead and a war looming over our heads, I am issuing martial law and assume full authority over Soul Society. With that authority, I offer the captain positions of squads 3, 5, and 9 back to captains Odoribashi, Hirako, and Megurama with double pay for the next century should they accept it. That sounds like a good deal. Kensei said, musing about how to keep Mashiro out of his money stash. Yay, back to Kensei's official lieutenant. Mashiro cheered. Squad 9 still has a lieutenant. Toshiro said bluntly. Super Lieutenant Mashiro is back in action. Not that it affected Mashiro's mood in the slightest. You're really good with kids, Kensei. Yukitake said, chuckling slightly. Shut up, Juashiro. The wizard grumbled. Hey, Captain Hirako. Toshiro called out to the reinstated captain. There's something I should warn you about. What, kiddo? Shinji asked, irking the white-haired captain almost immediately. It's about your new lieutenant Momo Hinamari. She practically worshipped Aizen and reacted less than well with his betrayal. He said, talking cautiously about his friend's infatuation. And now she's catatonic and refusing reality with every fiber of her being, just praying that Aizen will come back to his senses. Shinji asked bluntly. Hitsubiya nodded. That's not my problem. She's a lieutenant, she has a job I expect her to perform. If she can't, I'll find someone that will. I'm her captain first before anything else. If you're her friend, then you help her out. He said bluntly, shocking some people, but most acknowledged the harsh lesson. She's a lieutenant-class Soul Reaper, she has to be a tough girl and should learn to stand on her own. Toshiro glared at the man, but understood him on some level. He reacted in a similar manner when she was distraught over Aizen's fake death. Tensai and Hakujin may return to their command positions within the Kido Corps. Yamamoto continued, with a nod of acceptance from the two spellmasters. And in light of certain revelations from the Quincy, Uryu Ishida, Urahara is given back his old position as captain of Squad 12. Mayuri looked like someone punched him in the stomach while Urahara laughed. Nice to be back, Lieutenant Mayuri. He said, making the mad scientist glare at him. Absolutely not. Mayuri yelled out in defiance. I refuse to go back to being your underling. And what revelations? For starters, I ordered you to stay away from Ichigo while he was recovering, but you repeatedly made trips to his room. Yama started. Mayuri tried to say something when the old man continued. The numerous times you arranged for the deaths of hundreds of Quincy that were under our protection, with much of that research now being practically outdated considering how your fight with Uryu went. The complaints made by several of your squad that you used them as bombs when the only person that was killed on sight was still Ichigo Kurosake, whom you were not even close to. Finally, you are a completely immoral sadist that was only made captain of Squad 12 because you were the smartest man at the time. Every day I weighed the options of putting you back in the maggot's nest and letting you rot. That did not deter Mayuri, who continued to protest while trying to defend his decisions. Ichigo, you can spare an arm, right? Urahara asked while the argument continued. Ichigo nodded and presented his right arm. Kisuk pulled out a glass tube big enough for Ichigo to fit his arm into and was sealed within, cutting off Ichigo's arm at the elbow. As Ichigo yelled out in pain, catching everyone's attention, Urahara tossed Ichigo's preserved severed arm to his new lieutenant. Here's an arm, go play. You expect me to be content with? Mayuri growled before Ichigo's arm regrew from the stump at his elbow from a flare of black racier. Amazing. Ichigo is a one-of-a-kind hybrid with Soul Reaper, Quincy, and Hollow abilities all rolled into one. Kisuk bragged. You quit your bitching and you can have as many samples as you want. Mayuri began salivating at the veritable experimental goldmine that was Ichigo Kurosake. He just needed to swallow his pride. I officially resign my positions in favor of becoming second in command. He said, cradling the container like a newborn baby. Not gonna lie, I'm surprised that worked. Urahara said, shocked that Mayuri accepted so easily. Don't think you can bribe me, Baldy. Hiri said, freed from her Kido prison. I'm not sticking around here. Then I leave my shop to you, Hiri. Kisuk said dramatically. I set it up to be a mobile command center for the Shinigami in the living world. Hiri simply shrugged, still hating the idea but wanting to help what friends she had. May we continue? Yamamoto growled, making everyone snap back to attention. Good. Now, in light of the coming war, we will need more soldiers, order and swifter action to be taken in the world of the living. Therefore, I am creating 2 new squads. Squad 14 will be the Rukon force, keeping order in the districts and searching for individuals with the ability to become Soul Reapers. Squad 15 will be the Living World unit, a squad solely for the living world since we've seemed to be able to deal with problems there effectively. Karakura Town seems to be the hotspot for this, so that's where Squad 15 will set up. I'll be the captain of Squad 14. Love volunteered. Ishine, you got a family man. The only thing for me in that world is my precious manga. He said, melodramatically and actually crying a little. Everyone else looked at him like he was an idiot, even Urahara. You know, we could probably set something up for you. Ichigo said, making the star afro-haired man shift moods immediately. Thank you, Ichigo. Ikawa called out, hugging the hybrid and squeezing the life out of him. He finally let go after Kenpei punched him in the face pretty hard. Don't break him, gonna fight him later. He said as Ichigo realigned his spine. Continuing, Yamamoto said, Captains Love and Ishine, you will have to build up your squads yourselves later. For now, we need to know what we're up against. Urahara, what is the Hogyaku? Urahara suddenly shifted back to his serious mode as he explained what his creation was capable of. The Hogyaku is meant to be able to break down the boundaries between Soul Reaper and Hollow, granting one the power of the other and becoming that much stronger as a result. However, while training Ichigo, I did a few more experiments and discovered something frightening. 1. The Hogyaku was incomplete, and 2. At full power it could grant anyone their heart's desire. A cold unease came over everyone in the room. I have a suspicion that Aizen knows about the former because he may have created his own Hogyaku and wanted mine to complete it. Which is a good thing he never got it, he said, surprising everyone. But I saw Aizen tear it out of Rukia. Ichigo defended, leading Urahara to wave his finger at the boy. I suspected Aizen would know that I would put the Hogyaku in Rukia's being, but then I wondered, would he know because it was something I would do? Put the Hogyaku into the body of someone that knew nothing about it and sacrifice that person heartlessly? Likely, so I did something I would never do unless I thought it would work, he said, pulling out a small vial that coated his arm, and performed the same ritual Aizen did with Rukia, plunging his hand into Ichigo's chest. Have someone know about the power and dangers of it, instilling the desire to hide and seal it away, making it untraceable. He pulled his hand out to reveal the same black sphere Ichigo swallowed to become a Soul Reaper. This is where I hid the Hogyaku. 28. Swords and Seals. Shiba Estate. Hours passed after that set of revelations at the captain's meeting. Yamamoto ordered the Hogyaku to be considered on par with a holy relic and sealed away immediately, which Tessai and Hakujin started working on immediately. Soifan tried to protest that Yoryuki wasn't given back her station, but those complaints died when Yoryuki herself made it clear that she'll operate on her own terms, in order to focus on training Ichigo and his friends, and made it an order for Soifan to fulfill her duties as leader of the Onmitsukido. Yamamoto then made another decree for all Shinigami to train harder, and lieutenants were required to learn Bankai as soon as possible. Kenpeiku was eager to start his training by fighting Ichigo, but after a quick checkup from Unohana it was put on hold until he recovered from having the Hogyaku torn from his being. It took the combined strength of Komamura, Love, Ishine, Tessai, and Kensei, to hold him back from maiming Urahara while Mayuri slashed him with Ashizuji Jizo. Ichigo and Rukia went on that date she said he owed her, having tea together, telling stories about their pasts, and visiting the gravesite of Rukia's friends. He was in a normal shiakusho again while she wore the dress Uriuo made. Their date was coming to a close at the Shiba home where people started gathering. They found Ganju and he told them that it was a Shiba tradition to host a fireworks festival whenever someone is either born or brought into the family. He left them saying that they needed to celebrate 4 times harder because they had 4 new family members in the Kurosaki family, claiming they'll do it again when Masaki can finally join in celebrating. Almost every captain and lieutenant came to attendance. Mayuri engrossed himself with research in Ichigo's arm, Toshiro was visiting Momo in the hospital, and Tessai and Haki were working on sealing away the Hogyaku. The divisions welcomed the returning captain surprisingly easily as they brought swift order back into the squads, and the Kido Corps sorely missed their previous leaders. What surprised people was that Byakuya and several elders of the Kukiki clan came to attend. That's something I never thought I'd see, Rukia said, seeing her clan's leaders come to the party. They don't socialize much, Ichigo asked, seeing Byakuya nod at him before going to Kyukaku as they began talking. From what I heard, the duo heard from behind them, the Kukiki clan are a stiff bunch while the Shibas are much more relaxed in their actions. They turned to see what could be described as a smaller male Yoryuki. He smiled before giving a slight bow. I'm Yushiro Shihaoren, 23rd clan head and younger brother of Yoryuki. Thank you for taking care of my sister Ichigo Kurosake. No problem, Ichigo said, holding out a hand to shake, which Yushiro took gratefully. She's helped me quite a lot. I take it she's made amends with her clan. I was always ready to forgive Onisama, he said with a smile. She was put back into the clan registry the second we got news of the situation. His mood then turned gloomy as tears formed in his eyes. But I still haven't seen her. I miss her so much. Stop crying, Yoryuki said, suddenly showing up behind her brother. The clan head shouldn't cry. Yushiro attempted to hug his sister before she punched him on the head. Hold yourself with more dignity, Yushiro. The other clans are here. Why yes, Onisama, he said, just happy to see his sister again. She then pulled him away from Ichigo and Rukia. Come on, tell me how you've been, she said, deciding to spend some time with family as the current festivities dictated. His eyes shined and she regretted her choice. Soon Kaganihiko and Shiraganihiko came by to pull Ichigo away for the ceremony, telling him he could continue his date later. He was brought to a stage where the rest of his family were waiting for him, with Yuzo and Karen in ceremonial kimonos. Yuzo's were white with autumn leaves while Karen's looked like a starry sky. Ani-chan. Yuzo cheered when Ichigo showed up, twirling around to show off her kimono. How do I look? Ichigo chuckled at his little sister, seeing that even Karen couldn't help but show off as well. You both look lovely in those. He smiled down at them as they all hugged each other. Ishine smiled in pride at his family as the finishing touches were made. Thank you all for coming. Kyukaku yelled out to the assembled guests, Soul Reapers and Rukon folk, nobles and peasants, all socializing in the light of the Shiba festivities. It is my joy and privilege to usher in the new members of the Shiba family. She gestured to the three siblings as all eyes fell on them. My cousins, Ichigo, Yuzo, and Karen Kurosaka. Everyone began clapping as Ganju and his group started shooting off fireworks, setting the sky ablaze with a rainbow of flashing lights. Now let's have fun. She yelled as most people in attendance cheered in unison. Soon everyone gave in to the merriment. Rangiku, Ishain, and others were drinking, the nobles conversed normally amongst themselves as friends, children were playing games set up at various stalls, every now and then a single firework to light up the sky and tease the coming show. All displays that the Shiba clan was coming back and brought people together in celebration. After a couple of hours, Ichigo managed to find Rukia again and they continued with their date, finding someplace quiet to enjoy themselves. So, happy to become a Soul Reaper? Rukia asked, munching on some rice dumplings they got. You finally got to meet the rest of your family after all. Ichigo merely chuckled. The whole Shinigami bit is debatable. Ichigo admitted as they sat down, but I'm glad I found the other half of my family. He wrapped an arm around her shoulder and pulled her in. I'm also glad I met you. The intimate action forced her blush as she prayed he wouldn't catch on. Are you blushing? She was not lucky. And no, I'm not. She tried to deny as she turned away. Yes, you are. He continued, playfully making her face him again. Now your obsession with bunnies makes sense, you're as cute as one. He said, only adding fuel to the fire. Listen you fool. She said, trying to regain some dignity. I do not resemble them. They are the cutest little balls of fur in the whole world. She ranted before Ichigo put a pair of white bunny ears on her head. Just something he won earlier. There. A cute little snow bunny. He said, smirking in victory as steam came off of Rukia's head. She was about to yell at him when hundreds of fireworks lit up the sky, even more magnificent than when the party started. The Shibas lived up to their title of fireworks masters. Ichigo and Rukia stared in awe of the beautiful flashes. Ichigo pulled Rukia in front of him and held her securely against him. Good date? He asked, looking down at her. She smiled and pulled him in for a simple kiss. It's a start. She told him as he returned the kiss. The next day, captain's meeting. The parties ended and work began in earnest for the returning Soul Reapers. Lisa decided to join Ishain's new squad to manage things at the Urahara Shoten that Hiri would soon take over as the main base for Squad 15, Hiri would handle the technical stuff while Lisa would keep the things in order for Ishain. Urahara and Mayuri began the process to turn Yuzo and Karen into Soul Reapers while Yamamoto and Ishain discussed their attendance at Shin'o Academy. Rose, Shinji, and Kensei didn't miss a beat when they returned to their divisions, except for a minor hiccup with Mashiro insisting she was Kensei's lieutenant that almost erupted into a fight before he gave her a badge that said, First Light, while Hisagi got, Second Light. Toshiro continued to visit Momo, trying his hardest to help her recover from the shock of her idol betraying her. Everything was going as normal, until Rose found something in his room at his barracks. Something that demanded everyone's attention. That leads to now, Ichigo entering the meeting room of the First Division. Hey Toshiro. Ichigo greeted the small captain. What's this meeting about? Apparently Captain Odoribashi found something in his office. Hitsubiya explained as the rest of the captains came in. Something Jin left behind. Which is shocking because he's not someone that would leave a trail. So it's something intentional. Soifan chimed in. Mine and Urahara's squads found nothing out of the ordinary with it, then the head captain called this meeting. That was when Genryusai called the meeting to order. Now, I've called you all here because of a discovery that was made earlier this morning. The ancient man explained before nodding to Rose. This morning, I discovered a Keto barrier hiding this in my office. He said, opening the letter to read for everyone. It's from Jin Ichimaru. Most of the captains tensed at that statement. If you are reading this, I've already betrayed Soul Society and left to follow Sosuke Aizen in his quest. Aizen's intentions are to create for himself an army of hollows with the powers of Shinigami, retrieve an experiment of Urahara's to further his goals, and to create a key to the realm of the Soul King. I've joined him, not to help him, but to kill him. Everything I've done, was to get into a position to finally kill him. My reasons for this is simple, revenge. Aizen hurt one of the few people I've ever truly cared for and I've sworn to kill him, no matter the cost. I do not write this to justify my actions, but to prepare a backup plan should I fail. Aizen has performed many experiments over the centuries of his life, the results of which has led to the hollowification incident 100 years ago, experimental hollows that killed Lieutenant Kaien Shiba and wounded Captain Ishain Shiba. The latter led to a union that brought about what is possibly his biggest unintentional success, Ichigo Kurosaka, the only hybrid being of Quincy, Soul Reaper, and Hollow. If you've found this before the war Aizen is planning, then I urge you, train Ichigo Kurosaka. Make him grow to the peak of what powers he is capable of. If I ultimately fail and die, he is your best hope in stopping him. I'll try to find some way to assist in any way I can. I've little reason to believe I'll survive through this, and even if I do, then I'll be rotting in the maggot's nest for the rest of my life. But if it kills Aizen, I don't care. Sincerely, the former captain of Squad 3, Jin Ichimaru. Damn. Love said. That's heavy. And mostly unnecessary. Yamamoto said. I was already planning on having Ichigo train for this coming war with the Quincy, but hearing that Aizen seeks to create an Okan is troubling. Okan? Ichigo asked. Is that what let him into the royal realm? The location of the Okan, the king's key, is only known by the captain commander of the court guard squads and is passed by word of mouth only. The old dragon explained. To hear that Aizen may have found a way to create one is most troubling. I want his search history. Find out what he's planning to do. Urahara. Understood, Commander. The eccentric man said in an odd moment of seriousness. With that, Yamamoto called the meeting to a close and everyone began to leave. Where are you going, Ichigo? He asked as the hybrid began to leave. I'm heading for Squad 4, going to see if I can fight Kenpeki yet. He said, gaining a look from everyone in the room. Fighting him will be the best conditioning I can get, won't it? Many thought he was crazy, but everyone knew that he was right and probably had a death wish. Ichigo, Rose spoke up, there's more to the letter. Mainly for you. Squad 14's temporary base. West Rukon 1st District. Love Ikawa was going over mountains of paperwork. Applicants to join, construction costs, budget reports, it was a nightmare. Thankfully he had some decent help when Lisa offered a hand before returning to the living world. But for what he was supposed to do, and what he was planning, he was going to need more time and help. The decision to create a Rukon patrol did not sit well with some groups. The 1st District of West Rukon was the only group willing to listen and allow him to set up base there. Luckily, his most current interview offered a helping hand in a big way. Your brother was a good man. Love said to the man in front of him. Now what do you believe you can offer to the Rukon squad, Ganju Shiba? Ganju had his friends with him, dedicating himself to honor his brother's memory by doing some good as a Shinigami. I've got the trust of people all over the Rukon districts and I know these districts. He told the returning captain. I could help promote the presence of Soul Reapers in the Rukon districts, get reliable people to help with various odd jobs that you'll need done, which will help the people of the Rukon as much as the division. I only ask one thing. This caught Love's attention as he focused more intently on the thug. Many people still want to reunite with lost family members when they come from the world of the living. I want to use the manpower you eventually gain to help these scattered families. Ganju said with all the professional seriousness he could hope to muster. Love continued a focused stare on him before cracking up. Ahahaha. He's starting crying out. Oh man, this is just rich. Ganju blushed, feeling embarrassed that this man was stomping on all the effort he put into making this interview. You're like a side character trying to make an impact in a manga. Love just kept laughing. This is too good. I love it. After he finally calmed down and caught his breath did he regard Ganju again. Oh, I needed a good laugh. Thank you. In all seriousness though, I was already trying to figure out a way to do just what you asked. So when I finally have a squad that can do that, you can be in charge of those efforts. He extended a hand to the Shiba man. Welcome to Squad 14. Ganju smiled in relief and clapped the captain's hand. Happy to be here. He responded with a confident smirk. Let's get you guys situated. He said before calling out. Hey, Shusuke, Makoto. Two men appeared, the former looking rather unkempt with messy blue hair while the latter had slicked back red hair with purple-rimmed glasses. My lieutenant and third seat, Shusuke Amagai and Makoto Kaibian. These guys will help you all settle in. He said with a smile. Yes sir. They both nodded to their captain while Amagai issued them to follow him. Ganju was about to join when Love grabbed him. Keep an eye on them. Love whispered, not a single hint of humor in his tone. Makoto's got an ego and there's something about Amagai I don't trust. He explained, surprising Ganju. Now laugh when I do. He pulled away. And Shinji didn't even know what V-Club meant when he called us that. Ahaha. He laughed heavily as Ganju started laughing with him. Thank you. I needed that. Ganju said, nodding at his new captain's orders. Glad to help. Love said, getting back to his paperwork. Squad 10 Rangiku Matsumoto. Rangiku took a deep breath and reflected on the events of the day, as things started to settle down. Toshiro almost got a response from Momo before she returned to her catatonic state. Several other Soul Reapers were offering their assistance to Captain Love and others were applying for her old captain's new division. She was glad to find out he was alive and the party yesterday served as a good distraction. All the hustle and bustle left her to her thoughts, that one of her oldest friends was a traitor and she couldn't stop it. Hello. She heard suddenly, making her jump in surprise. Rangiku. She turned to see her former captain's son. Oh, you're Ichigo. She said, meeting the hybrid for the first time in her life. I was at the party yesterday. You Shiba folk really know how to have fun. Her mood got better when she saw what he had with him. Are those dried persimmons? She said, pointing at the small bag in his hand. Yeah. Ichigo responded, pulling out one of the shriveled fruits while handing her the bag. I heard you liked them. Took forever to get my hands on these considering I had no money. He took a bite of dried fruit, letting the sweet taste dance on his tongue. Thank you for the gift. She said, flashing a teasing smile. How about I return the favor? She traced a finger around her cleavage, making Ichigo stutter in embarrassment at her shameless flirting before she pulled out a bottle of liquor. Come on, you gotta have a fun side to you. Your captain is Hein's son after all. And she somehow got Ichigo to start drinking with her. After a few cups between them, mostly her, she asked something that was bugging her. So, what made you want to talk to me? She asked, slurred after drinking most of the first bottle and half of the second one, while Ichigo was on a third cup. Well. Ichigo started, thinking back to the rest of Jin's letter. Hey Ichigo, if you're reading this, do me a favor. Look after Rangiku for me. She's been like a sister to me. Could have been more, but I distanced myself to focus on my mission. I've been watching you a long time, you're the only one I trust with this. Keep it a secret though, she shouldn't cry over an ass like me. Dad said you seemed depressed yesterday, like you needed a friend. She looked at him with calm, focused eyes that belied how much she was drinking. I really don't like seeing anyone sad, not when I could help. He looked at her to see her giving him teary, puppy eyes. He was immediately on edge after that. You are such a sweetie. She cried out, hugging Ichigo into her chest and cutting off his air supply. You are so much better than that jerk Jin, always running off, never telling me where he went. She ranted while Ichigo was struggling for breath. She also felt something in his coat pockets. She pulled him away. Ichigo started gasping for air, and finally got a good look at him. A gentleman and a hottie. How about I give you a little something for being so nice? Rangiku, are you drunk? Ichigo asked as she leaned in, licking her lips. Maybe. She said before she pounced on him. Squad 4 barracks. It was the next morning and Ichigo was nursing a minor hangover. Hoping to find some relief, he went to the medical facility of the 4th Division, mainly to find what his current condition was, but he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Unohana was currently applying a special keto to him in an effort to relieve his pain. I first developed this spell to help Kiraku after he drank too much. Unohana said, lecturing the team. After a couple times, I worked out all the kinks and let him suffer for his own poor judgment. I expected better out of you, young man. Sorry, Captain Unohana. He groaned, still feeling a dull throb in his head. I shouldn't be testing my limits my first time drinking. I believe your friend said he was underage. What do you think your father would say about this? She asked, believing fatherhood taught his hind some responsibility. Since I was drinking with Rangiku, he'd congratulate me on his. He trailed off as he mentally counted, 5th daughter. Though when he finds out I'm dating Rukia as well, he'll demand I start making him grandchildren. Unohana felt herself sweat drop that his hind has changed, but not for the better. I see. She said, finishing up her treatment of the boy. Well, try not to drink too much if you can't avoid it. She said, looking over his chart again. In other news, you seem well enough to fight again. She grabbed Ichigo as he shot up and prepared to bolt. Head for Sokyoku Hill. We want to contain the damage. She let go and he disappeared in a burst of speed. Better send word to the others. She said before hell butterflies flew toward the Keto Corps base and the barracks of Squad 1 and 12. Urahara, Tessai, and Hakujin were preparing something special. Sokyoku Hill. The second Ichigo told Kenpeki that Unohana gave him the clear to fight and where it had to be, he bolted as fast as he could, managing to beat Ichigo's flash step by a single second. Now they stood there, each one eagerly anticipating their next fight, waiting for the moment to strike. Yachura jumped off to the sidelines the second Kenpeki stopped, waiting for the two to clash. Suddenly they charged at each other and slammed their blades together, creating a massive gust. Then the 3 Keto masters that Unohana contacted earlier dropped from the sky and began conjuring a barrier. You wanted to use sparring with Captain Zaraki as your conditioning, then you may. Genri Usai said as he and Unohana made themselves known to the two fighters. Within this barrier that Captains Urahara, Tessai, and Lieutenant Hakujin created, your wounds will heal indefinitely. A way to even the battleground between the two of you. A battle of attrition, ending only when one of you finally exhaust yourself. The barrier finally sealed the two in and they tested Yamamoto's words with Kenpeki slashing his hand. True to the ancient commander's word, it was healed instantly. Kenpeki gave Ichigo a feral grin as the hybrid covered himself in his hollow armor and wings of Raisher as he created his field of blades. The barrier muffled the sounds, but their clashing could still be heard into the Rukon districts. Naraki City, Skyushin headquarters. Chad took the chance and called the number on the card he was given. After following a set of instructions given to him when he called, he finally got the location of the group called Skyushin. They said that they could help him grow stronger, that was all that mattered to him now. If something went wrong, he knew Ichigo would knock some sense into him. He entered an apartment that looked like a classy bar with an old bartender wearing an eye patch, a man with combed back hair and an X-shaped pendant, a girl around his age with twin pigtails in her magenta hair, a dark-skinned woman with knee-length boots, a blonde boy with dark clothes, and a man with wavy hair and a scar along his left eye. Welcome, Yasutara Sato, to our Skyushin. The man with the pendant said. I'm Kyujo Jinjo. He pointed to the others in the room. The man behind the bar is Giriko Kutsuzawa, the pig-tailed girl, Ririka Dakugamine, the woman with the boots, Jackie Tristan, the blonde boy, Yukio Hans Vorarlberna, and finally the scarred man, Shikuro Tsukishima. We are people with the same powers as you. The power known as full bring. Kyujo explained as Chad walked further into the room, scanning the occupants and staying on guard as Yoryuki taught him. My power is called full bring. He asked, sitting across from Kyujo. What is full bring? The man chuckled. Full bring is the power to control the soul of objects. He said before the drink beside him began to glow. All objects have a soul, he said as the liquid inside it rose toward his mouth. Fullbringers can manipulate that soul to do various things they want. Move great distances, walk on water, fly through the air, and the ability to drink without moving any part of my body. That last one is much less impressive, isn't it? That doesn't explain my arms. Chad said, transforming his right arm. Kyujo merely smirked. It actually does. A Fullbringer's signature ability comes from what they have an affinity for, the object they have a strong connection to. He explained before his necklace turned into a large claymore with an extended handle between the blade and guard. You must take great pride in your arms, Sato. They're what helps me keep my promise. He said, his mind going to his coin medallion in thought. How does one become a Fullbringer? You fought other spirit beings, correct? Kyujo asked, making Chad nod in response. You recognize that our powers are closer to hollows than soul reapers, correct? Another nod. Our powers come from the hollow erasure left inside one of our parents that survived the attack then had a child. Chad thought back to his parents, remembering a weird scar on one of them. Then he remembered when his powers first manifested. My father is a Shinigami. Ichigo's voice echoing in his mind. My mother was a Quincy. They met when he was hunting a powerful hollow that she killed after being bit. That's where all my abilities come from. The rarest instance of Deus Ex BS ever. So one of the parents have to survive being attacked by a hollow. He asked for clarification. Kyujo nodded, carefully scrutinizing the muscled teen. I might know someone else with a full bring. Ichigo Kurosake. Kyujo asked, making Chad's eyes widen. We're unsure on how to approach him. He has so much power already, but if he's willing to help us, then by all means, bring him in. Everyone never noticed the dark grin on Tsukishima's face. Karakura Hospital, Quincy Training Hall. Uriah ran as hard as he could away from the endless barrage of arrows his father shot at him. He said that before they could restore his powers, they had to build up his stamina and endurance. Ryakan would come at him with the intention of killing him and they would only stop when he said so. Uriah was running for his life for days. This was to prepare for the war and his enemies would try to kill him, so he had to have the same mindset. He saw the logic, but he couldn't bring himself to come at his father with those intentions. Don't be foolish, Uriah. Ryakan said as he continued to fire a stream of arrows at his fleeing son. The enemy is the enemy. They will kill you if you don't kill them. Uriah got behind a barrier to catch his breath. Did you wait when you struck down those hollows? Would you have hesitated if you were permitted to kill those Shinigami? Knowing that your enemies are other Quincy, can you bring yourself to kill them when they are murdering your allies? Waiwak will not spare Ichigo, he almost killed your mother. Uriah thought back to that dark day his mother had her powers torn from her, years spent sleeping, taken from her family. All because of the damned parasite emperor that he felt no murderous intent for. It infuriated him. He hated that man, but he felt his own power refusing to harbor such thoughts. He ran out from behind his cover, forcing every ounce of rage and hate for the man that threatened existence and projected that onto his father, seeing a giant man with long dark hair and a thick mustache looking down on him like an ant. No more. Uriah roared, throwing 4 Jinto capsules at the illusion. Feel the wrath of battle and accept this sacred chalice. Heizan. He yelled out, summoning a square prism of silver light from the Jinto. He saw his father now, bracing against the attack, but not even affected. His vision began to blur as he felt his body give out. Grit your teeth. He heard his father say as he was shot in the chest. He collapsed, feeling the spirit arrow pierce his flesh. Pushed to the point of complete exhaustion and shot with a spirit arrow, 19 millimeters to the right of the heart. He said, walking up to his son, wincing from the collective burns from the spell. Your powers will return to you, my son. He said with a rare smile, looking down at the Quincy mark on Uriah's chest that indicated their return. Have to work on that killing instinct though. He said, picking his child up. Let's get you to bed. Sokyoku Hill, days later. Genri Yusai and Unohana listened to the continued clashing between Ichigo and Kenpeki as they made their way back to the battle site. When they arrived, they found a good number of Squad 12 with Mayuri directing them. There were I.V stands dripping a glowing blue liquid into the 3 Kido masters maintaining the barrier while most of the squad members seemed to be making more, refilling the bags, and replacing them. Inside, Ichigo took on a new appearance with long wild hair, 2 long horns, and a slim body wielding a black katana while Kenpeki looked more like a demon than ever. The only clothes left on either body was their pants. Mayuri, what's happened? Unohana asked. Those Neanderthals happened. Mayuri growled, typing away at a machine and yelling at his subordinates. They just seem to grow in power as the fight goes on. Instead of which one of them will fall, it's whether the barrier can outlast them. He turned to face the 2 captains. Kenpeki just keeps getting stronger, and Ichigo is adapting to that strength. Kenny was always that strong. They heard Yachira say as she popped up out of nowhere. Kenny is the strongest there is. Ichi is bringing that out. Soon he'll be back to his old self. She said with the brightest smile she could manage. Unohana stared at the fight in awe. Those eyes. She thought in wonder, remembering she first met the current Kenpeke when he was just a boy. The only one to ever wound her, her true successor to the name of Kenpeke. No, this was my sin to undo Ichigo. You can't take this from me. I bet Kenny will say my real name any dash, Yachira said before her body disappeared, leaving only her clothes. Inside the barrier, Zaraki got a massive axe with a cleaver blade to replace his chipped sword. That's when a crack appeared in the barrier. Oh no. Mayuri said as the crack spread. Run. Everyone scrambled to safety, leaving only Unohana and Yamamoto to watch the chaos. Kenpeke and Ichigo swung their weapons at full force and created a windstorm from the clash, destroying the barrier and blasting the equipment away. Ichigo caught the blade and fired a siro from his horns at Kenpeke, who powered through it to punch Ichigo in the face. Ichigo was sent flying before charging back at his opponent. He dodged a fast swing from the berserker and sent a Getsuga Tensho at Kenpeke, who returned it, slashing Ichigo across his stomach. Kenpeke tanked the attack while the wound on Ichigo bubbled and exploded into a mass of mouth tendrils, all biting down on Kenpeke. He tore his arms free and slashed them to pieces while hundreds of dark blue and dark red spheres appeared. From each one shot millions of projectiles, spirit arrows, balas, and siros, all aimed at Zaraki. He grinned and swung his axe, destroying all of them. The two, still lost in their fight, charged at each other before Yamamoto appeared between them and punched them both in the chest. Ichigo's hollow armor shattered while a loud crunch was heard from Kenpeke. While they fell, Haki and Tessai appeared behind the two. Bakudo 99. Kin. They chanted in unison, not taking many chances as the two fighters' arms were bound in black bands and sealed to the ground. The two spellmasters planted their hands on the ground. Ban Kin. Prologue, halting raps. Cloth exploded from where their hands were. Refrain, serial 100 bolts. Hundreds of needles stabbed into the mummified fighters. Finale, fully prohibited Great Seal. Giant metal blocks dropped on their heads, only to break apart after contact. Both warriors collapsed as everyone caught their breath. I take it we're done? Ichigo asked as the two gasped for breath. Squad 4 barracks, later that day. The two of them finally came down from their adrenaline highs and they were aching. Every part of them hurt. Kenpeke even said that he was satisfied for a good while, which Ichigo guessed would last a week till he wanted to fight again. When word reached the 11th, they swarmed the hospital, singing praises about their incredible captain, being so strong without having a shuriken, now had to be invincible now that he did. He quickly had them all thrown out for being so noisy. Sheesh. He groaned, settling back into bed with the help of Ikeku and Yumishika. You'd think they know to shut up in the hospital. You really have a loyal squad, Kenpeke. Ichigo quipped, being the only other patient in the room. Yeah, well they're your meatheads too, Ichigo. The scarred man smirked. You're welcome to join my division at any time. He turned to Ikeku. Speaking of which, where's Yachiro? You'd think she'd be here. Ikeku looked nervous, knowing how pissed Zaraki would be when he got the news. Don't worry Zaraki, she never left you. Ichigo said, making the third and fifth seat look at him strangely. But Captain Unohana said she disappeared right in front of her eyes. Yumishika said, before realizing he slipped and clapped his mouth shut. Yeah, but she never left Zaraki. Ichigo defended. She disappeared about the same time he got his shuriken right. Soon the gears started turning in their heads. Kenpeke, focus on what Yachiro looks like and push out your Ryutsu. Kenpeke focused on that and felt a weight appear on his lap. He opened his eyes to see his surrogate daughter, looking the happiest she's ever been. You finally called to me. She said, tears of joy coming from her eyes. I'm so happy. She wrapped her tiny arms around her wielder, holding him tightly. I knew you would. One day you would call out to me. Ichi and Zan kept their promise. Everyone stared at her in shock, except for Ichigo, who manifested his hollow blade. It'd actually be hard for him to break that promise, no Zarashi. Zanjutsu said to the pink head. We both like fighting just as much as Zaraki. We just have more stuff to do. He patted the girl's spirit on the head, making her giggle in delight. It was fun battling you. Till next time. He faded back into Ichigo as Yachiro turned back to Kenpeke. Guess you should make Baldy your new lieutenant. I never did the job that well anyway. She said to her wielder. Lieutenant. Ikeku spoke softly, being called Baldy didn't even register to him. It's okay. I'm just happy to be with Kenny. She smiled to Ikeku before turning back to her partner. I'll always be there when you need me. She said with a smile, kissing him on the forehead before disappearing back into his soul. So what now Zaraki? Ichigo asked, after giving him a moment of silence. I'll handle a different goal in my life. He said, forcing himself up and powering through the aches and stiffness in his body, going out of the room. The rest of the guys looked at each other before following him. They watched him limp to Captain Unohana, giving a lecture to some of the younger members of her squad. When she saw Kenpeke, she took on her scary mode. Captain Zaraki, you really shouldn't be dash, she was saying before Kenpeke pulled her in and gave her a deep kiss. Time froze as everyone watched in shock. Unohana looked completely stunned at her successor's actions. After a while he pulled away. For the longest time of my life, you were the only person I've ever respected. He said, remembering when they first met. When she showed him the joys of fighting. I wanted to reach that point again. Find that feeling that only you gave to me that one time. I wanted to continue where we left off. Ichigo gave me the most satisfying fight I've ever known in my life, greater than when you and I first met. We still need to settle things between us, but I will never kill you. Instead, marry me and become my wife. Everyone held their breath as silence pervaded the room, all eyes on the two of them. Okay. Unohana said, still in a state of shock. Great. Kenpeki said, turning on his heel and leaving. I need to do some work rearranging things at my division. We can make plans for the wedding later. Ichigo, you're my best man. He then left, leaving a still stunned Unohana. Everyone, back to your rooms. I need to lie down a moment. Unohana said, walking away with her stunned expression. What happened between them? Ichigo asked himself, planning to ask Yamamoto later. After the inevitable meltdown, he returned to his room to find his father, Urahara, Tessai, and Yamamoto in his room. Is this because of the fight? He got unanimous nods. Alright, what now? Ichigo Kurosake. Your powers must be sealed. Yamamoto said. I agree. At this rate, I'd never get a decent match. Ichigo said. No, you don't understand. Yamamoto said. Your powers must be sealed completely. 29. Tsukishin found. Karakura High School. Ichigo wandered through the halls of his school, still reeling from the events in Soul Society and their homecoming. Before he, his dad, and his squad departed for the world of the living, Urahara and Mayuri gave a disturbing description of his current state of being. They predicted that if he returned to his body without the seal, it would be torn apart by the wild racial running through his being. They wanted to seal his powers completely, just to be on the safe side because he still had a human life to lead. His mom was home by then, already working on dinner with Yuzo, and for the first time in years, the Kurosake family was whole and enjoying being a family again. She started catching up to all of the years she missed by watching the videos Ishine made. Everything was fine until she found one that Ishine swore he was going to hide. Ichigo and his sisters fled when their mother became disturbingly like Unohana and demanded what that cradle-robbing hussy, Yoriyuki, was teaching her baby boy. That morning she demanded to meet Ichigo's girlfriends to see if they passed the mom test, she called it. This is my life. Ichigo groaned, not looking forward to this entire week. I should have known better than to expect it to be easy. He looked down at the small wooden badge with a skull on his belt loop. It was given to him in case he couldn't use Kon for any reason, and they could monitor and control his Ryutsu in case things went south. He understood the reason, but he hated that he was vulnerable again. When he asked Lisa about her thoughts on the matter, she told him lieutenants shouldn't get their hands dirty with grunt work, and then left to join Hiri at the Shoten, taking the squad with her. Ichigo. He heard a familiar yelling as Kigo ran towards him, stopping in front of the hybrid and avoiding a surprise lariat. I heard from Chad that everything's good. Kigo said, smiling happily that his friends were safe. But what changed? He asked as they headed for class, Mizuru joining them. Well, there's finally a squad of Shinigami here to handle the dead and the hollows, he said as they walked. I can finally get back to focusing on my schoolwork. He reached his desk as his friends began congregating. Orium wrapped her arms around him, asking for details on his time in Soul Society. Chizuru attempted to attack Ichigo before Tatsuki pulled her back and whispered in her ear, something that turned Chizuru redder than her hair with a look of contemplation. Chad looked at Ichigo with grave eyes that told Ichigo something was up. Uraiu, frighteningly enough, was the cheeriest of the group. Hello everybody. He said with a smile. What a beautiful day it is. How are you, Ichigo? He asked as everyone backed away from him. Uraiu, stop that. Ichigo ordered, still looking mentally scarred. You're scaring me. Uraiu merely chuckled. My apologies. It's just something good happened. He said, displaying his purification cross with 5 points. What was broken is now fixed. He said, manifesting a small, black, metallic bow. It was surprising for most of them, but for Ichigo, it was a miracle. Your powers were restored. He said, shocking the rest of the group. Uraiu kept grinning. Yes, my once lost powers were fully restored and I'm finally ready for the next level. He put a hand out in front of his cousin. I'll always have your back. He said with a smile. Chad put his hand in with no hesitation, followed by Orium and Tatsuki. Ichigo smiled, and before he put his hand in, Kigo joined in. I'm just a spectator here, he said with a smile, but I'm ready in any way you need. Mizuru put in his hand next, and finally Chizuru. They looked at him expectantly and Ichigo could only smile at his friends before putting his hand on top. Thanks guys. This means a lot. He said as they separated and went to their seats. The day went on without much of a hitch. Sights of the new 15th Division members performing their duties came in every now and then, but overall, everything seemed normal for the teens. Chad, Orium, and Tatsuki never realized how boring it felt after what they went through. The normalcy was relaxing after the invasion of Soul Society, but they all knew it wouldn't last. Everyone headed home, except for Chad, who dragged Ichigo away. Ichigo, why can't I sense your power? Chad asked his friend. He wanted to be sure of some things before bringing him anywhere near Skyushin. They got sealed. Ichigo replied. There's enough capable Shinigami in town now that I can kick back and relax. He spoke with melancholy. They only come undone in Soul Society or if the situation really calls for it. He held up his hand. I can't channel or absorb Raisher with these seals on. It's a pain. Ichigo groaned. Chad knew what he had to do. Ichigo was far from helpless, even now, but with the coming wars he needed to keep up his skills. Another skill set couldn't hurt either. You told me that your mother was attacked by a hollow, right? The Fullbringer asked his friend. Ichigo nodded and Chad continued. Then you can manipulate the souls of things. A soul psychokinesis ability. Ichigo raised an eyebrow. Watch. He said, taking off his medallion and holding it in his hand. He opened his other hand as the coin glowed with a pale green light and flew to his other hand. He then pointed to his feet as a pair of green rings resonated from his feet and he disappeared in a burst of speed. I'm told this power is called Fullbring. Manipulating the souls of objects around us to control as we desire. This is what my powers are. He explained to his friend. Our main abilities come from an object we have an affinity for. Something we care about or we have strong emotional ties to. I'm proud of my arms because they help me help others, but I'm still testing the waters myself. Is that so? He pulled out his badge and thought over his life. Training with his mentors, fighting alongside his friend, reuniting with family, saving people, all off his experiences with his powers, making tendrils of Raisher similar to his come out of the seal in the form of a manji seal. Okay then. He said, not shocked in the least. At this point, he wasn't sure what would surprise him. How did you learn all this? He asked after dispelling his Fullbring. I was approached by a group called Skyushin. Chad said. They already knew about you, Ichigo. That did it. An unknown group knows about him. That surprised him. They're led by a man named Jinjo Kyujo. Ichigo's eyes widened. Before he left, Yukitake told him about the last human who became a Soul Reaper that disappeared almost a decade ago. The man of the same name as the leader of Skyushin. Skyushin Hideout, Saturday. After living a normal, peaceful, week of school, Ichigo and Chad headed for Naraki City, to where the Fullbringers hid. Masaka met with Orium and Tatsuki about their suitability to date her son. She ended up accepting them both because together, they resembled her. She wasn't too happy about the situation, but made it a requirement that she teach them about their wifely duties. There was an awkward time when he came home and both girls were only wearing aprons. Masaki insisted that they continue the lesson until he ran away. Now he and Chad were heading for Naraki as Chad voices his distrust. Jinjo said their mission in life was to remove their powers, which can only be done by a human Soul Reaper. He said, talking about the history he was told. But according to Juashiro, he's a former substitute Soul Reaper. There goes my trust in him. Yeah, stay on guard. The hybrid told his friend, fully aware they were being watched by someone. We'll use them to strengthen ourselves and decided what to do from there. They reached the apartment as Chad opened up the door. They were greeted by Tsukishima, who wore a happy face to see the two new members. Welcome back, Sato. Hello to you, Kurosaka. He said in a calm, friendly tone. Were you followed? He asked. No, we're good. Chad said as the rest of the Fullbringers came in. Well. Ichigo Kurosaka. Jinjo said as the hybrid came into view. I take it Sato has told you the situation. The two stared at each other, studying an opponent in the possibility of a fight. Yeah, I'll help you out. Ichigo said, pulling down his shirt to reveal a chrysanthemum tattoo on his chest. The insignia of the First Division. They locked away all of my powers. Didn't even need to, they just did. Even Jinjo let out a whistle. That's why we're hiding. The former substitute said. Soul Society is cold and uncaring. We have to live in constant fear that they'll never find us. You're the only human Shinigami hybrid we've found in years. The last one tried to kill us, he said while digging out a soul pass badge similar to Ichigo's. We're that desperate to get rid of our curses. To live without fear. Ichigo scanned the room to find everyone else nodding their heads, one man feeling the strap that covered what must be a missing eye. Then we're in agreement. Ichigo said, manifesting his infant Fullbring. I'll free you of your curse of fear. You make me stronger. Everyone's eyes widened aside from Chad at Ichigo's swift development before they even started. I've been told I'm a natural when it comes to fighting. He shrugged as Jinjo grinned. Let's begin. He said, turning to Ririka and Giriko. Let's start with the fish tank. The two Fullbringers nodded as they went to the back room while a dark-skinned woman walked up to Ichigo. You and me first, kiddo. Jackie said, glaring at the young hybrid. Word of advice, you better treat this like a real fight. Because I'm not holding back. Then the other two came back with a fish tank that had eyes and a mouth like a teddy bear. This place will be your battleground. Ririka told Ichigo. You're lucky you're a hottie, otherwise this won't work. She rubs her thumb along her index finger before flicking out a small heart with the letter R on it. The heart attached itself to Ichigo's shirt. My Fullbring is called Dollhouse. Anything I like and put that pass on, I can move them freely into objects like this cute fish tank. She put her finger on the rim of the tank. I permit you. she said before Ichigo and Jackie were pulled into the fish tank. Urahara Shoten. Ishine wandered through the halls of the building that became the main base of operations for his squad, slowly transitioning from a simple shop and training center to a legitimate military barracks for Soul Reapers. Memories of helping his son train here filled him with nostalgia as some rooms were completely redone to house the new occupants that was his squad. The only person missing that would finish this base was his lieutenant by his side. Speaking of which, Captain Ishine. Lisa said, finally catching up to her new captain. He turned to greet the wizard as she delivered her report. Hiri confirms that Ichigo has made contact with Jinjo. That was fast. Does Jinjo trust him? Ishine asked. He remembered the first substitute Soul Reaper. Seemed like a good guy at first. But then again, so did Aizen. He really didn't like using Ichigo as bait, but they had little options with this. Either ignore him, or find a way to bring him in. If there was anyone he trusted to take care of himself, it was his son. He seems to be baiting Ichigo and lying about his past. Lisa responded, adjusting her glasses. Says the last substitute Shinigami they've met tried to kill them. Almost as if what Captain Yukitake said about him was completely wrong. Jinjo was always a bad liar. Ishine said as he headed for Hiri's station in the shop. It's easier to believe his memory is being manipulated by some means. They came into a room filled with monitors displaying rows of data, images of Karakura, and lines of text, along with a few speakers. In front of it all was Hiri, sitting in a high-back chair wearing her usual tracksuit and keeping an eye on everything. Called, Dollhouse. They heard from one of the speakers. Anything I like and put that pass on, I can move them freely into objects like this cute fish tank. I permit you. Well, sounds like he's just going to get stronger. Hiri said before an image of Urahara and Yamamoto appeared on one of the screens. You get all that? Indeed. Urahara said, his curious mind already re-evaluating what they've heard. The ability to manipulate the souls of everything around them. Even a specialty skill wholly their own. This dollhouse seems to create her own Trojan horse or a prison cell for anyone caught inside. But only subjective to her own emotions. Yamamoto said. I cannot deny Jinjo's claims about how we would have responded earlier, but as Ichigo has shown, change is upon all of us. So what now? Ishine asked the two older captains. From best to worst case scenarios, Genryusai started, we could recruit them for the war, turn a blind eye and they go about their lives, or they have to be put down. The statement hung in the air as Kisuke and Ishine silently prayed that the third choice never comes to pass. Skyushin, fish tank. The moment the two entered, Jackie activated her full bring, dirty boots and began attacking Ichigo. Since then Ichigo was on the defensive, evading her attacks and testing his full bring. He tossed his badge, he tried to cut with the rapier, he threw energy glaives from his badge that had no cutting ability. It seemed like this full bring was solely for defense. During this time, Jackie was taunting him for his complacency. What? Did you think you hot stuff activating your full bring? She yelled at him as he dodged another kick. You might have been powerful as a Soul Reaper, but you're just human right now with an ability you just got. You have to fight back or you'll never master your full bring. He threw more of those projectiles from his badge that she kicked to pieces with ease. My full bring, dirty boots, makes me stronger and faster with how dirty my boots get. While you've been running, I've grown stronger. Ichigo stood in place, looking at her with an impassive gaze, like the entire situation was under his control. Giving up. No response. I expected better. She charged at him as fast as she could go, ready to deliver a devastating kick. Too slow. She heard him say as he slipped past her attack and threw his fist into her gut, stopping her instantly. Too weak. He said as he managed to use Bringer Light to deliver swift kick to her side and sent her flying. You thought this was a challenge? I've played tag in my human body faster than this. You have no technique, just speed and power. He turned his focus on her again as his badge's Ryutsu started flaring wildly. I've been trained in all three so my body could handle the kind of power my soul could unleash. I'm not the cocky one here, you are. The Ryutsu from his badge soon cloaked his body and turned into a ragged, smoky form of Shinigami robes with a blade of swirling black energy extending from his hand. Now why don't you stop playing and give me a decent fight? At that moment his vision started to get fuzzy. Jackie was suddenly moving faster, he couldn't stop the harsh kick to his face that sent him flying. What the? She wondered as Ichigo seemed to be reacting slower to her movements. Kiriko must have made it so the odds are stacked against him. But what are the conditions? Outside the fish tank. So the only real method of training a full bring to its max potential is to force it out in combat. Chad asked, finally getting the chance to learn more about developing a full bring aside from the short summary that let know how it worked. Yeah, it's a simple concept but harder than you think. Jinjo said as the other full bringers were doing their things. You have to draw on the soul of the object of your full bring more and more, like finding the strength to push yourself when you think you're at your limit. He turned his gaze to the container that held Ichigo and Jackie. Putting him in a life or death fight, at least making him think it, is sometimes the best method. Over by the bar, Kiriko checked his pocket watch. And it's only going to get harder for the poor boy. Everyone turned their gazes to him as he explained. For Sato's sake, I should explain. My ability is, time tells no lies. With it, I can set timers with set conditions within those time frames. The contract in the fish tank is thus after 15 minutes if neither of them calls off the training, then Jackie will move through, accelerated time, while Ichigo will go through, decelerated time. Jackie will be faster, and Ichigo will be slower. It's for the best. Tsukishima said. Always fighting and training in his soul body is not the same as fighting in one of flesh and blood. They knew Ichigo had spent years training his spiritual powers but they thought he only trained in his soul body. He's only trained in his soul body twice. Chad said, making all eyes turn to him now. I only know as far back as middle school, but he spent years training to his limits in his physical body. Their eyes widened in shock. I thought you knew. When did you start watching him? Shortly after he became a soul reaper. Jinjo breathed out before hurrying over to the fish tank, which was shaking violently. Just as he reached it, it exploded. Everyone was shaken as they waited for the dust to settle down. The first thing they saw was a beaten and bruised Jackie, cradled in the arms of Ichigo, now clad in a white armor covering most of his body with his badge becoming the guard of a short blade in his hands. A good portion of the armor was cracked and he had some burns on his form. I exploded. He said, letting Jinjo know that he was referring to when he completed his full bring. Something that shouldn't have been possible as anyone would have been torn apart by the power release unless another full-bringer was there to control the output. The scariest part was, Jackie didn't seem to have helped him at all. It hurt. Ichigo said as he handed Jackie to Chad. Now we can end this charade. Tsukishima said, turning his bookmark into a katana and slashing the other full-bringers as he moved towards Ichigo with all possible speed. Which, for any student of the Flash Goddess, was not fast enough. Ichigo watched as Tsukishima got behind him and waited till the last second to deflect the man's sword, taking his attention away from the other full-bringers. He caught Tsukishima in a blade lock as Jinjo got back up from the attack. Thanks for that. He said before aiming to impale Ichigo. He thrust for Ichigo's back before a clawed white hand caught his claymore blade. Hello. A warped voice sang out as Zanjutsu materialized from behind Ichigo, staring the former substitute in the eyes. He was in the same lean, horned, form from when Ichigo fought Kenpeke. That wasn't nice. Or smart. He said before punching the backstabbing full-bringer out of the apartment. Kyujo. Tsukishima cried out, giving Ichigo the window to sucker punch the guy and follow Jinjo out of the small space. The other full-bringers soon followed. Ichigo and Jinjo were standing across from each other in the air, staring down their opponent. I thought you said your powers were sealed. Jinjo yelled out furiously. Tsukishima could keep the plan a secret, so he altered the memories of every Skyushin member to get Ichigo to drop his guard. You showed me your seal. Yeah, one of them. Ichigo said. I can't use those powers, but my Zanpakuto spirit could. The others, Sans Chad and Jackie, came up behind before a storm of spirit arrows flashed in front of them. They're talking. Don't be rude. Uriah said from his vantage point on the roof of the apartment. Backup's coming Ichigo. You're really going to do this? Jinjo asked the orange-haired hybrid. You're going to condemn us all. If Soul Society finds out about us, we're all dead. That badge is a tracker and a Ryotsu controller. If you step out of line, they'll render you helpless and kill you. They'll betray you just like they did me. The first substitute Soul Reaper. The two continued to glare at each other before Ichigo spoke up. First off, Jinjo, I only said that they sealed my powers. If they didn't, my human body would have been destroyed by my Ryotsu. They didn't have to seal all of them, but they did. You wouldn't come out of hiding otherwise. He said dispelling his full bring, Zanjutsu still protecting his partner. I'd still need a seal, but that's a rule regarding my rank. He pulled down his shirt to reveal two more flower seals, the Yarrow of Squad 11 and one that looks like a red spider lily. Speaking of, Hiri. He asked, speaking into his badge. Conditions are met for level 1 and 2 seal release. Hiri said from the comm link. Have fun Baldy. Always with that stupid name. Ichigo groaned as they were getting surrounded by Soul Reapers. But whatever, I've been aching to do this. He placed his hand on his chest as the Yarrow and Higanbana flowers glowed. Limit, release. He said, bringing the badge to his chest as the seals faded. He exited his body and his rapier flared explosively. Some of the braver Shinigami recovered Ichigo's body and began bringing it to safety. Soon his Ryotsu began to settle and reveal Ichigo with black bands on his arms, ankles, and neck, and a badge on his left arm with the Kanji 15 and the Higanbana insignia underneath it. Squad 15 Lieutenant, Ichigo Kurosake. He said, leveling a glare at Jinjo. And you're under arrest. 30. Ichigo's first mission. Flashback 1 week. Soul Society, Squad 4 Barracks. Ichigo stared at the three captains before him in shock. He'd understand restraining his power somewhat because it was as wild as Zaraki's, but completely sealing it off? Were they shutting him out of the fight? He spent his entire life training just for the war against Waiwak, they can't just take that away. That was when Tessai pulled out a monitor and Urahara held up a pointer. You see Ichigo, he started as an image of a human body doing various exercises came up, you're already aware of the relationship of spiritual energy and physical limits. So I'll keep this brief. He began pointing at the diagram. The spirit grows from desires, such as to survive, while the body grows from physical work. The diagram changed to a regular figure and one with flaring ryotsu. The body serves as a container for spiritual power and grows in tandem to the spirit as both grow. Because you've trained your body so hard, you were able to release a greater amount of your ryotsu and match several lieutenants that would normally have the advantage. Your physical body was able to contain the power. The diagram changed again to include a figure with ryotsu that was like an inferno going into a normal body. However, after training with Zaraki like that, your ryotsu is now going to shoot your control to hell, yet again. Like picking up a single grain of sand with a backhoe, or killing an ant with a howitzer. He pointed at the diagram. Now compare your ryotsu to water and your physical body to a balloon. What happens when you put too much water in? He played the diagram and the figure with ryotsu exploded. Ichigo winced at the thought of that happening to him. And so, we're back to square one with your ryotsu control. Just when we finally taught you finesse. Except from now on, Commander Yamamoto will be training you. Ishine told his son. I see. Ichigo said as he bowed before the ancient captain. I look forward to your lesson, sensei. Yamamoto let out a snort of nostalgia, hearing a new student calling him sensei for the first time in centuries. So for now, let's apply the first two seals. Ichigo, take off your shirt. Urahara said as Ishine and Yamamoto raised a calligraphy brush with glowing white ink. Ichigo removed his shirt and stood still as the two captains drew their squad's insignias. After a brief flash of light, Ichigo felt much weaker, but not powerless. More like, when he invaded Soul Society, but saving Rukia. And that should allow you to continue on with your life while serving your station. My station? Ichigo asked, seeing his dad pull out a wooden lieutenant's badge with the number 15 and a Higanbana insignia, before handing it to him. Welcome to Squad 15, Lieutenant Kurosake. His dad said with a grin. Ichigo looked at the badge with a sense of pride before remembering something. Wait, you said you had to completely seal my powers. Ichigo pointed out. Why if this is enough for me to do my duties? Because there's someone we want you find. A sickly tired voice said from behind the hybrid. The first human to gain Shinigami powers, Kyujo Jinjo. Jushiro Yukitake walked into the room. He was the reason why it's a crime for a Soul Reaper to give a human their powers. Jinjo got his powers from a Soul Reaper and proved helpful to our cause as a substitute Soul Reaper. However, it was soon discovered that he killed many other Soul Reapers to steal their powers as well. We didn't start monitoring him with these until after we discovered Shinigami began to disappear. He said, holding up a small wooden amulet with a skull engraving. His greed for power made him a murderer, and when he found out we were watching him, he fled as fast as he could. According to the bug I planted on Chad, Jinjo has already met with him. Urahara said. And they know of you, Ichigo. Hence why we need to seal your powers completely. To let him think you foster hate towards Soul Society and possibly even join him. Your first mission, Lieutenant Kurosake, is to bring in Kyujo Jinjo. Yamamoto said. We'll use the Squad 11 seal since Zaraki considers you a part of his squad. He said while they repeated the ritual. Present-day Naraki City, above Skyushin headquarters. Ichigo floated in the air, across from the power stealer that set the precedent of Soul Reaper powers to humans. Jinjo looked at Ichigo with disgust, embarrassed that he ever had hope for the hybrid. The other Fullbringers looked scared, worried about how they'll escape, though Giriko looked at his pocket watch. He had to play this to his advantage. And I thought I was a real villain. He said, keeping Ichigo's focus on him. You brought all these Shinigami here and you said you weren't followed. You said you'd help free us from our fear. And here we are, surrounded and betrayed, waiting for your execution order. I never lied once since I met you. Ichigo pointed out. I never said we weren't followed, Chad did. I said I would free you of your curse of fear, and I am. He grabbed his blade and changed it to his massive cleaver, now in the form of a trench knife with a length of chain at the hilt's base. The Fullbringers are of no concern to Soul Society. He said, making all the Fullbringers present react in shock. At the moment, they have not done anything to threaten innocent souls and seem to only threaten other Fullbringers and Soul Reapers, but you're the only one that's killed any. They are not accessories to your crimes. Cut the crap. Jinjo growled. Soul Society would never do that. The old Soul Society wouldn't, Ichigo agreed, but the threat of a looming war encourages change and development in order to prepare. Uryu and the Fullbringers. Is that true? Ririka asked as they were brought before the Quincy. Soul Society won't come after us. She was hopeful, while most of the other Fullbringers were held at sword point by the various Soul Reapers around them. Yukio and Giriko were separated from their respective Fullbrings after a quick observation from Uryu made him guess what they were. There are two wars coming for Soul Society that will threaten the worlds of the living and the dead. Both are considered enough of a threat that Soul Society is willing to change thousands of years of laws and customs. Uryu explained while a couple of Shinigami helped Chad and Jackie up on the building. Third Seed Ishida. These two are injured. One of the Soul Reapers said. What should we do? Heal them both, Uryu quickly commanded. That man is going to be our squad's fourth seat soldier. They nodded at their orders and began applying healing Kido. So yeah, you're only being held captive because we don't want you getting involved. That Tsukishima guy managed to slip through, but we'd rather avoid senseless killing. So when everything's done, you can run along and live your lives. What are our other options? Kiriko boldly asked, feeling a Zanpakuto press against his throat a little harder. You keep causing trouble and I'll kill you. Urayu said without hesitation, summoning up a solid black bow. Or you join us, get access to the capabilities of Soul Society and possibly improve your abilities or find more of your kind. You have a few doors open to you. He said before turning back to Ichigo. Jinjo has two. Go with Ichigo willingly, or the hard way. Ichigo versus Jinjo. So yeah, Ichigo said after giving a similar explanation Urayu gave, they're free to go. You have to pay for your crimes. The former substitute glared at the one he thought would be a victim of Soul Society's lies. You can either come along willingly, or we do this the hard way. How can you be so willing to side with them? Jinjo growled, sparing a glance at Tsukishima to make sure he was ready to move. I sided with them and they betrayed me. I will repeat this. Jinjo Kyujo, you are under arrest for the murder of several Shinigami and the theft of their powers. Ichigo stated. Normally Soul Society would be absurd and draconian in their laws, but this is where I side with them. You've murdered and stole lives and powers. What world do you live in that you think you wouldn't be watched? He leveled his blade at Jinjo. Now are we going to do this the easy way, or the hard way? Jinjo scoffed. What makes you think you can beat Dash? He started before Ichigo appeared right in front of him and dug a clawed hand around Jinjo's heart. This for starters. Ichigo said, his left hand coated in his hollow armor, wiggling his fingers and lightly brushing against Jinjo's beating heart. Tsukishima acted as fast as he could when the reality of what he saw caught up to him. He charged to Ichigo's back, preparing to cut through the hybrid. Ichigo sensed the killing intent and dodged each strike, finally flipping Jinjo around and kicking him into Tsukishima while pulling his claws out of the renegade in the process. This will not end well for you. Is he really worth your life? I owe him my life. Tsukishima said as the Fullbringers prepared for the next bout. Ichigo let out a saddened sigh. I really don't want to do this. Ichigo muttered before raising his free hand, summoning a small black and red bow. I'll try to make this painless. He said before several rapid shots at the two, causing them to separate. He flash-stepped behind Tsukishima, who turned to try to slash at the hybrid. Ichigo blocked and placed his index finger on top of his opponent's heart. Ichigo's memories flashed to a lesson about how strength and application were important to Kido spells. Hato 1, Sho. He whispered as he sent a kinetic pulse through the Fullbringer's chest. The man's eyes widened as he felt his heart pause. Ichigo charged a Siro at the tip of his blade and pointed it at Jinjo, who was charging with energy flaring from his sword. Ichigo fired at Jinjo, who struggled against the torrent of energy. The blast ended in Ichigo through the dying Tsukishima and the former Soul Reaper. Damn it! Kyujo cursed as he tried to resuscitate his ally. How did he get so strong? Tsukishima gasped as Jinjo's pounding managed to restart his friend's heart. He won't beat me. He growled as he heard a familiar incantation. With light, divide this into 6. Bakudo 61, Rikuyakoro. Ichigo chanted from above the Fullbringers, trapping them together in the paralyzing spell. There, that should do it. Ichigo said as he walked away from the struggling Fullbringers. Take them to the Shoten and prepare to transfer them to Soul Society. The more focused Soul Reapers proceeded with their orders, while some of the younger ones annoyed Urayu. Lieutenant Kurosaki is so cool. The guy restraining Ririka said. He's not that great. She mumbled while blushing. You're totally crushing on him, Sundara. Yukio said, making the magenta girl glare at the other Fullbringer. He might want to watch his back. Kiriko said as Tsukishima and Jinjo broke out of the Kido spell and charged at Ichigo. He charged his power and swung a massive Getsuga Tensho at the charging duo. Never mind. He said in awe of the raw power, watching the outline of his two former comrades fade into nothingness. Scratch that. Ichigo called out. Send a message to Captain Love in the 14th Division, give them a description of the two. He sheathed his weapon and joined Urayu and the remaining members of Skyushin. What's their call? I've got a company to run, so I'll bail. Yukio said as the Shinigami released them. I would however be willing to make a few business deals if they interest me. I think I want to join you. Ririka said, looking away from Ichigo. I've always been selfish with my powers, but if I can help you guys with your war. She faced Ichigo with full confidence and stars in her eyes, then I can get access to even more cute things to love. She proudly announced, making everyone else sweat drop at her declaration. Ichigo merely shrugged. Yes, well, I think I'll join as well. Kiriko stated. Merely because this seems interesting. Very well. Ichigo said. Take Yukio to a bus stop and let him return to his company. Everyone else, back to the Shoten. I need to head home. Ichigo said as he grabbed his body and flash-stepped away. Kurosaki household. Ichigo made his way back inside his house, silent and melancholic. The thoughts of his actions with Tsukishima and Jinjo kept replaying in his mind. He fought to restrain them, take them in alive, then he just wiped them both out with ease. Killing the two of them was like swatting a fly, and he just barely kept everything together as he made his way home to report to his father and captain. He opened up the door to see his family, already sitting around the table, enjoying a dinner. Ani-chan, come on. Yuzu called out. Mom and I made dinner. It's really good. Ichigo smiled just slightly before heading upstairs. I'm not hungry. I'm going to bed early, he said as he began to ascend the stairs. Mission accomplished, Dad. Jinjo was sent to Soul Society. He called before entering his room. It's not healthy to skip dinner, Yuzu said, pouting. Masaki and Ishine spared a glance of silent conversation, guessing what's happened. Stop, Yuzu. Ishine ordered as Yuzu got up. Leave your brother alone for now. Let Mom and Dad handle this. Yes. Masaki said, petting her daughter's head. You can just leave this to the parents. There's just some things that we need to do. Yuzu gave in, but still made a plate of leftovers for her brother. A few hours passed by before Ishine made his way into Ichigo's room. He found his son, lying on the bed shaking. Hey son. He said softly, with Ichigo's back to him. I heard the report from one of the squad members. Looks like Jinjo wanted to do things the hard way. Masaki came in silently, watching the exchange between her husband and son. Ichigo, tell me how it feels. How it feels. Ichigo said through shaky breath. Dad, I just killed 2 people. I was barely able to function through the shock of the experience. It was easy. He turned to face his father. I could have bound them better, used a stronger spell, and I killed them like I was stepping on an ant. He snapped, grasping at his head. I thought, what's happening to me? He started screaming before Ichigo felt himself get wrapped in a warm embrace as his parents held him. Ichigo, we never wanted you to be a killer. Ishine told his son. We trained you to be able to stop anything, and you did. You stopped yourself and your team from getting hurt. You managed to rescue and give most of the Fullbringers a chance they can use to better their lives. You did what you've always done, you protected. And if it ever gets too hard, just come home. Masaki said, stroking her child's hair. We'll always have a place for you with us. So just let it out if you need to. Ichigo felt his arms weakly wrap around his parents. There's no need to hold back in front of us. Once again, Ichigo was reduced to a crying child in his mother's embrace. Remember this feeling, Ichigo. Ishine said. Remember the pain of taking a life. Pray that it never turns into a pleasure, that is when you've lost who you are. Ichigo swore that he would never forget that feeling for as long as he existed. Soul Society, Chiba household. They waited another week for Ichigo to recover from his first mission, and first kills. Chad recovered and joined as the 4th seat of the squad, with Tatsuki as the 5th and Orium as the 6th. They received a report from Ganju that, after a few days, they've managed to find Jinjo's and Tsukishima's souls in the Rukon districts and have already transported them to the Maggot's Nest. They can be released, but only when they were willing to cooperate. The Fullbringers that have joined Soul Society went to the R&D department under the supervision of Kisuke Urahara, already testing the true capacity of the Fullbring abilities, beginning with seeing if Chad's coin medallion was a Fullbring. Tatsuki made her way to 2nd Division barracks to get some training in with Soifon and Yuryuki. Orium headed for the 4th to learn some more medical skills from Unohana. Urayu had the weirdest encounter though. Just as they came out of the Senkaimon to head for the Shiba house, the former lieutenant of the 12th squad, Nimu Kuratsuke, was waiting, in a light blue sundress. Hello Urayu. She said, walking up to the Quincy 3rd seat. Come with me, we're having a date. She then grabbed his hand and started pulling him away. Wait, what? What's happening? Urayu tried to yell as Nimu dragged him away. I did not agree to this. He continued to protest as he faded from sight. Okay, shall we go? Ichigo asked his family, already heading for the Shiba house. Shouldn't we be worried about Urayu and II? Karen asked as the rest of the started walking away. You'll love them, Mom. Yuzu cheered. They're all as upbeat and funny as Dad. They sound like a lot of fun, Yuzu. Masaki said with a smile. Yeah, Kurosaka family trip. Ishine yelled out unashamed in his Hayori. Karen just shrugged and joined them. The few days of the presence of the 14th Division showed at a level of economic expansion in the West Rukon district. Houses were repaired, more stores and vendors, better dressed citizens. Plenty of people were still wary of Soul Reapers, but the Kurosaka family were welcomed as honored guests. Before long they made it back to the Shiba house, showing a greater level of wealth as the main economic center for most of West Rukon. So this is that wonderful wife, Masaki. Kyukaku asked as she looked over the Quincy. I like her. Welcome to the family, Masaki Obasan. She smiled as she patted the woman on the shoulder. Speaking of family, hey Ichigo. The clan head called out to the hybrid. You talked to Byakuya yet? Not yet. Ichigo answered. Why? Is it important? I should hope so, Kyukaku responded. It's your marriage after all. Everyone froze. You really should have talked to him. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Who's in control? Alternate version of the meeting in Prelude to Change. Night had fallen, most of the Soul Society was asleep now, resting and recovering from the events from earlier that day. All but the unlucky groups pulling night patrols, the captains that would determine the future of the coming war, and the hybrid that seemed to be at the center of all of it. They all stood in attendance, the captains flanking down both sides, with Genri Yusai at the head and Ichigo in the center. There are many questions to ask Ichigo. Yamamoto started, but very little time to get any answers, so for now, only the necessary ones. Are you in complete control? Ichigo blinked a couple times. I don't know. He turned to the side as a lean, pale, figure with a skull mask and long sharp horns appeared next to him. Hey Zanjutsu, am I in control? Why the hell are you asking me? He asked deadpan as most of the assembled captains started freaking out. Zaraki was excited, Soifon looked like she was having a heart attack, Kiraku and Yukitake were laughing at someone joking with their old master, and Mayuri looked like he creamed himself. I'm too old for this, Yamamoto thought tiredly. Ririka at the R&D, you seem to have severe myopia. Urahara said, scanning her eyes. Shouldn't you wear glasses or contacts? Glasses aren't cute and contacts dry my eyes out. Ririka scoffed. Urahara merely shrugged at the inconvenience. Next option. He turned to his lieutenant, who was busy looking at Ichigo's severed limb under a microscope. Mayuri, where do we keep the spare eyes? He yelled, making Ririka jump. Third storage closet labeled, replacement organs. Mayuri responded quickly. The good eyes. Fifth closet labeled, freshly grown. Any preferences to Kugami-san? Ririka looked at him like he was insane before trying to throw him off. How about pink ones that get heart-shaped pupils when I'm happy? She said with a snarky attitude. Give me a minute. Mayuri said as he got up. I'll wear glasses. She screamed when she saw Urahara hold up a scalpel. 31 Union of Kukiki and Shiba. Shiba House. Reactions among the Kurosaka family were varied, to say the least. Kyukaku just announced that whatever she was talking to Byakuya about involved Ichigo's betrothal. The three siblings were shocked to hear the news. Masaku was furious, and his Hein, you were supposed to raise him as a man amongst men, was currently being choked to death by his loving wife. Now you're marrying him off like a prized stud. He already has 2 girlfriends as Hein, now he's getting married. What did you do to my baby boy you dash? Ichigo turned away from his mom's unusual aggression to focus on the Shiba clan head, while his sisters clung to him possessively. Okay, so I'm being married off to the Kukiki clan. Ichigo asked. Why wasn't I informed? I told you to talk to Kukiki for the details, Ichigo. She said in her usual nonchalance. If it was my idea, I would have told you and gotten your input. She suddenly turned serious as he lit up her pipe. But it wasn't my idea, it was Byakuya's. This surprised Ichigo, considering the last time he saw the man in question, he was being glared at. In short, Kukiki feels a debt to you for saving Rukia, so he wanted to unite the 2 clans as a way of establishing a permanent alliance between the Kukiki and the Shiba. Namely, your marriage to Rukia Kukiki. The background quieted down as the others in the room reflected on the weight of this action. The Shiba family is on the rise as the main economic powerhouse in the West Rukon, and we've already begun to expand our reach to the other districts. Sure, this marriage might damage those relations somewhat, with the distaste between the nobles and the Rukon citizens, but that will fade as life continues to improve in the Rukon. But why me and Rukia? Ichigo asked, only to be answered with a loud snort from Kyukaku. You think I'm going to leave something like this to Ganju? She asked through chuckles. Ichigo, you're the one that has bested some of Soul Society's strongest, you are the first student that Yamamoto personally took on in the last 1,000 years, and the only reason you're not a captain yet is that you are literally a child at 15 and have nowhere near the experience people like your father have. When Byakuya proposed the union of the clans, the elders practically begged that you were the one to wed. She leaned back in relaxation. Now we're thinking of a month or 2 to plan the wedding, so don't go getting your little snow bunny pregnant, you horn dog. She said, taking a long puff of her pipe. Ichigo felt a cold chill as he could swear his mother was glaring at him. We only just kissed at the fireworks festival, Kyukaku. He said, shocked that they were spied on. Kyukaku seemed genuinely surprised. Really? Considering what Yoriyuki told me, I thought you already planted some seeds in that petite girl. She said, adding fuel to the rage fire of Masake. After all, you made me see stars. Ichigo started sweating bullets as he felt a cold hand wrap around his shoulder. Ichigo. He heard his mother sing in the most blood-chilling tone. What is she talking about? Ichigo used all the speed skills he had at his disposal, creating speed clones and cratering every place he landed at, as he ran for his life. Flashback, Rukon District. Damn it. Jinjo cursed as he dodged another Shinigami patrol. How did he have so much power? It's been 3 days since Ichigo killed them and, true to his word, this was the hard way. They managed to escape notice into the Rukon District, which was soon swarming with Shinigami and a couple of captains, with Jinjo and Tsukishima both in no condition to fight. Whatever was in that attack Ichigo used, it left them nearly crippled when they entered the Rukon districts. Tsukishima could barely walk, and since they had a lot of Ryutsu, they had to keep a constant focus on keeping their erasure unnoticeable. He was coming back from a risky grab of some food when the Soul Reaper patrols got thicker. Maybe I should have taken his offer. He contemplated as he slowly made his way back to his lone ally. For the first time in a long while, his thoughts drifted back to the one captain that made him figure out the truth of his badge. Jinjo. Tsukishima said as his mentor and friend came into their ramshackle hut on the edge of the 5th district of West Rukon. Is everything alright? He groaned as pain coursed through him. They still felt the burns of Ichigo's attack, consuming their bodies as they turned to ash. His shaking hand took some bread from Kyujo's hand as the two ate. "The patrols are getting thicker," he said in between bites. "If we want to avoid capture, we should head deeper into the lower districts. A trip you might not make," he thought as he re-evaluated his options. If Ichigo was telling the truth, and from the whispers he's heard among the patrolling Soul Reapers he was, then Soul Society was not looking to imprison him, just keep him on a short leash. Which, in retrospect, he did kind of deserve. There were 3 traitor captains that left. Ichigo said that there was a war coming, and Soul Society was changing. When he was still a substitute Shinigami, he saw Soul Reapers bully the people of the Rukon, extort protection money, treat the people like dirt. Now, he saw a Shinigami give kids pointers on harnessing their Ryutsu, actually help people, an almost complete change from what he used to know. So they could either keep running and stay in danger, or they could turn themselves in and hope for a favorable sentence. "I never should have listened to that damned Aizen," Jinjo growled, remembering when the former captain of the 5th Division told him about the Soul Reaper badge. "Yeah, he's ruined everyone's lives." They heard a gruff tone from their doorway. They turned to see a thuggish man with a bandana, a short cleaver on his back, and armbands with rough strips like those to light fuses. "My cousin swore to crush him personally. You might know him. He sent you both here after all." Jinjo and Tsukishima immediately summoned their blades and prepared to fight. "Whoa, I'm not here to fight," the Shinigami said as he brought his arms up to placate the two. "I'm here to distract you," he said before they both felt a strong blow to their necks. They dropped like rag dolls, with Jinjo barely holding on to consciousness. "Nice job, Lieutenant Amagai. Well, I was a member of the Onmitsukido before transferring Ganju," Jinjo heard as he finally blacked out. Present day, Maggot's Nest. Time had passed for the Fullbringers from when they were finally captured. They were sent to the 4th Division to recover from their injuries and then directly to the Maggot's Nest after their Fullbring objects were taken from them. They only had their Bringer Light ability left to them in order to fight off the other inmates. Tsukishima was waiting for Jinjo to come up with their next plan of action, while Jinjo was waiting for a visit from the only captain he was expecting to see. He waited for 3 more days before he finally saw the man that first gave him the substitute badge. Jushiro Yukitake, who was with Urahara, carrying a display stand, and Ririka, who was carrying a dollhouse and wearing sunglasses, for some reason. The white-haired captain quickly found Kyujo and made his way over while Urahara made an announcement. "All right people," he loudly announced. "Some of you were imprisoned wrongly because you were perceived as a threat before actually doing anything. This was a failed system as a few people that were threats managed to evade capture and eventually escaped before they could be stopped. So we now offer a chance," he said, gesturing to Ririka who set up her dollhouse. "You will be put into this little house and evaluated. Depending on what is found, you will be released back into Soul Society to either rejoin the Godii or be citizens of the Rukonga. The only rules when you go inside are as follows: no fighting, no lying, and you have only 5 minutes to answer all the questions." Jinjo's eyes widened as he figured out what was going to happen. "You should follow them," he warned. "If you don't, well, you won't like the results." He then turned his attention to Yukitake as a hesitant line of inmates was formed in front of Ririka. "Now what do you want, Yukitake?" "It's been a while, Jinjo," the sickly man said. "I wish it was under better circumstances, but that was just wishful thinking, wasn't it?" He sat down, gesturing the 2 Fullbringers to join him. Tsukishima was reluctant, but Jinjo knew there was little left to lose. "As you've both heard, there is war coming for us. We were looking to recruit you, but we couldn't overlook your crimes or the hostility you would meet us with. You wouldn't have trusted us if we extended an open hand, so we went with the fist instead," Yukitake explained as the first inmate went into Ririka's dollhouse. He was ejected seconds later, coated in green flames, his screams of agony and terror filling the underground prison. "I warned you," Jinjo yelled out before refocusing on the man he once trusted. "So you sent that kid to draw me out and arrest me? How did you know he was strong enough to overpower anyone? How was he made a lieutenant anyway? We figured he was the best chance to get you to listen, we didn't expect you to try and turn on him," Yukitake explained as the next inmate hesitantly entered the dollhouse. As for his power, well, he fought Kenpei Kazaraki to a standstill for an entire day and was trained by some of the strongest and most skilled masters in our arts of combat. He's merely powerful, but greatly inexperienced. Killing you and your friend almost broke him. That was still just 60% of his power," he said, shocking both Fullbringers. "We have great concerns about him, but he is our best chance to stop both Aizen and Waiwak." "Waiwak?" Jinjo asked, never having heard of the Quincy King. "Okay, what don't I know? Ichigo is a hybrid of Hollow, Quincy, and Shinigami. Aizen revealed himself as a power-hungry man bent on becoming a god, and the ancient enemy of all Soul Reapers is returning and could very likely destroy everything as we know it," he summarized for the 2 Fullbringers. "Aizen isn't too much of a threat as he failed to get the object he wanted to further his goals, but he is putting us all on edge, while Waiwak is a genuine threat that prompted Yamamoto to take command of the law and change it." Jinjo let everything sink in. The thought of the stubborn captain often referred to as old man genocide was willing to change things, then the situation was more serious than he thought. What if we decide to join you? Tsukishima asked. He saw the expression on Jinjo's face and knew he was considering the option of joining them. You'll be released from the maggot's nest and put under strict observation and probation while carrying out your duties as soul reapers and finding more fool-bringers. Yukatake told them. The usual Shinigami badge and another seal that will activate when you try to attack another Shinigami without permission. That last part surprised the duo. We aren't naive enough to believe that there won't be any more rebellious soldiers. This recruitment here in the maggot's nest is to weed out those that would cause problems later while the others join us to bolster our forces. He finished as another guy burst into flames. So Giriko's in that dollhouse. Tsukishima guessed, recognizing the flames of time. He asks the questions to see if they can be trusted. Yes. A remarkable ability for interrogations. Yukatake said, looking back at the dollhouse and his fellow captain. If this Waiwak is as dangerous as you said, then the best bet is for us to swallow our pride and rejoin the squads. Jinjo admitted. But I want a piece of the bastard Aizen. He told me about the substitute badge in the first place. Did he also tell you that we were ready to pull the trigger on you at any moment? Yukatake asked, prompting the former substitute to nod. He was admittedly right, but we were hoping enough time would pass that we would hold you on trial instead of execution. Yukatake stood up as he finished talking. I don't expect you to make a decision so soon, so we'll leave you to your thoughts for now. He said as Urahara finished up his task. Only 5 out of the 200 people in line were permitted to join, and 100 people were consumed by the fires of time. By the way, why's Ririka wearing sunglasses? Tsukishima asked. Yukatake let out a tired sigh. She made the mistake of challenging our smartest minds. He said sadly. She's still wearing bandages from the surgery. Jinjo, Tsukishima, is that you guys? Ririka asked as she looked around. I can't see too well right now. The two that knew Mayuri and Urahara let out a sympathetic sigh for the poor girl. Kukiki compound. I'm glad you've come to talk Ichigo Kurosake. Byakuya said in his usual formal tone. This is not a matter to be taken lightly and Kyukaku Shiba had made it clear that I should explain matters to you. But I hope you forgive my lack of tact when I say this. He looked up into the tree the hybrid in question was currently hiding in. What the hell are you doing? Hiding from my mom. Ichigo said, still clinging to the trunk of the tree as if his life depended on it. Is this about the political marriage of the clans or your promiscuity? He asked, already knowing about those details of his love life. Both. Ichigo replied. She's been in a coma for 6 years and found out that her baby boy isn't that anymore. Byakuya only nodded. Believe it or not, I can sympathize with you on that. He said crossing his arms. But I refuse to talk to you like this, so get down from there. Ichigo didn't move. I promise you will not have to deal with her until you have to go home. Ichigo still stayed up there. Do it or I'll tell her where you are. He said, finally prompting the boy to come down. Fine. Ichigo grumbled as he and Byakuya headed back for the manor. What's up with this marriage anyway, Byakuya? I thought you wanted me as far away from Rukia as possible. The noble head sent a sideways glare to the young lieutenant. Make no mistake, I'm not happy about you marrying Rukia. He said as they entered the manor with a maid setting out tea for the two. But I do accept this union. You've saved Rukia's life, served as the catalyst for Soul Society to change for the better, and act as the shining light for the future of Soul Society. You helped me keep my promise to my late wife and made me rethink my vow to my parents. I owe you a debt that I can never repay, so I will always do what I can to aid you. As such, establishing a permanent alliance to your Shiba family with this marriage. He took his tea and drank from it gingerly. Though I do have some concerns about the other women in your life, so I want you to do this. He put down his tea and looked at Ichigo with grave seriousness. Rukia is your first and official wife. The comment hung in the air as Ichigo blinked in confusion. First, official. Ichigo slowly asked. Yes. Your first and official wife. Byakuya said, slowly elaborating his point. Nobles are subject to different expectations than with commoners, among which is ensuring the continued bloodline of the clan. As much as I am loath to do so, I am expected to sire a child to continue the Kukiki bloodline. The same goes for you as well, Ichigo Shiba. He said, using Ichigo's paternal family name to remind him of his noble status. Because my family is well off, I'm expected to have a single heir to the clan at least, while the Shiba family has been rather unlucky, as you've seen for yourself. As a shining star of the family, the responsibility falls on you and your family to restore your clan. Nobles have been noted to have multiple wives and concubines, so I can honestly accept you having more lovers than my sister. But I don't have to be happy about it. Huh. Was all Ichigo could say as he absorbed the information. Certainly better than what Yoriyuki explained to him before at the hot springs. I'm not interested in creating a harem, Byakuya, but the way you put it makes me feel like I don't have a choice. Didn't Yoriyuki say you had the instinct to breed? Byakuya asked, subtlety jabbing at Ichigo's love life. I have faith in you. You'll treat Rukia right, my brother. He said before grabbing his sword. But if you hurt Rukia in any way, I will see you punished. Duly noted. Ichigo said as his sweat dropped. Tea shop in the middle of Siritii. Rukia let out a sigh of exhaustion, doing what she could to enjoy her time away from her squad. Ever since the truth came out and she began to recover her powers, Yukitake immediately began training her to fill up the long-standing vacancy of Lieutenant of Squad 13. He explained that it was Byakuya's wish that she not get put into any unnecessary danger, but the coming war changed a lot of minds as they focused on preparations. She thought she was ready, but the sickly gentleman that she called her captain had made no secrets on what she should expect. Mostly paperwork, occasional higher-tier missions, but the worst was dealing with the duo third seats and their stupid rivalry. To make matters worse, she recently learned that she was to wed Ichigo as a way of creating a permanent alliance between her family and his. They barely started dating and she had to spend most of a week convincing her brother to not castrate Ichigo because she wasn't pregnant. In short, the Snow Maiden Soul Reaper needed a break. Rukia. She heard a familiar cry as Orium and Tatsuki were coming to join her. Just the relaxation she needed as she waved back gratefully. Then Orium's tone went colder than hers. Apakuto. What's this we hear about you marrying Ichigo? Rukia started shaking as the two girls let out burning and cold anger toward the petite girl. Yes, we'd like to know. Tatsuki semi-growled as she glared at the object of their anger. Rukia felt herself shrink as the image of two hungry predators staring down a defenseless rabbit entered her mind. The thing is. Rukia stuttered as fear and nervousness gripped her heart. Thankfully for her, someone came in to alleviate the tension. Now you too. Rangiku sang as she came up behind the empowered humans, putting a calming hand on their shoulders. She can't talk if you keep scaring her like that. Orium and Tatsuki looked at each other before calming down. There we go. Name's Rangiku Matsumoto, Lieutenant of Squad 10. Now how about we talk over dumplings? She suggested with a cheery smile. The next thing they knew, they were all drinking tea and eating dumplings in a completely calm and relaxed atmosphere. Ah, much better. Rangiku said, successfully defusing the situation. Now then Rukia, can you explain? She said, not in a teasing tone but one of seriousness that was rare for the lieutenant. Right. Rukia said as she filled in the others on the political side of the situation they found themselves in. I'm not entirely against marrying him, but this early just feels off. It's just establishing a union between the two, right? Tatsuki asked. You can hold it off for a while as you get to know each other better. That should also give us a chance to bond as well. Orium said, relieved that she and Tatsuki might still get married to their favorite strawberry sister wives. She cheered, throwing a hand up and prompting the others to join. Sister wives. Rangiku cheered, waiting a few seconds for that to sink in for the others. Once it had, she pulled out the letter Jin left for Ichigo. He's keeping a promise to him, and he seems like a nice guy. She said with a smile, remembering the night they spent together. The three girls took a small recess to talk amongst themselves. All right Rangiku. Tatsuki said, being the spokesperson for the ground. You may pursue Ichigo, but nothing perverted. She said, laying down the law. If you really want to try this, you have to be willing to give him your heart. Only then will we permit you to make love with him. I'll know if you break this rule. Orium sternly said. She's not joking. One time she sniffed out Ichigo before anyone saw him. Tatsuki said as Orium barked like a dog. Ah. Rangiku pouted. And he's got such a nice body too. But fine, you were first and I'm only now joining. She said before sticking her hand in. Sisters. The other three looked at each other before nodding. Sisters. They said, joining their hands. Then Orium and Tatsuki gained some mischievous smirks. Now for that. Tatsuki said with a creepy chuckle. Yes, time for them to meet Masaki Okachan. Orium said with a similar giggle, putting the two Soul Reapers on edge. Squad 12 R&D Department. Jackie ran as hard as she could through the obstacle course in the labs of the 12th Division, scanners and measuring devices on her body as she powered through with her full bring. She hasn't picked a squad to join as of yet, electing to be the prime research specimen for their work into the powers of Fullbring. She wanted to get stronger, she hated her own powers, she was torn. The other Fullbringers wanted to enhance their abilities, but she wanted to get rid of them. It didn't matter if it let her get her revenge for her family when they were murdered, they were a constant reminder of finding her family dead, their blood dirtying her boots and awakening her Fullbring. That's good for now Tristan-san. Take the rest of the day off. A voice said from the intercom, letting Jackie relax. They said they could possibly change her abilities, or at the very least, remove them. She simply had to help with their research, which she did unhesitatingly. The idea of ridding herself of her bleak reminders overriding every other thought. It was these few breaks that made her think. You have no technique, just speed and power. His voice echoed in her head. I'm not the cocky one here, you are. He played her with ease when they first started, then Giriko's timer kicked in and gave her an advantage. She immediately capitalized on her increased time to crush him, to prove him wrong, but his words did their damage. She never had the kind of fight he must have had to let him make that boast. He soon adapted to the situation and returned the favor. I love my power. He said, explaining why she lost to him so easily. It lets me protect my friends, the people I care about. I've never seen it as a curse. I give myself to my powers, and I learn from them. This was like training with my Quincy abilities, but using the focus of my hollow. They speak to me, guide me, and I trust them with my life. He mastered Bringer Light in the middle of that fight, allowing him to keep up with and surpass her as he pushed his senses to their limit to trace and follow her. Someone that hates their own abilities, could never match me. He growled as his Fullbring evolved before her eyes, leading to the explosion that preceded a completed Fullbring. Damn kid. She cursed as his words echoed her own greatest weakness. She hated her Fullbring for that constant reminder of what she lost. It wasn't fair. Why did she have to be the one to hate her powers? Everyone else lived with or relished their abilities, but she had the constant reminder of loss on her feet. Even if she did lose them, what then? Where would she go? She was brought out of her musing when a flash of light caught her eye. El Directo. Chad roared as he fired another blast. Another lucky bastard, with a Fullbring born from his desire to help his friends. His session ended and he made his way out to find Urayu, not exactly trusting the daughter of Mayuri. He passed Jackie as she made her opinion heard. You lucky bastards. She said, getting Chad's attention. Why do you get the Fullbrings that come from something positive? You and that brat Ichigo. Chad was about to say something, but she was ranting. You're lucky you have good memories with your Fullbring. Must make it so easy to use dash. Chad just bopped her on the head to shut her up. How did you awaken your Fullbring, Jackie? He asked, making the older woman look at him in surprise. My powers came to me after I refused to abandon Ichigo when a hollow showed up during our spar. I pull on the promise we made to each other. He explained before holding up his grandfather's coin. I'm pulling on my gratefulness to my abuelo to see if this will be a Fullbring. What do you pull on to harness your Fullbring? He asked again. The anger and sorrow I felt when finding my family dead. She said slowly, grimacing at the dark memories. We were really poor and these boots were their present to me. Most likely stolen, but I didn't care. I did my best to take care of them every day. The first things that really made them dirty, and activated my Fullbring, was my brother's blood when I found everyone murdered. She held herself as she felt like that little girl, walking in on the bloodied scene, all over again. She stopped shaking when she felt Chad's arms wrap around her. So you have one bad memory and you used that to power your Fullbring. Chad said, analyzing what he heard. But didn't you just say you also have good memories with those boots? Why don't you use that? He offered before letting her go and walking away. I have something I need to do, so try what I said. She pondered on his words before her mind went back to the joy she felt when she first got her boots. She never noticed them beginning to shine a little brighter. Shiba household. Ichigo made his way back into the Shiba house after a long day, which became eerily quiet. The first time that the home had not felt inviting. He made his way around slowly before being grabbed from behind. A rough hand sealed his mouth as his hind held his son tight. Ichigo, his father whispered into his ear, don't make a sound. Just run. Head for any of the other bases. Hide out at Division 12 even, it's safer than here. He looked around for a second. On my mark, just bolt. She's still dash. Where do you two think you're going? A melodious tone of pain sang to the two Kurosaka men. They slowly turned around to see Masaka's smiling face, surrounded by a black aura that made her hair seem like it was on fire. In her hand was a wooden spoon she held like a blade. Come on Ichigo. Why don't you tell me about what you've been doing over dinner? And his hind, what's this about 5 daughters? Ichigo and his hind broke out into a cold sweat. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Why Nimue took Urayu on a date. This is very impressive Mayuri. Urahara said in surprise, looking over Nimue's data. Mayuri was currently being held down by a high-level Bakuto spell as Urahara familiarized himself with all the data. If she actually achieves evolution, it'd actually beat out the Hogyaku by actually being useful. He turned to his lieutenant. If I may offer some advice, why not let her try to fall in love? Love. Mayuri stopped struggling. Why should I care about such an unreasonable variable? Love tends to push people beyond what anyone thinks possible. Urahara said with a shrug as he dispelled his restraint spell. Just food for thought. I think she might respond well to Urayu. He left, leaving Mayuri to ponder his words. An hour later. Alright, you have the dress that the Quincy made. Mayuri said while his daughter stood by his side, awaiting further orders. There's a picnic set up on a hillside that Kiraku recommended. Here's your chloroform if the tranquilizers in the food don't work. He handed her a bottle and a rag. And be sure to bring him back here. Yes, Master Mayuri. She said with a nod. Kenpake's bachelor party. The scarred captain of the 11th Division picked his companions carefully. He had Ikeku and Yumishika, Tetsuzumon, Renji and Hisagi were literally dragged along. Kiraku brought the liquor, and plenty of it, and most importantly, Ichigo and Urayu. They made their way to the most desolate reaches of the living world with special permission to have their limits released. Booze. Kenpake called out. Kiraku gestured to the pyramid of sake jugs behind him. Scoreboard. Hisagi pulled out a blackboard with most of their names on it. Entertainment. Urayu pulled out some hollow bait and broke it, summoning swarms of hollows, with several Minos Grande coming along. Music. Kenpake snarled with a bloodthirsty smile. Kiraku pulled out a stereo and started playing the song of choice. Wait for it. he said, letting the music play while unleashing no Zarashi. His fellows following suit aside from Uryu and Kiraku who chose to keep score. Go! He yelled as Get Ready to Die started blaring. I'm not sure what I was expecting when he invited me to come along. Uryu said as he started chalking up points. Masaka's lessons Orium and Tatsuki. Now remember what I taught you. The Kurosaka matriarch said as her son's girlfriend stood in front of her. They turned and put the lesson to the test. Welcome home honey. Orium sang out, wearing naught but panties and an apron. Would you like dinner, a bath, or me? Tatsuki stuttered, wearing a similar outfit. They both paused as Ichigo watched them in shock. Not what he was expecting when he came home. I said, be seductive, not cute or nervous. Masaka scolded her prospective daughters as they blushed in front of their boyfriend. You have to take the reins sometimes for your man. Now do it again. Ichigo, come back in. She ordered before Ichigo got out of the house. That was odd. Uryu said, accompanying his cousin to his home. Yeah, mind if I crash at your place for now? 32. Past pains and coming change. Flashback, Kenpake's party. Thousands of warped howls echoed through the air as massive hollows cried out in primal instinct. A second later, they were swept away by a massive beam. For every one slain, there was another 10 after. Spinning blades flew toward their marks and tore a Jillian asunder, while a segmented whip blade slashed down several other of the empty husks. An elephant-like beast roared in anger as 3 figures with a spear, a scimitar, and a multi-blade sickle, cut it to pieces. Man! Ikeku yelled as the body of the slain Ajichas faded. This is one hell of a party. It does serve as good training. I'm glad you dragged me here. Hisagi responded as he and Renji joined him, Tetsuzumon, and Yumishika. But do those two ever slow down? They turned to see the Blood Knight captain cutting through entire groups of hollows of all sizes with the sheer force of him swinging his axe. The hybrid was doing much the same with pure racial attacks covering the barren wasteland with explosions. The thousands of hollows falling like sheets of wet paper. That's what makes Captain Zaraki so great. Ikeku said in excitement and admiration. The man who loves battle so much, his corpse would keep fighting long after death. Now he found the one person to keep up with him. A perfect hybrid with instant regeneration. Don't sell yourself short Hisagi. Yumishika told the lieutenant, trying to lift his spirits. That's a pretty impressive Zanpakuto. Hisagi lifted one of his large dual-sided Kizarigama blades. Thanks, but I just don't like it. He said, looking over his blade. It looks like it's solely meant to kill. He continued to give his blade a pensive, brooding stare, unaware that everyone was looking at him like he said something incredibly stupid. What did you just say? Ikeku said, calm but furious. Would you like to repeat that? Hisagi looked up in confusion. It just irks me for some dash, he tried to explain before Ikeku cut him off. Shuhei, what are we? What is our title? He slowly stood up, glaring at the lieutenant. I believe we're called, Soul Reapers, Shinigami, Death Gods. Do you know what this means Hisagi? The Squad 9 lieutenant suddenly felt very nervous around the bald man. It means, we, take, lives, Hisagi. He roared at his fellow lieutenant. Any weapon with an edge is meant to kill and reap lives. My own shuriken is a stick. A fragile freaking stick. Do I think it's stupid? Do I disapprove of it? No, I master it. Because it's my weapon. He roared at the tattooed man. I don't care what half-assed sentimentality Tucson tried to teach you, but there's nothing that can be attained without bloodshed. He said as he rose up. While you waste your time, being all emo or whatever, I'll focus on my task. He turned to face the direction of Zaraki and Ichigo. Making sure I can keep up with my captain. Bankai. He roared, getting consumed by a whirlwind of racial, revealing 3 massive blades, a Shaolin spade and guando, connected by chains to a large axe blade. Ryaman Hojikameru. He yelled before leaping towards the main fight with Ichigo and Kenpake. Yeah, he's right. Renji said before getting up. You're an idiot Hisagi. Then he left to join the fight. You have such an ugly attitude. Yumishiki responded, deciding to have a drink with Captain Kiraku. No wonder Rangiku is going for Ichigo. What? Hisagi cried, just now hearing about the matter. Yeah, Ichigo's getting himself a harem. Tetsuzumon explained. And pal, you never had a shot with her at all. Hisagi turned white and started to shrivel up like a dead plant. In fact, I think you should be disqualified from this game. I'll talk to the captain about that. He said as the last to walk away, leaving Hisagi to suffer his shock alone. With Kenpake and Ichigo, the hollows were being slaughtered mercilessly as the two cut through them like grass. Kenpake swung no Zarashi with enough force to create air blades and sheer brute strength to crush an Ajicha's head with one hand. Ichigo seemingly teleported around the battlefield, bisecting everything he cut with ease and giving himself more to his hollow nature. It didn't take long for the smarter hollows to realize the danger and attempt to flee. Unfortunately for them, the bait was too potent for them to think clearly. A large centipede hollow attempted a sneak attack on Ichigo before Ikeku slashed through its skull. He was accompanied by Renji who summoned a massive skeletal snake. When the hell did you two learn Bankai? Kenpake growled, punching a hollow into red mist. A little before Rukia's execution. Renji answered. Captain Kukiki said that mastering Bankai and attaining Bankai were two different things. I figured now was as good a time as any. He made his massive construct spin and grind away at most of the surrounding hollows. Zaraki turned to glare at his lieutenant. Forgive me, Captain, he said with a deep bow. I mastered my Bankai long ago. I just wanted to continue to serve under you, sir. He explained before Kenpeki threw him into the ground. You should have told me sooner. He yelled. I was expecting you to challenge me to a rematch for decades. Now you show you would have been a promising opponent. That pisses me off. Ikeku pried himself out of the ground. Now come on. The party's not over yet. He roared as jumped back into the fray, cleaving a dozen Jillian in half. Ikeku grinned as the dragon emblem on his axe filled up. Yes sir, Captain Zaraki. He roared, readying his blades, and accidentally cutting into Ichigo's back. The hybrid exclaimed. Watch where you're swinging that. I'm actually more surprised that I cut you. Ikeku said. Present day, Soul Society, Central Underground Prison, lowest level. And then I beat Ikeku into unconsciousness, waited till Zaraki got bored, and we called it a day. Ichigo told Unohana, who asked what her fiancé's bachelor party was like. I think I blacked out a few times and ate a Minos or two, it kind of just blurs together. He finished recounting the story from what Yumishiki said and his own knowledge. Unohana simply smiled. Sounds like it was a lot of fun, she said as they continued to descend into the darkness. Appropriate for him, but still so childish. At least now he says he won't hesitate to kill his opponents because he says he's keeping a promise of only one opponent. You, Ichigo Kurosake. The doors opened to reveal a massive dark room with sparse candle placements, making it seem to go on forever. Yes, you restored him to his true strength, undoing my greatest crime. She mumbled, though Ichigo heard her. I've been wondering, you two seem to know each other. Ichigo stated. What's the story, and why are we down here? He asked as the veteran captain turned to Ichigo, her gentle smile and look becoming more and more cold as she talked. The creation of the original Godei was millennia ago. She started. They were referred to as balancers and kept the balance of life and death, thus leading to the original war against the Quincy and Waiwak himself. She slowly began to undo her braid. The first generation was filled with nothing but thugs and killers. That lack of empathy made them known as the strongest and eventually ended the war with our victory. Genri Yusai founded this force and the institution that would train more soldiers, but the other captains were left to their devices. The first Kenpeki was known as the most diabolical criminal that Soul Society had ever known and set the roots of the 11th squad that is still adhered to even now. Ichigo's eyes widened as Retsu Unohana became a different person in front of him. One day, while looking for people to kill on the furthest edges of the Rukon lowest districts, the Kenpeki came across an animal in human form. Feral and beastly, this child knew no fear and attacked the Kenpeki with such power and bloodlust that the first Kenpeki knew she discovered her successor, having been injured with the only scar on her body. She said, revealing her scar and becoming Yachiru Unohana, the first Kenpeki. You were the original Kenpeki? He asked, suddenly fearful of the woman. She let out a chilling laugh. I mastered all forms of swordplay and killed constantly to quell my thirst for blood. She continued to explain. Zaraki was the last fight I enjoyed as Kenpeki. Using the healing techniques I learned to prolong my fights, I became the captain of the 4th division as Retsu Unohana. Unfortunately, in an effort to continue enjoying his fights from then on, he subconsciously made himself pathetically weak. I resolved to one day return him to his true power and die, making him the true Kenpeki. But then, you showed up. She said, walking toward him, making Ichigo feel like death was coming for him, making him freeze in fear. You fought him, continuously, practically killing each other, and restoring him bit by bit. That was to be my final fight, Ichigo Kurosaki, and you took it from me. She unsheathed her sword. You wanted training? Genri Yusai told me to teach you swordplay. Before Ichigo could react, she slashed through his throat. First lesson, boy reaction time. Ichigo coughed out blood as his neck healed, then she cut through his eyes. Don't worry, I can heal you from the brink of death. Just try to survive. Squad 11 Barracks. Kenpeki stood in front of his entire division, Ikeku kneeling next to his captain and covered in bandages. He bore a scowl that would match that of the hybrid currently training in the deepest depths of Soul Society. Everyone waited, under the heavy oppressive glare of the strongest berserker in all of the Godei. They shivered in fear, waiting for the man to say anything, jumping when he started growling. Your lieutenant recently revealed that he knew Bankai. He said. I fought him long before I became a captain and enjoyed the battle. When we met after I took the title of Kenpeki, I was expecting a rematch. Now he reveals that he was a captain-level fighter, a low-tier captain, but still. I missed out on a good fight, and that pisses me off. So, is anyone else hiding anything? He roared, making everyone cower as they professed their innocence and loyalty to their captain. Shut up. I hate secrets. In my opinion, they make everything ugly. He said while keeping an eye on Yumishika, who flinched when he said ugly. Something you want to say, Yumishika? The campy-seated officer went in front of his captain and knelt in front of him. I'm sorry, sir. He said to the berserker. I knew about Ikeku's abilities but kept silent since he asked me to. As for my own secret. His eyes drifted to his best friend, his captain, and his squad before he steeled his nerves. I don't have a melee-type Sepakito. There was a loud collective gasp as Yumishika let out his biggest secret. He kept his eyes on the ground, waiting for Zaraki's judgment. Okay, what else? He asked, completely indifferent. Everyone looked at Kenpeki in shock of his complete disregard of the squad's unspoken rule. What can you really do? Mi Zenpakuto is really a Kido type. Yumishika elaborated. Tear in frenzy, Ruririo Kyujaku. He called out, letting his blade become a group of glowing peacock feather vines. Anything caught in these vines will have their Ryotsu stolen. To his back he could hear the murmurs among his squad. A look of shock on Ikeku's face hurt the most. I never wanted anyone to see this power because Squad 11 is full of melee fighters. I never wanted you to think any less of Dash, he tried to say before Zaraki unleashed his Shurkai and slammed the massive handle against the ground, making everything shake and the ground fracture. Shut up. He roared again. I can barely hear Yumishika over your damn chatter. I don't give a damn whether his abilities are melee or Kido based. He should be praised as the most loyal of all you. He turned to Yumishika again. Am I right in guessing that you would have rather died than reveal your real strength? He asked, making his prospective third seat nod. And you became one of my strongest fighters despite the handicap you put on yourself. I would have never figured it out, so why did you step up? Because, Yumishika stuttered, I didn't want to appear ugly in your eyes, Captain. Since when the hell did I care about beauty? He asked as Yumishika realized the lapse in logic. Aren't you marrying Captain Unohana? The one everyone agrees is the most beautiful woman in the Goatee. Ikeku asked. Looks got nothing to do with that. Kenpeki told them. It's because that woman gave me this scar. He pointed to his scarred face, making everyone exclaim in shock. The first real enjoyable fight in my life. Always wanted a rematch with the first Kenpeki. He said, shocking his squad further. But, Ichigo's the only person I'll fight from now on, so I figured, what the hell. Everyone stared at their captain in shock of the revelations, and the entire squad started panicking as they remembered their treatment of the 4th Division. Oh right. Yumishika, here's what'll happen. I don't want to see you here until you become proficient in Kido spells. After that, if anyone has the balls left to challenge you, fight to become 3rd seed again. He turned and left. And no holding back, you punk. He threw over his shoulder as he walked away, the entirety of his squad having a collective freakout. Las noches, Aizen's study. He was a patient man, waited centuries, played the nice guy, gained loyalties and manipulated everyone while he built up his army. It was sure to pay off when he finally recovered Urahara's Hogyaku to strengthen his own and create his Arankar while improving himself to become the ultimate being. He enacted his plan, retrieved the orb from Rukia's body, defeated Ichigo, and escaped, all as planned. However, it didn't take him long to learn the object he took was a decoy, a fake one with the same energy signature of a real Hogyaku, completely incompatible with a genuine article, and only able to create a scarce few incomplete Arankar. His calm demeanor gave way to rage as he lashed out at having been outsmarted. His loyal aides were caught up in his wrath and both needed immediate surgery. Now he's calm and furious, watching and studying every single recording he has on Ichigo Kurosake. Captain Aizen called out Jin as he entered the room. The Espada are waiting for you, sir. He was impressed that they managed to pull one over on Aizen. Now Aizen was studying his greatest experiment, and most dangerous wild card. The subject of the meeting today, who to send to gather data on that hybrid. Aizen rose from his chair and followed Jin to the meeting of his top 10 Arankar. They reached the long table with the Espada flanking both sides, waiting for their master and his orders. Hello everyone. He said, calm as ever but with no trace of mirth. I've called this meeting because I have a mission to give to two of you. Each one gave a varied look of interest. I want intelligence on Ichigo Kurosake. Two of you are to go into the world of the living and gather information on him. For this, I've decided to send Ulquiro. He pointed to the pale white Arankar with half a helmet, who has experience spying on Ichigo. I apologize for the lack of information on his growth, Lord Aizen. The white bat said with a bowed head. I shall not fail this time. Aizen nodded his approval before pointing to the largest of their group. And Yami Largo, whom I want to test Ichigo. The giant tanned Arankar grinned in excitement. He's no doubt undergoing training to become a viable weapon against me and I want an idea on his growth. If you can capture him, do so. If not, kill him. He's too dangerous to leave alone. He rose from his throne to return to his study. Be sure to prepare yourself properly. He warned. We don't have the time to replace you if you die. He returned to the study and watched the image of Ichigo destroying Jinjo and Tsukishima again, paying close attention to the look of shock on the hybrid's face. Still just a boy. He murmured as he planned to strengthen his Hogyaku. Silburn, Waiwaka's throne room. The Quincy King looked over his assembled stern ridders, gathered by his second in command for the purpose of gathering information on his two lost children. The heat, the explode, and the thunderbolt, interesting choices in his opinion. He remembered Bazby, the red-haired Mohawk Quincy who only got as strong as he did from Hashwaltha's ability to aid other Quincy's growth. He would turn Uriah back to his divine light, being one that formerly hated him and now serves willingly. Bambietta, the slender explode that had a tendency to kill his soldats to vent her petty anger, and Candace, the vain thunderbolt that focused more on her looks than her power, they would bring him Ichigo. Provided they knew the limits and rules of their mission. You have been gathered here before me for a special mission, he said in his dark, rumbling voice. One of the war powers, Ichigo Kurosaki, and the gemished Quincy that survived my holy selection, Urayu Ishida, seemed to be siding with our enemies. A look of anger passed through his soldiers. However, I would not see my sons slain for their misguidance. They know not their destinies. Instead, you are to bring them back to us, their real family. Do not force them, as they will resist, and only kill them as a last resort, he said before letting his power flare. The two of them are more valuable than half of the Vandenreich. Do not fail me, he said, waving his hand to dismiss them. Basbi, you will go to Urayu. Bambietta and Candace, Ichigo will be yours to sway, he commanded as they left. Do you truly believe they can be swayed, your majesty? The Sternritter Grandmaster inquired, remembering Urayu denouncing his kind during his battle with Mayuri. Many were furious with him abandoning his heritage, others were curious about his blasphemous equipment given to him by Urahara. He was an object of hate amongst many and a sign of rebellion against their father. They are my children as well as any of you. Waiwak dismissed casually. My blood runs through them. They will return to the light, one way or another. Shiba household. Rukia and Rangiku followed Orium and Tatsuki as they went to see Mama Masake. The way Orium and Tatsuki acted put them both on edge, as if they were going to their execution, which Rukia had experience with. Rangiku was interested to meet the woman that made her former captain shape up, and Rukia heard nothing but praise about her from the Kurosaki family. Now, they were terrified of incurring the matriarch's anger. Rukia had to meet her as they would soon be mother and daughter by law, and Rangiku wasn't about to back out when she felt this committed. They reached the Shiba grounds to find Karen and Yuzo playing against the twin attendants, simultaneously training their Quincy powers to gain an edge against the older attendants with the adults watching. Masaki Okachan. Orium called out, gaining the Quincy's attention. We're back, and we brought some friends. Everyone stopped the game to meet the girls. Orium, Tatsuki, Rukia. Ishine cheered, running with a noticeable limp. My third, fourth, and fifth daughters, he said, happily hugging the three, slowly taking note of his former lieutenant. Hey Rangiku, here to visit your former captain, he asked as the blonde Soul Reaper chuckled nervously. Yep, and to be your sixth daughter, Tatsuki said with a mischievous grin that would not be out of place on Yoryuki. Ishine paled and grasped the lieutenant by her shoulders. Just run. Don't look back and don't dash, he tried to warn before feeling his wife's hand on his shoulder. Hold on, Ishine, Masaka said slowly, already gaining a menacing aura. I'd like to meet this supposed sixth daughter. She moved her husband out of the way and ran a critical eye over the lieutenant, then suddenly reached out and began to grope the bustiest woman of Soul Society. After a few seconds of that, Masaka gave her judgment. Those boobs are too big. She pouted. My Ichigo would never give in to someone who acts so shamefully. She actually reminds me of you a little, Ishine said, making his wife glare at him. Remember how we first met? Masaki actually took a second to reminisce. Oh yeah. She giggled at the memory. You were so flustered back then. Yeah. She's playful and lazy, but when it counts she's definitely someone you can rely on, Ishine explained as he came in front of his former lieutenant. But this begs the question, why are you interested in Ichigo? Rangiku actually blushed as she fished out Jin's letter. He was doing what Jin asked, and I wanted to see what kind of person he was, she explained timidly. So I made it tempting, like I was vulnerable and willing. She felt Masaka's demonic glare burn into her skin as she continued. But he simply comforted me, didn't try to take advantage of the situation at all, and took care of me. Masaka lightened up on the glare. I want to see more of who he really is. They waited until Masaka let out a sigh. Fine, but don't think I'm letting you do whatever you want. She then turned her attention to the diminutive Soul Reaper and Noble. So, you're Rukia Kukiki, she said, making Rukia feel like she's shrinking under Masaka's gaze. Just one thing before we get started. Rukia lowered her head, shaking in fear at whatever it was her future mother-in-law had to do. Then she felt something being placed in her head. You make such a cute bunny. Masaka squealed along with Orium and Rangiku. I now have no trouble believing they're related. Rukia thought in deadpan as she, once again, had bunny ears on her head. Though the difference in actions is shocking. But in all seriousness, Kukiki-san, Masaka said while returning to a focused state of mind, and petting Rukia's head. I know what it's like to be forced to marry against your will. I myself was forced to play that part in politics with the Ishida family before I met Ishine, so I can sympathize with you. Well, I don't think I can protest too much, Rukia said, enjoying Masaka's strokes. He saved my life, made me feel better when I was sad, he saw me for me instead of a member of the Kukiki clan. All in all, I don't not like him. Masaka smiled, happy that her boy was becoming a splendid man after all. Ishine did all right without her. Okay fine, she said, relenting to her kinder nature. You can both pursue Ichigo. But no more naughty business until he's married, got it? She growled, making the girls see a Han-Naya apparition before her. They all nodded frightfully. Good, now you have to prove yourselves, she said, releasing a sinister laugh. With Ichigo, Unohana ended their training, leaving Ichigo as a carved bloody mess on the floors of the prison. His regeneration was long since spent as she kept putting him on the brink on death, time and time again. She regarded him with disgust he never knew she was capable of before. Now he sat in meditation, trying to focus on controlling his Ryutsu, plagued by her words. How pathetic, she said to him, to think you've undone my greatest sin with such a cowardly resolve. You had your chances to block, fight back, even kill me, but you hesitated every time. There is only ever one Kenpeki, one unrivaled warrior among the Shinigami, every generation. The 9 between me and Zaraki were false Kenpekis and he should have killed me to take the title. And the worst of it is that a child like yourself freed him from his self-imposed binds. She healed him and dragged his tired body to return to the surface. You have the same problem he gave himself, you're scared of your own power. Afraid to kill again? Aizen and especially Waiwak will not have the same problem. We only beat the Vandenreich because of our ruthlessness. You are a soldier of Soul Society now, Ichigo. And no matter what anyone says, soldiers kill people. How you use that power is up to you. Her words replayed in his mind as he meditated, shattered his focus as he watched Jinjo and Tsukishima get destroyed by his power, then going for his friends. Ah! He screamed, causing a violent explosion of erasure around him. He gasped for breath as the images faded from his mind. To his side was Genryusai, making tea in pure serenity. Something troubling you, my disciple? He asked as he finished brewing and poured out 2 cups. Something, Retsu said. Yes, sir. Ichigo breathed out, sitting down across from the elderly captain and taking one of the cups to soothe his nerves. She told me about the history of the Godii, and called me pathetic for my hesitance in fighting again. They took a drink as Yamamoto mused over Ichigo's troubles. Those were indeed dark times, Ichigo. He spoke in a tired voice. I myself am ashamed of the things I've done. The death of Waiwak was necessary, but not all the Quincy. It was my own anger and arrogance that let the war get as terrible as it did. It was only your proof of Waiwaka's return did I compromise my own morals and let humans join the fight that we failed to stop. As for your current hesitation, I do not fault you, and Retsu is clearly mad at you for making her chosen successor spit in the face of the unspoken law of the Kenpeki. He set down the cup and looked at Ichigo directly in the eye, his stare reflecting over thousands of years of wisdom and experience. Ichigo, there is no doubt that you will be expected to end the lives of more people. Treasonous Shinigami, these, Arankar, Urahara speaks of, the Quincy, even more regular humans, if they present a threat that will not be swayed to peace or restrained, they will have to be put down. Not because the law dictates it, nor because their ideals or opinions clash with our own, but because they will not stop threatening that which we care for. I treasure the peace we now have and saw any criminal as a threat to that peace. You have to be willing to protect what you treasure, no matter the lengths or costs. Ichigo lowered his head in thought of what his aged teacher told him. Genryusai took the Eastern tea set and put it in front of the hybrid. Now, make the tea. He ordered as Ichigo took the items and repeated the ceremony his master taught him. Am I to return to the living world after today? He asked as he mixed the water and the sencha powder. He finished and poured the mixture for his teacher. Yes, Ichigo. The old dragon took a sip and smiled as he drank. As captain and lieutenant, you and your father must be there to oversee matters and keep the peace in the world of the living. Also to get more practice in making tea. This is nowhere near passable, he said bluntly, making the boy twitch in anger. Making tea was the last thing anyone ever thought to teach me, Gramps. Ichigo yelled in dignity. Your first lesson for me was how to throw a punch. Which still took 3 days, if I recall. Dismissed, Lieutenant. The ancient general commanded, making Ichigo get up and leave. Yes, terrible tea. But it did show me you're returning to a calm balance. Keep growing, my boy. Genryusai reflected before disposing of the tea. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Karen and Yuzu's first class. The 2 sisters wore the red and white uniform of Shin-O Academy and stood in front of the class as the teacher introduced him. These are Yuzu and Karen Kurosake, daughters of Captain Ishine Kurosake, said a gray-haired man, introducing the twins to the class. Because of their situation, they will be in class on a limited basis and they are not to be treated differently. If I found out about any bullying or special treatment, the perpetrators will be punished. He turned to the girls. Go take a seat. Karen found an empty spot for her and Yuzu, while Yuzu asked their new teacher a question. Sensei, we heard our brother will be training under the captain commander personally, she said, immediately getting the class talking. Some impressed, some angry at the arrogance of the half-breed. Will he be all right? Girls, I know Lieutenant Kurosaki impressed the commander, but he is too busy to waste his time taking on any student, he said as a black blur broke through the wall next to him and slammed into the back of the room, revealing Ichigo with a fist indentation in his stomach. Barely a tenth of a second later, Yamamoto appeared in front of him. And that's how you throw a punch, boy, he said sternly. Ichigo fell to the ground as rubble collapsed on top of him. I want 10,000 of those for each arm within an hour. If you run out of time, you start over. He turned around to walk out of the hole he made when he demonstrated what he wanted. Now get to it. The clock's ticking. Urayu and Nimu's date, aftermath. Urayu slowly woke up, remembering his forced date holding a cloth rag over his mouth and making him pass out. When he did, he was met with bright lights, a warm soft bed, an odd draft, restraints around his wrists and ankles, and a naked Nimu laying next to him. WHWHWH, what's happening? He yelled as he tried not to stare at his bare companion. Oh good, you're awake. He heard Mayuri's voice coming from the speakers around the bright room. This is just an experiment we need you for. Don't worry, you might enjoy it, unless you're gay and prefer to bottom. What the hell are you talking about? Urayu yelled indignantly when Urahara apparently showed up. Mayuri, did you finish the what the hell are you doing? He yelled out. You should know better than this. Nimu, get over here. Urayu breathed a sigh of relief, believing Urahara could help. The lights suddenly dimmed to mimic candlelight as smooth jazz started playing and Nimu came out in tantalizing white lingerie. Urayu could only stare and blush at the artificial person. Much better. Continue. He said cheerfully. Someone help me. Urayu cried out. Rukia's initiation. Ichigo and Chad found Urayu in a rather compromising position and broke him out. Ichigo even punched Urahara in the face a couple times and ripped off Mayuri's arm. Now, safe from the insane scientist, they talked about their days. I think we made some progress on activating a second fullbring for me. Chad told them. And Jackie seems to be making progress as well. Ryrika's been running into things all day though. You'd think at some point she'd stop listening to Jackie. I had a rather pleasant date at first. Urayu said, reminiscing. Visited some shops, got ideas to improve my own designs in needlework, a rather enjoyable chat, and a lovely picnic lunch. Then his mood soured. Until I spat out a pill and then got drugged, of course. And I still wonder if you really wanted us to save you like you said. Ichigo said, making Urayu shoot a glare at his cousin. And what happened to you, oh mighty lieutenant? He asked, making Ichigo look into the distance and start shaking. Worse than you, Urayu. He said cryptically. They reached the door of the Shiba household, with plans to enjoy their last day of the weekend. I just want to hit the hay as soon as posse, Blee. He opened the front door to find Rukia, in naught but an apron, pantyhose, and bunny ears. We welcome home DD darling, Pion. She said, looking at Ichigo. What would you like a BA-. Stopping when she noticed Chad and Urayu with him. Ichigo reached out and pet his fiancée before closing the door. Just in time to hear his mother start lecturing her on proper teasing foreplay. I wanna go home. Ichigo groaned. 33. The New Dimension. Soul Society, Squad 12 Labs. A few days had passed and the Kurosaka family made their return to the living world, putting off the union of the Kenpeikas until the schedule cleared up for all parties. Urahara and Genryusai hoped that the time away would either change Ichigo for the better, or give Unohana enough time to calm down and not slash him to pieces again. Unfortunately, there was no rest for the wicked as Squad 12 discovered some notable disturbances in the precipice world. Something was growing within the Danga. Okay, how's everything going? Urahara asked, taking a special interest in the disturbance. The initial scouting team has entered the precipice world and are attempting to enter the dimensional space. The Horned Akon told his captain. Good. Open communications. He ordered, analyzing the image that displayed the dimensional map. Immediately, things went to hell as the scouting force became trapped in the restrictive current. Screams and panic flooded into the rooms as the on-screen statuses declared an emergency, before disconnecting. That can't be good. Urahara said, glancing back at the map. And from the looks of it, the dimensional space is just getting bigger. Just what is happening? His inquisitive mind raced a million miles to try to find an answer to that question. I'm afraid that there's worse news. He heard the twisted voice of his lieutenant behind him. We've just lost contact with that foul-mouthed monkey boy. He said, making Urahara pause at the unusual phrase. Foul-mouthed monk. He repeated as his eyes widened. We lost contact with Hiri. Our communications with the living world are down. It appears that way. Mayuri responded. We were informing her of the dimensional disturbances when the feed just cut off. Fortunately, it seems like the Senkaimon is still active. Urahara moved to exit the facility. This has never happened before, something's controlling one of those dimensional pockets. He walked past Mayuri, making everyone look at the returned captain in surprise. I'm heading to the world of the living to get some answers. He paused before pointing angrily at his lieutenant. You stay here and monitor the situation, Mayuri. I don't want you near Ichigo. Not after what happened last time. The deranged skeletal clown scowled at his superior. It was a perfectly reasonable request. He protested. Even I don't want to check that unless absolutely necessary. Urahara yelled. Now, what's going on with this valley of screams? He muttered before flash-stepping to the Senkaimon gate. Karakura town. And we lost contact with Soul Society shortly after. Hiri told Ichigo over his cell. Keep an eye on your soul tracker for anything out of the ordinary. I'll wait for someone from Soul Society to show up and give us the details. Keep going with that training exercise, Lieutenant Baldy. She snarked before hanging up. Again with that stupid name. Ichigo grumbled, taking a look at his phone. During his stay last time Urahara modified most of Squad 15's cell phones to track and identify souls, naming the device Soul Tracker. Right now, half a dozen Soul Reapers were fighting a single hollow. So it looks like we lost contact with Soul Society and we should keep an eye out for anything out of the ordinary. He told his cousin who was helping while the rest of his fellow officers/friends were doing other jobs around town. Orium and Tatsuki were investigating something while Chad was looking for more Fullbringers. This left Ichigo and Uriah to help train the new recruits, almost fresh out of Shino Academy. Wonderful. Uriah groaned. Leave it to us, it's not like there's any apocalyptic, genocidal madman we need to worry about. He kept his eyes forward, focusing on the half-dozen green Shinigami fighting a lone hollow. A sickly green one that looked like an odd mix of monkey and frog with a lion's tail and red hair. What is the standard to graduate that academy? Uriah asked, annoyed that it was taking the unit so long to kill the one hollow. Not the same we were held to. Ichigo said as he walked up next to the Quincy. 2 minutes passed. Shall we? He asked as he manifested a red and black bow of Raisher. Uriah smirked and manifested his own black and blue, solid bow. Wanna make this harder for me? Uriah challenged his cousin. A specific area. The two were silent as they aimed from their vantage point among the treetops, from a kilometer away. 1 inch under the left eye. Ichigo responded after thinking. That's your mark. I said a challenge Ichigo. Uriah said arrogantly, just before they released the spiritual bolts. The two black arrows raced toward the hollow in question, threading past the Soul Reapers in the way, and slamming into their mark. Ichigo's bolt buried itself in the middle of the hollow's forehead and Uriah's hit exactly where Ichigo challenged him to. Told you. Just go yell at them already. Ichigo growled as they prepared for high-speed movement. I'm going to see to this soul that the hollow was chasing. Uriah looked at his cousin disappointed. Why do I have to be the bad cop? He asked, continuing his look of disappointment. Ichigo was unaffected. You can't perform Kenso, you're the third seat while I'm the lieutenant, and you love being bad cop. Ichigo listed off with ease as his phone rang. Uriah shrugged as he acknowledged the truth in Ichigo's words. They went to their chosen locations, Uriah with the rookies and Ichigo with the soul of the little girl. She wore her hair in 2 small buns and a pink hoodie with a white shirt underneath. Don't be scared. He said with a brotherly smile. You're safe now. You won't be chased by those monsters anymore. He offered his hand, which the little girl hesitantly took. It's going to be fine. He said, tapping her forehead with Zanjutsu's Kashira. She glowed before disappearing as a ball of light. Now to get to the group before Uriah makes them cry, again. He groaned as he went in the direction of Uriah's yelling. 2 minutes. He shouted at the assembled rookie Soul Reapers. You had 2 minutes to eliminate one weakling hollow. There was 6 of you, you should have coordinated an attack of some kind. We seated officers won't always be there to hold your hands. Half of the group looked ashamed by their poor show, others were getting pissed at the upstart human, before Ichigo revealed himself. Your failure to actually kill that weakling of a hollow aside, you all contained the potential damage and did corner him. He said walking up next to his cousin. But Uriah is right. You need to step it up because at some point, something stronger than these fodder hollows will show up. For now, dismissed. They called out a resounding, sir, before heading off for the squad barracks at the Shoten. At least none of them are crying this time. That was one time Ichigo. Uriah moaned. They won't improve if we coddle them. He said before Ichigo's soul tracker went off. The two took a look at the reading and they were blank. Nothing to indicate hollows or pluses, it was just a bunch of souls at the train station. That's odd. Uriah said before the phone rang. Yeah, I saw it Hiri. Ichigo said as he answered the phone. Something's off about this Ichigo. She said in a rare moment of seriousness. I've never seen or heard about anything like this. Go check it out, there might be some answers as to what the hell is going on. On my way. Ichigo said as he hung up. Uriah, head back to the Shoten in case Urahara shows up, then try to decipher his technobabble. Alright, watch yourself Ichigo. The Quincy said before disappearing in a burst of speed, an action Ichigo emulated shortly after. Karakura train station. What the hell? Ichigo arrived to find hundreds of cloudy humanoid spirits with dark pink pin-like heads. They had no expressions, no energy, they were just blank. All of them were wandering about aimlessly, sometimes examining something before walking off again. This is certainly out of the ordinary. He said, putting his phone to his ear and calling Hiri. Hey, Area 3-8-8-8. I think I found something. He said, trying to perform a Kenso on one of the strange souls with no results. Hiri. He asked, getting nothing but static as the souls began moving more aggressively. He switched out his phone for his badge and got the same results. And now communications are off with the Shoten. Wonderful. He muttered as he was surrounded. A sudden wind picked up and the blank souls turned toward him with their colored heads becoming red as they reached for him. He knocked them back with ease, pulling out his sword as more and more surrounded him. He used a Pesquisa pulse and felt 4 notable presences. Scanning, he saw 3 wearing green and weird armored breastplates, and a female Shinigami wearing a red ribbon around her waist and a yellow one in her purple hair. She practically danced through the souls like a gust of wind, cutting each one down with ease before flying up on a pillar of wind. Ichigo jumped onto a building as lightning built up in her tornado. Bring them to the twilight, Murokamaru. She called out, turning her katana into a Buddhist Kukhara staff, connecting the ring with her tornado and wiping out the blank souls with a tunnel of wind and lightning. She cleared out the area in seconds with a burst of wind as the only evidence of the battle. Ichigo scanned the area again, but the other 3 beings just vanished without a trace. This calls for a visit to Urahara, Ichigo said as he dropped to the ground, letting out a loud whistle to signal Khan to bring him his body. What were those things? He asked, looking around for the other Shinigami. He could have sworn he met every new member of the squad. He noticed her dancing around like a happy kid, already in her Jigei. Gonna be one of those days, isn't it? He thought as he walked over to her. Yes, yes, yes. She cheered. Oh, that felt so good. She stopped when she felt a hand on her shoulder. She turned to see Ichigo with his usual scowl. What do you want? She rudely demanded. Nice job out there, he said, making her smile cheerfully. Pretty impressive work. What's your name and graduate or transferee? He asked the active girl. Name's Senna. Nice to meet you, she said, holding out a hand. And, well. She started looking around before gasping and running toward the window. No, 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 this is bad. She started examining her reflection. Yellow isn't my color, she said, coming to the sudden fashion conclusion. Ichigo looked at the ribbon in her hair. Yeah, red would work better. He paused, realizing he just said that. I've been around Uryu way too much. He sighed, regretting that he thought about fashion before work. Anyways, I'm Ichigo Kurosake, the lieutenant in charge of the Shinigami here. He told her as she turned to face him. You know what those things were, or did you just attack them without thinking about it? He asked as Khan showed up with his body, letting him get inside it. He heard her giggling. If you want to know, you have to catch me, she said before running off. Definitely one of those days, Ichigo mumbled before chasing after the girl. Soul Society, Squad 9. Hisagi wandered around his squad barracks, sulking from the aftermath of the party. His crush was going after a child that outclassed him in practically every aspect and was mocked horrendously by the other guys at the party. Even the Quincy had the nerve to mock him, all because he disapproved of his Zenpakuto and the philosophy he learned with his former captain. He still respected Tucson greatly, despite the man's misguided belief in Aizen's path. He found his fellow lieutenant and current captain, Mashiro and Kensei, training some of the squad and decided to consult the man that saved him a century ago. Kensei, is Hisagi an idiot? Mashiro asked after Shuhei finished telling them about his troubles. Unfortunately for the second lieutenant, Kensei agreed. Yep, that's a pretty stupid problem you have there, Hisagi. Kensei said bluntly. Zaraki can't find many people to match him in power and strength. Ichigo matched that man and needs 2 seals to protect the people around them. Old man Yama has the strongest offensive power in the entire Godai. Do any of these guys seem afraid of their power? Hell no. They learn to master and harness their power. Sure, Ichigo's going through a rough patch, but he just learned how powerful he is when he annihilated those foolbringers. He scolded the lieutenant who hung his head in despair. Fear of your power is the worst thing you can do, especially when you want to protect people. You have to strive to overcome that fear. It's not fear of one's power that makes a warrior, it's the courage to act in spite of that. Captain. Hisagi breathed, rethinking his long-standing philosophy. He was defined by fear, the fear to act in the face of danger, the fear to pursue Rangiku only to be rejected, creating fear in his opponents, fear of his own blades, and fear of failure. As warriors and defenders, we can't afford to let fear control us when we need to fight, either to save or to kill. Kensei continued. If it looks like it was meant to reap lives, then reap the lives of those that are irredeemable, the enemies that threaten everything you care about. Kensei gave the boy a smile that was out of place on the usually stern man. Hisagi felt tears come to his eyes. Yes sir, thank you for your guidance, he said gratefully, making the silver-haired captain smirk. Can't help with the love problems though. Guess you're screwed there, Kensei said, purposefully ruining the tender moment. On another note, what the hell is that? He asked, pointing to a widening portal in the sky. That looks like Karakura Town, Mashiro said, squinting at the sight. I see Ichigo. Hi Berry-tan. She screamed as the 2 men looked at the childish lieutenant. Hisagi was about to say something before Kensei stopped him. Just roll with it. I'm heading to the inevitable captain's meeting, he groaned. With Ichigo. Ichigo chased after Senna, who was giggling without a care in the world as they ran through the city in their human bodies. He felt something was up with the hyperactive girl, just not what it was. Suddenly, she veered off to the railing and looked up to the Ferris wheel in the city. Ichigo, look! She exclaimed happily, looking up to the tall rotating structure. I've always wanted to go on one. She gazed at the machine in amazement, looking back when Ichigo put his hand on her unsuspecting shoulder. There, I caught you, he said, confusing her for a second before remembering what she said. Yeah, now what were those things and why did you attack them? I don't know. she said as she skipped away, twirling a bit now and then. I just felt like I should get rid of them, she said, pointing to her forehead. Instinct, you know. I'm familiar with the concept, yes. Ichigo admitted, thinking back to Zanjutsu. She doesn't know about those white things and I swear I already met all the new recruits. Ichigo thought to himself as he watched her dancing about, simply enjoying life. I still haven't heard anything from Hiri and I should report about that incident. Ichigo was so lost in thought, he never noticed Senna walking right up to him and booping his nose. Tag, you're it, she said before running off, giggling the whole way. He grunted as he chased her into the shopping plaza, going past stores and crowds of people, losing her and finding her again by her laughs. Finally, after a half hour of chasing her around, she lost him and he stopped looking. He was looking into the crowd and saw Urayu, gesturing for him to follow. Crap, he muttered, swallowing Khan's pill form and exiting his body. Senna, I have to go back to base, he shouted, prompting her to come out. Ah, she whined. I was having fun. I figured, but I have a job to do, he said as he headed toward the Quincy. Stay in the area and out of trouble. You got it, LT, she exclaimed, giving a mock salute before running off, Khan going after her. New recruit? Urayu asked, feeling a similar suspicion his cousin did. Maybe. I went to the train station and found these things and she got rid of all of them, Ichigo responded as they picked up speed. She seems to be a soul reaper, but when I asked whether she was a transferee or graduate, she dodged the question with complaining about her hair ribbon. Urayu just sighed. Yeah, wants a red one instead of a yellow one. I'll do it when we get back to base, Urayu said, already thinking about how to make it. In the meantime, Urahara's already here and wants a report. He says he has an idea of what's happening. Of course, because Kisuke knows everything. Ichigo groaned, not surprised by the eccentric scientist. How does he seem to know everything? I just assume he got bored one day and read the entire central library of Soul Society for fun. The Quincy said, which both boys could legitimately believe. Urahara's Shoten/Squad 15 barracks. Ishine, Urahara, Hiri, and Ichigo were sitting around the small table to discuss what was currently happening. Urayu was making the ribbon and Lisa was checking the squad roster for any mention of Senna. Urahara was just informing them of the situation with help from his previous lieutenant, who held up the picture descriptions, after Ichigo gave his report. Then we lost all contact between Soul Society and the living world, and just before I went through the Senkaimon, a portal opened to reveal the world of the living. He started the simplifying of a complicated talk. There are 4 major dimensions: the world of the living, Soul Society, the realm of the hollow Hueco Mundo, and just recently the Quincy Empire of the Vandenreich. Separating all these worlds is the Precipice World, navigable with the various dimensional portals that each group has made. However, the Precipice World is littered with dense pockets of erasure from souls that fall out of the reincarnation cycle. These pocket dimensions are called Valleys of Screams, and from these come the souls you've encountered. They are called blanks because with the loss of their erasure, they also lose their memories. Normally this is of no concern as they eventually return to the cycle, until a certain bachelor party caused a massive influx of souls. He said, giving a pointed glare at his student. So this is our fault? He asked, feeling numb from the realization. Nope, Kisuke said, pulling out his fan. I'm just mad I wasn't invited. He pouted, prompting everyone to punch him in the face. Continuing, he said after a bout of healing, this particular Valley of Screams is located in the middle of Soul Society and the living world, opening a gateway of kinds but only visually as it's gradually growing for some odd reason. Connecting 2 worlds is something that has never happened before. Do they get their memories back? Ichigo asked the captain. Could there be another party causing this? Urahara leaned back and gazed up in thought. The memories merge together into something called the Shinanju, or Memory Rock. That collection of memories finds its way back into the world of the living and attracts the blanks to it. Urahara rubbed his chin in thought. The rapid expansion of this Valley of Screams does seem like a third party is behind everything happening, which means they've learned to harness the power within the blanks and the Valley of Screams. How much time would that take? Ishine asked, already planning search parties to look for the Shinanju. That would be new territory since there's no documented record of anyone controlling and harnessing the blank, so time may vary. Hiri chimed in. Years to discover, more to master. Urahara said. You told us you saw a few guys in strange armor. He looked to Ichigo. Yeah, they were dressed like Shinigami except with green instead of black. Ichigo described the figures he saw. Green breastplates and berets. Except for one guy, he had a scar on the left side of his face and long white hair. Urahara seemed to recognize the description, but he needed to do more research. If someone is behind these current events, then I doubt it's anything good. Urahara warned as he got up. I'll see what we can find in Soul Society, while you guys in Squad 15 step up your patrols. Indeed. Ishine agreed. We have to find the Shinanju as soon as possible. Then I recommend Lieutenant Ichigo stays close to this Senna girl. They hear Lisa say as she came into the room. I've double-checked the records. There's nothing about a Shinigami named Senna transferring to our squad. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Best chest. Ichigo woke up, ready to leave Soul Society and return home to whatever counts as normal in his life now. He got out of his room in the Shiba household and grabbed some breakfast. He was so groggy from waking up, he didn't realize what he was walking into. Okay, so for size is self-explanatory. Masaki spoke out. Then there's perkiness, firmness, sensitivity, and use. Ready girls. A chorus of ready rang through the hall just as Ichigo opened the door. Upon doing so, his blood raced as he saw Orium, Tatsuki, Rainjiku, Rukia, Kyukaku, Yoryuki, and his mom, all topless. And look, we have a judge. Masaki said with a smile as Ichigo slammed the door shut and ran for the back exit. Why do I open doors? Rainjiku's initiation. Ichigo finished a long day of school after coming back to the world of the living. Afterward, he had to patrol a good chunk of the city and chase down 3 weak hollows. Needless to say, he was looking forward to getting home and to bed. The problem was that Rainjiku and Rukia tagged along to get to know their new allies better. Something Ichigo didn't trust. He reached the door and sighed. Something's going to happen. Something always happens. He groaned as he hesitantly opened the door. He pulled it open and Rainjiku was just coming out of the kitchen, wearing an apron. She seemed to exude serenity with gently, mature aura surrounding her. Welcome home, darling. She said with a gentle smile as she walked up to him, planting a quick kiss on his lips. You seem exhausted. She helped him out of his jacket and took his school bag. Go on inside the kitchen and eat your dinner, I've made curry. She said before heading up the stairs. I'll go draw a bath for us. She teased as she ascended the stairs. A few seconds passed before he finally realized she was wearing just an apron. Meanwhile, Masaki and Ichigo's other lady friends were watching the scene in shock by how Rainjiku went through it. My third daughter. Masaki cheered out, making Orium, Tatsuki, and Rukia gasp in shock. What happened last time? Mayuri was overjoyed with the rich sample he got out of Ichigo's arm. There were other things he was eager to test. The first time he asked Ichigo for more samples. Ichigo, would you mind giving some of that chitinous hollow armor? He asked as Ichigo wandered through the research labs. Ichigo created small plates and gave them up. The second time he asked. Ichigo, there's something strange about your erasure but your arm doesn't have any left. Mind filling this up? Mayuri asked, giving him a erasure conductive stone. There were no problems there. Third time was the last time. Ichigo dash. What do you want now, Mayuri? Ichigo asked, turning to the scientist, who had a jar in one hand and a few naughty pictures of Nimue in the other. Nothing much. He said before Ichigo punched him in the face. 34. Lost Memories. Karakura Town Shopping Plaza. This is going to take some looking into. Kisuke's words echoed in the mind of the hybrid. I have an idea on who's behind this, but nothing definitive yet. I'll try to find any record of the girl you're talking about. For now, Ichigo, you are to keep an eye on this Senna girl. His father and captain ordered. Until further notice, she's a person of interest. See if you can find anything out. Ichigo made his way back into the plaza, carrying a special ribbon Urayu made that was able to serve as a tracker for those familiar with its erasure trace. Now let's just hope she actually stuck around. Ichigo muttered to himself, looking around the crowd of people. Some browsing, some eating, some watching stage performances, and nothing too out of the ordinary. Ichigo. He heard his loyal mod soul call out to him. He looked up to the second level to see Senna and Khan, in his body, waiting for him. You're back. Khan said with a smile. Everything's okay around here, LT. Senna beamed as Ichigo jumped up to them and returned to his body. I found this really nice ribbon, but Khan wouldn't let me have it. She said with a pout. Ichigo raised a quizzical eyebrow to the girl. Did you have money to buy it? Ichigo asked, making the girl chuckle nervously. Ichigo sighed as he pulled out the silk ribbon Uriah gave him. Here. He offered, taking the yellow ribbon out of her hair. Our third seat likes sewing and made this. He handed her the new ribbon. She gasped in delight before tying her hair with the new ribbon. Oh, I love it. She cheered, looking at herself in the window. How do I look? She asked, getting right into Ichigo's personal space. He blushed hard at the sudden closeness as he looked at her and the ribbon. Yeah. He turned away, still blushing hard. It looks cute. Senna looked puzzled and backed away before adopting a mischievous smirk. Falling in love with me, eh? She teased the blushing hybrid. Before he could protest, she took off running away. If you catch me, I'll go on a date with you, Ichigo. She sang, getting a head start on him. What does she run on? Ichigo groaned, feeling exhausted from chasing her around all day. He went after her as she disappeared into the crowds. He almost lost track before he used the spirit threads from her ribbon to find her, standing on top of a building that was the focal point for the hanging lights. Soon, everything went quiet as all eyes turned towards her and the lights turned on. She began walking on the cables like a tightrope. Ah crap. He cursed, looking around the crowd to make sure no one was watching him. Taking a breath, he disappeared with Hyrankyaku and Bringer Light, reappearing behind Senna as she was a foot out on the cable. Not taking the same risk, he created a platform of erasure under his feet and mimicked her feet. Just as she was falling off the side, he caught her hand and spun her back up onto the cable. The crowd gasped and applauded, thinking it was just a show. Huh, wah? She asked before looking at Ichigo, noticing the glowing footholds beneath him. You cheater, she said, puffing her cheeks into an adorable pout. Then she brightened up as she began to sway. Soon she started dancing, pulling Ichigo into her rhythm as someone started playing music. She giggled as she continued to dance, Ichigo soon joining in to simply avoid falling. Drop, and shunpo. She whispered before letting go, disappearing in a flow of autumn leaves. Ichigo followed suit, tracking her easily. Tada! She cheered, standing on a pedestal amongst the crowds with the hybrid next to her. The crowds let out their applause as Ichigo dragged her away from the limelight. Food court. That was entirely reckless of you. Ichigo scolded as they took the time to eat. This city is known for several spiritually aware people. You could have exposed things they weren't ready to understand. It's fine, isn't it? Senna mumbled, pouting while eating her sandwich. They just thought it was part of a show. Not the point, rookie. Ichigo growled before calming down. Just be more careful for now. Something big is going on. This caught Senna's attention as she watched Ichigo. These strange souls are called blanks and some group is using them to find something called the Shininja. Who's using the blanks? She asked, continuing to eat. We don't know yet. Ichigo told her. We have someone scanning the archives so we'll find out soon though. And this, Shinin, thingy, what does it look like? She asked again, leaning back in her chair. Ichigo that for a moment. Urahara did say it was known as the memory rock, implying a stone of some kind. Ichigo mused to himself, trying to come up with an idea of what he was looking for. But he also said object, implying that it could be anything. All we know is that the blanks are attracted to it. That's why we have teams patrolling the different areas of Karakura to look for any large group of blanks. Sounds like we just have to wait until they find anything substantial. Senna said, finishing her meal. What are we going to do if we find this rock or the people behind what's happening? Take the Shininju into protective custody probably. Ichigo guessed, taking a drink as he thought. As for the people behind this, stop them from doing anything heinous. They'll probably be executed if what they're doing threatens Soul Society or the world of the living. He thought to himself as Senna leaned in closer to him. Am I partnered with you LT? She asked with an expectant smile. Please say yes. You're so much fun. She said, looking at him with a bright smile and puppy dog eyes. I'm never going to win against that am I? He thought as he felt his will crumble like dry sand. Yes, you and I will be together. I'm supposed to keep an eye on her anyway so what's the harm? Great. She cheered before pointing at the Ferris wheel. Now let's go on that. Ichigo looked at the ride before sighing. What's with you and heights? He asked, still tired from running around the city while chasing her. It's a good vantage point to see around the city. She said, surprising Ichigo with a reasonable answer. Plus, I like being way up high. Everything just gets clearer, you know. She jumped down before pulling Ichigo up and hugging onto his arm. Besides, it's a getaway to end a date. Ichigo's head shot up in surprise. Since when did this become a date? He asked, his face turning red from embarrassment. When you caught me, remember? She answered, tapping him on the nose. Ichigo thought back and remembered she did say that. Even though you cheated with that Shunpo and Racier platforms. Ichigo gave her a deadpan look. How do I know you didn't use Flash Step to lose me? He asked, making her laugh nervously. Fair's fair, rookie. He teased as she pouted at him. Call me Senna. She demanded. Then call me Ichigo. He responded, completely calm as they made their way to the Ferris wheel. Once they were on, Ichigo did as she suggested and scanned the area. They reached the top before he noticed something. The once crowded plaza was now virtually empty. Where did the people go? He asked himself. It wasn't too early that everyone would go home and there wasn't any trace of an accident that would force the people otherwise. He was so lost in thought that he didn't notice Senna staring at the river that cut through the city. Hey, I don't think we'll find out anything new for tonight. She said, a little nervously for Ichigo's taste. Why don't we call it a night and try again tomorrow? She's hiding something. Ichigo thought to himself as they got off the ride, the plaza suddenly full of people again. Yeah okay. He agreed, making it look like he wasn't suspicious. Head back to the barracks and we'll try again tomorrow. He said, making his way through the crowd. Okay, she's not heading for the Shoten. He thought, feeling her run off in a different direction before using Shunpo. Time to find out what you're hiding. He thought as he gave chase, unaware that the people began to disappear again. Graveyard. She headed straight for the graveyard in the city. Memories of her family, of their funerals, playing through her head as she wandered among the shrines and tombstones. She remembered the priests chanting prayers, her parents grieving her death, and the mourners offering solace to each other. She was so lost in the jumble of memories, she didn't notice the blanks that suddenly appeared. She screamed as she tried to escape the zombie-esque souls that crowded around her, fear overriding reason as she tried to find a way away from the grabby white souls. That's when she felt an attack coming from above and jumped out of the way. Who are you? She demanded as the man rose from his attack. He was a dark-skinned man with thick lips that wore a green shiakusho and hakama with a green breastplate inlaid with dark bronze. He was a large and muscular man, enough to suggest strength but not speed. In his hands were dual chakram blades. "You've got better reflexes than I expected," the man said arrogantly, rising from his crouch for the next assault. Senna ejected herself out of her body and grasped her sword. "Why are you here, and what do you want?" she demanded, getting ready to fight herself. The man stood up and moved toward her. "I'm going to be your escort," he said, making it clear she wasn't being given a choice. "Our commander, Ganryu, has commissioned orders to summon you." She glared at him before coming to the conclusion that they might be involved with Ichigo's investigation. "He summoned me?" she asked, trying to fish for information. "Who is this guy? I've never heard of him." "That information doesn't concern you," he said, looking down on her still. "So what are you going to do about it?" "Jai," she heard someone from behind her say. There were 4 more people in similar dress as the now named Jai. A small guy with armor framing his face, a purple-haired girl with a red obi and plenty of cleavage, a giant cloth-masked figure with giant clubs, and a slender pale man. "I told you not to waste time talking," the small guy said. "You should know better than to jump out like that." The woman scolded while Jai just laughed. "This'll only take a second," he said confidently as Senna launched her attack, leaping to deliver a strong swing, only for him to block it. "Stop, that tickles," he said before he punched her in the stomach and sent her tumbling away. He followed it up by jumping on top of her while she was still lying on the ground. "That's enough of that," she heard a familiar voice say before a fist slammed into the thug's face. She looked up to see Ichigo standing over her protectively. "If you have something against a member of my squad, I insist you bring your complaints to me first," he said, getting between her and the would-be kidnappers. "Who the hell are you?" Jai yelled out, blood leaking from his misshapen nose. Ichigo brought his right hand up, his thumb cloaked in his crimson ryotsu, and flicked it. In the same instant, Jai's elbow exploded, taking a majority of his arm. "Arg, my arm!" he screamed in pain as he fell to the ground. "Bala de Francatirador," Ichigo muttered as he brought his hand down, his thumb smoking from the release of power. "Senna, why are you in a graveyard?" Ichigo asked, unsheathing his blade while his opponent was writhing in pain. "Why don't you mind your own business?" she yelled at him as she got up to fight again. "Senna, you're a soul reaper in the living world," he explained as Jai got back up. "That means you're a member of my squad." He flared his ryotsu, letting the pressure weigh down on his opponents. "I never abandon my allies," he growled as the green-clad warriors faded into shadow, one by one. "That's a new one," Ichigo muttered as he let up on the pressure. "Who's Ganryu?" Ichigo muttered, recalling the name before his intervention. From behind, Senna tried to sneak away, until Ichigo grabbed her obi and held her up in front of him. "So, I said head back to the barracks," Ichigo scolded the flinching girl. "You apparently heard, go to the graveyard, have no backup, and almost get kidnapped. What was so important that you had to come here for?" he asked, letting her down so she could stand. "My entire family is buried here," she explained, looking nostalgic as she stared at the tombstones. "It's a little fuzzy, but I have memories of when I was alive. I just wanted to see those places to confirm those memories," she said, giving a sad smile. "Sorry, I'll head back to base now LT," she told him before Ichigo grabbed her again. "That's not happening," he said, making her look at him in surprise. "Those guys matched the description of our main suspects. They just attacked you. You're possibly in more danger. You're going nowhere on your own." She shrunk a little in fear of the hybrid. "You're coming with me, rookie." Kurosaki household. "So," Masaki said in a deathly sweet tone, "how did you charm this one, Ichigo?" Ichigo and Senna were standing side by side, most disapproving stares with one actually looking serious. His father was the only one that knew immediately what was happening. "This is a new member of the squad that recently became a target of a suspected threat to the living world," Ichigo explained, earning a look of relief from the women in his family. "I don't go after every pretty girl I see, Mom." He groaned while Senna introduced herself to the family, blushing the whole while. "Hello, I'm Senna." She bowed respectfully. "He thinks I'm pretty." She teased him earlier, but she thought he was being polite. "Thanks for having me. I'll go get a bath ready," Yuzu said, happy to help her brother and father. "I'll get the bed ready," Karen said, heading for the guest room. Masaki simply whacked Ichigo on the head. "That's for not calling that you wouldn't be home till late." She pouted. "I made such a nice dinner too." She went to help Karen while his hind made a subtle nod to his son. Ichigo led Senna up to his room. "You can rest here while we wait," he said, taking a seat at his desk while returning Kon to his stuffed lion body. "Boys' rooms are always so boring," she said while taking a seat on his bed. "But your family seems nice. My dad was way different." Her expression changed as she reflected a painful memory. "Hey, everything all right?" Ichigo said, snapping her out of her paws. "Yep," she said, quickly recovering from the memory. "You talked pretty openly about Soul Reaper stuff in front of you family though. Probably because Dad's the captain of our squad, the one in charge of the world of the living," Ichigo explained. "And yes, I earned my position. It wasn't given to me because of my relation." "I know," she agreed. "The way you handled those jerks at the graveyard was just so wow." She cheered, kicking off her shows and acting out the events from earlier that night. That reminds me. Ichigo said, recalling the name. That guy said someone named Ganryu wanted you. Any idea why? She stopped her playing and dropped back down, sitting on his bed. No idea. She said before pointing an accusing finger at the hybrid. If you hadn't shown up, I could have gotten more information. Or get kidnapped like they were planning to do. He said, countering her argument. Good rule of thumb. If you're unsure about a fight, immediately release your Zenpakuto. There was a knock at his door. He opened it up to reveal his mother. Tell Senna the bath is ready whenever she is. She said with the gentle smile that was prevalent in his memories. They looked to his bed, only to find Senna already asleep. Ichigo was going to wake her before feeling his mother's grasp on his shoulder. From what you said, it's been a long day. Let her rest. Ichigo returned her smile before they heard movement, finding Senna snuggling into his bed with moans of delight. Ichigo's muffled name was heard. Didn't charm this one, huh? Ichigo's just a natural with the ladies, Masake. Ishine said, pulling his embarrassed son away from his mother. Look Ichigo, communications with Soul Society are still down, the entire squad is patrolling the city, and we haven't heard from Urahara yet. I want you to head to Yamamoto and tell him what's going on. He ordered, ejecting Ichigo from his body again. It's weird when I keep switching between these bodies. Ichigo groaned before pulling open a garganta and jumping through it. He flew through the dark empty expanse, guided by the glowing road he created for himself, toward a place that felt familiar. His only guide in the infinite expanse between dimensions. He found his destination as he tore open a hole into Soul Society. He came through to the other side and landed in front of Unohana. Once he settled, he found himself in Yamamoto's office with Yukitake, Kiraku, Urahara, Unohana, and Yamamoto as they were discussing something. Bad timing. He asked the collection of the wisest members of the Godii. We actually sent a runner to find you, Ichigo. Yukitake answered. Do you have any new information you might want to share first? Only that the leader of the guys behind this is named Ganryu and he wants Senna for some reason. A look of surprise flashed across the faces of Yukitake and Kiraku. Unohana seemed to steel herself while the commander let out a tired sigh. After the war with the Quincy, Soul Society worked on creating something resembling an ordered government. Genri Yusai started, delving into the past. Most of the stronger noble clans and more sensible captains wanted to have a democratic system while others tried to rule like royals. One of these clans eventually tried to seize control by force, but was defeated easily. As punishment and an example, we banished them to the precipice world, where we thought they would eventually perish. That family was known as the Ryodaji clan. Urahara continued in place of Yamamoto, and Ganryu was one of the last remaining members of the main family. We suspect that they've been living as nomads, going from one valley of screams to the next. This was the first time there was ever such a quantity of blanks, so it's suspected that they're using them to mess with the one between Soul Society of the living world. And what does this have to do with Senna? Ichigo asked the scientist. Yukitake was about to answer before a glare from his old teacher kept him silent. Why does he want her? I have an idea, but I need to finish searching the databases. Urahara answered smoothly. Since there was a massive influx of recruits, it's taking some time to shift through all the files. For now, continue your mission. Yamamoto ordered. Protect the Shininja. His young pupil nodded before reopening a garganta to return to the living world. How soon, Urahara? He asked the eccentric man in front of him. Urahara pulled out his fan and tapped his chin in thought. Mayuri assures me he'll finish both projects by tomorrow. He answered, already thinking about the possibilities of the joint projects they could work on. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Ichigo's punishment. Now go and make me proud. Masaka told Rangiku, who was clad in a bikini. The strawberry blonde winked confidently to the Quincy as she made her way to the bathroom, where Ichigo was taking a shower. Uriah showed up to deliver a report to Ishine about what they found. Masaki Obasan. He asked his distant relative, catching her attention. Ichigo always told me about you in nothing but praise as a gentle person. Why are you, essentially, torturing Ichigo with this? Masaka gave the boy a teasing smile. I assure you Uriah, I have nothing but love for my children. She said, just as Ichigo let out a scream. I'll stop when I feel like he's been appropriately punished for becoming such a naughty boy in my absence. Uriah's teenage struggle. Hello Uriah. Mayuri greeted, having resorted to the second option of procuring a certain sample he wanted. Hunting down the Quincy that had access to whatever at the Karakura hospital. I was wondering Ichigo already told me what you wanted. Uriah quickly responded. And no, we do not have any of what you're looking for at the Karakura hospital. You sicko. He said, not letting Mayuri finish. Damn. The skeletal man cursed, fishing out the photos of his daughter from his pocket. This whole venture was a waste of my time. He was about to tear up the provocative pictures with furious abandon before he noticed a blush on the Quincy's face. You want them? Uriah fidgeted, memories of when he was almost assaulted by the girl flashing in his mind. He couldn't deny that she was certainly attractive though. How much? The Quincy asked, caving into his teenage hormones. Mayuri looked indignant. Are you suggesting that I'm so depraved that I'd sell erotic pictures of my daughter? He growled at the human. Because if so, 2,000 ken for the lot. Up front. He said, calming down instantly. Urayu began to pull out his wallet. 35, boiling point. Karakura town. The next morning came and the search for the Shininju and the Ryodoji clan started again. Ishine left for Soul Society to help plan with the other captains while his seated squad members took over the search. Ichigo and Senna went back to the train station, being the first located sighting of the blanks en masse. The place became crowded with most of the people walking around, almost aimlessly. I'm bored. Senna whined. How much longer are we going to stay here? They were waiting for 15 minutes. This is where those blanks first showed up, remember? Ichigo stated, scanning the groups of people. It's not usually this crowd around this time. What's happening? He wondered as he watched the blank expressions of the people as they walked by. Anyway, stay close to me. Which would work better if you'd stop running off on your own. He said, turning to find her already gone. Why am I not surprised? He said before following her trail of spirit threads. Did you forget that you were attacked last night? Ichigo asked, stopping when he saw Senna talking to a soul of a crying child, trying to comfort him. He says his name's Tomoya. Senna explained when she noticed Ichigo. Said his father and him were going to the festival in their car. He took a nap and when he woke up, he was all alone. She explained the story the crying boy just conveyed to her. He's probably in heaven by now. Ichigo said to the kid. No he's not. Tomoya argued. He's out there looking for me right now. I know he is. Then how about Ichigo and I help you look for him? Senna suggested. We'll all find him together. Ichigo groaned at getting stuck babysitting two children now. They started off toward where Tomoya said his father would be waiting. Senna. Ichigo called to the girl. Aren't we in the middle of something? He said, trying to remind her about the attack and the blanks. Don't we also have no leads? She countered, shutting the hybrid up. Besides, Soul Reapers are supposed to help, aren't we? She said with a smile before continuing to follow the young boy. She's not wrong. He muttered before joining the two as they proceeded on the long walk to wherever the festival was supposed to be. They spent a couple of hours searching the city, Senna's infectious energy and cheer pushing him to continue the journey without complaint. All the leads and searching eventually led to a shrine at the top of a hill. Why are you trying so hard? Ichigo finally asked Senna when they saw the paper lanterns. You had no guarantee that there was a festival or that his dad would still be around. It's going to be a long journey for that kid. Senna replied instantly, giving a melancholic smile. This is his last wish before that trip, so I'd like to see him off with a smile. I can't bear to perform a kanso on a scared little kid like that. She said in a surprising moment of maturity. They entered the shrine, Senna helping Tomoya look for his father while Ichigo watched the crowd of people aimlessly wandering about. This isn't right, he thought to himself as the kid's father found them, getting into a tearful reunion. They seem like they're talking, but I can't hear anything. It's almost as if they're, no, he heard the father and child say their final piece. I guess you were so wrapped up in helping Tomoya that you didn't even notice. The father said with a smile. All the souls that are gathered here, I was able to find this place thanks to them. Ichigo's eyes widened. These people are souls. Well, he continued to think, coming closer to an answer that he didn't want. They don't have soul chains, they seem to be moving about aimlessly. What if we couldn't find any blanks because they didn't look like blanks? He thought back to the shopping plaza and how it seemed to clear out while he and Senna was on the Ferris wheel, the train station that was crowded during at an odd time that day, and now here. What if they were all blanks? That would mean that Senna had the Shininju, or worse, the Shininja. He asked Yamamoto a while ago about his time alive. To the ancient captain's knowledge, no Shinigami could remember their time alive. The process of reincarnation washes away past memories by the time they fully become Shinigami. Don't you understand? Tomoya said as father and son began glowing, signaling their passage to the next life. They're here because of you. I'm surprised you didn't know. If it wasn't for you, they wouldn't be here. The boy explained as the two expressed their thanks one last time. Ichigo cursed as his suspicions were confirmed, his hand going for his Shinigami badge. Why me? He heard Senna ask in a shaky voice, scared at the idea of whatever was going on. Why are they all attracted to me? Ichigo turned to her as she looked at him with frightened eyes. Ichigo. I think. I must be, is it true? Ichigo put away his badge before pulling the scared girl in for a hug. Senna. He said, rubbing her back soothingly. Your memories, are they dash? He attempted to ask before a Senkaimon opened up. Through it came Soifon with a few of her patrol force, Urahara with Nimue in tow, Renji, Rukia, and Yukatake. What's the news? He asked, almost knowing what was happening. Renji stepped forward and delivered the report. We're acting on a level 1 order from the Captain Commander. Ichigo, you are relieved from active duty of protecting the Shininju and are now to find and stop the Ryodoji clan from whatever it is they're planning. Now hand over the girl. He said sternly, almost threateningly in his tone, like he wasn't happy about it himself. Nimue stepped forward to deliver her report. After an extensive scan of the Godi I-15, Kido Core, on Mitsukido, as well as Shin-O Academy a total of 10 times, there has been no mention of any Shinigami named Senna or matching this girl's description. The artificial life explained robotically. The Zenpakuto, Morokumaru, was the registered Zenpakuto of a Soul Reaper from a century ago that was sucked away by the restrictive current within the Denga over a century ago. All evidence points to the Shinigami, Senna, being the Shininja. Senna gasped in shock and tried to protest their claims. That can't be, what you're saying isn't true. She said, almost like she's trying to convince herself more than anything. I am a Soul Reaper, I just know I am. Suddenly Urahara was in front of her, his hand on her shoulder and making her flinch. Tell me, he said in his most gentle tones, what do you remember about your life? When did you come to the world of the living? She looked up at him hesitantly as he smiled down. It's okay, we won't hurt you. She took a breath to settle herself as she talked about what she did recall. I remember walking by the banks of that river 2 days ago. I know my name is Senna. She said confidently, a confidence that waned as she talked. When I was a little girl she grasped her head, almost as if remembering hurt. Then I was alone. It's all right. Breath Senna. Urahara advised calmly. Ichigo, this girl is in fact the Shininju and she's in grave danger. He explained to his favorite student. Ganryu is using the blanks to draw the two worlds together to collide and mutually destroy each other. If he gets his hands on her then he'll be able to accelerate his plans threefold. We need to get her to safety as soon as possible. He said, knowing Ichigo's usual though process. But what gives you the right to dash? She attempted to ask before the captain cut her off again. Yes, right now she has thoughts and feelings. Urahara acknowledged before continuing with the practical argument. All of which don't matter in the slightest if Ganryu gets his hands on her. She's the cornerstone to his plans to destroy the two worlds. So understand if we don't give her a choice in this matter either. It's either, treat her as a person or risk losing her to the enemy. Ichigo was conflicted, he understood the gravity of the situation, but he couldn't stand the thought of Senna being locked away, no matter the reasoning. It was then he remembered some crucial details. They were surrounded by blanks and their current enemies can appear out of thin air. Move! He yelled, expelling his soul as the Ryodaji clan members came falling out of the sky and the people around them turned into the white form of the blanks. Ah damn it! He cursed, pulling out his blade. One of the falling opponents released several missile-like projectiles between the two groups, making them leap away from each other. Khan stayed near Senna, taking the protective role while his master prepared to fight. The first to come after him was Jai. Didn't learn from last time did ya? A minor setback. Jai said with a grin as blanks flew towards his missing limb, slowly reforming it to its previous state. You won't beat me so he said before Ichigo blew up both of his arms with the same technique as last time. Not impressed. I can do the regrow limbs thing too. Ichigo said as the man glared at him. Difference is, I'm better at it. He then kicked Jai across the face and through a couple of trees. He saw the other Soul Reapers fighting off either the blanks or the exiled clan members. The strange weapons of the green-clad enemy kept the Soul Reapers surprised and distracted. Not dealing with this crap. Limit 1, release. Ichigo called out, breaking the first seal of his power. Everyone felt the increase in his strength as swarms of blanks tried to attack him, only to be swept away with a single swing of his blade. Unfortunately, a good number of them went after Senna as well. Khan was able to fend them off easily with his enhanced reflexes and implanted martial arts skills letting him dance through and strike down every blank with ease, but got separated from Senna as well, who was going after the white-haired leader of the entire assault. I am a Soul Reaper. She cried out in her mind. I'll prove it. She thought as she exited her body and jumped to attack the man stood watching over the entire attack. Bring them to the twilight. She called out, following Ichigo's advice and not holding back. Morokumaru. She charged valiantly, just as Ganryu turned and slammed his fist into her gut. Thank you for coming to me. He said with a cocky smile, looking at her like a thing rather than a person. It saves me the trouble of dealing with these Soul Reapers. The fallen clan of Ryodaji. Yukatake growled, glaring at the man that sought nothing but destruction. I know nothing of that. He spoke, looking down on the assembled Shinigami that were still fighting of thousands of blanks. We are from the clan of darkness. The Dark Ones. That name is stupid. Ichigo said, appearing behind them. Now drop Senna. He growled, flaring his Ryotsu. Just then, hundreds of blanks flew at Ichigo and covered him in explosions. The ones on the ground began to follow suit, just as they were being attacked. A rain of light arrows and balls of fire struck down on them just as much as they exploded, a giant orange shield carrying the Soul Reapers to safety. That tickled. Ichigo said, sweeping away the cloud of smoke that surrounded him. The Dark Ones began to charge at Ichigo, who bypassed them all and appeared in front of Ganryu. Raisure surrounding his blade as he prepared to destroy the man responsible for the attack, until he hesitated. Memories of killing Jinjo and Tsukishima flashed in his head yet again, how easy it was, how little was left, what would happen to his friends. The second he saw Senna's scared face made him pause, and the Dark Ones took that chance, running him through with every blade in their disposal. Ichigo! Senna cried out, just as she and Ganryu faded into the darkness and out of his reach. Ichigo watched as she was taken, roaring in anger as he slashed in a full circle, seriously injuring each dark one within reach of Zanjutsu as they fled. Seconds later, Ichigo was fully healed and furious. They took Senna because he was still dealing with his trauma. The living world and soul society are at risk, and he failed to stop it. He was not looking forward to this lecture from Genryusai. Soul Society, Captain's Meeting. Completely unacceptable. Yamamoto yelled at the young hybrid, every captain flanking down both sides, ending with Tessai standing opposite to the ancient commander. Barely an hour passed after Senna was taken. You had the chance, right in front of you, and you hesitated. If you had swung your blade, you could have ended this whole mess right then and there. The Shininja dash. Her name is Senna. Ichigo grumbled, angry at the disregard for the girl's rights as a person. That doesn't matter. He roared at the boy, trying to convey the gravity of the matter. The Dark Ones have her and can now accelerate their plans to destroy everything. Captain Commander, he's still just a boy. Ishine spoke out in defense of his son, to which Toshiro coughed loudly. He's 15, he's still not ready to kill as easily as the rest of us. Sentimentality will get you killed on the battlefield, Ishine. Urahara responded. In this case, Ichigo failed his mission and put so much more at risk because of it. Now drastic measures must be taken. Yamamoto said wearily. Urahara, what is the situation? He said, consulting one of his smartest officers. Urahara straightened out and delivered his report. The original rate of expansion would have the Valley of Screams reach its critical point within 6 hours. He said, bringing up a 3-dimensional map of the valley. However, with the Shininju and proper placement, that rate increases to give us almost 2 hours. If left alone, the collision between Soul Society and the living world would see the destruction of one, if not both worlds. The news left a heavy tone among everyone in the room. Commander Tsukubishi, Tessai straightened out as the head captain called on him, prepare the Kido cannon. Everyone in the room was split between agreeing and disagreeing with the plan. Ichigo clenched his fists in anger, at himself, the Dark Ones, and his sensei for making this call. Lieutenant Kurosaka. Yamamoto said, making the hybrid look his aged teacher in his eyes. Make no mistake that your hesitation has forced my hand. However, I will not stop you from going to the Valley and Screams if you wish. He said, surprising everyone in attendance. You will be by yourself, no member of the Godai will join you. If you are still in there by the time we must fire the cannon, it will still be shot. Do I make myself clear? He said as Ichigo took in his teacher's words. Save her if you wish, but don't expect this to stop. Ichigo knew what he was going to do. To you all, she's the Shininja. Ichigo said, stealing his resolve. To me, she's a member of Squad 15. I will protect my squad members. He flicked his hand in the air, opening a cleanly made garganta, and charged through it. Master, are you sure about this? Yukite cried out in concern. Ichigo is still just a child. Yamamoto merely smiled. Juashiro, is your faith in your junior disciple truly so weak? He asked, confusing the sickly man. Ichigo's too stubborn to let one loss stop him. Urahara said, sharing the old man's confidence. Once he set his mind on something, he'll do it no matter what barriers stand in his way. Really, it's a question of which is more merciful, Ichigo or that cannon. Ishine continued. Still, now's a good time to test our latest project. Urahara said cheerfully. May we? Yamamoto nodded. They are not members of the Godai after all. Karakura Town. Ichigo stood on the bridge, looking down on the entrance to the Valley of Screams. Chad's patrol found it yesterday during their patrols but thought nothing of it at the time. Now, Ichigo had his destination, his mission, and his determination. This time, he would save Senna. Are you sure about this, sir? One of the squad members asked Urayu, letting the lieutenant go in alone. Ichigo tilted forward and fell into the shining portal. He'll be fine. Urayu said, just before they all heard the same thing. Limits 1 and 2, release. A crushing pressure appeared and faded in an instant as Ichigo crossed dimensions. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Ririka's eyes. And now, time to remove the bandages. Urahara said as they began to unwrap the gauze from around the Fullbringer's head. After a week for her new eyes to settle in, they decided to witness the end result. Ichigo and the other Fullbringers were in attendance for the grand unveiling in the hospital room. After a tense few seconds, they finally got the wrapping off and let Ririka slowly open her eyes. Everyone took in the sight of Ririka's electrified pink iris as they handed her a mirror. Why, you actually did it. She stuttered, taking in her new eyes in confused elation. Not sure if it's what she really wanted. I like it. Ichigo stated. Matches your hair. She looked at the hybrid, and got her first real good look at him. What a hottie. She screamed in her head, while everyone gasped. Well, that failed. Urahara said. You specifically said, hearts. These are stars. He put the mirror in front of her, only to see star-shaped pupils before returning to normal. Now all she felt was dread. Oh well, time to try again. He said, picking up a scalpel. Keep him away from me. Ishida's memories. Urayu came home after a night of patrolling Karakura, dealing with weak hollows, helping instruct new recruits. It was just a rough week for him. He came home to a dark house and his parents asleep on the couch with the light from their television illuminating them. His father laying on his back with his mother snuggling up to him, finding warmth in her husband. Uriah smiled, happy to actually see this image when he and his father struggled for so long in training. He walked over and pulled a blanket over the two, wishing them good night. Then he saw what they were watching, his parents in bed, disheveled and bare. So what should we name her? His mother asked on screen, patting her stomach. Decided on a girl, huh? His father responded, hugging her close. Uriah turned off the TV and pulled out the tape. It was labeled, Honeymoon. Must destroy. He growled. Must bleach brain. 36. The end of the Valley of Screams. Valley of Screams. Where am I? Senna thought to herself as she came to. She found herself in a canyon lined with crevices on both rock faces that extended for miles. She was strapped to a pole with a red cloth ring binding her to it. Several floating purple orbs were orbiting around her and the poles. She heard movement ahead and saw the dark ones heading for her. So what? I just hang here and wait while you mope about losing, waiting for your stupid plan to ultimately fail. She said defiantly against the guys that held her prisoner. How dare you speak to Lord Ganryu in such a manner? The man with the rocket pack growled at her, stopping when his master raised his hand. Relax, Rihan, I've long since abandoned the need of formalities. He told his loyal second in command. And your bravado is charming, but futile. With you here, our plan will succeed and our vengeance against the unjust laws of Soul Society will dash. No one cares. Senna interrupted, showing more disrespect for her captors. What good is your plan going to do? You want to destroy the living world and Soul Society? To what end? How do you ultimately benefit from this? It doesn't matter, because you're going to be stopped. She took on a condescending and confident smirk. My lieutenant will stop you. What makes you think Soul Society will send anyone out to save someone who doesn't exist? Ganryu demanded. In case you haven't noticed, your lieutenant wasn't much of a threat to us. He boasted while snapping his fingers and beginning the ritual, making the blanks and their energy swarm around her. Soon she was wrapped in cloth made of rasher that coalesced around her and reformed into a strange altar. The defiance in Senna's eyes never faded once. Because he said so himself. She said with a smirk. He never abandons his allies. When she said that, a crushing pressure made itself known to everyone in attendance. That's probably him. She spoke, hiding her relief with casual calm. Rian, Benin. He called to his artillery and crossbow sniper. Get up there and prepare to attack. Jai, Mu, Bao. The dark-skinned, slender, and giant men stiffened at his call. Defend the Shininju at all costs. This close to victory, he refused to fail. Until a single phrase froze the very blood in his veins. Too slow. They all heard as Ichigo was already in between them and Senna. Jai let anger override his reason as he immediately charged at the hybrid. Ichigo raised a hand up. Ikotsu. He whispered before throwing his fist forward. Jai's body collapsed around the fist buried in his gut, feeling his organs rupture and his bones turn to dust, before flying off from the force of the blow and crashing through layers of rock. The event took place instantaneously. Looks like I still need work. He's still in one piece. Ichigo said, giving himself to his more violent nature. He looked over the dark ones with cold black and glowing yellow eyes. For your crimes, and threat to life, you're all to die. The dark ones gaped at the strength and ferocity locked away behind those eyes. The club-wielding Bao charged at him with the intent to crush him with his mighty clubs, an effort of futility. Ichigo caught the club and weathered its shockwave before thrusting his palm into the man's gut. Hato 33, Sokesui. He said, unleashing the punishing pale fire at point-blank range and turning the man into ash. Monster. Aghast as two of his allies were struck down easily. Ichigo was in front of him in a heartbeat, his blade swirling with rasher as he brought it down. Get Shuga Tensho. He whispered as he killed another of the dark ones. He looked up to see Senna and Ganryu, looking at him in fear as he hastened his progress. Senna was wrapped in a weird, viscous matter that was calcifying into a strange tree. Ganryu suddenly smirked as Rian and Benin shot down at him. A barrage of missiles and bolts coming down on him. Just as soon as they were fired, they were destroyed by two unlikely allies, showing up to aid the hybrid. I thought wasn't getting back up. He stated as the Fullbringers turned to him. The captain commander said that about the Gotii. Jinjo said, hefting his claymore on his shoulder. We're still not members. Besides, we had time to kill. Tsukishima responded. Let us have some fun and you do your mission Kurosake. Ichigo nodded his acknowledgement as he shot toward Ganryu. Rian was firing more missiles at Ichigo, only for Jinjo to intercept them and wipe them out with an energy blade. Think we'll get in trouble for this? The more laid back of the two asked. I was always more for giving orders, not following them. Jinjo responded. Besides, we already got what we came for. The two looked up at their chosen opponents. What's the harm in having a little fun? He asked before they charged at the Dark Ones. Tsukishima versus Benin. The purple-haired Dark One blocked the white katana of Tsukishima before pushing off from the blade. She threw a few daggers before firing another bolt at him. Tsukishima swerved around the attack as he flew toward his opponent, disappearing from her view. He reappeared right in front of her and slashed her from shoulder to hip, his blade leaving a shallow cut as it phased through her body. He jumped back as she hesitantly felt her wound. "I'm hurt that you've forgotten about me so soon, Benin," Tsukishima said, addressing the Dark One as an old friend while his fullbring took effect. "I said I would check the situation personally, but Lord Ganryu just didn't feel like waiting, did he? He knew her entire life after that cut. All of her memories were his knowledge, free for him to manipulate at his leisure." "Yeah," she said hesitantly, unsure of her own memories before fully falling victim to his power. "Yeah, sorry. We had a window of opportunity and we took it. We didn't have long to take advantage of it." "It's all right, but answer me one question," he said, trying to gather more information. "Why did you all listen and trust Aizen?" Jinjo versus Rian. Rian kept up his barrage of missile strikes toward the Fullbringer, desperately trying to end him so he could try to stall the Soul Reaper from undoing their plans. Jinjo proved too fast and had a good counter to his missiles. It was either he dodged them in time, or he destroyed them in a single swing of his energy-cloaked blade. But unlike his opponent, Rian had the limitless supply of blanks to power his attacks. He sent out the next barrage, while a few strafed around in the confusion to get him from behind. Jinjo swung his blade and was enveloped in the explosions. "Finally, got him," he cheered, before feeling himself get impaled from behind. He looked over his shoulder to see a lightly singed and ruffled Jinjo, with his blade shoved through Rian's chest. "That was honestly annoying," Jinjo said, looking down at the Dark One as he desperately tried to summon blanks to heal himself. "But I doubt you have anything useful to tell me." Jinjo flared his power, making his energy blade incinerate Rian. "So goodbye," he yelled, before destroying the missile-shooting midget. "And meanwhile, you were playing with your enemy's head again, weren't you?" he asked, looking to his side to find Tsukishima with his ever-present and cold smile. "We already got what we wanted from that guy Ichigo punched, so why bother? I got her memories, but I wanted to know their feelings," Tsukishima explained. Their thirst for vengeance had long since consumed them, easy prey for Aizen to use to his benefit. Just then, a massive torrent of black energy suddenly appeared and tore a hole in the dimensional space. That wasn't necessary and probably dangerous. The world began to shake as the tear grew. "Oh crap, run!" Jinjo yelled as they departed, leaving the rest to the hybrid. With Ichigo, Ganryu threw all of his abilities at the hybrid, all to stop him from crushing his mission of vengeance. Swarms of blanks, the calcifying slime that created this false tree they were in, thousands of daggers, none of which even slowed the hybrid down. Ganryu watched in fear of the boy, the monster, that Soul Society sent to kill him. He slashed through all the blanks with simple swings, let his Ryotsu tear through the gooey slime, and deflected the blades with his bare skin. "No!" he yelled, appearing in front of Ichigo, refusing to hide in the shadows any longer. "My clan was unjustly banished by the Soul Society. I will have my dash." "Just shut up," Ichigo said with such intimidation that Ganryu froze. "I don't give a damn about your clan's history and you deserve no sympathy," he said as he cut one of his fingers. "There is nothing to justify your actions to anyone." He raised his finger up to Ganryu and charged a Siro, mixing it with his blood. "But I'm doing this to get my squad member back. Gran Rei Siro." He unleashed the dark torrent of power as it destroyed everything in its wake. The last of the Dark Ones died instantaneously, frozen in the presence of a truly dark beast. Oops, that was probably a bad idea. Ichigo winced at the tears that began to form all around him. The sky, bleeding the restrictive current of the precipice world. "Gotta find Senna fast. Limit restore," he said, sealing his power back up and releasing a Pesquisa. "Found you," he said, flying down to the heart of the tree and prying open the path to Senna. "Having trouble, rookie?" Ichigo asked with a smile. "Good to see you too, LT," she said with a smile as she recalled the feelings and memories of the blanks, as well as her own happy memories. She was unsure of her past, but she knew that her memories with Ichigo were entirely her own. "Soul Society, Tsuritii. We have reports. Lieutenant Kurosaki has recovered the Shininju and caused devastating damage to the Valley of Screams," one of the communications officers relayed to Yamamoto and the gathered captains. The old dragon smiled as he watched his student emerge from the dimension with Senna in his arms. He succeeded in his mission in less than half the time he was given. "That boy's really something," Kiraku said while Yukitake was gaping in shock. "Took care of the Dark Ones and began the process of destroying that dimension." He looked down to see his hind boasting about his son, leading the cheer among the rest of the Gotii in attendance. Definitely a future captain commander. "In time, maybe," Yamamoto conceded. "He is still young and driven by his emotions before duty, but he'll grow and he'll learn. A leader must learn to listen to their heart as much as their head. Something I remembered just recently," he said, sharing a moment with his students. "Yes, a fine commander in time. But that punch was too sloppy. Back to the punching board for you, boy," he thought just before alarms began going off. "Warning. Several Ryotsu signatures are being detected, coming from the Valley of Screams." The man yelled, surprising everyone as the images changed to look into the dimensional pocket. It was then that Yamamoto got the final confirmation of the Vandenrika's return. An entire battalion bearing Waiwaka's banner. "World of the living. Hey Senna, we made it." Ichigo and Senna burst free from the dimensional pocket, greeted by his entire squad cheering at his victory and the smiling faces of his friends, and Jinjo and Tsukishima. "What the heck were you two doing there anyway?" he asked the Fullbringers as they joined their squad on the bridge. The two former enemies smiled at the hybrid with the same smugness they once had. Senna went to talk to Ichigo's other friends. "Serving probation," Jinjo explained, pointing at a seal on his neck. "Considering what we did, or almost attempted, we are currently on probation. We do anything out of line, we're dead. So for now, we do the field intel gathering," Tsukishima said, holding up his bookmark. "My Fullbring, Book of the End, can cut through anything, or lets me control someone's memories after I cut them. As a bonus, I get a comprehensive knowledge of those I cut. It was suspected the Dark Ones were influenced by Aizen and we were sent to find out. Thanks for punching that one guy," Jinjo said, "made the job short." "So what did you find out?" Ichigo asked. "Aizen met with Ganryu and the Dark Ones," Tsukishima relayed. "He told them that he sympathized with their plight and the injustice of Soul Society and that now was the best chance they had to strike. They were so desperate to get their vengeance, they were ready to throw their lives away for this insane plan. That's all I got from them." Ichigo pondered on the information. What was Aizen's goal in doing this? Testing out their strengths and current defenses? These thoughts were cut short when Urayu cried out, "Ichigo, behind you," he said, making Ichigo turn as several tendrils pierced through his major joints and wrapped around him. He saw a figure with a white helmet, a white cloak covering its body and single glowing eye. The thing suddenly began to retract its limbs, pulling Ichigo towards it and back into the collapsing dimension. Target locked, recovering Ichigo Kurosake. It spoke robotically. "Get over here," it yelled as Ichigo began to struggle against it. Chad was quick to respond, transforming his arms and firing a blast at the unidentified Quincy. It swerved to dodge and Chad grabbed onto the tentacles that were pulling Ichigo into the rift. "Don't just stand there," Urayu yelled as Tatsuki began raining down fire on the strange bot while Orium deployed her shield at the same time the thing pulled out a large minigun. "Help your lieutenant." Urayu pulled out his Quincy bow and began firing thousands of glowing blue arrows. The rest of the squad sprung into action, either pulling Ichigo back or firing Kido spells at the Quincy bot. It so far had proven too fast and too durable to let go of the hybrid, who was trying to make sure his limbs didn't tear off. He could grow them back, but it still hurt and he didn't want to risk it with any member of the Vandenreich. Jinjo and Tsukishima tried attacking it from behind but it reacted so fast that it managed to shoot holes in their chests, forcing them to retreat and Orium to multitask. "Guys." Jinjo coughed out with some blood. "He's not alone. More are coming." He took a quick glance back into the Valley of Screams and saw more white-clad figures coming to the dimensional portal. They were having trouble with this one thing, how could they fight off more? Senna looked portal and remembered that she was the only one that could close it, but at a cost. "Cover me," she called out, getting overhead and in the center of the portal. Urayu jumped next to her and saw a battalion of Quincy soldats coming toward them, getting their bows ready. Urayu responded in kind and began shooting at every arrow they fired. "Senna." Ichigo growled out, pulled against his binds while his squad either fired Kido spells, pulled with Chad, or tried to hack away the mechanical tentacles. "What are you doing?" She began to glow as the world seemed to change. "I'm closing the portal," she said, calmly, almost resigned, returning the memories to the blanks. "What?" he asked, disbelieving that she was doing what he thought she was doing. "Limit 1 release," he called out, breaking his first seal again. "Senna, stop this. You can't dash." "Yes I can," she yelled out. "You said it yourself, Squad 15 looks after its own." She looked at him with sad eyes. "You've done so much for me, it's time I returned the favor." A whirlwind enveloped her as she flashed him one last bright smile. "It's the least I can do." "Senna, no," he roared, jumping toward the robot that was pulling his. "Ikotsu." He roared as he punched the android, breaking a hole through it and shattering his hand in the process, but he was freed from his binds. He turned and pushed himself toward Senna, just as the wind exploded. "Senna," he cried out as light enveloped the world. "Ichigo, can you do me one last favor?" He heard her voice through the haze of light. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. BG9's attack. "You think everything will be fine?" Basby asked his fellow Sternritters as they came into the world of the living. "He's just supposed to hint at the Vandenreich's actions. He'll be fine." Bambietta dismissed simply. "He wouldn't do anything to jeopardize the mission," she said, just as they saw Ichigo and his squad struggling with the android in question. "Or he could screw it up. He follows orders to the letter." Basby yelled out. "What the hell?" Just then, radio static came from Bambietta's person. "Sternritter E. I have captured Ichigo and am now returning him for your personal pleasure as instructed." The message from the android cut as both Basby and Candace turned to glare at the blushing brunette. "You slut," Candace was about to say when the exact same message played, but for her. "Sternritter T. I have captured Ichigo and am now returning him for your personal pleasure as instructed." Now she was gaping in surprise and blushing mad. "Can I have a go before you try to kill him?" Candace asked. "How dare you?" Bambietta demanded. Killing a stud like him would be criminal. Let's take turns, she said, getting her fellow's agreement. Bazby just hung his head in defeat. Why did it have to be you two? He asked, just before the bridge exploded. 37 Memories of Senna. Karakura Town, Riverside Beach. Hours passed after Ichigo's assault on the Valley of Screams. The blanks disappeared without a trace, the dark ones were dead, and for now, everything is peaceful again. On the surface, that is. Yamamoto ordered Soifan and her stealth force to investigate the area and recover anything they found. Squad 15 was taking the time to focus on improving their skills after the sneak attack on their lieutenant and their near uselessness against the perpetrator. A solitary android with Quincy abilities. That's what Soifan was currently looking at with a strange sense of dread. Ichigo did a number on this thing, she muttered, trying to remind herself that it was out. Being torn in half by the closing portal and missing half of its head from Ichigo's punch, but she couldn't stop the strange sense of fear she thought she had long abandoned. Alright people, wrap this up, she ordered as her team finished salvaging everything they could find after combing the riverside 3 times. Urahara and his spooks want to fiddle with this thing as soon as possible. And the sooner I get away from it the better, she thought before looking to the other bank of the river, feeling the Ryutsu of Squad 15's lieutenant. Graveyard. She wanted confirmation, wanted to know for a fact whether she existed or not, whether she would be remembered or not, whether Ichigo would remember her or not. She had a fragmented memory that was slowly disappearing more and more as she felt her life fade. She wanted to see what she thought was her family's grave, see whether she really lived or not. As long as someone remembered, as long as Ichigo remembered her, that would be enough for her. He carried her to the graveyard as her inconsistent memories played in her mind. Just down this road, she said weakly, losing her remaining life energy by the second. Fourth from the end. He went to the grave in question. Is it there? Is there a name? She asked, her voice cracking as her vision left her. She felt him tense as he looked at her supposed gravestone, the grave that had no mention of Senna. It's there, clear as day. He lied, his voice sounding relieved, but his body gave it away to her. You had a life, a family, he said, standing back up as she let out a whimper. Thank you, Ichigo, she said, crying with what little strength she had. Thank you for everything. She felt her body grow warm as she began to fade from existence. Thank you, Ichigo. She tried to muster the strength to kiss him goodbye, one last thing to do while she lived. But her lips never reached his cheek, her body faded from existence. I love you, she thought one last time, her thoughts reaching his mind as she disappeared. He let his arms drop and his head hang in shame, feeling the crushing weight of defeat yet again. Only this time, at the cost of someone he swore to protect. He wallowed in his guilt as Urahara appeared behind him, catching a falling amber ball from behind Ichigo. He watched the hybrid drop to his knees, mourning the loss of the girl. He slowly pulled out the girl's ribbon he recovered on his way there and placed a comforting hand on his student's shoulder. I'm sorry, Ichigo, he said as gently as he could, there was nothing you could do in the end. The Shinanju was a paradoxical existence that forms and disappears no matter what, returning the lost souls on the path of transmigration after returning their memories. He felt the hybrid shake more as tears came out of his eyes. I know it hurts, he said, speaking from experience. All of this amazing power at your fingertips only to remember that there are things even you can't stop. Ichigo slowly reached out to Senna's ribbon and took it from his mentor. Normally, everything about the blanks and Senna will fade from everyone's memories. Your father decided to have her registered as a soul reaper and made it a point to memorialize her sacrifice. Ichigo slowly stood up, letting his will to overcome guide his hand once more, which will ultimately make it easier when we finally bring her back, he said jovially, making Ichigo look at him in shock. You can do that? He asked, hopeful at the idea of Senna's resurrection. Ichigo, the moment we even suspected Senna of being the Shinanju, I started working on something to bring her back, he explained, holding up the small Jiken. Just before the Dark Ones attacked, I put this inside of her. It recorded every memory from when she first appeared to the instant her Shinanju self faded. He pocketed the small ball and opened the Senkaimon. There's nothing we could have done to stop her from dying as the Shinanju, but there is a way to bring her back. Mayuri and I are devoting a good portion of our efforts to doing so. He turned to face the shining portal. Yama wants you to report back soon, Ichigo, so settle your business, he said as he started walking toward the path to Soul Society. Now, Senna Shiba or Senna Kurosake? He idly wondered as he crossed dimensions. Las Noches, monitor room. Aizen watched the various screens placed around Karakura Town, the city he needed for his ambition. Over his many years of research into the Oken, he discovered 2 things were needed to make 100,000 souls and a land rich in spiritual power. That land was Karakura Town and it had plenty of souls for him to craft his key into the king's realm. Only now he still had problems to deal with, his incomplete Hogyaku and Ichigo Kurosake. He created his forces, but production was slowing to a crawl and he probably needed to craft an Arrancar solely to oppose Ichigo. Ever since he revealed himself to Soul Society, his growth skyrocketed explosively and Aizen himself wasn't sure how strong he was, or any of his friends for that matter. At least that's one nuisance out of the way, he muttered, watching the Valley of Screams fade into nothingness. He managed to send the foolish Dark Ones to their deaths, but didn't get a full glimpse into Ichigo's current ability. He was only sure that he had multiple seals on him. Maybe I'll send some of the rejects to test his allies, but who to send for him? He pondered, already thinking of one of his most loyal and a brash thug giant. Maybe a certain cat as well. Karakura Town, Sternritter House. Basby and his 2 female colleagues made their way to an out-of-the-way house, not too close or far from their targets, and began to set up for the long run. They had access to a great deal of wealth thanks to noble roots and various actions some of the more expendable Quincy were taking to fund the Dark Empire, so money wouldn't be an issue. Next, they had to enroll in the school and try to keep their Quincy heritage a secret. A plan they are sure will ultimately fail the moment they encounter Ichigo and Urayu. His Majesty warned them that Ichigo is a war potential for good reason and has caught the attention of the only man he ever feared. So, we're going to be attending his school soon, right? Asked Bambietta, wearing a similar outfit to her uniform but more casual like her fellow Sternritters, switching the cap for a black beret and the cloak for a denim jacket. Does that mean we have to wear those uniforms? I hope not. Candace vehemently rejected, wearing a green tube top and denim short shorts. I have legs the world needs to see. I don't do lunges for nothing. Yeah, Basby said while looking at her well-endowed chest, it's your legs the world wants to see. He wore red and black punk attire. Can we just focus on our mission instead of your looks? Can't we use our sex appeal to entice them? They asked simultaneously. When is it ever that easy? He responded, rubbing his brow in frustration. Our mission is to bring them to our side, already difficult because of their misguided anger to His Majesty, and BG9 has already made it harder because of his attack. We have to be careful in our approach. He told them, actually focusing on his mission. Unfortunately, I understand their anger all too well. He thought, remembering how Wywak destroyed his home long ago. How will this play out in the end? He wondered, thinking back to the display of camaraderie the 2 Quincy had with the Soul Reapers. Maybe there's another way. Flashback, Valley of Screams. He was cold, feeling himself slowly dying. Felt his lifeblood seep from his body as his insides were turned to paste. He couldn't even muster up the smallest command over the blanks to heal his wounds. He couldn't die here, he refused to die here, not until he got his payback on the little bastard that kept blowing off his arms. With sheer determination, Jai attempted to raise himself to return to the battle. Unfortunately, that was not meant to be for him. Well. He heard a smooth dark voice say, Ichigo did a number on this guy. A little frightening to see how much stronger he really is when he's not holding back. Another voice said, almost disarming in its calm tone, but that makes this job almost too easy. He said as Jai saw the vague figures of 2 people standing over him. Who the hell are you? Jai asked, coughing up blood from his broken insides, feeling more of his life fade. We're the new Black Op interrogators for Soul Society. The larger figure said. And you're going to give us everything you know about what we want. Jai let out a bloodied cackle. I'll never tell you anything. He defied. I'm already dead. Oh, your compliance isn't an issue. The thinner figure said as he raised his blade and stabbed through Jai's chest. Flashback end, Soul Society. From what I saw, Aizen met up with them and persuaded them that now was the time to act. Tsukishima told Yamamoto, delivering his report to the ancient captain. The Dark Ones were all too willing to take the chance, hearing that the Godai 13 was severely weakened and the Shininju was going to appear. They never suspected that the information was outdated. Yamamoto stroked his beard in thought. Aizen seems to be either testing our current strength, or just biding time until his forces are ready. He said as he rose from his desk, sensing Ichigo's arrival. Continue to train yourself in stealth and speed. We don't know when and if Aizen will launch another attack. He got out a traditional calligraphy set as the Foolbringers left the old leader, just as Ichigo came in. Sensei. Ichigo bowed respectfully of his head teacher. That punch was still sloppy, Ichigo. He interrupted, handing his student the set. The second one was just barely better, but I saw the damage you did to yourself. Your control is still wild and your enemies will take advantage of that. Yes, sensei. Ichigo conceded, taking the sumi ink stick and grinding it on the Suzuri ink stone after pouring water on the grinding surface, creating the ink for the focus exercise his master wanted. I hope this experience was enlightening for you, Ichigo. He said, watching as his student slowly engrossed himself on the slow process of grinding the ink for his calligraphy. One must put the greater good above their morals. You managed to win out because you were stronger than all of your opponents this time. But if a few must be lost to save a majority, that act must be taken. A moment of hesitation can spell disaster that could cause irreparable damage. He told his student as he continued grinding the ink. Now, when you are ready, write the kanji for your blade's name. Yama instructed as he began to brew tea for himself and his student. Squad 12 Research Labs, restricted level. Urahara lowered himself in the hidden elevator, going down into the private area of the Research and Development Labs, where only few minds were privy to the personal experiments that only the heads of the labs were conducting on their own. He came to a room illuminated by the glow of monitors and various glowing fluids of ongoing experiments. It used to be that only one person was allowed in here, the president of the R&D department that led Squad 12. Now, Urahara was here with only one other person. How is she coming along, Mayuri? He asked, walking up to a large glowing blue tube that held the nude blank form of a developing soul body in liquefied ratio. Normal physical Jigai were child's play for the two, this was near complete resurrection they were attempting. The process should be no different from my creation of Nemu. Mayuri stated from a different area of the room, dissecting and tinkering with the robotic body that Soifan and her team recovered earlier that day. Then, I was working from scratch. Now, we have a blueprint in mind. Just dispense the girl's memories and soul into the slot. He instructed, further disarming the broken android. Urahara took Sena's Jikin and placed it into the sphere recess that reseated into the machine, changing the color to amber as the ball dissolved and mixed with the liquefied energy. You know something odd, Mayuri? The eccentric man asked his subordinate. When we looked up Murokamaru, it said that it could only utilize electricity. She manipulated wind and air currents. Is there something we're missing? One thing at a time, Kisuk. Mayuri responded, the clunk of heavy machinery sounding the end of his disassembling of the robotic Quincy. Now let's see what makes this tick. Yeah, the shop owner thought as he looked to a small jar that once held a previous experiment, one thing at a time. Central Underground Prison, Mukan. Ichigo finished his calligraphy exercise, drawing out the kanji for his blade in calm focused strokes. Yamamoto said nothing as he examined Ichigo's final result before sending him back into the lowest level of the underground prison, where Yachira waited for him. Fear and nervousness crept along his nerves as he remembered her brutal lessons and how he was left in a pool of his own blood in the end, but now he moved in spite of that trauma. The elevator opened to reveal the lone figure of Yachiro Unohana that awaited him. Barely a week since we were last here, she said, her cold voice echoing in the endless dark abyss. Ichigo strode out to meet his challenge. Are you a warrior, or still a child? She asked as Ichigo stood across from her. Just as he was about to answer, she immediately made to cut his throat, only to be stopped by his blade as he blocked her. She looked into his eyes, seeing a familiar resolve reflected in them once again. She smiled and twisted the light before jumping back. Good, now let us begin. Soul Society. 2 days later, Unohana released Ichigo, feeling confident in his progress as a swordsman, back into the careful tutelage of Genryusai. Ichigo was going over the katas of the advanced Hakuda that spawned the punches Yamamoto drilled into the boy's head, repeating moves thousands of times until his motions became flawless. Ichigo further displayed his potential to the aged captain as he changed over the past few days, becoming more focused and confident in his actions and performance, showing his potential as Yamamoto's eventual successor. Or rather, Kiraku's. He thought grimly, looking at the old painting of the ancient monster that he was in the early days. He moved to lighter thoughts as he continued the mountain of paperwork that existed on his desk, coming across one that filled him with mild dread and great annoyance. Only they could take a happy occasion and make it seem terrible. He moaned, seeing the final registration forms for the wedding between Unohana and Zaraki. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Team Up of Vengeance. Ichigo made his way through the halls of the 2nd Division looking for a certain someone. You know, I'd prefer if there was an appointment made to meet Lieutenant Kurosake. Soifan said, suddenly appearing behind Ichigo, making him jump slightly. What do you want? Well, remember when I first brought back the previous captains and Urahara said a few choice words that made you kick him in the face? Ichigo asked, making the petite captain raise an eyebrow before gesturing for him to continue. Wanna help me get a few years' worth of payback? He asked with a mischievous smile, making the hornet's eyes widen before gaining a similar smirk. We are going to get along splendidly, she said, already thinking about the coming storm. SWA changing of the guard. Now that things have settled down, I call this meeting of the Shinigami Women's Association. Naneo said to the assembled notable females of the Soul Society, including Orium and Tatsuki. First on the agenda is the welcoming of new members, First Lieutenant of Squad 9, Mashiro, and 5th and 6th seats of Squad 15, Tatsuki Arisawa and Orium Inoue. She announced, causing a small round of applause from the assembled women. Next, with the retirement of Club President, Lieutenant Kuzujishi, the title of President falls to the Vice President. She said with a smirk on her face. Me. I now lead the Shinigami Women's Association. Now we can finally make some actual headway in this club. Unohana then decided to rain on the poor girls' parade. Then good luck with the severely slashed budget we just got, she said with a smile, making Naneo freeze and lose all color. What are you talking about, Captain? She stuttered, as every other member turned to the serene captain with shock. The abuse of funds and budget coupled with the lack of action from the SWA during Little Yachira's run as president has shown a lack of competency among the group, and repeated disregard of private property threatens to eliminate funding entirely, seeing as you've constantly invaded the Kukiki estate without the head of the family's permission to use his home as a meeting ground for the association. That and your gross abuse as head of the budgetary committee was brought to Yamamoto's attention that the contributions the club has made are disproportionate to the usual budget, most of which is being allocated to the men's association in response. Also, you've been fired from the position of head of the budgetary committee. Unohana said with a smile as every other member could only look on in shock. How did this happen? Nanao cried, seeing her chance practically crumble around her. Because of the actions of the new financial officer of the Shinigami Men's Association, 3rd seat Urayu Ishida. She answered as everyone gawked at the idea that someone competent was leading the men now. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a wedding to prepare for. 38. Union of War Gods. Living World, Soken's grave. Urayu and Ichigo made their way to the final resting place of their teacher and grandfather. It's been half a month since they finally went to Soul Society, half a month since Aizen's treachery was revealed, half a month since Urayu found his grandfather's killer, half a month since Soken's dream and the dream of many Quincy in his time was finally realized. The 3rd seat of the Living World squad was a Quincy, recognized as a valuable ally to the Shinigami. After centuries of bitterness and struggle between the two sides, the dream was finally realized. The dream that the last Elder Quincy would never get to see. He was gone, killed in soul by Mayuri Kuratsuki, drained by Waiwak, and lost forever. This grave was nothing but a reminder of the man he was. A kind, loving grandfather and teacher to the two Quincy to change so much. Buried with him was his Quincy cross and shroud. "Hello grandfather," Urayu said, kneeling down before the grave and giving a prayer. "Sorry it took so long to get back here, things took a while to settle down." Urayu slowly recounted the tales of the duo's ventures and accomplishments, some filled with laughter, others filled with tears. "I found the one responsible for your death," he said on a somber note. "I almost threw away everything I had, simply to kill him. But I didn't give in to my hate, you wouldn't have wanted to see that," he said, feeling tears well up in his eyes. Ichigo placed a comforting hand on his cousin's shoulder. Urayu took a breath to steady himself and continue. "Now, I'm a member of the court guard squads, serving in the living world. We finally realized the dream grandfather," he said, letting the tears come out. "You should be here to see it." Ichigo wrapped a comforting arm around the crying Quincy, sharing the pain in missing their long-lost teacher and grandfather. Dawn became noon as the two paid their respects to the fallen elder. "Come on Urayu," Ichigo said, pulling himself up. "We can't relax yet," he said grimly, not looking forward to the disaster coming ever closer. "You're still not done with your project." Urayu joined him with a look of determination, as if heading into battle. "You're right," he said, steeling himself for the coming storm. "I still have to apply the finishing touches to Captain Anohana's wedding kimono." He tensed his arms in preparation, "which wouldn't be a problem if you didn't literally start from scratch," Ichigo said, opening up a garganta for the two. "How did you even make that much progress in just half a week?" he asked, only to hear Urayu's cocky chuckle. "How, you ask?" he said with a smirk. "With careful use of Risotenge and pure speed and skill," he yelled triumphantly while Ichigo stared at Urayu. "Mayuri gave you a drug didn't he?" Ichigo asked bluntly. It was hard to say no. Urayu responded, not even changing his demeanor. "How could you not say no?" the hybrid asked as Urayu blushed. "Forget it, just indulge in your hobby. It relaxes me." "Okay." The Quincy defended as they made their way for Soul Society, already preparing for the special day of the first and the latest Kenpeikus union in equal parts cheer and dread. "I'd do my own relaxing, but I've had no time to spend with Orium or Tatsuki," Ichigo grumbled. "And Rainjiku would only make it worse." Urayu was confused for a second before catching on. "And to think you were a prude," he said, prompting Ichigo to punch him really hard. Squad 11 Barracks. Ichigo will be standing at the ready with the ring, we'll say our vows, Tessai will announce us as wed, then we'll kiss to make it official. Unohana explained to her betrothed, for the 100th time because he never paid attention. "And no, you are not to fight Ichigo at any point until at least a month after our marriage," she scolded as the berserker finally tore his vision away from his bald lieutenant helping to train his squad. "Yes, it's been a while but we want Soul Society in one piece for our wedding." "A wedding you proposed Zaraki?" "Yeah, I understand," he mumbled. "Not exactly happy but I understand. Speaking of marriage, am I taking your name or the other way around?" She opened her mouth to answer when the barak doors suddenly slammed open. "Took you long enough. You ready?" he asked as all eyes turned to the only Kido user in the squad. "I apologize that I've kept you waiting sir," Yumishika said smoothly as he made his way through the assembled members of his squad. He moved with a grace that was associated with him as he kept his pride in moving beautifully. "And Captain Unohana, glad to see you here as well." He got in front of the two most notable swordsmen in Soul Society as he knelt before them. "I'm ready to take my place as your 3rd seat captain," he said with confidence. Kenpeiken merely grunted. "I remember saying that you had to earn that place Yumishika," he said, standing up and towering above everyone in the room. "Listen up. 3rd seat is officially up for grabs. Anyone wants it, head outside and fight Yumishika," he announced, making a good number of his squad cheer, some saying that, Kido is for the weak, Yumishika didn't deserve it for lying about his skills. Those familiar with Yumishika's skill wisely sat out while Ikeku went out to watch his friend's real skill, followed by both Kenpeikus. Thus, Yumishika stood in the courtyard of his squad's barracks to face his opponents for 3rd seat. "I'm not sure about the captain's claim about you being one of his best," a nameless challenger boasted. "It's the squad's creed that we're melee fighters. We face our opponents head-on and strive to our physical limits. We ain't gonna acknowledge a Kido specialist until he earns it. Right. The man shouted. Yumishika raised an eyebrow before pointing behind his challenger. The lone warrior saw the rest of the squad cheering for Yumishika to take back his spot. Kenpeki looked annoyed while Unohana merely found it amusing. I'm not sure whether to be pissed or not. Zaraki said as the lone nameless idiot in his squad slowly tried to back out of the ring. Begin. He shouted, prompting Yumishika to appear next to the poor schmuck and backhand punch him into a wall. Are you as disappointed as I am? He asked his wife-to-be. I find it rather touching. Unohana giggled. Your squad is much closer than when I led the 11th. She said before a though occurred to her. That reminds me. I never taught these brutes manners now did I? A dark, cold, atmosphere covered the area as Yachiro showed her face. You think you're forgiven for the treatment you gave my medics? The people you trust your lives to, I might add. With the exception of Kenpeki, Ikeku, and Yumishika, the entire squad faced the wrath of the first Kenpeki. Wow. Ikeku muttered as he watched the motherly captain break and mend bones in an instant. Beautifully frightening. Yumishika whimpered. Damn it, that's hot. Kenpeki grinned, watching his predecessor work. His loyal second and third backed away slowly. Squad 1 Training Grounds. Ichigo continued his training under Yamamoto's tutelage, waiting for the wedding and in preparation of the next conflict to come. He couldn't describe it beyond instinct, but he felt Aizen would be making his move soon. Yamamoto had Ichigo practice sword swings, determined to bring him to his full potential, while filling out some final bits of paperwork. Mainly allowing for the rest of the civilians in Siraitai to finish evacuating because they all feared what was to come for the honeymoon between the Kenpekis. Currently, Ichigo had bracelet weights attached to his wrists while his swings created noticeable air ripples on the ground. This was interrupted by the arrival of the youngest of the current captains, Captain Hitsubiya. Yamamoto greeted as the white-haired youth made his way to the commander and his student. Any visit is always welcomed, but what brings you here? He asked, recognizing the focused look in the youth's eyes. He was here for a fight. Hello, head captain. Toshiro bowed respectfully to the leader of Soul Society. I'm actually here to request a sparring match with Lieutenant Kurosake. This caught the hybrid by surprise as he lost his grip on the practice blade he was using, which went flying off to wherever. Can I ask why? Ichigo questioned, taking the weights off and setting them carefully on the ground. This is kind of out of nowhere. The ice captain closed his eyes and reflected on his thoughts. When Aizen betrayed Soul Society, he singled you out, Kurosake. Toshiro started, remembering the bleak day when his world was torn. He considers you to be the biggest threat against him. I wish to test myself against that. He said, keeping that cold resolve in his eyes. Ichigo, on the other hand, was ambivalent. He heard good things from his father about Toshiro, mainly about being a calm and focused leader and considered a child prodigy by most of his peers with the strongest ice type Zanpakuto, but made it clear that he and Ichigo were in separate classes. Very well. I'll allow it. Yamamoto said, making the youths turn toward him. The more varied your opponents, the more experience you'll gain and adapt. Ichigo and Hitsubiya could use the motivation. The two of you represent a new generation of Soul Society and it would be good for you two to fight. Ichigo nodded to his teacher while Toshiro bowed in respect. Thank you, sir. He turned back to Ichigo. I look forward to this. He said as the two went to opposite ends of the training grounds. Toshiro unsheathed his blade, a katana longer than he was tall with a four-pointed star, while Ichigo just stood there. Genri Yusai started the match, surprising Toshiro because he thought the hybrid wasn't ready. That moment of hesitation was short as he charged at Ichigo with the intent to slash him from overhead. An attack that was stopped cold when Ichigo caught the blade with his bare hand, his hierro protecting his body from injury. What the dash? He thought as Ichigo lifted him into the air and punched him in the gut, sending him flying back to the opposite side with a crash. This is what separated the two youths. Toshiro was considered a prodigy but has halted much of his training due to the managerial requirements of being a captain with near-endless paperwork. Ichigo was training to fight one of the few beings to rival the head captain. Toshiro was considered gifted and let himself slow down. Ichigo refused to stop at gifted. If you wanted to spar with me, then go at it seriously. Ichigo said as he stepped in front of the ice wielder, trying to slam his fist down again. Hitsubiya dodged to the side and tried to swipe at Ichigo's side, only for him to pull himself to the side with the hand he embedded into the ground. He threw his foot out at Toshiro, who jumped back and called out to his Zanpakuto. Rain over the frosted heavens, higher in Meru. He yelled out, creating a length of chain from his hilt, ending in a crescent-shaped blade, and bringing out a Chinese dragon made of ice. He sent down a number of ever-changing ice dragons, remembering how their last bout went. Ichigo's response was to create a single katana blade and swing a Getsuga Tensho blast, destroying each of the dragons as he shot himself towards the young captain. The moment he was in front of the ice wielder, he swung his blade down and sent Toshiro to the earth like a cannon shot. Bankai, Daiguren higher in Meru. He yelled out, letting the ice cloak his form and granting him wings and a tail while ice covered his limbs in icy claws. 3 sets of 4 purple ice petals floating behind him. Well, that escalated. Ichigo said as Toshiro's Ryutsu strengthened. Zanjutsu. he said, changing the blade in his hands but began to compress his power around himself. His katana grew in length and turned as black as night. Closest thing I have to a bankai myself. He flashed in front of Toshiro again and slammed their blades against each other, with the young captain visibly struggling. They continued the exchange of blades, sparks and bits of ice flying as their blades collide in a flash of movement. Nothing escaped Genryusai's gaze as he carefully watched the two fight. Ichigo's continued growth is impressive, he thought as his student destroyed another ice dragon. The other seal on his body continues to weaken him until he can fully master his Ryutsu, which can only happen when we find his peak. He's almost half my prime by now. His focus shifted to Hitsugiya as his petals faded. And you, Captain Hitsugiya, hopefully this makes you aware. You cannot rely on your bankai to win every fight. You must return to the basics, improve your Kido and swordsmanship. Toshiro used his chance to get Ichigo caught in a pincer attack between more dragons, 5 in front and 1 behind. Ichigo summoned up his spirit bow and fired 5 massive bolts to destroy the attack in front, and threw a perfect Ikkotsu at the one behind him, shattering the entire beast. It was then that several giant ice pillars surrounded him. It takes a while to do this, Hitsugiya explained as another petal faded, leaving him with one. I made sure to distract you with my dragons and used their ice to mold this technique. This fight is mine. He twisted his sword, making them all shoot toward Ichigo. The hybrid watched as the ice came at him, while his pinky finger turned black and began to crack. The ice encased him just as he called out the spell. Heido 96, Ito Kaso. He whispered, creating a form of a katana out of concentrated crimson flame, instantly turning the ice to steam and create a heated shockwave that shook a good portion of Siraitai. Hitsugiya stared in shock as Ichigo shunpoed in front of him and took a fierce punch to his gut, dispelling his bankai and knocking him out. And that's my win, he said as he brought the two of them down, his finger regenerating from using that spell. Sorry about the mess, sensei, he told Yamamoto as he dropped off the young captain. It's no matter, Ichigo. This should show the boy that he cannot rely on his bankai for everything, he said, looking down at the young captain. He earned his position, but still such a child. That shall be rectified. Ichigo bowed and took his leave, needing to get ready for Zaraki's wedding. On his way he found his lost practice sword, with several Shinigami struggling to move it from the crater it was in. Sorry, he said as he went over to the blade and lifted it effortlessly. Lost my grip on that. Anyone hurt? He asked as the assorted Soul Reapers slowly shook their heads. Good, he said with a smile as he walked off, preparing for the wedding of the match made in hell. Kenpaku's wedding reception. Chaos. That was the word used to describe what happened. For the most part everything went fine in the ceremony, everyone was in place, Kenpaku's squad was behaving, his kimono was still in one piece, nothing was on fire. Yamamoto walked Unohana down the aisle along with some of her older colleagues. Tessai lead the ceremony. The two Kenpakus exchanged seiken rings and were officially wed, Zaraki taking his wife's name since he never had one. Unohana threw the bouquet which was caught by Rukia, though by the smirk on a certain cat that was intentional, since Ichigo's and her wedding was next. All in all, a civil affair. Then everyone started drinking. Rainjiku, somehow, talked Tatsuki and Rukia into drinking with her. Kiraku accidentally switched his non-alcoholic beverages he brought with the alcoholic ones and Chad learned he has a low tolerance. Nimue was last seen dragging an unconscious Urayu away. Ishain was sharing a few drinks with his side of the family who were in talks with the Kukiki elders. Yumishika was roped into stylizing some of the SWA's hair while Ichigo was nursing a black eye from a fistfight with most of the 11th that was for fun. At some point, no one is sure how, the bathroom caught fire. Orium got the short straw and had to stay in the living world while the other leading members of the 15th went to the wedding. She was the winner in this matter. I'm starting to question my own sanity, Kenpaku Zaraki Unohana said to his new wife. Because I should never be one of the more sane and well-behaved people at a party. Retsu let out a giggle as Hisagi made a poor drunk choice of words that earned him a punch to the face. Ichigo never got that memo about jokes regarding Matsumoto's boobs. Just wait till later, dear, she said, letting her Yachira side come out. We'll have our fun then. Zaraki grinned in anticipation while Ichigo's ladies dogpiled on him. He cries for help went ignored. World of the living. Everything seems alright, just making final repairs after the blanks incident. Hiri told Orium over her soul tracker. Didn't think interference like that would crash practically all our systems. It was the middle of the night and Orium joined the squads on patrol. Division 15 was the de facto front lines for Soul Society with empowered humans at the forefront. Vigilance was key for the squad. So it meant a lot to Orium that her friends trusted her to keep everything safe and ready for their return. Lisa and Hiri were busy dealing with the remaining problems from the time with the blank, so visuals and sense were their best bet for now. Hiri didn't want to reactivate anything unless she was sure nothing would explode. Right, you focus on that and I'll call it a night after one last sweep. Orium responded, planning a route that would end at her home. Stay safe kid, Hiri said as she hung up on the barrier maiden. She started walking, just as she felt a disturbance right behind her. She turned to see a large humanoid hollow, with a dual-layered cowl ending in a point on its head, a long whip-like tongue, and a hovering top where its legs should be. Its Ryutsu was obviously greater than most hollows. That's a Minos. She whispered as it attacked her with its tongue. She jumped out of the way and immediately attacked. Katan Zanshun. She yelled out, sending her primary attack at the hollow, nearly bisecting it at attacking the edge of the hollow's hole. Then the upper half suddenly disappeared while the lower half was revealed to be a separate body and began to charge at her. Santen Kesshun. She summoned her shield, stopping the misshaped hollow, and leaving her exposed from the other half's attack. The monster's tongue came at her, only to stop an inch from her face as the creature froze, a paper charm stuck to its face. What am I going to do with you? She heard a familiar voice speak out as the other hollow disappeared for the moment. Always getting into trouble. But I guess this time's my fault. She turned to see her older brother, looking slightly annoyed. I should have started training you when you manifested your Shun Shun Rika. But that can wait till later, after I deal with these hollows. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. The SMA recruits new members, set after Ichigo fought the Fullbringers. The Shinigami Men's Association, where the manliest of men gather together to indulge in the manly lifestyle. Seeking the perfect path of macho, a search that could be going better. Tetsuzumon looked over his fellow associates, Lieutenants Kira, Hisagi, and Omada, Captain Yukitake, Akon from Squad 12, and the 3rd and 8th seat of Squad 4, Imura and Ajido. Usually, their group was always at odds with the Women's Association, but today was the mark of a brand new era for them. They were getting 3 new members from the hot new Squad 15, my fellow men. IBA spoke out, loud and proud in the open jacket, sunglasses attire of the SMA. Today, we greet new brothers to the Men's Association. Introducing, Captain Ishine, Lieutenant Ichigo, and 3rd seat Urayu. He called out as the rugged Kurosaka patriarch came in, dragging the unconscious bodies of Ichigo and Urayu. Nice to make your acquaintance. Ishine said, flashing a confident smile. What's wrong with those two? Yukitake asked, almost worried. I had to get them really drunk before they would actually join. Ishine answered, just as the two began to stir. I said this would be good for them, but they were stubborn. Urayu. Ichigo growled, his hollow healing fighting hard to fix the worst of his hangover. I already know where to hide his body. Urayu responded. 39. The enemy moves. The living world. Orium stared at her brother in shock. He just revealed that he knew about the other life she lived and that he could train her. She looked up at the tag on the frozen hollow's face, reading the kanji for bind on its surface. She was so lost in her surprise that her shield faded, but the hollows had a new target in her brother. Just as soon as the bottom half of that hollow duo left her, it tried to attack Sora. The formerly normal human just smirked as a large white serpent with small horns appeared and sprayed acid on the hollow. As the top-shaped empty soul reeled in pain, the serpent shot forth and devoured the corrupted soul, swallowing it with ease. Thank you, Hebai-chan. Sora said as he walked toward his little sister. Come on out, you lot. He called out as the Shun Shun Rika manifested themselves, each giving a small bow to the suited man. Hey, enough of that. I may have contracted you, but you're my sisters now. Has she been taking care of you? Shun-O came forth and answered for the group. She still has some confidence issues in regards to combat, but she's treated us well. The sprite said with a smile. Sora nodded approvingly as the 6 fairies floated around their master and wielder. Sora, what is going on? Orium demanded, tossing the cute timid part aside for the moment to get answers. How do you know about hollows and my powers? And what do you mean you contracted the Shun Shun Rika? Sora smiled gently as he pulled out more paper tags, these saying, purification, and threw them at the larger, frozen hollow. You know about the hollows, the Shinigami, and the Quincy obviously. He started, getting closer to his sister while his white serpent shrunk down and wrapped around him. Well, hollows are a danger, you need to be of a specific bloodline to be a Quincy, and Soul Reapers back in the day were not the most reliable group. This allowed a rise of a group of specially trained humans to fight off the hollows, which were far more passively destructive back then compared to now. He snapped his fingers, making the purification tags erupt into white fire and consume the hollow. The exorcists, more spiritually powered humans that fought off the corrupted spirits. Monks, priests, shrine maidens, and the Onmyoji. Each used a specialized method of spells, tools, or contracted spirits. He took off the remaining parts of her hairpins to show a small, almost unnoticeable pattern that was the contract with the Shun Shun Rika. The people that could become full-fledged exorcists were few and far between, and when Soul Reapers started to get better at their jobs, our occupation sort of faded except for a scarce few. Auntie is one of those few, and she trained me after I got us away from our parents. The Shun Shun Rika were meant to protect you until it was time to train you in the ways of the exorcist. So why did you take so long? Orium asked, almost glaring at her brother as she studied him. He simply smiled and gave her an uncharacteristic nudge. Because, my darling little sister, I'm the only one in this house that does any actual work to support us and let you go to school. He said in a strained, cheery tone while Orium was going, ow, repeatedly. School and living expenses aren't cheap and I do a lot of hard work. You have your friends to protect you and I can only have so much time off. He let go of her, letting her cradle her steaming head and give teary puppy eyes to her brother. I can give you the scrolls and books to start you on your training, but you must promise to read them thoroughly and be extremely careful in your training. Understand? He asked, earning a few nods from his little sister. Good, now let's go home. I'm starving. Karakura High School. And that's what happened. Orium said, filling in the rest of her friends and teammates on what occurred while they were off celebrating. You guys sounded like you had so much fun, lucky. She said, pouting that she had to work while they didn't, completely ignoring the shocked looks on their faces. Tatsuki was the first to bring herself out of the stunned stupor. Orium, this is amazing. She cheered happily for her friend. If what you said is true, you could become so much stronger. Orium giggled sheepishly while giving a cutesy smile. Just happy to help guys. She said with a wink, somehow manifesting a small star. Unfortunately, the cheer was short-lived as they all felt 3 strong Ryotsus coming, all of which felt familiar to the 2 Quincy in the group. Kigo and the other normal classmates came over with a tense atmosphere. Hey, good or bad? Mizuoro asked, referring to what they were all feeling. We got 3 new transfer students coming in. Kigo informed them, uncharacteristically serious for the moment. They seem like foreigners and had this really bad vibe around them. Aside from that Ryotsu we felt. To put in perspective, Chizuru chimed in, 2 of them are total babes and I couldn't even think about fondling them. That's what prompted everyone to look at her with shock. Yeah, I was that scared. She said just as their teacher came in. Alright class, we have 3 transfer coming in, so try to make them feel welcomed. She said as the 3 new kids came in, instantly catching everyone's attention. The first was a pretty lean-built guy with metal nuts and bolt piercings in his ears, an unkempt school uniform, and bald aside from a long red mohawk. He had a feeling about him that screamed, delinquent, so much that people started re-evaluating Ichigo's thug status. The other 2 were girls, the brown-haired one was neater and wore a beret while the one with green hair had a few top buttons undone. Both seemed like bad news, so much so that Kigo didn't even try to glomp either of them. Introduce yourselves and find a seat. Oka said as she stood to the side. My name is Bazard Black, people call me Baz B. The Mohawk told the class, glaring at a certain hybrid in particular. Don't get in my way and don't piss me off. Ichigo returned the glare, already knowing this was going to be trouble. My name is Bambietta Basterbine. Beret girl said. And boys, don't bother. I'm not interested in boyfriends or friends at all. She finished, prompting the last girl forward. Name's Candace Catnip, and just don't mess up my look. She told them, seeming like the easiest to get along with in a group no one wanted to associate with. Urayu and Ichigo shared a glance before sending looks to the rest of their friends. A simple message saying, they're going to be trouble. Karakura school entrance. The day went by relatively peacefully, aside from the tense atmosphere the transfers created. There was another hollow attack but nothing Squad 15's grunts couldn't handle, something that concerned the seated members. Were these lesser hollow scouts or was something big coming? The arrival of the 3 Quincy just made matters worse. They kept a relative distance but they clearly had their eyes on Ichigo and Urayu. They informed Ishine about the situation and he advised they have minimized contact with them. Something that came to a head when school let out and Baz B was waiting at the entrance. Hey, Ichigo Kurosake. The Van Denreich elite called out to the lieutenant. Word around the school is that you're the toughest in the school. Not surprising. Ichigo responded, not even intimidated by the enemy Quincy. A bunch of idiots come to fight me often. He kept walking, getting closer and closer to Baz B, hoping to avoid a fight to see what his dad was planning about this situation. Prove it. The thug Quincy said, walking up to meet him. Fight me. The atmosphere grew noticeably tense as the 2 glared at each other, Baz B trying to goad Ichigo and Ichigo glaring at him like an insect. Unless you're scared, strawberry. He taunted as Ichigo kept walking and went past him. Not interested, rooster. Ichigo returned as he and his friends passed by. Baz B clenched in anger as the hybrid ignored him, so he decided to give him no choice. Wasn't asking. He said, just before he threw a punch at the hybrid. Anyone with enough spiritual awareness could see the erasure in the Quincy's arm as he struck at Ichigo. And you're gonna regret that. He growled as his fist connected, a fist that was caught by Ichigo's hand. Ichigo matched the blood artery with his blood vein. Am I? Ichigo asked before tossing his bag to Urayu, who caught it effortlessly. Go on ahead, I'll catch up. They all nodded and continued on, heading for the Shoten to report to Captain Ishine and get their patrol schedule for the day. And you know, Quincy, for a recruitment officer you really know how to make the wrong choices. The hybrid growled at the surprised rooster head, who received a harsh punch to the face that knocked him back a few steps. After a second passed, the duo settled into a comfortable combat stance. Now this is more like it. Baz B said with a smirk as he charged at the hybrid again. Using the barest amount of his blood skills to enhance his physical abilities and not seem completely inhuman. He threw another punch at the hybrid, who blocked and threw another of his own. The brawl continued on for another hour, Baz B managing to get Ichigo a couple of times but he was in much worse condition than the hybrid. Ichigo practically danced around the Quincy's attacks, delivered punches and kicks in precise areas that kept weakening the elite. As it went on, it was clear who the victor was going to be. You wanna call it quits yet? Ichigo asked, wiping some blood from the corner of his mouth. A result from a punch the Mohawk man made. This has gotten boring and I have somewhere to be. Basby growled fiercely, ignoring the burning ache of his many bruises and cuts. Shut the hell up. He yelled, charging at Ichigo again, unconsciously channeling his heat. I don't get it. How is he beating me? He thought in frustration as Ichigo shifted the punch away and striking the elite in the gut. I'm one of the top soldiers in this army. I'm stronger than this runt. That's why I have my shrift. He thought as Ichigo punched him across the face. If I could just manipulate the ray dash, he froze, realizing now a vital point. He was strong, a master in racial manipulation, that was his main skill. Ichigo Kurosaka wasn't tied down by those restrictions, and he took full advantage of that. He was faster, stronger, and more skilled. Screw it. He thought, refusing to go down without landing a major hit of his own. He poured his power into a blood artery punch, aimed right at Ichigo's face. The blow connected with a loud crack. He smirked in his victory before coughing up blood. Nice punch. Ichigo said before pulling his fist away from the doubled-over Quincy. Mine's better. He rolled his neck around and began to walk away. Thanks for wasting my time, Rooster. He said, heading for the Shoten. Urahara's Shoten, central base of Squad 15. Ishida already informed me about the Quincy at the school. Ishine told his son while doing his never-ending mountain of paperwork. How they are likely trying to spy on you, or at least convince you to join their ranks. He put down his pen and gave his son and lieutenant his full attention. And then you went and beat the crap out of one of them. Ichigo nodded as the Kurosakis had an intense stare down. The less combat-oriented members of the squad watched their first and second in command coldly at each other. That's my boy. He yelled out in his ridiculous fatherly pride, killing the tense atmosphere as Lisa brought more stacks of paper. In all seriousness though, this is troubling Ichigo. You can't drop your guard around them, especially not the girls. Don't worry Dad. Ichigo told his father, expelling himself from his body. There's no way I'll spill any secrets that we have now. Considering the training and abuse we've put you through, I don't expect you to break under that kind of pressure. Ishine responded. It's not Basby I'm worried about. You're stronger and smarter than that. It's the other two I'm worried about. He said, taking a serious look. Too often are there beautiful things that kill with poison. They may attempt to seduce you Ichigo. That is why, the very background seemed to change into a crudely drawn version of itself while he pointed at his son, to make you immune to feminine wiles you must be sexually satisfied. What? Ichigo screamed in his head, leading to the two Zanjutsus to argue over the merits of the idea. Everyone else just seemed to sigh tiredly at their captain's antics. They must think you're a helpless, easily tempted virgin so they'll try to seduce you. So you must be the seducer. Ishine continued unashamedly. Captain's orders, get some nightly. In fact, hey Lisa. He called to his secretary, unaware of Ichigo's rising anger and clenched fist. Want to volunteer? Certainly sir. The visored responded, slipping off her sailor outfit-styled Shinigami uniform. Ichigo's anger peaked and he punched his dad in the face and through a wall. The hybrid glared at the perverted Soul Reaper. Disregard those last orders. Ichigo said, using his authority as lieutenant to restore order. Captain Ishine was just spouting nonsense. Lisa seemed to look disappointed, but it was too subtle. Did he give Uriah the same orders? He asked, prompting Lisa to shake her head. No, he just assumes third seed Ishida is asexual. She answered, prompting Ichigo to sigh in annoyance. And this goofball is still a captain. He groaned, just as alarms started blaring. That can't be good. Ishine came back into the room as Hiri burst in, looking oddly disturbed. Just got done fixing the monitoring systems. She panted out between breaths. 2 hollows in the park. One is definitely a Vastolord. She said, shocking everyone in the room. Vastolords were the strongest among hollows, enough to give captains trouble. Hiri, who's at the park and call them back immediately. Ishine ordered quickly. Ichigo, let's go. Tatsuki has already engaged them. She said, prompting father and son to bolt. Karakura Park, Tatsuki's team. Tatsuki was running a sweep through the park, keeping an eye out for any hollows or pluses. Lately there were fewer and fewer hollows which had split a good portion of the division on whether or not this was a good thing. Tatsuki was being one of the more cautious members of the division and was keeping her eyes peeled for anything. She was doing her second sweep of the area when it happened. 2 monstrous Ryotsus appeared out of nowhere and slammed into the ground, cratering it with its force. Acting quickly, her unit and herself made their way to where the power was centered. A crowd was already forming around the crater, filled with curious and worried people. Orders ma'am. One of her soldiers asked, but she practically froze. These two were out of her league, she knew that much from the Ryotsu pressing down on her. She powered through the pressure and saw this giant. He was bigger than Chad with tanned skin, ridges on his head, a large hole in his chest, and a skeletal jaw on his mouth. He had these bushy eyebrows and sideburns with a long dark ponytail, and red markings under his eyes. He wore white hakama pants and a white jacket that he left open, revealing his muscled body. Everything about him fit the description that Urahara gave them about Aaron Carr. This was it, Aizen was making his move. So, where am I supposed to find this, Kurosaki, guy I'm supposed to fight? He said in a deep tone, shaking Tatsuki out of her stupor. Hey, Ulquiorra, you're the expert on him, right? He called down to his companion, who soon came out of the crater. Get everyone out of here. Tatsuki ordered quickly and urgently. Evacuate the entire park. Normal humans, pluses, the other soul reapers, just get them out of here. As much as the big guy scared her, his smaller companion was far more terrifying. Bone-white skin, piercing green eyes, teal lines going down his face like tears, and what could only be described as a broken horned helmet resting on the left side of his head. He'll find us. The now identified Ulquiorra stated, deep but softly, especially with that entrance you've made. Yami stretched his neck and surveyed the fleeing populace. Might as well have a pre-fight snack. Yami grumbled before he started to take a deep breath. When that happened, Tatsuki felt a pull on her soul, as saw many others beginning to lose theirs. Thinking quickly, she shot a fireball right into his mouth, which then exploded. Bitch, what the hell was that? Yami roared in anger. That would be Tatsuki Arisawa. Ulquiorra said, looking right at the human. She's an empowered human that seems to manipulate her racial to act as fire. She's close to our target. What do you two want with Ichigo? She demanded, settling into a fighting stance and doing her best not to collapse. Ulquiorra stepped forward, getting in between her and Yami. Lord Aizen wants more information on Ichigo Kurosaki and sent the two of us. He answered, sensing two stronger presences heading their way. Yami is here to fight, maybe even kill him, while I'm here to simply observe. So how pissed do you think he'd be when he comes by to find this little lady dead? Yami asked with a demented sneer on his face, already planning on eating Tatsuki's soul. Very. They heard a voice say before Yami got kicked in the face, hard. The large Aaron car was sent tumbling while Ichigo rose to his full height. Ishine appeared behind Tatsuki and placed a hand on her shoulder, shaking her from her frozen fear. You did good, Tatsuki. He said, gently but firm, leaving no room to argue. Now get out of here. We got this. The captain said as he prepared to face Ulquiorra, who was already in front of Ichigo. So, this is how strong you are now. He said, examining the hybrid with zero malice. You've really changed, Ichigo. Ichigo responded, feeling creeped out by the interest the Aaron car was showing in him. When the White Hollow's words registered with him, he started to focus again. Do I know you? He began to ask until the two locked eyes with each other. Ichigo felt a memory, way back in his mind, pull itself free from the mental depths. Ulquiorra, is that you? He asked, surprising everyone but Ulquiorra, who seemed to have the barest hint of a smile. It's good to finally meet you again. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. East versus West. An intense argument was brewing in the Kukiki manor. A debate laced with frustration and anger between the two leading men of the Kukiki and the Shiba. Ishine sat across from Byakuya, ready to continue the argument between the two. The most important thing to decide on before continuing with anything else. Ichigo and Rukia, the two meant to marry, could do naught but sit idly by. She should wear a wedding dress. Ishine stated, using passion to fuel his side. She's marrying into my family and Masaki, and I dreamed of passing down her dress to our daughter. It should be the traditional kimono. Byakuya said, stoically as ever. It adheres to traditions and his Anna would be glad to have Rukia wear hers. The argument continued as neither side would yield. Do I even get to have a say? Rukia moaned, not liking that her dress choice was being made for her. Ichigo could only wrap his arm around his fiancée, while the two men bickered like children. Let's just ask Mom. He said, choosing the more sensible option. The new SMA. Okay, since Ichigo and I are here anyway, we might as well make the best of the situation. Uryu informed the Shinigami Men's Association members. He was currently dressed in the same manner as the other members, open jacket hanging on his shoulders and a pair of sunglasses in the same make of his usual glasses. There were muffled cries of agony from Ishine getting beaten by his son in the other room. While Ichigo vents our collective frustration at Ishine for the next hour, what are the important things I need to know? He asked, prompting a bunch of confident smirks. Here with the Men's Association, we strive to exemplify and improve the life of the men in Siraitii. IBA announced proudly, earning an applause from the other club members. Uryu remained unimpressed. So what have you done to do that? He asked, causing them to sweat nervously. We work to find the truest expression of manly. IBA yelled out. By doing what? Uryu asked, getting more annoyed by the second. Next on the agenda was designing a man's phone. Yasakaka informed the Quincy. How does that help the cause? Uryu growled in frustration. A macho man must have everything be as manly as possible. IBA answered with full confidence in his cause. Plus this is the only thing we can afford to do with our current budget. Yasakaka handed Uryu the budget reports for the Men's Association, resulting in a large bulging, throbbing vein in Uryu's head. 90,000 can. He yelled at the low price, making everyone else in the room shrink in fear. Who handles the budget? All hands slowly pointed to IBA. Do any of you do anything? Uryu growled, making them slowly shake their heads. 5 minutes later. IBA lay in a crumpled, broken heap, Ishine was covered in bumps and bruises, the rest of the association writhed in agony aside for Yukatake, and Ichigo and Urayu were wiping blood off their hands. Okay, changing things. Urayu stated calmly. First order, Ishine is now our president/scapegoat, I will be handling the management side of things under the guise of the treasurer, and Ichigo is now our poster boy. All in favor. The room was filled with moans, most out of disapproval. Motion passes. Good meeting everyone. I need to fix our budget now. 40. Hollow Friendship. Hueco Mundo, 5 years ago. Time passed seamlessly for him. Trapped in the eternal night of the endless desert of the land of hollows. It mattered very little to this oddity of his kind. Born bone white among his pitch-black companions, born with only his eyes freed from his mask while his brethren had their faces. He was alone in the world and he was content to simply lay in his home of emptiness and thorns, simply existing. Like the single solitary tree of sharp spines he called his home. He forgot how long he laid there in the nothingness, but it didn't matter. Every day was the same, until he felt a presence show up just outside of his tree. Wanting to determine the presence with his own eyes, the Vasto Lord slowly freed himself from the sharp spines that surrounded him until he freed himself from the comfort of the empty tree. He only ever trusted what he saw since his sight was his only other sense aside from spirit sensing. He slowly freed himself from his home to find a large cobra hollow creeping on a sleeping child that radiated Ryotsu like a beacon. Interesting. The white hollow thought to himself as the serpent came closer and closer. The cobra caught sight of him and froze, looking between the helpless child and the Vasto Lord. It decided to take a chance and lunged for the boy. In an instant, the snake lost its head as the empty hollow decapitated it. He was curious about the young boy, the first interesting thing since he discovered his home, and wanted to learn more about him. The small, orange-haired child, sleeping on the desert sands without any knowledge of the danger he was in. The hollow was patient, so he sat next to the boy, watching and waiting. More hollows came, the smart ones left while the rest were killed by the Vasto Lord. Hours passed until the orange-haired child started to move. He moaned and squirmed on the desert sands as he slowly woke. The two locked eyes with each other, green gazing into brown as the hollow waited. Instead of screaming or running or attacking, the child simply sat up and spoke. Hi, my name is Ichigo. The boy said to the human bat hollow. He waited for a response, but got none from the being. Can you hear me? He asked, trying to get a reaction from the bat. He knew he should be afraid, but he felt no danger from the humanoid hollow. No anger, hunger, nothing, so the child felt no need to be afraid. He spoke to the hollow again and again, his mouth moving in different ways every time, but the hollow did not react for he could not hear. Just then, Ichigo saw the tree of sharp spines behind the bat and got an idea. He stood up and took the hollow by the hand, surprising the lone white being by the lack of fear or distrust in the boy, and pulled him closer to the tree. Once in front of it, the human broke off a needle and began to write in the sand. The symbols looked familiar to the hollow as he soon began to read the words being written in the sand. My name is Ichigo. Can you read this? Look. The now named Ichigo offered the improvised stylus to the bat. The hollow took the tool hesitantly and tried to copy what Ichigo did. After a few attempts, the began to come naturally as he wrote a single, neatly written phrase. Yes. He looked back to Ichigo who was smiling up to him. Are you not afraid? The hollow wrote into the ground, offering the needle back to Ichigo. The boy shook his head before writing a new sentence. Why should I be? He returned the needle to the bat. I'm different. The hollow wrote. I've always been alone because of that. He returned his gaze to Ichigo who stared right back. Then the boy closed his eyes and released a heavy pulse of his Ryotsu. The hollow's eyes widened as he felt the mixed energies in that pulse. Dark and light, ordered and chaotic, hollow and full, it was a paradox of itself. He found something amazing, something opposite of himself. He found himself to be one with nothingness, never any desires or cravings. He found something that held substance, fullness, a meaningful existence. Ichigo wrote something down, something the hollow never once considered. What's your name? A simple question, one that never once crossed his mind in the centuries of his existence. He was without a name, he simply existed. Until he was asked that question and a name came to his mind. Ulquiorra Sifur. Time passed from that meeting. Ichigo worked on accessing his own hollow powers while Ulquiorra protected the hybrid in his training. Never eating, never stopping his sentinel watch of his lone companion in the world. They talked, they interacted, Ulquiorra flew them through the air while Ichigo told him about the living world. Ichigo learned to passively sustain himself on the ambient erasure in the air of Hueco Mundo, but was struggling with the one important ability he needed. He was working on creating a Garganta when Ulquiorra finally asked him, "What are you trying to do, Ichigo?" "I'm trying to make a way home to continue my training. There's a really bad guy I'm supposed to fight when I'm strong enough." Ichigo wrote out in the sands. "If he's not stopped, everything will be destroyed." Ulquiorra watched Ichigo's face, watching the continuous shift of focused determination and childish innocence. He took the needle back and wrote out a different question. "Is that your purpose?" The hollow asked, never leading a meaningful life and just existing. Shook his head and wrote his simple response. "It's something I want to do." The young hybrid wrote. "I want to protect all I can." Ulquiorra watched Ichigo as the boy smiled at him. Ulquiorra kept staring at Ichigo for a few more seconds before standing up and tearing open a garganta. Ichigo stood up in amazement of the portal between dimensions, only to be picked up by the bat and pulled inside the portal. He then created a pathway for them to walk and gestured for Ichigo to lead. Hours of running passed until Ichigo found his way back to the world of the living. The two were on the streets as Ichigo looked around in amazement. He took Ulquiorra's hand and started to trace out the words on the hollow's hand. Ulquiorra didn't feel it, but he recognized the pattern by sight. "Thank you, Ulquiorra. Come on." He tried to pull the Vasto Lord along, but for the first time since meeting, Ulquiorra pulled back. "No, this is where we part ways," he told his only companion. "I'm a hollow. I do not belong in this world." Ichigo looked up to the bat with hurt in his eyes, but didn't let the tears flow. He needed to be strong. "Will we ever see each other again?" the boy asked the white being. His expression never changed once since they met. "Maybe someday," he told the child Ichigo. "I'd like to find my own purpose if I have one." Ichigo reached out to Ulquiorra's face and touched him, past the broken part of his mask he never knew was there. In his shock, Ichigo pulled Ulquiorra into a hug. The stunned hollow didn't move until Ichigo released him and said something Ulquiorra still did not hear, but guessed the meaning. Gu, good, bye, chi, go. He forced out of the part of his mouth that was exposed before fading back into Hueco Mundo. "Present day. It's good to finally meet you again," Ulquiorra said with an almost invisible smile as Ichigo slowly remembered their first encounter. "You did a good job hiding your progress from me and Lord Aizen." He scanned over Ichigo again, trying to get a sense of the hybrid's power. "Have you gotten control of your hollow powers?" Ichigo was about to answer when his hind spoke up. "Ichigo, do you know this guy?" The father demanded, wanting to know what secrets his son kept. "Is he the one that kidnapped you as a kid?" Ichigo shook his head, getting control over himself again. "No, he's the one that protected me when I accidentally ended up in Hueco Mundo." Ichigo replied quickly. "It was when my hollow powers started fluctuating the first time. I said I was merely teleported outside, I really ended up in Hueco Mundo. And he said while pointing to Ulquiorra, is the hollow that protected me while I was vulnerable. Ulquiorra Sifur, last time I saw you said you were looking for your purpose. I wandered for a long time until I met with Lord Aizen." Ulquiorra responded. "He made me an Arankar, broke me free from my isolation. My path is to follow." Yami pulled himself back up and was about to charge until Ulquiorra threatened him. "Interrupt this, Yami, and I will break you." The giant scoffed, but stayed where he was. "So, you're my enemy," Ichigo concluded, feeling conflicted about fighting his old friend. "And you're okay with this?" Ulquiorra looked at him with the same, blank, empty expression. "I told you, Ichigo. I'm a hollow, and you chose to be a soul reaper. This is nature," the bat said as he stepped back. "Go ahead, Yami," he told his companion, who smirked and charged at Ichigo. "Fine then." Ichigo muttered as Yami brought his fist down, creating a dust cloud as his fist connected. He was chuckling at the ease and fun of crushing his smaller opponent as the dust slowly settled, only to reveal Ichigo blocking the attack with ease, his veins pulsing with rancor. "If Aizen wants to see the power that will crush his army, I'll show him." Limit 1, release. The air itself shook with the sudden increase in power. Ulquiorra's eyes widened slightly while Yami seemed to struggle with breathing for a moment. His hind sighed and thanked his luck that Ichigo was given free rein to release his first seal, otherwise his mountain of paperwork would keep growing. There was a series of pops as Ichigo clenched his fists, then brought his hands down, forcing open Yami's guard, who took a strong uppercut to his jaw. "Impressive," Ulquiorra whispered as his companion was launched into the air. "To think this is the same Ichigo." As Yami was back down, 20 feet away from where he previously stood, Ichigo flashed over to the falling Arankar. To anyone else, Ichigo simply axe-kicked the large hollow into the ground. Ishain and Ulquiorra saw Ichigo slam his knee into Yami's back first and then executing said axe kick before the hollow got too high. After cratering Yami into the dirt, he turned around and headed back toward his father. "That better be one of your disposable grunts, Ulquiorra," Ichigo growled, knowing that Yami was slowly pulling himself out of the earth. Speed and skill was never Yami's forte. The white bat said, his tone as empty as ever. "Strength and durability, however, is," he said, just as Yami rose back up. "You little bastard." He growled in anger, his hand resting on his Zanpakuto. "Lord Aizen wanted me to test you, but he wouldn't mind if I killed you as well." He roared before charging a Zero Blast. "Die!" He roared as he fired the torrent of energy at the hybrid. Ichigo sighed as he brought his hand up and blocked the blast, the energy spraying off like water. Ichigo focused on the Zero's rancor and began to pull on it like he does with Quincy abilities. Slowly, he took control of Yami's Zero while charging one of his own. Yami and Ulquiorra watched in shock as Ichigo held the concentrated ball of twisting energies. Not even sparing a glance at his opponent, Ichigo aimed the ball skyward and released the Zero. "Zero Doble." Ichigo whispered, launching the blast harmlessly. "I'm not going to kill you yet, Yami. I want to embarrass you," Ichigo said, looking at the large Arankar like he was an ant. "So next time, Aizen will send someone worth my time." As soon as the shock wore off, he went black to glaring at the hybrid. Ulquiorra recognized what Yami was going to do next and acted. In rage, Yami yelled out, pulling out his sword. "Ira!" he called, only to notice too late that his arm was missing. He looked down to see Ulquiorra in front of him, holding the severed arm. "Ulquiorra, what the he dash?" He was about to ask before the bat punched a hole into the brute's stomach. "It's clear you cannot beat him right now," Ulquiorra told his companion. "And if I didn't stop you, you would have caused Lord Aizen more trouble. He wants Karakura town in stable condition," he said before opening a garganta. "We're returning, now." He almost growled, reminding the giant which one of them called the shots. Yami hesitated out of fear of the smaller Arrancar before walking through the portal. "Ulquiorra!" Ichigo called out, stopping the white hollow. "What's your rank?" the hybrid asked, making his old companion face him. Ichigo opened his Shiakusho to reveal his Squad 1 and reforming Squad 15 seals. "I was fighting at 60%, just so you know." The two continued to stare at each other before Ulquiorra responded. "I am ranked 4th and Yami is 10th. He opened his white robes to reveal his number. "I'll be sure to let Lord Aizen know not to send you any more trash," he said as the barrier closed, leaving the father and son duo. "So how strong is Ulquiorra?" Ishine asked after a period of silence. "Do you remember? He's the strongest hollow I know." Ichigo answered his captain. "A vasto lord. We need to report this." Las noches. Ulquiorra made his way to the meeting room where his master, a fellow Arrancar, had been waiting. He dismissed Yami to get patched up because he wasn't necessary for this part. He had seen everything and his eyes never lie to him. He made his way to Aizen's throne, passing his fellow Espada with little regard. Some were interested in what he had to show, others didn't care too much, but only one had his attention. The Shinigami that made them Arrancar, Lord Aizen. "Well, Ulquiorra?" the traitor asked his loyal subordinate. "What have you to show us?" The bat wordlessly took out his left eye and crushed it, letting the specialized dust of his Solita Vista touch his allies and replay his memories. "So, 60% and he soundly defeated Yami," Aizen said after analyzing the memories. "And you stopped him before he could use his resurrection because that would cause too much damage. Good judgment, Ulquiorra." He praised his subordinate. "But instead of killing him, you ran away." A condescending deep tone echoed throughout the room. "Or is it because you still think of him as a friend?" Ulquiorra turned to see the cocky fool, open jacket with lean muscles and a hole in his stomach, light blue hair, and green lining under his eyes. "If I was there, I would have blasted him to bits." Ulquiorra regarded the lower-ranked Espada with his ever-present stare. "He's in the way, so it'd be best to kill him now, right?" He called out to the rest of the Arrancar. "I will not fight Ichigo Kurosaka so long as Karakura town is the arena." The fourth Espada said with finality. "If we did, we would destroy the entire city. Or have you forgotten the significance of that place, Grimjo?" "Then we assassinate him," said the man at Grimjo's side. He had a long face with his hollow fragment resting on his head and extending to a point on the right while it covered the upper left side of his face. "A small, fast team to kill every major member of that Squad 15. Kill this Ichigo fast before he becomes too much to handle." Some seemed to be in agreement until Aizen called for order. "While this does raise some concerns of your loyalty, it also explains why you always volunteered to spy on him," he said, gazing down on one of his best. "I leave the matter of Ichigo Kurosaka to you, Ulquiorra. Do not disappoint me," he commanded as Ulquiorra bowed his head, purposefully ignoring Grimjo's glare. "Everyone else, tread lightly. Ichigo Kurosaki is not to be taken lightly." Urahara Shoten/Squad 15 base. "From what we can conclude from Ulquiorra, there's at least 4 Vasto Lord Arrancar in Aizen's army," Ishine reported to the head captain and his colleagues. Until further notice, unless forced otherwise, Ishine was to attend via video conference to the captain's meetings. The appearance of the Arrancar put everything on high alert and Squad 15 was the frontlines for the Shinigami. It's very likely that each Arrancar has a special ability not unlike our own Zanpakuto's, so caution is still advised, sir. Yamamoto and the more inquisitive captains pondered on these revelations. "You should have had Ichigo kill that Yami Hollow," Yamamoto grumbled, worried about his student's judgment. "And that Ulquiorra, are you sure Ichigo will fight him?" All eyes turned to Ishine as he thought for a moment. "These Arrancar seem different from regular hollows," he finally said after a second. "But to what extent, I don't know. Aizen probably figures that no less than a Vasto Lord Arrancar will be needed to fight Ichigo, which is something that could level the city. Either way, Aizen won't plan another attack for a while. Ichigo will probably try to turn a few to our side, and he might very well succeed." Ishine then met every single gaze from the other captains. "But my son will not waver. He will do what is necessary." Yamamoto seemed to regard Ishine for another few moments before nodding. "Very well. Stay on guard for the next attack, Captain Ishine," he warned, about to call an end to the meeting before Urahara said one last piece. "And if you could, please send me some specimens." The eccentric inventor spoke excitedly. "Mayuri and I are eager to see what we can find." A small shiver went through everyone as the feed was cut. Ishine let out a relieved sigh. "One thing I didn't miss about being a captain is how tense things can get." He whined while Hiri came back in, eating a bag of chips. "Oh boo-hoo," she said through her snack. "That cow Rangiku told me about how you barely did that job before." Ishine looked back at her, surprised by the contact between his former lieutenant and his comms officer. "She calls twice a week to try to get a date with Ichigo. Says he's being a poor boyfriend." She shrugged as she took over her seat again. "Now leave, Baldy, we've got stuff to do," she yelled, throwing her empty bag at Ishine's face. He pouted and left, grumbling about paperwork, leaving Hiri alone. She began typing a few things on her keyboard, accessing a file called ICOA. Soon, the monitor camera activated and she began recording. Video log 6, Hiri Saragaki. The next day, Tatsuki and Ishine. The school day came and went with no incident. A small hollow here and there, but nothing major, nothing important. The officers of Squad 15 were all heading home for the night, except for one fireball. Tatsuki missed her captain's order to head home, her mind preoccupied with other matters. Ishine saw this and decided to step in. "Tatsuki," he said, making her jump in surprise. "It's late, you should head home. Unlike most of the squad, you guys still have school to worry about." She let her head drop and let out a sigh. Just as she was about to speak, Ishine interrupted her. "You're worried about yesterday, aren't you?" he asked, making her look at him in shock. "I'm a father of 3 and I've been around for a long time, Tatsuki. I've picked up a few things in life," he said with a fatherly smile. "Go ahead and tell me." She stared at him for a while before looking down. "I froze," she said, uncertain and worried. "I'm supposed to be one of the leaders, one of the people that can stand by her friends, and I froze in the face of the enemy." She turned up her gaze to her captain, looking like a scared child for the first time in her life. "How do you do it?" she pleaded. "How does Ichigo, Urayu, or even Chad? How can you stay so calm in the face of stuff like that?" she asked, tears coming to her eyes. Ishine sat down next to her and looked the martial artist straight in the eyes. "Listen, Tatsuki," he started in his dad voice, "I'll be honest. Your only life or death experience was when that hollow swarm attacked. And even then, you were so focused on other matters that you didn't focus on it. But you've had time to calm down, and you've learned that while you're powerful for a human, you are still human." He told her, keeping her gaze locked. "You've learned to charge your rapier into fire attacks and you're a capable martial artist, but there are things out there that are stronger than you. Stronger than Ichigo right now. But they've faced that kind of danger often while you've only done so one time. By all accounts, you shouldn't even be a seated officer." She looked at him with betrayal and hurt in her eyes, but he held fast. "But you're still here. Because Ichigo believes in you. Orium believes in you. Yoruaki and Soifon both think you have what it takes. Just like me." Slowly the hurt melted away from her eyes. "We have the faith, you just need to have some in yourself and prove you are capable," he said before the alarm started going off. "Preferably later, but sometimes the enemy are jackasses," he said as he went out the door, Tatsuki just following automatically. Once outside, they saw a tall, thin man with a long face and an odd hollow mask with a large, fat man whose face was half covered by a skull mask. "Orium. So, can you explain something?" The barrier maiden was making her way home, conversing with her spirits about her powers. "Why did you say you're my powers if you're my brother's contracted spirits? Was anything I did really me?" she asked nervously, concerned about whether she was a help or a burden to her friends. Oddly enough, it was Tsubeki who explained things to her. "Of course it was Orium," he said in a calm tone, surprising the other sprites and their mistress. "Your brother contracted us, but ordered us to be your Shikigami until you were ready to begin your training. Doing so put us in a mutual relationship where you supplied the power, we supply the action. In short, yes, you do have the power Orium. Now it's time to get the training. Let's make that later and surviving is today." Shuno said, just as Orium sensed something coming at her. "Santen Kesshun," she yelled, just as a man with a bulky helmet shaped like a hammerhead shark's head and bandages on the right side tried to stab her with his hand. The shield held him off, making him jump back and smile, showing of a disturbing row of square teeth. "Looks like I'll be having some fun," he said before laughing. "Chad. So, Arankar I take it?" Chad asked, on his way home when he appeared. He was larger than Chad, long red hair on one side and shaved black on the other. His hollow mask looked like a pair of sunglasses resting on his nose. "Yep, and I'm here to kill you," he said, smirking confidently at the Fullbringer. Sato rolled his shoulders and stretched a little. "You can try," he said before flaring his Ryutsu. Urayu was making his way back home himself, contemplating a letter he found in his locker. "We are not your enemies. We are kin. When you're ready to speak with us, go to the Funfeet Feld." It was obviously left to him by one of the Quincy that came to his school, but what is their aim? If they wanted to recruit them, why did they attack Ichigo twice? He needed to get answers but he couldn't go in there blind. He would wait until this matter with the Arankar has settled down before informing Ishine and Ichigo. In the meantime, he'd crush this blonde, lean hybrid that got in his way. "Hello brother," the Arankar said in a sarcastic tone, "I'm here to kill ya." Urayu looked over his opponent, long blonde hair, hollow mask that seemed like a broken helmet, and he already annoyed the Quincy. I'm positive that was meant to be threatening, he said while adjusting his glasses, but it only works if you're actually threatening. Ichigo. Ichigo was the only one that still patrolled the area. He was sitting on the edge of one of the higher buildings when he felt the 6 errand car enter the city, watched as they all went to his allies, and waited for the strongest of them to come to him. His patience was rewarded when a blue-haired lean-looking punk with a hollow mask covering the right half of his jaw. "So you're Ichigo Kurosake?" he asked, condescendingly at the hybrid. "The one that made Ulquiorra run off." Ichigo sighed as he got up. "This better be worth my time." He grumbled under his breath. "And who are you?" "Name's Grimjo Jax. Espada number 6. Ichigo cracked his neck as he prepared to fight. "Adorable," he said, making Grimjo glare at him. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Plans for the SMA. After the legitimate change of the Shinigami Men's Association's hierarchy, i.e. hostile takeover, Uriah got to planning some big changes for the association. First order was removing the dress code of sunglasses and open jackets. This met some resistance, which met Uriah's fist, which killed the protests rather quickly. Next order was to restore their budget. Uriah planned on doing so by investigating what the Women's Association did to get their current budget. He was less than happy when he finished his research. "Naneo." The Quincy growled in fury. "You've made yourself a terrible enemy in me." The rest of the association cowered in fear of their treasurer and real leader. "Time to fight fire with fire," he said, just as his phone rang. "Yes, Ichigo, it's for the club, do it." "No, I don't think they'll mind. I don't care if you don't want to do it. We're in the red because IBA is a spineless idiot. Just do it, you whore," he roared before hanging up. The rest of the men were looking at him in confusion. "Uriah, did you just pimp out my son?" Ishine said, turning serious and burning with anger. Anger, that did not affect the Quincy. "Modeling for an advertising firm," he said, brushing off the aggression. "Chocolate-covered strawberries." Everyone just stared in confusion as he filed more reports. They decided to never speak of it again. 41, failed assault. Squad 15 base. "So what are looking at here, Hiri?" Lisa asked as her old comrade came out of the monitoring room to join the rest of the squad. With the arrival of the errand car, Squad 15 was being sent out to assess the threat and damage control. Data gathering for preparations against the next attack. 6 errand car, 1 is clearly in the range of the 2 that came before and the other 5 are far weaker. The foul-mouthed Vizard answered. Comparing Ryotsu puts this group as 1 Ajichas and 5 Jillians. They exited the small shop as the grunts dispersed to do their jobs. The Vizards looked up to their captain in 5th seat preparing for their battle against the invaders. "If I had to make any bets, I'd put my money on our guys," she said, fully confident in her allies. "Our ladies on the other hand, lack the same kind of strength and experience." Lisa asked, already knowing the answer. "Shall we clean the rust off our swords then, Hiri?" The two looked at each other before smirking. "Let's see how they do before we rescue them," the tomboy suggested before turning toward Orium's direction. "I'll save the princess," she said before disappearing with her shunpo, leaving Lisa to watch the fight alone. "Orium versus Deroy. Who are you?" Orium asked as she quickly shifted into her fighting stance while the Shun Rika swirled around her. Her opponent snickered madly, showing a sadistic delight in the coming fight. Or, in his mind, his brutal killing of a weak little girl. "Deroy, Aaron Car 16. He yelled out, charging at the barrier maiden with the intent of cutting her down with his hands. "No need to introduce yourself, you're going to die." Orium narrowly dodged the swing, caught his wrist and belt line of his hakama, and threw the errand car into the wall. "Katan Zanshun," she yelled out, shooting Tsubaki at the errand car. The result was the small sprite hitting the errand car like a baseball. The impact was there, but it didn't pierce his flesh. Tsubaki returned to his master's side while the errand car got back up. Orium hit it, but she was starting to get nervous. She still didn't like fighting, preferring to be the main healer, and ended up neglecting her training since she and her friends invaded Soul Society. "Focus," Tsubaki yelled at her. "Our powers are supplied by your will. Now get that fighting spirit." As he said that, the errand car was getting back up, rubbing his stomach where Tsubaki hit him. "I actually felt that," he said with a grunt. "How about I return the favor?" He grinned as he unsheathed his blade and charged again. "Shurten Koshun," Orium called out, creating her reflective barrier. The moment his blade touched it, the kinetic force was pushed back and he got a small cut on his face. "Looks like that works. Time to bring that out. Kenten Koshun." She held out her hand as the sprites realigned into a sword. She did a few swings and twirls to refamiliarize herself with the blade. "Let's try this." She defended as he struck again, only to meet the same results as before. He attacks, she defends, the force is reflected back at him and he gets injured. After a while, she is exhausted while he is covered in small cuts and bloodied, but not tired. "That's it," he growled, no longer smiling. "I'm done playing." He removed the bandage from his right eye and revealed a charging ball of energy. Orium braced herself, ready to change her sword to a shield when she heard a familiar yell. "Don't just stand there, dumbass." She heard Hiri yell as a sandal flew past her and slammed into Deroy's face. Then the Vizard herself appeared in front of the errand car, who was stumbling back for the unexpected footwear fastball, grabbed her sandal and whacked the errand car into the air with it. Disregarding the altar hollow for the moment, the monkey girl then turned her attention on Orium. "What the hell, princess?" she yelled at the timid barrier maiden. "You do realize you're in a street, right? With houses on either side that people live in, correct?" she demanded, making Orium nod like a frightened child. "Then move the fight so others don't get involved. I had it handled," Orium defended, standing up to the shorter girl. Hiri had the nerve to look amused. "No, princess," she said as Deroy reappeared with a powered Zero Blast ready, "this is handling it." Hiri quickly reappeared next to the errand car with her hollow mask and Zanpakuto out, decapitating Deroy in an instant. Orium watched the cold execution in shock, feeling her stomach turn at the killing of something that looked so human. "You're still too gentle, too soft. Work on that so you don't burden the rest of the squad." She gathered up the remains so she could preserve the former errand car for Kisuke and Mayuri's experiments. "You're a seated officer, act like it," she said before disappearing, leaving a stunned Orium just before she vomited up her dinner. Chad vs. Idrid. "My name is Yasutura Sato," Chad said as he stretched his arms and cracked his knuckles. "Fourth seat of Squad 15. You." The larger hollow smiled in anticipation. "I'm errand car 13, E-." He paused suddenly, almost as if he just considered something. "Never mind. It'd be a waste to give my name when I'm just going to kill a lowly fourth seat," he said, smirking confidently at Chad. "That's rude, but fair," the Foolbringer said before appearing directly in front of the errand car and slammed his fist into his face. With a resounding crack, he was sent flying into the distance and onto a deserted road. As he was tumbling and rolling, Chad caught up to him and punched his head into the ground, leaving a crater and him embedded into the earth. He groaned as he slowly opened his eyes, only to see a foot stomping on his head. After a few stomps, Chad grabbed the errand car's ankle, yanked him out of the hole and slammed him face first, making him bounce off the asphalt, before punching him in the chin and sent him flying again. "Since I'm going to be killing a lowly errand car," he said before activating his full bring, the armor covering his arms. The errand car got up, spitting out a couple of teeth and blood while parts of his mask fragment fell apart. "I think I've shown to be able to punch through your hierro, so shall we try this again? I met a man who said it was a courtesy to give your name before a fight." "Very well. Awaken, Volcanica," he called out, holding his blade horizontally before it turned into light and shot into the ground. The area around him erupted into a pillar of flame as bits of magma attached themselves to his arms, reforming into massive arms with protrusions on his shoulder and exhaust holes in the middle of those protrusions. "Idrid Lions. That is the name of the errand car that will kill you, Yasutura Sato." He saw Chad's shocked expression and chuckled. "This is what happens when errand car release their Zanpakuto, their resurrection. We gain back our abilities and our former forms, increasing our power far beyond a Soul Reaper." Chad met his opponent's gaze with a glare. "So this is the peak of your power?" he asked, surprising the errand car. "Then I suppose I've got nothing to worry about." Chad then charged his arms with Ryotsu, taking the form of electricity around his left fist and fire from his right shoulder. "Because I haven't reached mine yet." "Is this your Shirkai?" Idrid asked, clenching his fists in anger at being underestimated. "Idrid, I'm not a Shinigami," Chad said, pulling his fist back. "I'm a Fullbringer." They charged at each other, concentrated racier against concentrated fire, and when they met, they exploded furiously. Intense waves of heat hit Chad constantly while Idrid's arms slowly crack and break. Eventually Chad began to weaken as he felt his flesh burn from the volcanic heat of the errand car, something Idrid began to notice. "It doesn't matter if you're a Soul Reaper or not," he said before punching a tunnel of flames at his opponent, "you will still lose here." The fires died to reveal a smoking and badly burned Chad, breathing heavily from his attacks. "Thank you for the fight, Yasutura Sato. I'll remember you fondly." "No," Chad thought in defiance, remembering his promise to friends. "I am the unbreakable shield of the front lines. I protect my friends." He focused on those memories and desires until he exploded, forcing Idrid back from the sheer force. As the dust settled, Chad's right arm resembled a shield and a long spike protruding from his left shoulder. "This is the end, Idrid," Chad said before charging at the errand car again. He raised his arms to block, but the cracks were spreading and bleeding. "El Directo," Chad roared as he slammed his right fist against the large white arms and destroying them like loose, dry clay and leaving Idrid to be hit with a torrent of energy. The errand car dropped to his knees as Chad readied the final strike, electrical racier cackling around his fingertips of his left hand. "La Muerte," he whispered as he punched Idrid just below his hollow hole, leaving a skull imprint on the ground behind him. The errand car coughed up blood as he felt his insides turn to mush, letting out a weak laugh. "I'm glad I heard your name. Yasutura Sato," he said before falling dead to the ground. Chad watched his fallen foe for a couple of seconds, offering a silent prayer to the dead, before his squad members recovered the body and took him back to the base. Tatsuki vs. Nakim. Ishine and Tatsuki watched the two errand car as the grunts of their squad went about to minimize and undo the damage of the fights occurring around them. A series of large flashes and differing riotses colliding with one another gave a sense that the fights began, and some were more questionable than others. Orium and Chad were holding their own. Uriah seems to be playing, and he stopped checking on his son, confident that he would be fine. The Hollows made no move to attack the other Soul Reapers, focusing only on the seated officers. Tatsuki, you fight the big guy. Ishine ordered the girl, making her look at him cautiously. He's the weaker one. Don't worry, you'll be fine. She was about to say something before deciding to go with her captain's command. Ishine jumped to meet the Aaronkar on level air to talk better. So, are we exchanging pleasantries before we try to kill each other? The long-faced Hollow smirked, confident that their side would win. I suppose we should give the courtesy before we kill you, he said with a polite little bow that was clearly condescending. I am Shalong Kaofang, Aaronkar 11. Nakim Gurndina, 14. The larger Aaronkar said in a low tone, before descending to stand in front of Tatsuki. Ishine turned his attention back to the helmeted Aaronkar. Captain of Squad 15, Ishine Kurosake. The captain responded. She's Tatsuki Arisawa, my 5th seat. So how does this numbering system work? He asked, keeping his cool. Strength, order of creation. Yes, to both. Shalong responded. The top 10 Aaronkar, the Espada, are ranked by their power while the rest are numbered by the order of their creation. He smirked, expecting to crush the captain's will with his next statement. Aside from the Espada with us, I'm the strongest Aaronkar. Ishine responded, with a deeply disappointed sigh. Really? That's a bummer. He said, with a bored look on his face. I'm going to get rusty if all I fight are weaklings and do that stupid paperwork. Those weird guys in that mansion were just not the warm-up. He turned his attention to his future daughter, and elected to watch her fight. Shalong grew furious at the blatant disregard of him as an opponent. You should dash, he started, attempting to cut Ishine down from behind, only to feel an elbow knock all the air out of him. I don't need to release my seal against you, he said before knocking the man out with a swift chop to the neck. I'm trying to watch the fight, so shut up. He focused on the battle, the fireball dancing around the large hollow with grace, but it looked like he was outlasting her. Take this. She yelled out, coating her arm in racier fire that did burn the Aaronkar, but he powered through it to strike at her. He thrust his palm at her, she twisted out of the way and slammed her elbow into his gut. He stumbled as she flipped to kick him in the face and deliver a fiery fist to her enemy. He was enveloped in the purifying flames, and when they faded, he was nowhere to be seen. During the attack, he used his Sonido to get behind her and kick her into the ground. She tumbled on the ground and got into a kneeling position, just in time to block another kick. She grunted against the pressure, but she took the small window to calm herself and focus on her power. This was her first lone life or death struggle, and she refused to fall. She took a breath and flexed her body, releasing a strong pulse of racier and strengthened the flames in her hands and feet. What the dash? Nakim asked as he stumbled back. Tatsuki kicked his knee directly in the joint and proceeded to pummel him with her burning hands and feet. Burning assault. She yelled out as she threw her fists out rapidly, creating a snaking path of fire with small fanning bursts with every strike. After a few hundred strikes he was standing in a daze, drifting between conciseness as Tatsuki panted from exertion and punched him one more time. Fireball strike. She yelled as she buried her fist in his gut and turned him into a fireball until he was flat on his back, barely alive from the abuse. Behind him was Lisa, who unsheathed her blade. Smash, Haguro Tanbo. An instant later, a large blade similar to a monk's spade cut off Nakim's head. The blade was as long as his torso with a staff too long to properly wield. Lisa was dressed in her sailor outfit and a look of business on her face. My apologies for cutting this short, but the other fights are wrapping up and our sensors recognize another powerful signature coming this way. We need to retrieve as many samples as we can, she explained as Ishine came down. She bowed respectfully to her captain before sealing her Zapakuto and carrying his body away. Tatsuki stared in shock by the ease that Lisa handled the matter and the brutality of killing. Before she became a wizard, Lisa was a lieutenant. Ishine explained to the surprised martial artist. After that, she only grew in strength and ability. Same with Hiri. In terms of ranks, they should be either 3rd at most and 5th at least. He spoke with no sense of humor in his tone, letting Tatsuki take in the expectations he made in making her the 5th seat. We're facing war, Tatsuki. Are you ready for that? You can't expect to spare your opponents like before. Uriah vs. Iford. Uriah disappeared in a burst of speed, appearing far overhead of the Aaronkar, and released a barrage of fast but weak arrows. The Aaronkar dodged the attack and met his opponent in the air, exactly as Uriah wanted. The two enemies glared at each other while standing in the air, the Aaronkar already unsheathing his blade while Uriah had his bow at the ready. Uriah Ishida, 3rd seat of Squad 15. Uriah said, keeping his calm as he conjured a few bolts. Iford Grands, Aaronkar 15. The blonde hollow replied. I'll be killing you, brother. He readied his blade while Uriah scowled viciously. Do not use such familiar terms with me. He pulled his bow back. It's disgusting. He released the bolts and began to jump around, forcing his opponent to twist, turn, and block rapidly, almost dizzily to keep up with the Quincy. If you want to stand a chance, you have my permission to do whatever Shirkai knockoff you Arrancar have. Granz glared at the arrogance of the Quincy but smirked, believing that Uriah's arrogance will be his undoing. If you're in such a hurry to die, then skewer. Del Toro. The hollow called out before armor coated his upper body, looking like a bull's head and torso with long jagged horns. You regretting your choice now, brother? He asked, ready to impale Uriah with his horns. Uriah merely raised an eyebrow, confused that this is supposed to intimidate him. Huh, neat. The Quincy said before hold out his bow and shifting it to an intricate design that is unrecognizable as a bow, more like a framework for stained glass. He held the bow to his side casually before shaking it slightly. Toro, Toro. He called out lazily, making Ifrit grit his teeth. You still mock me. He roared as he charged, crossing the distance in an instant. He was fast, but not fast enough. Yes, I do. Uriah said, just before twisting around the charge and letting his opponent run off harmlessly. When Ifrit turned, Uriah was goading him on once again. This repeated until he managed to clip the bow with his horn, making the Quincy spin into a collision with the bull until he rolled off the large beast. Not so funny now, brother. He mocked, ignoring a slight pain in his back. Uriah righted himself and merely continued his actions. He paid for it by getting his weapon clipped again as he spun over the Arrancar. He turned back to see Uriah abandon the shield bow for a pair of silver and black rods that gained blades of black and blue rapier. It was then that Ifrit recognized what Uriah was doing. During his spins, he shot small arrows into the Arrancar's back. Now was time for the next stage. What do you think this is, brother? He yelled in fury. A bullfight, obviously. Uriah said, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. I've been spending way too much time around Ichigo. He thought as Ifrit made one last charge. That's not funny. He roared, intent on skewering the Quincy that was humiliating him. But before he even got close, Uriah was behind him and his head was no longer attached to his body. Indeed. The Quincy conceded, reattaching the rods to his belt. I was bored from the start. The Arrancar fell dead to the ground and Uriah focused on the two figures still fighting. How long are you going to play Ichigo? Ichigo versus Grimmjow. The two already began their fight. The moment that introductions between them was over, they were fighting. Ichigo already released his first limiter and they were only fighting with their martial arts. Grimmjow was a street brawler, hitting hard and hitting fast and using his ability and instinct. A better street fighter than Ichigo was used to, nothing he couldn't keep up with. As it was, they were more for getting a feel of the other's ability. As Grimmjow felt his fraction drop one by one, he decided to kick it up a notch. Hey, I prefer my fights to be one-on-one. He suddenly said after they separated for a bit. So don't go asking for help. Ichigo matched his opponent's glare with the same intensity. You think I'll need help kicking your ass? He said, just before they both drew their blades and clashed against each other. Sparks flew from their swords as they resumed their battle, the ringing of their blades echoing throughout Karakura. Grimmjow grew more and more angry with the calm look Ichigo had on his face, like he was in control this entire time. That he wasn't even exerting too much effort, and it was pissing him off. He was a king, the strongest. He knew he made the right call to try to assassinate him, but he was doubting he was capable of doing that. I think that's enough of a warm-up. Ichigo said, jumping back and swinging his blade a few times. You going to use that? What did that guy Chad fought call it? Resurrection. Grimmjow was furious with the casual ease Ichigo was taking this, but he'd matched that game. Tell ya what. You break that second limiter, and maybe I'll let you see mine. He goaded, letting his arrogance get the best of him. Ichigo merely shrugged. Suit yourself. He said before appearing before Grimmjow and kicking him in the side of the head. The Arrancar was sent flying until Ichigo appeared before him and struck again, repeating the process until it became like a bizarre game of pinball for the hybrid. Eventually, Grimmjow was able to lash out with his blade. Ichigo, believing in his defensive ability, tried to catch the blade with only his Hiero protecting him. There was noticeable resistance but the blade cut through Ichigo's left hand, leaving only his thumb. Ichigo jumped back to assess the damage while Grimmjow took pleasure in the small victory. You're powerful, but it looks like I can still cut you. He said with a grin, despite feeling battered and beaten. He watched in shock as Ichigo regenerated from the injury. Momentary lapse in judgment. Ichigo said, testing his hand. You won't get another chance. Sensei is going to be pissed with me. Grimmjow raised his blade and placed his hand along the midpoint, like he was about to claw his sword. You want my resurrection? He asked in a low growl. Fine. Grind. Pan dash. A mischievous tone called out. That's enough fun, Grimmjow. Grimmjow froze as he slowly looked behind to see the ever-smiling Jin, wearing a new white hakama. I don't believe Aizen gave you permission to launch this attack. Grimmjow was about to say something, but Ichimaru opened his eyes very slightly, freezing both him and Ichigo with the silent intimidation. Though, this assault may prove useful yet. It's clear our ranks could use some obedience training. He said, leaving the threat to hang there. Wordlessly, Jin flicked his wrist in the air and opened a garganta. Grimmjow silently went into it while Jin's smiling face met Ichigo's scowl, before he started laughing. I must admit, Ichigo, it's amusing to see the ever-cool Aizen lose to his anger. He is not taking these losses well. Being tricked with the Hogyaku, your growth, and you made expendable soldiers into needed assets by how much his calculations came off. He said, losing himself in a fit of giggles before stopping suddenly. Remember, he knows how to hurt if needed. He said without his smile as he disappeared through the portal. Ichigo stayed there, watching the double agent fade from this world to the world of hollows. That was unsettling. Urahara Shoten/Captain's meeting. In the fights our squad members took part in, we got a better idea of the current strength and ability of our Arrancar enemies. Ishine informed his colleagues through a video connection. Ichigo was standing at his side, as was his privilege as the captain commander's student. It can be safely assumed that Arrancar made from Jillians are well below the average lieutenant. Unfortunately, that may change in the future if Aizen figures out a way to improve them. Well, we can take a look at the possibilities after we get those bodies your team recovered. Urahara informed them, already thinking about the possible experiments to come. Time for the grittier side of science. We are at war, we can set aside and worry about our morals when we are at peace. Yamamoto said, a small tone of weariness bleeding through the strong voice of the commander. Ichigo, join the team in escorting the bodies. You'll be staying in Soul Society for a while. Yes, master. Ichigo said, bowing to his teacher. Can I ask why though? The time has come, for your wedding to Lieutenant Rukia Kukaki. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Post-Orium Fight. Deroy was stunned from the sudden sandal slap and was simply standing in a daze. Hiri stood on the other side, ready and waiting. Finish him. A dark, ethereal voice called out. Hiri summoned her hollow mask and was instantly at Deroy's side, quickly decapitating him with a swing of her blade. Hiri wins. Fatality. Orium was watching from the other side, tears in her eyes. But, this was supposed to be my fight. Post-Chad fight. Chad stood over his fallen foe, offering his silent respects when his phone started vibrating. He checked the caller ID and smiled at his friend's name. He opened the phone, connecting to Kigo. Do it. He said, turning on his phone's speaker. Y'all can't handle the mother freaking, Chad. Kigo yelled out enthusiastically. Chad's so hot, Volcanica's flames can't burn him. How did you even know that? Sato asked, not expecting an answer. Post Ishine. Fight but not fight. Ishine pulled his elbow away as the Arrancar, Shalong fell to the ground unconscious. In front of the captain came a small game screen saying, plus 500 XP. You gained, a rusty dagger. Ishine looked at the screen for a few seconds before sighing dejectedly. This loot system sucks. He whined. Post-Tatsuki fight. Nakin was about to stomp on Tatsuki's head when a wide blade cut him in half horizontally. Surprise spear. Lisa called out with a triumphant smile. It's a spear you didn't know you wanted. She was still smiling as Tatsuki got up, walked over to the wizard, and threw her over her knee before spanking her with a heated palm. This left the wizard a twitching mess on the ground, whether from pain or pleasure was uncertain. Damn kill stealer. Post-Uriah fight. Uriah looked over the headless remains of his opponent, deep in contemplative thought, wondering the most damning question of all time. That's it. He said with finality. I'm having hamburgers for dinner. Post-Ichigo fight. Chapter closes. Author ran out of ideas for this one. 42 Marriage of the Clans. With Ichigo. Ichigo was making his way through the Danga, carrying with him a cart containing preservation capsules that held the bodies of the defeated Arrancar inside. Seeing as he was heading into Soul Society, he was given the task of escorting the remains until Squad 12 could recover them and begin their examinations. Ichigo often wondered whether or not to kill the one known as Shalong Kaofang, if only to spare him the suffering he'll endure with Mayuri. He forced himself to push that aside, knowing that war was not fought on morals, only power. If they wanted a chance, he would turn a blind eye to certain matters. Uriah informed him and Ishine about the matter with the Quincy's, but it would have to wait until later. They needed to prepare for either capture or assassination. Turning them was a possibility, but they'd need a situation under their complete control. Which brought his attention back to Ulquira, whether he could turn some of the Arrancar to their side. They did not seem to be mindless beasts that strove to quench an unceasing hunger, but aside from his friend among them they all seemed driven by the desire to destroy. He was brought out of his musings as a black cat approached him. Going to see Tatsuki, I take it? He asked, knowing that it was Yoryuki. The black cat looked up to her student and nodded. Yes, I'm done with my vacation. She said in her masculine tone. Caught up with Soifan, whipped the Onmitsukido back into shape, and spent the rest of the time trying to escape my clingy brother. She explained to the hybrid with what seemed like a tired smile. He's really clingy. I noticed. Ichigo responded, getting ready to continue on his way. She did good against her opponent the other day. I've heard. The cat had a gleam of pride in her eye. Now to make sure she does better. Also let Ishine know that the paperwork was finalized and Lisa is now his co-third seat. The old man establishes martial law, but he can't get rid of paperwork. The hybrid grumbled as he stated to leave. Records are important, Ichigo. She told him as they went their separate ways. Even I have to admit that. Ichigo continued on to the light at the end, showing him the opening to Soul Society, where his future wife was waiting for him. Byakuya and him talked a few more times after establishing the political marriage between him and Rukia about clan politics. He had few complimentary things to say about his own clan's elders. Ichigo just wished that he wouldn't be expected to be on anyone's leash, he was in a precarious enough position as it was. He went through the Senkaimon and into the Seireitei, which took a massive change since the last time he was there. Huh. He said in mild surprise. Progress. He saw the citizens of the Rukon districts interacting happily with many Soul Reapers, one was even playing with a bunch of kids and another seemed to be tutoring them in harnessing Reisher. The buildings in the Rukon looked a lot better and the unease seemed to have dissipated from the atmosphere. He decided to take a chance and jumped, using his tempered control of Reisher to soar into the sky. He soon passed the point where the spirit barrier was supposed to be and took in the sights. From the view he saw a number of Shinigami acting as police officers, preventing thefts and murders, all the way to the 20th district on all sides. Jai Danbo and the other gatekeepers seemed to be reassigned as prison guards because he noticed some large buildings where many people were shackled with many other Soul Reapers and Punishment Squad members patrolling the area. He slowly drifted back down to his original position where a small group was heading towards his cargo, which had gained a small audience. He landed just as a guy with horns and a lab coat reached the cart. Lieutenant Kurosake. I am Akon, 3rd seat of Squad 12. He said with a nod. We're here for the specimens. Ichigo felt uneasy referring to cognizant beings like that, living or dead, but he forced it down. Here you go, give Urahara my regards. He said as he left the group and made his way to the Kukiki Manor, where Kikaku and Byakuya waited. Las noches. Grimjo was furious, beaten, and humiliated by how badly his self-imposed mission went. He lost his Fraction, each one losing their fight in a mostly honorable one-on-one battle, and was punished for his disobedience. He had both his arms cut off and was subjected to a defenseless beating, courtesy of the 5th Espada, Naritra Gilga. After he was thoroughly punished for his failure did Aizen allow him to have his arms returned and his rank was stripped from him. Tucson, still crippled from his fight from their escape from Soul Society, called this justice, stating that Grimjo had no reason but to sate his own bloodlust. He wandered through the deserts of Hueco Mundo, choosing solitude to reflect on his life, determined and planning to get his vengeance against that damned hybrid. I did warn you, Grimjo. He heard from behind, turning to see Ulquira standing on a dune above him. I recognized his potential long ago. Now he's had time to refine it. Most of us Arrancar are still relatively rough in comparison. Is there a point or are you just trying to piss me off? The panther growled. Ulquira gave him an intimidating look, freezing the fallen Espada. What are you willing to give up? The bat asked, the air becoming heavier reflecting the energy of the Vasto Lord. I have a secret, an ace in the hole. I have it for my eventual fight with Ichigo, but I will teach it to you if you tell me what you are willing to sacrifice for it. Grimjo was stunned, a chance to gain power but at a cost. Would his pride allow that? How much did he hate Ichigo Kurosake? What have I left to lose? He asked after a few seconds. I've lost my rank, my Fraction, the respect of my fellow Arrancar. What else can I lose? Your desire to become king. Ulquira stated simply, shocking Grimjo again. Is your desire to destroy Ichigo so great that you'd abandon your drive to be the king? Is your thirst for destruction that powerful? Grimjo's mind was racing. The drive to become the king of hollows was all he had left of his former group. They followed him because they believed he could become the strongest. Now here was Ulquira, someone that reached a point he never could before and offering to train him at the cost of his desire to rule. Was he ready for that? Would he give up that final aspect of his old life to defeat Ichigo? I abandon my desire to be king, for my hunger for destruction. He finally said, earning a rare smirk from the empty Arrancar. Then let's begin. Aizen's study. Aizen watched the recordings of the fights between his Heinz Squad 15 and his own Arrancar. On one hand, he was getting more data on his enemies. On the other, they've made it clear that he would need better quality soldiers. Even Jillian's would need to be brought in, after he turned them into Ajichas. He wouldn't be as angry, but his slow progress with his Hogyaku was grating on his nerves. If he had Urahara's as well, he could speed up the production of his Arrancar, even finish the one he made to stop Yamamoto. But for now, he could either focus on strengthening his forces or augmenting his Hogyaku. The small jewel pulsed in his hand, responding to its master's Ryutsu. Very well. He said after a moment of contemplation. Training it shall be, and maybe another distraction to keep them busy. He turned his focus back on the hybrid, actually smiling at the boy. Course, I do need to get you out of my way. He switched the screen over to Ichigo's sisters, coming home after a day of school. SRDI, Sub-Basement Research Lab. Urahara was watching the monitors before him with great intensity, absorbing and analyzing every scrap of data that his scans were getting. The Arrancar made it into their custody and they quickly got to work, dissecting, scanning, finding out anything they could. Mayuri got his hands dirty, digging through the insides of the dead Arrancar while Urahara performed multiple scans on the only living specimen. He promised himself he would give up on the holification experiments that led to so much trouble, but some small parts of himself still demanded an answer to strengthen the Soul Reapers for the coming battle. The Vizards could be considered failures in that regard as their power increase is limited to their control of their inner hollow. Ichigo was a better example of his ideal, but that was almost impossible to replicate without more and compliant Quincy. So here he was analyzing data from the other side of the barrier breakdown. That Fullbringer needs to come in for more testing. Mayuri idly stating while looking at the ruptured mess that was once Idrit. And I need to give him an earful about keeping specimens intact. Mayuri continued, but Kisuk gave him no mind. He recognized a trace energy signature that was undoubtedly from the Hogyaku, but different from his own. Still unsure about that one. Mayuri, shut up and come here. Urahara ordered his lieutenant. Mayuri removed his bloodied gloves to join Urahara, muttering about research opportunities without captain responsibilities before joining his superior. Remember the files on my Hogyaku? Of course, we went over those a million times to figure out how to seal it up. The deranged scientist said before looking at the screens and responding in surprise. And that's different. Kisuk started typing away on his keyboard, sending a message to Tensai and Yamamoto. He needed his Hogyaku to confirm his troubled theory. It was over an hour before the Kido Master and Captain Commander came to their location. This had better be important, Kisuk. Yamamoto growled, not wanting one of the most dangerous and volatile creations of recent memory out of its seal for too long. The particular seal we've made is incredibly taxing to do and undo. Tensai chimed in, carrying with him the box that held the forbidden device. Believe me, Urahara said with unease, I pray I'm wasting your time. He grabbed the box and removed his Hogyaku before placing it in a scanner. After a couple minutes the results were coming in, and he was not happy that they did. Just how depraved is that man? Kisuk groaned as he collapsed in his chair. These scans tell me that the Hogyaku is actually sentient. He said, shocking everyone in the room. When I first had the idea of the Hogyaku I knew I needed a vast amount of Reisher, pure, unaltered Reisher. So, utilizing a Valley of Screams, I harnessed the power and made my Hogyaku. I succeeded, but it was inactive, almost as if it was sleeping. However, my method was only one possibility, Aizen took the other. He returned the Hogyaku to the box and glared at it. I used pure untapped energy while he must have harvested it from the souls around us. Shinigami, hollow, trying to balance out the mixture, and leaving him with an awakened Hogyaku. Yamamoto squeezed his cane, furious that such acts were going on without his notice. Age really was starting to get to him if something like that escaped him. I'd say, don't worry, because to properly use any Hogyaku requires a massive Ryutsu, closer to Yamamoto in scale, but Ichigo and Aizen have proven that they have enough to use it. Ichigo when we tricked Aizen, and Aizen with these Aaron Carr. He hung his head in exhaustion, the discovery reminding him of what kind of being Aizen was. Return the Hogyaku to its seal. Genri Yusai finally ordered. We step up our preparations and anticipate the worst. With Ichigo's performance against that Espada, we may have a chance while Aizen bolsters his forces as well, giving me ample time to train and prepare Ichigo for the coming battles. For now, keep silent about this. Especially since weddings are meant to be happy occasions. Considering it's the Kukikis, I doubt it. Mayuri said, surprising everyone. What? They're boring. Kukiki Manor. Ichigo made his way through the hallowed halls of the Kukiki household, noted as the keepers of Soul Society's history. He immediately remembered why he detested being in the building as he went past many of the house servants and other members of the family. Many of the lower members of the house looked at him in reverence, a mighty warrior that would save and change Soul Society for the better. Most of the more dull nobles held disdain that a half-breed commoner would dare walk in their presence. The smarter ones looked at him like a prize, a piece on their board game of petty politics. He even heard one say, that street rat Rukia has actually proven useful for once. Byakuya had his respect, he was alright with marrying Rukia, but he wanted nothing to do with these stuck-up bastards. The Shiba family was that, a family. The Kukikis made him feel like he should watch his back every second he was there. He neared the door when he heard Kyukaku and Byakuya talking. Won't be happy about this. He heard Kyukaku say, slight concern in her voice. I don't care. Byakuya said in his firm tone, showing the same steely resolve when he swore to uphold the law. I am the head of this clan and it will be as I command. He opened the door and interrupted the two heads, feeling this matter was probably about him. Ichigo Kurosake. Byakuya greeted his soon-to-be brother-in-law. Byakuya. Kyukaku. Ichigo returned, greeted the two nobles. What was that about? We are planning to anger the elders. Byakuya said, almost chuckling. We've agreed on the place being in West Rukon and open for anyone to attend. It'd be a nice chance for the common folk to enjoy the festivities, but some of the nobles won't approve. Kyukaku added, speaking much more smoothly. Too bad it's not their call. She chuckled, earning a rare smirk from the sixth captain. On to other matters, it's time for you to meet my clan's tailor for your robes. Ichigo groaned, not wanting to stand still for hours on end while putting on a much heavier set of clothes he's only going to wear for, well, not one day as he had his other lovers, but still. The door opened and he was expecting one of the maids to be there to escort him to the tailor. He wasn't expecting his bride to be. Brother, are you sure I look okay? Rukia said as she came into the room. She wore a white wedding kimono with a snowflake pattern that shimmered in the light like a fresh blanket of snow. She had her hair cut into a cropped bob hanging around her face. She seemed more mature as well, like her training with Yukitake made her grow. She's changed so much in such a short amount of time. Ichigo. She stuttered, clearly not expecting him, as her face burned into a surprised blush. How do I look? She asked timidly, smiling slightly at seeing her friend and future husband. She was surprised again when he took her hand and clasped it in his own while looking straight into her eyes. Marry me, Rukia. He yelled out suddenly, making Rukia's entire face turn red as Ichigo looked completely serious. The moment was interrupted when Kyukaku punched her cousin in the back of his head. You're already getting married, you dumbass. She yelled out, as crass as ever. Ichigo was pulled away by one of the Kukiki maids while Rukia was still frozen in shock, redder than Renji's hair. Kyukaku then decided to have some fun. Yes, Rukia, you do look lovely. Though I bet you're more excited about your wedding night. She teased, somehow making Rukia turn redder and emitting steam from her ears. Yeah, Rainjiku told me how you got a preview. Now just imagine all that long, thick dash. She was interrupted by a swift crack to her head, courtesy of Byakuya's sheath. Don't be so vulgar, Shiba-san. He scolded the tomboy, who was rubbing her sudden lump. And Rukia. He saw his sister, passed out on the floor from what seemed to be overheating. Why am I letting this happen again? 1 week later, Chiba clan estate. Parties were had, people were gathered, and a good number of the male captains and lieutenants sported a couple black eyes and swollen cheeks. Ichigo's bachelor party ended in violence. Ichigo's friends and family was there as well, leaving Lisa to lead the squad. Ishine was glowing with pride, Yuzu and Karen happy to see their family grow, and Masaki who wore racial handcuffs and was gagged after she somehow started to breath fire. She was still glaring at everyone. He stood in front of a small altar, wearing a midnight black kimono with dark silver bottom, with Chad and Urayu at his side, who insisted that his formal attire would be Quincy appropriate and somehow got his way. When the ceremony began, Genri Yusai led the procession with Rukia and Byakuya trailing behind him and the Kukiki clan elders following behind. Yamamoto took his place at the altar while Rukia stood next to her soon-to-be husband. He gave a standard speech of a love and union and a dawn of change for all of Seoul society. Ichigo and Rukia exchanged sake and their rings while making their vows. By the laws of Seoul society and my authority as captain commander of the Godai 15, I now pronounce you man and wife. Yamamoto spoke out for all to hear. Now you are Ichigo and Rukia Kurosake. There was much applause, but Ichigo heard a few surprised gasps. He looked at the Kukiki elders, all wearing strained smiles. You may kiss the bride. Rukia pulled Ichigo in for a passionate kiss, focusing his attention on her, then throwing the bouquet, aiming for Ichigo's other lovers. It shocked everyone when Nimue caught it and was next to Urayu, leaning her head on his shoulder. Even Yoriyuki commented on the girl's speed. All a nice distraction as they head for the reception, but Ichigo still felt the glares from the Kukiki elders. After he managed to pull his father, Byakuya, and Kyukaku away, he demanded answers. Ichigo, his father started, in marriages like these, the one from the lower-ranked family usually marries into the higher-ranked one, meaning you'd be Ichigo Kukiki instead of Shiba or Kurosake. Ichigo took a brief moment to shudder, much to the annoyance of Byakuya. But, Byakuya had other ideas. The Kukiki head took over. Many nobles tend to be short-sighted. He said, with a calm seriousness, caring only about their own gains. Unfortunately, my own clan elders are guilty of the same crime. He looked at his new brother and explained his situation. You represent a great change in Seoul society and are practically guaranteed to become a leader in Seoul society in the future. Their aim is to either get into your good graces or hold you under a heavy threat, like being ready to have your wife killed at a moment's notice. Ichigo's eyes widened in shock, realizing this was why he felt he needed to watch his back in the Kukiki manner. So Rukia married into your family, putting her under the protection of the Shiba family and a home to be safe in. Kyukaku chimed in with a victorious smile on her face. Since most of the squads got re-inspected, it became harder to find a strong and competent enough Shinigami that could be bought, and the Kukiki elders would never sink so low as to go to the lower districts to find an assassin. Effectively, Byakuya started again. You have no obligation to my family and Rukia will be safe with the Shibas. He said, taking a drink of wine. And since any and all dealing between our clans will be done between Kyukaku and myself, they have been removed from much of any new power and authority they may have gotten. Don't you fear a reprisal? Ichigo asked. Suddenly the air around him grew cold as Byakuya exerted his power. I am a captain of the 15 court guard squads, and head of the Kukiki family. He said coldly. I fear no man or underhanded attempts on my person. You needn't worry about me. Later that night at a secret meeting of the Kukiki elders. That damned brat. One of them growled out, reflecting the attitude of most of his fellows. Who does he think he is? A perfect chance to raise the Kukiki clan to a state above the other 4 noble houses, and he just throws it away. Said another, calmer but still angry. He insults the entire clan and the traditions that have made us strong. It was bad enough he brought those 2 peasants into the clan. A third said, speaking in disgust of Rukia and her late sister. Now he does this. What next? Burning down the historical archives. No, not Byakuya. One spoke out, with enough authority that the others seemed to look at him as the leader. It's that filthy hybrid Ichigo Kurosake. He's responsible for all of this. Byakuya would still be compliant if he never appeared and everything would be as it should. So we remove him. Another said, already planning something. Prevent him from corrupting Byakuya any further. Ichigo Kurosaki is the disciple of Genryusai Yamamoto. One almost shouted in shock. Who is capable of challenging that? Not all of the powerful warriors in Soul Society became Shinigami. The leader reminded them. And some that are still bearing an overpowering grudge against certain members of the Godai. I have an associate who has an idea, and creating the means, to take care of our problems. He said, thinking back to his ally in a clan second only to any of the four great nobles, Gyokaku Kyumwa. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Ichigo's bachelor party. All the notable men of the court guard gathered together to celebrate Ichigo's last night as an unmarried man. There were food, drinks, music. Kenpeiku wasn't trying to fight someone yet, and Mayuri was tied up in the timeout corner for asking Ichigo for same kind of sample that got the scientist a black eye. Not as wild as Kenpeiku's, but after the weeks of battles and dangers, people were glad to just unwind. Then Yushiro brought out a massive chocolate cake. Here you go Ichigo. He cheered, holding out a cake slicer. Enjoy the cake. Yoriyuki Ne-sama made it herself just for you. Ichigo was so confused by the image that he never noticed Urahara and Tessai coming up from behind with a chair and several high-level binding seals. That explains so much and yet so little. He said, looking at the confection cutter in his hand and the cake with slight worry. I'm not sure why, but I don't want to cut it. He said just before Tessai and Urahara got him on the chair. Too bad. He said with glee as dozens of Kido restraining spells locked him in place. You don't need to cut it. Ladies. He knocked on the cake and out popped Rangiku and Kyukaku, with cat ears and tails, wearing micro bikinis. Remember Ichigo, look but don't touch. Urahara said while the two bustiest women in Soul Society danced for Ichigo's arousal/torment. When I get out of here, I'm kicking all of your asses. He yelled out, straining against the seals. 43. Theft of the Seal. Soul Society. It was a week after their wedding, a week spent away from it all. From squads, paperwork, fights, patrols, nothing but themselves, indulging in each other to calm their nerves. Ichigo and Rukia enjoyed their vacation, granted to them by the captain commander, in a small house away from Siraitai. The only notable instance of anything in that week was when Tessai stopped by to give Ichigo a tattoo. It was part of a hypothesis that Urahara developed that should make him immune to Kyoka Suijutsu's power, so now Ichigo had a visage of his horned mask over his heart in metallic ink. They were sitting in front of the lake by the lodge when they saw a single black butterfly heading toward them. Guess this means our honeymoon's over. Rukia said as the messenger landed on Ichigo's finger. After a couple seconds passed, he released a sigh as he rose to his feet. What does Yamamoto want? Something about a joint operation with Tashiro's squad. He said while heading into the small cabin to change into his Shiakusho. Inter-squad teams were not unusual but full squad team UPS don't happen unless it's something major. They quickly changed and Ichigo brought them both to the 1st Division base, entering to find Tashiro, Rangiku, Ishine, Tessai, Haki, and Yamamoto waiting for them. Kojiro was making tea, Western style. The meeting must be serious if he was getting away with that. Rukia quickly left to return to her own division as Ichigo went inside the meeting room, taking his place beside his father. Thank you for gathering on such short notice. Yamamoto began in his aged gravelly voice. It's that time when we must transport the Oin. At that word the older Shinigami faces hardened, reflecting the gravity of the situation. Tashiro and Rangiku looked shocked while Ichigo was out of the loop. Something Genryusai recognized and began to rectify. The Oin is the royal seal of the Soul King, hidden away in the living world and moved roughly every couple of decades. Like anything pertaining to the Soul King, it is an object of great power that was deemed forbidden to look at directly. Ichigo's expression clearly marked his annoyance and disbelief. So we won't know if we even have the right one for transport. Ichigo stated, letting said annoyance show. Why are we even doing this? Don't we have more important things to do? The ice captain and Ash lieutenant looked to Ichigo in shock of his brazen attitude, sure that he just angered Yamamoto. Like the war against Aizen. The hybrid continued without fear, earning an affirmative nod from his teacher. Absolutely. That is why we're doing this in the first place. The old man said, again earning a shocked look from the youth. Tessai took over, as it was his idea. Aizen looked into a lot of information regarding the Soul King and the Oken. The spell master started. So it's possible he knows about the Oin, but not where it is. Here's the plan, he said before bringing up the holographic projector in the room and displaying the parade escorts. Squad 10 will be joined by Hakujin to recover the Oin and transport it while Squad 15 and myself will act as a decoy. Should either come under attack, the other will be immediately alerted. So this is banking on the assumption that they'll go after ours because we're the greater threat and more likely to be protecting the real Oin. Ishine asked the other commanders. Can't we seal it away and post decoys anyway? Were it that easy? Tessai sighed heavily. What we are aware of is that the Oin actually alters entire areas, making its hiding place rich in erasure. And according to what we've found about Aizen's research, it takes 100,000 souls and a half spirit mile wide radius of land to make an oken. That land is currently Karakura town, where the Oin is currently sealed. Ichigo and his hind gasped at the implications and what Aizen was threatening. Because of our focus being on the war and the sudden need to relocate it, the SRDI was only able to make one usable decoy. The human world defenders let out a disappointed groan. Now they are focusing on creating a seal so we won't have to worry about it. Fine. Ishind said as he recovered. Let's get to it. World of the living. The two processions made their way through the sky, a hidden ceremonial parade of musicians and dancers, all led by the Kido Corps and guarded by two entire squads. Tensai and Haki were in front of the main altars for each parade, sealing them behind a barrier to protect the precious cargo within. Everything was quiet, calm, but no one dropped their guard. The soldiers and spellcasters were ready for most anything. Tensai and Haki were ready to deploy forbidden Kido spells, granted special permission to use such if it protected the artifact. They were ready, or at least they were mostly prepared. It appeared as though the decoy didn't fool their enemies as a torrent of flame blasted toward Haki. No problem, he said coolly, snapping his fingers and creating a barrier to block the flames. Commander, they're attacking Dash, he was calmly saying before lightning struck him from above. Without the spellmaster conscious, the Kido he made began to dispel and allow the large ball of fire and lightning to attack with free rein. Soon the convoy was in chaos as the elements attacked. They're attacking, let's go. Tensai yelled out, stabbing his staff in place while the entirety of Squad 15 gathered around him. Kyokantanai. He called out, clapping his hands together and pulling them apart with a sphere of light surrounding them. The second that light disappeared, they were next to Squad 10's convoy, which were under heavy attack. Toshiro was currently clashing with someone that wore a ragged cloak and a hollow's mask. The strangest thing though, was that their swords were almost identical. That can't be right, but Ichigo thought as he and the squad moved on the assault. Orium was healing, everyone else was either fighting or rescuing the other convoy. Ichigo flew in to assist while his hind cleared out two girls that were red and blue, appearing to be Eren Carr. Ichigo was in earshot as he heard the masked figure speak. You haven't changed at all, he said, prompting Toshiro to try and remove the mask. He only managed to grab the cloak as the figure started to escape, revealing Shinigami attire. Ichigo landed next to Hitsubiya as the young captain seemed downcast. Someone you knew? Ichigo asked, seeing a spot of growing blood on the boy's body. He looked at Ichigo with concern, doubt, before tensing up. Don't you even think about Dash, the hybrid started as Hitsubiya Flash stepped away. Damn ice midget. He groaned just before the ruin altar exploded. Squad 10's members yelled out in worry while Ishind, Tensai, and the members of Squad 15 just waited. Ichigo crawled out of the rubble, regenerating from burns and shrapnel as he stood in front of the remaining leaders. Doesn't matter if I heal fast, this still hurts. He groaned, pulling out a couple stakes of wood from his arms and chest. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we just lost the Oin. Soul Society. Almost immediately upon returning to Siraidii and informing the other captains of the situation, Soifan took a unit of the stealth force to go to the crash site of the Oin convoy to try and find anything clues or leads on the attackers and Hitsubiya's sudden disappearance. Uriah stuck around with the Soifan's group in the human world while the other seated members of the 15th searched the city and surrounding areas. In Soul Society the injured went to Squad 4 while the Tensai, Ishind, Ichigo, and Rangiku all went to deliver their report of what happened to the head captain. And Toshiro left without saying a word. Ishind said, finishing his report. I assume to find and hunt down the people responsible. Yamamoto stroked his beard in thought. A masked Shinigami and two Eren Carr. He murmured, evaluating the information in his mind. And what would possess Captain Hitsubiya to move without reporting in or to just act on his own accord? He finally asked the captain. To his expectation, it was Ichigo who stepped forward. Sensei, I could be wrong but it might be someone Toshiro feels he should deal with on his own. The hybrid announced. His sword looked very similar to Toshiro's own Zanpakuto. There was a gasp of shock in a number of the assembled members of the court guard squads. It's impossible for two people to have the same Zanpakuto, but how similar can they be? The question lingered among the leaders of the Shinigami as they tried to decipher their lone clue, a possible second Hiranmaru. Something rare enough that it should be easy to find in the archives. Genryusai finally said as he began to give out his orders. Captains Urahara and Kukiki, search the archives for any trace of this instance. You are granted full access to all records to find an answer. The two nodded in affirmation to their commands. Captain and Lieutenant Kurosake, you are both to look for Hitsubiya and find out anything you can. The father and son did the same as the previous captains. Lieutenant Matsumoto, you are to return to your division, take charge as acting captain, and await further orders. Rangiku was about to say something before a glance from Ishind stopped her. You have your orders. Dismissed. Squad 10 Barracks. Ishind got a call from Uriah that prompted his immediate return to the human world, something Uriah found after Soifan confirmed that the Oin was missing. He ordered Ichigo to take a look through Toshiro's office to see if he could find anything that could help. The 10th squad looked miserable, failing their mission and their captain went MIA. He heard a couple saying it was just as bad as when Captain Ishine disappeared. Matsumoto was doing her best to cheer up her squad mates, but even she couldn't raise her attitude to the usual cheer she had. The entire squad seemed heartbroken, giving Ichigo all the more drive to try to find and bring back their missing captain. "Come on!" Ichigo roared in mental frustration, tearing through anything about Hitsubia's past he could get his hands on. There's got to be something here. Anything about someone with an identical Zanpakuto. He might not be in the official records. Ichigo, the elder of the two Zanjutsu, spoke to him. Just because they look similar doesn't mean they are the same. But it's kind of a gut feeling that they are connected. The hollow of the two said, offering his insight. It's impossible for two of the same exact Zanpakuto aside from dual wielding. Since that unknown assailant's blade resembled Hiranmaru so closely, it's reasonable to think that their abilities will also be very similar. Question is this guy even registered in the system, or was he just some random guy that managed to grab an Azuashi like Zaraki did? Ichigo asked, finally giving up on Tashiro's diaries and journals after finding nothing for the 100th time. His phone rang with a text from his father, ordering him to return to the human world. He got ready to leave when Rangiku came into the office. "Yeah, Rangiku?" he asked, not used to seeing the usually jovial lieutenant looking so serious. "I'm going with you," she said. There was no demand, no request, she said it like it was a fact. One that Ichigo didn't agree with. "No, you're not," he said, putting everything back in its place. "You are staying here, making sure your squad recovers, and you are going to lead them until further orders." He tried to leave, but she grabbed his sleeve and made him face her. "Ichigo, he's my captain," she said, reminding him that this was technically a matter for her squad. "I understand, Rangiku, but you can't leave your squad leaderless like that," he said, using duty to override emotion. "Ichigo, please," she pleaded, tears growing in her eyes. I can't lose another captain." Her grip began to slack as she came closer to breaking down. Ichigo wrapped his arms around her and she stilled, slowly latching onto him like a security blanket. "Don't worry," he said, tenderly stroking her back. "Everything will be all right. I'll make sure of it." After waiting for a few more seconds he pulled away and turned to open space while flicking his wrist, opening a neat garganta. Rangiku watched as he walked away, a matching silhouette of Jin appearing by his side. Once again, someone she cared about, someone that she felt she could lean on, was leaving without telling her where they were going, just like Jin did all the time. At least, she thought it was. Ichigo looked back to her and flashed a confident smile. "I'm going to bring him back, Rangiku. Don't worry," he said before disappearing into the void. Silence returned to the squad barracks, leaving her with only one noise. The sound of her heart beating loudly in her chest. Urahara Shoten/Squad 15 barracks. Ichigo made his way through his interdimensional portal and returned to his squad's base in the living world. He made his through the base and taking directions from his squad members, many of whom were almost or fully recovered, made his way to the division's prison cell. Inside were Orium, his father, and Toshiro Hitsubiya enveloped in Orium's healing shield. "That was annoyingly fast," Ichigo said as he came into the room, the other two keeping a focused gaze on the young captain. "What happened?" After Soifan confirmed the loss of the Oin and departed, some of the squad found him passed out from blood loss. Ishine informed his second-in-command. "We currently have him under for now, because I'm wondering whether if he'll tell me anything, or if I should call Tsukishima. Tashiro's not an idiot, Dad," Ichigo reassured his father. "When he wakes up, he'll understand that he might as well tell us what's going on." "Does Yamaji know?" Ishine nodded as Orium finished up. "Here, set up the audio transmission so he can hear what happens, but only those in the monitor room and myself will know what he says." He nodded to his son, telling him to go to Hiri's station and await further orders. He made his way to her room, which had a video link with Urahara, Byakuya, and Yamamoto waiting. No words were exchanged for hours as they waited. Finally Toshiro woke from his drug-induced slumber. "Wakey wakey Toshiro," Ishine said in his dad voice, cheery with enough anger to know he's less than thrilled. "You've got some explaining to do, young man." "Captain Shiba, Hitsubiya started as he steadily grew more awake, until the sound of a fist colliding with a skull woke him right up. The lecture from his former captain only made it worse for the boy. "Abandoning your post, making no excuse or justification for your actions, letting someone get the drop on you, weren't you raised better than that?" Ishine scolded, giving Ichigo flashbacks to the few times he made Ishine mad himself. Those were scary memories. "Now, you are not going anywhere until I get some answers. If you can prove to me you had a good reason for the stunt you pulled, I won't turn you in to Yamamoto." There was a pause as they waited for the Ice Dragon's response. "Fine," Hitsubiya said, almost defeated. "But please, Captain, let me deal with this. I promise to retrieve the Oin, but if I'm right then this is something I have to do." Ichigo and the other listened intently, waiting for the reason, any excuse that might seem justifiable to let things take this course. "When I was still an academy student I had a very close friend, named Kizaka Sojiro. We always ended up competing, but it was to improve ourselves as we strove to be the best in the academy. Urahara and Byakuya immediately began poring through the archives, looking for anything regarding this Kizaka character. But that changed when we managed to awaken our Zapakuto and we had the same sword, Hiranmaru. There was a look of disbelief among the older captains, but they held their tongues and kept listening. Apparently this was against the law, as Central 46 demand that one of us prove our worth for the blade. Kizaka started the fight, and was executed after he was deemed unworthy. And you think this Kizaka has the Oin? Ishine asked, not a single hint of doubt in his tone. To what end? That's what I want to find out. So please Captain Shiba, let me deal with this. I have to. Toshiro pleaded. Ichigo looked to Urahara, who seemed to have found something, and whispered to Yamamoto. Ichigo saw the old dragon grip his cane tightly, actually digging into the wooden disguise of his blade. He knew his master was furious because his head can attest to how strong that damn stick was. Ishine, the leader of Soul Society, finally spoke. Captain Hitsugiya is granted permission to pursue this matter, but he will not do so alone. He faced Ichigo and continued his command. Ichigo will accompany him until the Oin is recovered. Ishine relayed the orders, while making it seem that Yamamoto was left unaware. Toshiro was thanking his previous captain greatly as a result. Ichigo, the Oin must be recovered at all costs. Until it is safely in our hands, no holding back. Ichigo nodded at his teacher, determined not to let the world come under any risk. Soul Society. Soon Toshiro. The masked figure thought as he stood atop a building within the Seireitei. He remembered the treachery of the corrupted Soul Society, how his devotion was paid with betrayal. All because they had the same blade. His fading soul coming into contact with the power of the Oin, like fate itself, wanted him to survive. It took years of training, waiting, building up his power to finally steal the Oin. He knew when it revived him that it had the power to fully control time and space, the power forbidden to anyone but the Soul King. He was surprised by the extra convoy, but he knew the true Oin when he felt it. Now all that was left was to ensure that Toshiro would join him, but Soul Society was not as he remembered. Master Kizaka. He heard his two loyal Arankar, In and Yang, come to him. Yang with red hair and fire, In with blue and lightning. Both nearly identical aside from their color and haircuts, wearing the same sleeveless jackets with their color-coded elbow-length gloves and skirts. It appears that Toshiro Hitsugiya made contact with one of the new Godei squads. Should we go after them? No, Kizaka answered. Separate Toshiro from them, he will come to me. His hand went to the Oin hidden in his pocket. After all, we want the same thing. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Ririka's Eyes, Take 2. Urahara and Mayuri were poring over their notes, trying to figure out why they only got stars in Ririka's eyes instead of hearts. The two greatest scientific minds were wasting their time with this minor issue, but they demanded answers. This is proving quite vexing. Mayuri complained. She gets her candies, her plushies, her cute outfits, and all we get are her pupils turning into stars. What is missing? Well, all of those are outside influences of things she want. Kisuk theorized, looking at a collection of drawings of the classical heart. With his mind going to anatomy, he was unaware of his hand idly drawing on of the representations of love. Mayuri noticed it, and got an idea. Kisuk, how about we try this? One experiment later. Ririka was laying on the table, her body twitching and breath labored, with her tongue hanging out of her mouth with a pleased smile and her pupils turned into hearts. She was dressed in a hospital gown and covered with wires attached to her body. The two scientists breathed a sigh of relief. Should have figured that that would be the key. Urahara sighed. Arousal, how could we miss that? Now on to actually important stuff. Mayuri said with a smile as he left to continue their real work. Urahara took a second to set out a set of clothes and directions to the nearest shower. 44. Frozen Rage. World of the Living. Ichigo and Toshiro went hunting for any trace of Kizaka, his Arankar, or the Oin. They've spent an entire week searching for any leads, hoping that they'd find the trio or at least they'd go after Hitsugiya and leave a trail to follow. No such luck for either of them. Word was that there was an attack in Soul Society with ice attacks on par with Hiranmaru. Analysis from the SRDI however noted some very small differences, theorizing that it was more directly offensive than the real Hiranmaru. The ultimate difference between the two ice blades. Publicly, Toshiro is now wanted for treason and is to be executed. In reality, it was another ploy to lure out Kizaka and his allies. Ichigo and Toshiro were currently investigating two different areas of the city when they got the order. Toshiro near a shrine and Ichigo near the old Quincy training grounds. He forgot about a few select individuals that would like to speak with him. Well. He heard from above, a light tone that spoke of sadism and poor attitude. He looked up to see Candace and Bambietta standing amongst the branches. Looks like someone finally took the invitation. Said Bambietta, smirking down at the hybrid and winking seductively. Lucky for us, it's the cute one. Ichigo released a disinterested and annoyed sigh. Now her seductive smirk was filled with anger. He's also the more dangerous one. Ichigo turned his head to see Basby show up behind him. Ichigo. He growled, still angry about last time. Rooster. Ichigo replied, no trace of fear in his voice and earning an angry twitch from the Quincy. I'll be honest, I forgot about you guys completely. He continued, the Sternritters glaring at the hybrid. I've been pretty busy with things. A coming war with hollows and some jackass might destroy time and space. Ichigo's apathetic scowl turned into a threatening glare while his phone rang with a new message. He took a sideways glance to read the message, and he needed to hurry. Toshiro sensed them and they were coming his way. So if you don't mind, I have things to do. He quickly undid his 2 seals and created a suffocating atmosphere. Urayu and I will talk to you later. This is more important, he said before disappearing, leaving the Quincy to start breathing harder. Each one was idly wondering what Ichigo was anymore. With Ichigo. Ichigo, come to the old shrine on the edge of the city. They've found me. That's what Toshiro's text said. He sent a message back to Hiri after undoing his seal saying to increase the spiritual stasis around the city. It's not often he's allowed to release 100%, as he still doesn't have the fine control everyone deems necessary, so he often makes mistakes. He needed to stop 5 times before finally landing in front of the shrine in question after shooting past it over and over. He was in front of the shrine, just as the 2 Arrancar finished telling Toshiro something. Time to set the plan into motion. Toshiro Hitsubiya, by order of the head captain of the court guard squads, you are under arrest for treason against Soul Society. Ichigo called out, trying to make it sound like he was about to turn on a friend. The twin sisters got between him and Toshiro. Go on ahead. The red girl said, pulling out a sword of fire. We'll cover you. Just get to Master Kizaka. The blue girl continued, pulling out an electrified whip. He's been waiting for you for long enough. The young captain looked to Ichigo before winking. The hybrid nodded and continued forward. That prompted Yang to attack, blasting a large wave of flames to the fearless hybrid. Ichigo ended up walking through it like it was a warm breeze. This unnerved the girls, but Iin did not falter as she sent balls of lightning at him. The results were the same as he brushed the electricity aside. They then mixed the lightning and fire to hit him with the combined energies, praying for any result. Hitsubiya meanwhile, took his chance to leap over the smoking form of his ally and run to where he was told to meet Kizaka. Ichigo proved himself resilient when he jumped out from the smoke cloud and kicked the boy in the stomach, making the captain puke up blood and bile as he was sent flying into the city, and through a couple buildings it seemed. Whoops. Ichigo winced, not trying to hit so hard he would kill Hitsubiya. This must be why Yamamoto keeps making me practice calligraphy. He thought while hearing something he's only heard when the very captain he just kicked had attacked him. He twisted himself to see multiple Chinese dragons made of purple ice come flying towards him. Seriously? He mentally screamed as he was encased in ice for a second before freeing himself. He looked up to see the same cloaked and masked figure that was supposed to be Kizaka. Sorry for the cold introduction, but you're in my way, he said, pointing at Ichigo with his blade. I only take ice puns from one guy and I just kicked him across the city. Ichigo called out fearlessly. So either piss off or tell me who you are. All he got was some twisted laughter as Kizaka attacked again. My name is of no consequence to a dead man. He continued to send dragons at Ichigo. They were faster than Toshiro's, but seemed to lack the same level of flexibility. Since Ichigo was already familiar with Hiranmara's abilities, he swerved and dodged the attacks with high speed and great ease. He was charging toward Kizaka when Iin and Yang attacked him with a stronger combined strike, letting Kizaka gather his dragons to converge on Ichigo again. There was a pause and Kizaka smiled, believing in his victory. He was unaware until Ichigo appeared in front of him and speared him through his stomach with his bare hand. He looked down to the hand embedded in his gut before Ichigo pulled off his mask and looked the rogue in the eyes. Kizaka wore his dark hair in a bun and had a scar on the right side of his face. His red eyes burned with hate for the world he lived in and what happened, the kind of hate that made people become monsters. Where is the Oin? Ichigo growled, slowly twisting his hand and making Kizaka groan in pain. Instead of answering, the rogue slashed at Ichigo's face before pulling himself off of Ichigo's hand and disappearing like magic. Ichigo looked around and only saw Iin and Yang, and the massive number of growing hollows behind them. Of course, sending cannon fodder. Ichigo sighed in disappointment before his father and other squad members appeared. Ichigo, head to Soul Society. Ishain ordered quickly. We just got confirmation that the Oin can manipulate time and space. We got word that there was a teleportation to Soul Society shortly after you confronted Kizaka. Quick summary, Urayu said while shooting the hollows with a massive barrage of arrows. After you beat him he teleported to a previous time to meet Hitsubiya, healed both of them, and teleported to Soul Society for a final stage. Get moving. Ichigo nodded as he created and passed through a garganta. With Toshiro. The young captain of ice struggled through the great pain of his shattered ribs to get to some underground abandoned building, where Iin and Yang told him Kizaka would be waiting. He was standing at the bottom of the vast emptiness that was reminiscent of the Mukin prison, waiting in the damp and dreary environment. Eventually he fell against one of the many support columns holding up the building and sensed what was happening. To his partial surprise, he felt Kizaka's Ryutsu clashing against Ichigo's and getting predictable results. To his complete surprise, he also felt Kizaka in the same room as him. He looked up to see his old former friend appear before him and looking like he'd been injured before standing upright. Hello Toshiro. He greeted his old friend. I've been waiting for this for a long time. He held out his hand, grasping something with a bright golden glow, and Toshiro felt his wounds heal. I wanted to send a message, but things were getting out of hand. Never thought someone like that was in the Goatee. That would be Ichigo. Hitsubia answered, feeling fully healed as he stood back up. He's the new disciple of the Captain Commander. And what suffering did he go through for that? Kyuzaka asked, disgust evident in his voice. You know how Soul Society is. What they made us do. Why do you still give them your loyalty? Because of that childhood friend of yours. Momo has nothing to do with this, and Soul Society is different. Toshiro countered. The ones that made us fight are dead, and there's been a revolution of progress. The Soul Society you remember is becoming just a memory dash. Don't kid yourself, Toshiro. Kyuzaka roared, unbridled hate showing in his every action. I swore my loyalty and they killed us simply for having the same Zanpakuto. You expect me to believe that a system that's been the same for millennium could ever change? No. They must pay for what they did to us. The Oin glowed again as everything but them began to shift and move. Come, Toshiro. Our vengeance is at hand. Within seconds they were transported to Soul Society, on the Sokyoku Hill, still littered with scars from Ichigo's fight with Aizen. The first step towards change for the land of the Shinigami. Kyuzaka explained the power of the Oin, allowing control over time and space, but Toshiro only paid attention to the gathering Soul Reapers, armed and ready to strike down both him and Kyuzaka. Stay back, all of you. He heard a familiar voice call out as Ichigo stood between the army of Soul Reapers and the two friends. This is too dangerous, keep your distance. Let them sort it out. At least someone is smart enough to know when he's outmatched. Kyuzaka sneered as the Shinigami opened a path and the aged commander came walking down the aisle. Just behind him was Tensai, Haki, and Rangiku. He stopped in front of Ichigo, who knelt and took his place behind his teacher, next to Matsumoto. The air was thick with tension as Yamamoto looked at the two ice masters. Sojiro Kyuzaka, I remember you, boy. The old man spoke, sounding nostalgic and sad, of one of the more promising students of his academy. Such a sad fate that befell you, boy. Sentenced to death by a bunch of fools that overstepped their limits. And the old man that accepted their words. Yes, sentenced to die simply because there can't be two of the same Zanpakuto. Kyuzaka sneered at the military leader. And now for what do you mean, overstepped their limits? He asked as the words finally registered with him. You were told that it was against the law for there to be two of the same Zanpakuto, and that is true. The ancient dragon explained, but not because of written law, by fact. Zanpakuto are solely unique to their wielder, and the only way for there to be two of the same weapon is if that Soul Reaper was cloned or got a second Zanpakuto. Central 46 is not made up of any Shinigami, but of 40 wise men and 6 judges, people that know only of the law but not much else. Their ruling was to create order for the people in Soul Society, but that has changed into them being a bunch of self-serving fools, leading to many failures and unnecessary deaths and crimes. You were put into an unfavorable position and executed, all for a Zanpakuto you didn't even have. Kyuzaka looked like he was going insane with anger and disbelief. Lies. He cried out, the Oin reacting violently to the shifting emotions of its current holder. I wield Hiren Meru. He told me himself his name was Hiren Meru. I call out his name and he attacks. Zanpakuto are fickle things. Yamamoto replied, calm as ever. Ask it now, what is its name? Kyuzaka looked at his blade, and from the look on his face he finally cracked. He began screaming out in anger and denial, crying out that he was the master of Hiren Meru. Such a pathetic sight. Genryusai sighed out. Though I disagree with their methods, what they found was undeniable. Sojiro Kyuzaka, you do not deserve to be a Soul Reaper. Willing to kill your own best friend for the sake of power makes you unworthy of any power. Captain Hitsubia, you have permission to execute this villain, for the crime of stealing the Oin. Kyuzaka looked up at his best friend with anger and despair. No, not again. I will have my vengeance. He cried out, raising the hand that held the Oin. When nothing happened he looked at his hand to see an orange prism at his wrist, beyond was nothing. His hand and the Oin was lost to him. Hako Okuri. He heard from Haki as he held an orange box made of Kido that contained his severed hand and the Oin. Tensai and Haki then turned to leave the area. We shall seal this away. The leader of the Kido Corps said. It's far too dangerous to leave out for anyone to grab. They disappeared, intent on locking away the royal relic. Maintain what is left of your dignity, Kyuzaka. Yamamoto said as he raised his cane. Toshiro prepared himself to duel his former friend, resolved to let him die the way he deserved. Kyuzaka actually took the advice and prepared himself as well. Fight. The captain commander ordered, starting the final battle between the two. It ended as quickly as it began, with Kyuzaka impaled on Hiren Meru. In his dying moments, he remembered that day he betrayed his best friend. All for a sword that was never his to begin with. Never wanted to be back here again. Kyuzaka weakly spoke as he slowly died. But, in the end, I guess I was always jealous of you. I'm sorry for being such a terrible friend. He weakly hugged Toshiro with his remaining hand as he apologized. Kyuzaka, I will always remember you as my friend. Toshiro said as the robe began to fade. I forgive you for what you did. Kyuzaka faded from the world and the Shinigami left the young captain, alone to mourn the loss of his best friend. Ranjiku's office. The chaos slowly died down and things began to shift to normal again. Ichigo was declared innocent of everything that occurred, Tensai and the Kido Corps locked away the Oin, Squad 10 was recovering from the whole mess, and Ranjiku was just happy to have her captain back alive and well. She was sitting alone in her office with a contented smile as she drank some booze from her hidden stash. All of her usual drinking buddies were actually busy with other stuff, so she was left alone. Until she got herself a surprise visitor. "Hey!" Ichigo called out from behind her, making her jump in surprise. "That seat taken." She turned to the hybrid, recognizing the smell from the bag he carried. More dried persimmons, he did care. "You really know how to make a girl happy," she said excitedly while pulling out a chair next to her. She snatched the bag away and began to nibble on one of the dried fruits as Ichigo sat next to her. Once he got settled, she leaned against him with a happy smile. "Thank you." Ichigo wrapped a comforting arm around her. "I told you I'd bring him back." She would have made a joke, something about him being after her magnificent breasts, but she just wanted to enjoy the moment. Enjoy his presence. He really was a great guy. Central 46 Chambers. It had been a few months since Aizen struck down and took control of their predecessors, and appointing the proper successors had proven an arduous task. Figures that knew the law, figures that seemed worthy, people that would be concerned with the desire of the nobility rather than anything else. As of now, there are only 14 sages and 3 judges. They were currently deliberating on the single subject that has been on their minds since his appearance: what to do about Ichigo Kurosaki. Suddenly the doors to their chambers blew open to reveal the current leader of Soul Society, Genryusai Yamamoto. "Suteiko, this is unusual," one of the judges said. "And you understand that it's forbidden for anyone to barge into these chambers, regardless of who they are." "I'm the captain commander of the 15 court guard squads," he stated simply. "I go where I want. And I have something to say to you." The various members that made up the leading authority in Soul Society watched the man, the ancient captain that always did as the law commanded, made his voice heard. "Your predecessors determined the law, and without question, the members of the Godii 13 followed and obeyed. Because of that, no one questioned when Aizen orchestrated his conspiracy and did as they were told. Before that, good captains had to go into hiding because they were not given an investigation. They saw the law broken and ordered death." He raised his cane and slammed it into the floor, creating a large spider web fracture throughout the chamber. "No more. Your decisions will not go without question, your command will not be obeyed mindlessly, and your word is no longer law." The announcement filled the members with shock and anger, immediately arguing against his rule. The Central 46 was created by the Soul King. One of the sages yelled out, "We act on his authority." There was a suffocating and crushing pressure as Genryusai silenced them all with his power. "The Central 46 are the judges and the lawmakers." The ancient dragon conceded. "That much will never change. But we of the court guard squads are the ones to enact justice. We will examine a case and we will act on what we deem is right. Under martial law, I lead the Soul Society, and I will trust my captains in their judgments." The pressure left and the chamber was filled with fear of the man. Genryusai turned and began to walk out the door. "Before I forget, I know you're all planning something concerning my new student, Ichigo Kurosaki. I'd advise you end such thoughts. That boy will not bow to anyone that tries to control him. If the Soul King has a problem with my decision, then let the Zero Squad come to me. I dare you," he said before disappearing, leaving the Central 46 to wallow in their fear. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Pranks finally begin. Kisuk gets marrowed. Urahara was making his way from his office after doing many grueling hours of paperwork. Justifying experiments, budgets increases, double-checking reports, all things he didn't miss about being a captain. Now he was tired and wanted to just get away from his work building. He was so out of it, he actually didn't notice Soifan running at him. "Never!" The petite assassin yelled out, running into him and making the captain spin dizzily. When he stopped, he felt something missing. "Get back here!" Ichigo yelled out as he also caused Urahara to spin rapidly. When he finally settled, he felt his hat and calmed down. "Wonder what got into them?" he asked, not realizing they switched out his hat with a Mario cap. Shortly after that switch, Yoryuki jumped on his head with a loud ping, with Urahara getting squished comically. "How?" he muffled out loudly. "Why, Unohana doesn't have a problem with the men's association. I can't believe this." Nanao yelled in anger. "Yeah." Unohana absently agreed, her nose buried in a picture book. "I finally managed to become the president of the Women's Association and all of Yachiru's deeds fall on me." Unohana just hummed in agreement, not even paying attention. And Captain Kukiki was annoyed but never filed charges. "Bet if I asked Rukia she'd convince him to let us back in." Unohana still just hummed. "And the Women's Association did more than the men's ever did. Sure, I abused my authority a little, but IBA only used that club to show off or stroke his ego." "Captain Unohana, what are you reading?" she asked when she finally noticed the chairwoman wasn't paying attention. In the picture book was Zaraki, Ikeku, and Ichigo, all looking like they were trying to kill each other with their blades, shirtless, and covered in cuts, blood, and sweat. The book was titled, Fierce Warriors, published by the Men's Association. The motherly captain had a fierce blush and a happy gaze in her eyes. Yachiro likes. She moaned, making Nanao cry. 45. Progression forward. Karakura outskirts. The twins ran through the remains of the forest, cut, bruised, and beaten from the battle with the other members of the 15th squad. In the instant they began to fight, it was over. The swarms of hollows were wiped out in storms and torrents of light, fire, and energy. The Arrancar themselves suffocated under the pressure of the captain, leaving them helpless against their foes. Just like against that orange-haired lieutenant that came for Toshiro, there was nothing they could do against the other members of the squad. They were thoroughly crushed. Damn it! Yang yelled as they stopped. Ian almost fell as she kept losing blood from a hole in her side. The red twin ripped her vest to use as an improvised bandage for her sister, hoping to stanch the bleeding. Then she froze suddenly, feeling a disturbance in the air. Somehow she knew, her master lost the Oin and was now dead. This whole thing was a trap, and they fell for it. Now here she was, losing everything all over again. Rejected by Lord Aizen for being a weak Ajicha's Arrancar with only herself and her sister to rely on, only to find their new master in Kizaka. He gave them strength and purpose, he attained godly power, and now he's gone. And if she can't escape to Hueco Mundo, she'll lose her sister too. She'll be all alone in the entire world. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn that Soul Reaper. She cried out, tears pouring from her eyes as fate seemed to condemn them for merely being in the world. She felt a hand brush away the tears, calming her down, and she saw her blue twin. Ian was smiling through the pain and exhaustion as she cupped her sister's cheek. Don't worry, she said quietly, holding on to the remains of her strength. We'll always have each other. She smiled, coaxing one out of her teary-eyed sister as they hoped to bask in the sense of hope that came back, only for it to soon die. I almost feel bad for ruining this. They heard a cruel voice call out, looking up to see a brown-haired girl with a white beret wearing a sadistic smile, sitting on a branch in the trees above them. But I doubt you'll be missed for what you did. She held up her arm and flicked her wrist, sending down a couple balls of Raisher. Yang pulled her sister out of the way and jumped back, narrowly dodging the ball as it sank into the ground in front of her. Bye-bye, hollows. The girl sneered as the ground exploded, covering them both in a wave of fire and debris. And that's that. Bambietta said with cheer as she jumped out of the tree, finding no trace of the two Arrancar they saw with the rogue Shinigami they believed was Ichigo's target. Damn it, Bambi. We needed evidence. She heard her fellow female Sternritter yell at her. She turned to see Basby and Candace glaring at her for completely destroying their targets. Oh come on. She groaned, annoyed with her colleagues. Candy, you were wasting your time with your freaking makeup, and Basby was afraid to burn down the forest. She yelled in her defense. Besides, you heard Ichigo. Some jackass was going to destroy space-time, and they were helping him. They deserved it. Both of you shut up. Basby groaned, annoyed by the two friends and their constant bickering. When things settle, they'll come to us. We can make our offers then. He said, making them shut up. The Quincy never noticed the closing tear in the air. Hueco Mundo, Forest of Minos. Yang barely managed to get herself and Ian to safety, tearing an imperfect and very risky garganta at the very same instant the explosion happened. They drifted for hours until finally ending up back in the land of the hollows. Just barely after exiting into the dead forest they collapsed, feeling the last of their life leave. The final sounds she heard were the hungry cry of hollows. Please. Anyone. Help. She managed to whisper as her eyes shut, certain that she and her sister were going to die. The only one to hear her plea was a figure cloaked in fur and hollow masks, the one he wore on his face looking like a gazelle. Karakura Hospital, Underground Training Hall. The cold lifeless room was filled with the loud hums and screeches of the vibrating Raisher arrows and blades created by the Quincy pair. Ryakan was continuing to train his son and pushed him to the limits. The ambient Raisher in the silver room was next to non-existent and Uriah had only one objective. Dodge. He is certainly improving, Ryakan thought as he continued to chase his son with the arrows, but not fast enough. Not with those stern ritters in the city. He knew the special power of Waiwaka's chosen elite. The power of those with a shrift. The heat, the explode, and the thunder, all powerful abilities granted by those with the soul-carved letter. The ace for many of Waiwaka's slaves. Uriah needed to have a greater mastery over Raisher manipulation to fight on par with them, but even then he feared it would not be enough against certain shrifts. He forgot to control his own strength and shot an arrow through Uriah's leg, making the boy stumble and collapse to the ground. Uriah. Connie cried out as she restored the ambient Raisher to normal levels and ran to her precious child. Uriah, are you all right? I'm fine, mother. Uriah said through gritted teeth. The arrow dispelled from his leg as the parents got around to patching up their son. Guess I need to work harder, right father? Uriah chuckled out, trying to liven up the situation. Connie merely glared at her husband for hurting their son. Ryakan, he needs a break. She said adamantly. You've been doing this non-stop for 2 days and you're being much harder than when he crippled his powers. Uriah tried to say something but his father started before he could. I know, but we can't afford that. He said, berating himself as he defended his stance. Waiwak already sent his spies and they'll try to take him and Ichigo by force if they can't convince them. Uriah tried again, but his mother already had her rebuttal. He can't defend himself if he's dead on his feet exhausted. She returned heatedly. Screw it. The archer thought as his parents began to argue in earnest. He brought his fingers to his mouth and loosed an ear-splitting whistle, getting the desired result of shutting up his parents. Thank you. Firstly, mother, I appreciate the concern. But father's right, time is running out and I need to get as strong as I can as fast as I can. He then turned to his father and used common medical knowledge. And father, you know constantly pushing me like this will have the opposite effect. I need some time to rest and recover. And don't worry about the other Quincy. Ichigo and I already have an idea on what to do with them. He said, with an evil smirk as he thought over their simple but effective plan. Inoue apartment. Sora watched his sister sitting in the lotus position and meditating into a trance, balancing her inner self and gaining full control on her emotions, the main key to utilizing contract spirits. The Shun Shun Rika were easy for her to practice with as they only went to someone with a certain purity and kindness. Infinitely powerful, but hard to fully utilize because of the constraints of emotional ties. All she really needed was the strength of will to fight back and she'd be nigh unstoppable. Sora knew that and promised to help her have the strength to fight back. Alright Orium, time for the first step of the On-Myoji. He said, snapping her out of the meditative trance. He sat in front of his sister as she watched him with full attentiveness. Contracting spirits is a rather difficult task. In order to do this, you must show your resolve to the spirit you're creating the contract with. They can issue any number of tests to see that resolve, either through combat, philosophical questions, or illusions. If you pass their test, you share with them a fragment of your soul and they become bound to you. Mostly, their strength becomes reliant on the amount of spiritual power they use from you. The white serpent he summoned earlier when revealing himself appeared and coiled around his body. The more you can give, the stronger they become. He explained as Hebai went from a white python with horns and grew until the apartment became claustrophobic. However, that is a dangerous line because not all spirits are amicable. You must build your bond with them and see them as your partners. The serpent faded from the physical world as he finished. Remove your hairpins and let's start with you contracting the Shun Shun Rika. Okay. She did as was requested while he slowly waved his hand over the pins, the small script slowly disappearing. Flower of the Heavenly Princess, the petals that reject events, attacks, and enemies, you are freed from your service of this human master. Sora chanted as a paper tag manifested in front of Orium. On it was a 6-petaled flower with each one being a different color that signified the Shun Shun Rika. Now concentrate your soul into your hand and call them out. Following her brother's command, she did so and summoned out the 6 fairies. Flower of the Heavenly Dash, she started the incantation for the contract before she was interrupted. We accept. Shun-O said with a smile, the other sprites nodding in agreement. The sibling felt a sweat drop at the disregard of normal ceremony these contracts were supposed to be following. Orium already passed our test when we first manifested to fight that hollow at school. And from there she's only proven herself more and more. Sabeki chimed in. I was worried she would just be a pushover but that fear was unfounded. He said, looking at the auburn-haired girl with pride. We of the Shun Shun Rika, accept this contract. They said at once before disappearing onto the hairpins, with the contract script returning. There was a pause between the brother and sister as they processed what occurred. Well, Orium said as she got up, that was Esau Dash, then collapsed from exhaustion from having the 6 sprites bound to her personally. Yeah, that happened to me too. Sora sighed, feeling a little jealous of his sister passing this test so easily. And she's already got some of the best spirits too. With Tatsuki. Ha! The fire-wielding martial artist yelled out as she practiced her forms. She didn't want to say it, but the encounter with the Aaron car rattled her. The hollows she first encountered, they weren't human anymore and she had her friends. The Soul Reapers? That became a game of combat hide and seek and no one was trying to kill the other, except Aizen. But these Aaron car? They weren't animals, there wasn't any stopping at unconscious. Now it was kill or be killed. She was fighting someone that wanted to kill her. That threw her off her game and put her on the receiving end before she got her head out of her ass. What if she came across another Aaron car like the first 2 that came to scout the area? Ichigo said that the strongest hollow he knew became the 4th-ranked Aaron car and she was never more afraid in her life when she saw that piercing green-eyed stare. Like everything before him was nothing but trash. She had to get stronger, needed to get stronger. Looks like you're trying to push yourself. She heard her teacher say, looking over to a tree branch to find Yoruaki in human form just watching her. Beside her were 2 short swords, a Wakaizashi, with a simple round guard and was otherwise unimpressive and a Kodaki with a rectangular guard. Don't you know the concept of trying too hard? Yeah, putting forth too much effort that it becomes counterproductive instead of helpful. Tatsuki replied, relaxing and catching her breath. She was a stubborn girl, but not stubborn enough to discount the advice of her teacher. What were you doing these past months? Ugh. Yoruaki sighed tiredly. Dealing with my relatives. Some were okay with me returning, others were ecstatic, but a good number were still pissed at me defying traditions. She explained as she grabbed the 2 swords and jumped down towards her fiery disciple. But it wasn't all reunions and trying to not punch a bunch of old people in the face, I was thinking about your next lesson. She threw the unimpressive wakaizashi to Tatsuki, who caught it with ease. I was thinking of your next lesson should be swordplay. Tatsuki looked at Yoriyuki and the sword in her hand with evident confusion on her face. But, sensei, I've never seen you with a sword. You're a martial artist. Tatsuki said, trying to understand the logic in this new lesson. I was also the leader of the On Mitsukido, the Black Ops of Soul Society, and captain of the second squad. Yoriyuki explained to her student. Zanjutsu was one of the required fields of being a Shinigami. I eventually got so good with my martial arts I didn't need it, especially since I had over a century to practice. Had to leave it behind when we had to go into exile. She said, reminiscing on a dark day in her and her friend's life. Yuushiro kept my Zenpakuto for safekeeping until I returned. She unsheathed her short blade and held it in a reverse grip. Now, I'm going to teach you how to fight with a blade, so you will learn how to adapt and fight opponents with swords. Tatsuki nodded and unsheathed her new sword. That is an Azuashi, a blank Zenpakuto. The more you use it, the more it will adapt to a weapon fitting for you. So let's see what becomes of it. Yoriyuki said with a smirk as she began Tatsuki's new lessons. Las noches, Aizen's study. Aizen tapped his fingers on his desk, watching the fool Kizaka die because of his jealousy and madness. Both terrible traits if one wanted to accomplish a plan as lofty as his. He'll admit to playing with the idea of stealing the oin, but even he knows better than to mess with something like that. Creating a tool to break down the barriers of limitations was one thing, but manipulating time and space came with a heavier price than he was willing to abuse. The temptation would be too great and the eventual cost would be too much. Sure, he'd have the chance to kill Ichigo, but some innate pride in the boy's progress stopped that. The one perfect culmination of his work that he needed to copy onto himself. So, you just left it at that? Jin asked, coming into the study and avoiding some discarded mask fragments, clothes, and Arankars and Pakidos. You had a mini rebellion and just fed them to the Hogyaku. What about Baragan? Aizen let out an amused chuckle as he thought about Arankar under his command. Baragan is patient and will wait until Soul Society is beaten before trying to rebel. Aizen explained, watching Ichigo's battle with Kizaka and his forces. Patras and his cronies didn't even wait for that. They wouldn't be able to get me any new data against Kurosaki and his squad, but they did become useful in feeding the Hogyaku. He said, prompting Jin to glance at the shifting black sphere. How's training the loyal Arankar coming along? Grimjo is making some real progress. Jin told his hated enemy, wishing he could run him through with his Bankai. The various Frexion are improving as well. The rest of the Espada might make some headway if they actually trained with each other, but they still kind of hate one another. Aizen hummed as he continued his plotting, waiting for the chance to make his move. Ichigo would pay for humiliating him, but he needed to be careful with that. His lone scar from their fight still burned on his chest. Soon Kurosaki. He thought, feeling the burning sensation spread slightly. Soon. Soul Society, Division 1 Training Grounds. Yamamoto was enjoying a small respite of peace with his two oldest pupils, Yukitake and Kiraku, with Urahara joining them for tea, all while watching his current disciple spar with his Fullbringer friend. The two were exchanging blows, testing their strength, speed, and skill in their martial arts. The ancient dragon believed in a firm foundation to build on, so Ichigo had to fully master his basics before moving on to the more complicated movesets while Urahara was gathering data on the two. According to the other Fullbringers, Chad reached his peak evolution with his arm Fullbring and they had to check how much he improved. Ichigo was in a state of constant growth so they needed all the data they could get with his development. Hey! Shunsui called out to the two friends. Lighten up. You can afford to take it easy for now. He advised. Ichigo and Chad were already dripping in sweat after just a few minutes of sparring. Take a little break you two. Making me feel old. He does have a point. Yukitake chuckled slightly, pouring himself another cup. Take a moment to breath and relax. You heard your seniors. Yamamoto said with a rare smile, actually joking with his students. Take your break. Ichigo and Chad looked at each other before going to join some of the longest-serving captains of the Godii. Chad shared a drink with Kiraku while Yamamoto had Ichigo make him tea, again. After he finished, Toshiro came by. Ichigo. The young captain called out to the hybrid. With a nod from his teacher, Ichigo went to meet the ice wielder. I just wanted to say thanks. Thanks for helping me out. Talking with you those past few days really helped. Hey, I understand. Ichigo told him. I'd feel conflicted if I was in your situation. Probably do the same things too. Get into so much trouble. He mumbled the last part, not wanting to feel the old man's walking stick on his skull again. Anything else troubling you? I'd like to spar again. Hitsubiya said with a determined look in his eyes. I can't be solely reliant on my ice abilities in a fight. I need to practice my swordsmanship. He said as Ichigo pulled out his sword suddenly, forcing Hitsubiya to react desperately. And they've started again. Kiraku sighed as Chad got up to join in. Really making me feel old. I can't complain. Urahara said with a smile. I'm getting so much data from this. Yamamoto merely smiled as he enjoyed the tea he had Ichigo make, finally tasting a balance and harmony in the warm drink. Now for the harder lessons. Karakura Fun Feet Feld. The two gemensed cousins wandered through the heavier forest section of their old Quincy training grounds, almost upset that they were meeting any of the enemy in the place where they built happy memories with grandfather Soken. But, they had to do this, see what they could learn from the other Quincy and keep things in their favor. There was no way they'd ever side with the Quincy Emperor unless it was to serve their mission to kill him. Ichigo lit up his Ryotsu to act like a beacon, signaling that they were ready to meet their fellow Quincy. They waited until Bambietta finally revealed herself. "About time you finally came to this meeting," she said, mildly annoyed. Her two companions and herself saw how powerful the two were, but being a stern ritter gave her a measure of arrogant confidence. She was convinced she could blow them away before they figured out her power. "Now, let's dash. All three of you together, in front of us, or no deal," Uriah demanded, breaking her stride as he laid down their terms for the meeting. "I'm not exactly keen on meeting other Quincy, especially ones that have been in hiding for who knows how long. Either all three of you are together in front of us, or we leave." There was a pause for a couple of seconds before the two began to turn and walk away. "Wait." The Explode called out. "Fine, you win," she said as Basby and Candace appeared at her side. They planned to ambush them, but the two never dropped their guard. It was going to be a race between reaction times, and they didn't like their chances. "There, all three of us from the Vandenreich, sent to return you to your proper family. But why are you siding with the Shinigami?" she demanded, working with the "making them see the light" objective of their mission. "They had committed genocide on our race. Because they had to," Uriah said, completely stone-faced as he explained their stance. "When they kill hollows, they purify souls for the cycle of reincarnation. When Quincy kill hollows, they are completely destroyed. They may have been murderers and thugs, but it was our pride that led to that massacre. They forced us into inaction when we would have been more useful against the hollows," Basby defended. "And even after the war, where are the rest of the Quincy in this world? All killed by the Soul Society. All done by one man." Ichigo responded, knowing what Mayuri did, who was very careful in how he did it and played the right strings. "And all the Quincy happened to be mixed blood, so where were any of you or your almighty emperor and father?" he said, stunning the three stern ritter. "All dead, by his command." Uriah continued. "The Soul Reapers acted on orders to preserve the balance, but what about all the ones dead by Waiwaka's own hands?" He saw a flinch in Basby, probably a victim of the Quincy Emperor himself. "He almost killed our mothers years ago, simply because they weren't pure Quincy. Don't talk to us about serving the Emperor when he cares about nothing but himself," Ichigo said as a sudden gust of wind came by and the three-icked Quincy seemed to stagger a little. They brought their hands to their necks, almost like something was there. "Hope you understand. We have no love for his majesty. Trust us, he's not worth it," Uriah said, talking like they were friends suddenly. "You might want to leave too." The cousins then left the three to their own devices, smirking as the plan seemed to work. Up in the higher parts of the forest canopy, a well-dressed but scarred individual was putting a bookmark in a book. "What a fascinating read," Tsukishima said, closing his new book, Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers, Future Dress Up. After their honeymoon was cut short, due to classified information, Rukia decided to stop by the SWA's new meeting place, a normal meeting room that they used for storage. They still didn't remove all of Yachiro's candy or all of their spare, not important. It was just a major scale down from their former glory. The only other person that was in the room was Rainjiku with a magazine, making use of her break time, i.e. avoiding paperwork. Rukia thought that was a good idea after what she and her husband did last night. She was still limping from the activities, something Rainjiku noticed. "Sue, when should we expect the baby?" the Busta lieutenant asked teasingly, making Rukia blush heavily. "Rainjiku, now's not the time for us to even think about kids," Rukia protested, happy that she had a plentiful supply of birth control medication. "Besides, I'm a lieutenant. I can't just abandon that duty, especially in the midst of a war." "Ah," Rainjiku whined, "and here I was hoping to play dress-up with my future, would it be stepchild or?" she said, not really knowing the link with future sister wives. "And this chappy onesie looks so cute," she said, looking back at her catalog with a fox-like grin as curiosity gripped the married noble. Rukia caved and took a look, eyes sparking at the cute baby outfits for her future children with Ichigo. Then a thought occurred to her. "She's teasing me." She smiled as she figured how she might turn it around. "Well, I'm too busy to think about kids, but you can do it if you want," she said, believing she got the drop on the lazy lieutenant. "Thanks for that." Rainjiku cheered. "I'll go look for him now. Already got the dress and ring," she said before running off. Rukia blinked her eyes in confusion. Did I just give her permission to be his next bride? Pacifying Naneo. The current president of the Shinigami's Women Association, Lieutenant Naneo ISE, was currently drowning her sorrows in the emergency chocolate stash of the former president. It just wasn't fair. She put up with Yachiro's childish antics for years, ensured that their club was well funded, tried to help morale by selling quality merchandise of the captains whom the other Soul Reapers saw as celebrities. Everything was fine. When Yachiro became Zaraki's Zenpakuto full-time, she had her chance, and then that Quincy ruined it all. She'll admit that abusing her authority in the budget committee was her fault, but Yachiro's crimes should not be her responsibility. Then he got Anohana's support with a gore-filled picture book that she for some reason likes. Most of her members are dating the poster boy of the Men Association, and their club now has the same budget as every other one. As it stands, their usual way of getting things done was no longer an option. They couldn't force their ways anymore. "Hello, Naneo," she heard someone say. She looked to the door and saw the reason for her misfortune, Urayu Ishida. "What do you want?" She practically growled at him through a mouthful of chocolate. He held up what seemed like a book. "I wanted to give you this as a present," he said calmly, almost hypnotically as he walked toward her. "Captain Kiraku told me you were feeling stressed, so I thought I should give you this since I am probably the reason you're so stressed." Naneo swallowed the mouthful of chocolate before snatching the book from his hand. "You think I'll forgive you with just a single present?" she roared. "You could have said no to joining the Men's Association and everything would have turned out great. But no, you had to ruin everything I worked for with this club." She opened up the picture book and scrolled through the contents. "You think you can make it up to me with. She trailed off, seeing image after image of her captain in suggestive, almost X-rated scenes. "Looks like you like the Sleeping Flowers book." Urayu teased, seeing a slight nosebleed form with a heavy blush. "It's the chocolate." 46. Ghosts of the Past. Squad 1 Meeting Hall. It was moments like these that many of the main forces of the Shinigami were glad that the Fullbringers became allies. Tsukishima's Fullbring, Book of the End, allows him to alter a person's memories to his liking and gain comprehensive knowledge of their memories. He didn't need to interrogate anyone, just cut into them. Using this, Ichigo and Urayu distracted the Spiriters while Tsukishima did his thing, letting them figure out what some of the enemy's abilities were and how to manipulate them. Tsukishima took some time to fill out a report on the useful information he collected, then Yamamoto called a meeting to go over the data and figure out what to do next. "Okay, this is what I got from those three." Tsukishima started, almost acting like a teacher with how he was presenting the information. The Quincy have been plotting for the past 1,000 years on their revenge, against the Soul Society and the Soul King himself. For many, the aging process was slowed down immensely to keep them as able fighters when they could begin their assault. The bulk of the army is made of soldats, who seem on par with your average seated officer, a separate hunting group called Jagdarmi, and 26 elites called the Stern Ritters, 4 of which serve as the personal guard of Waiwak himself, and 1 is the Grandmaster, second only to the Emperor. At minimum, they're as strong as powerful lieutenants, but what really sets them apart is their abilities. Urahara started up the hologram table to show images reconstructed from Tsukishima's descriptions. Firstly, the strongest state of a Quincy was their Let's Still form but came as the cost of their powers. The image showed Urayu in that state during the fight on Sokyoku Hill. They have since changed that to attain a form called the Volstandig. The image shifted to show Urayu with wings of Raishur and a halo. Not as strong as the Let's Still, its power is still significant enough to make them powerful opponents. Not without drawbacks, the technique is not natural and one must train in order to attain it. Imagine Let's Still as using 100% of one's strength while being so full of adrenaline you can't feel the damage you do to yourself. Volstandig is using close to the same level of power, but they feel the strain of using that power. Ichigo looked over to Urayu, who seemed to be contemplating how he could attain that level of power. Something he had to admit was very tempting. They use that form along with their unique ability called the Shrift, powers based on the letter Waiwak writes on their soul. That's why there's that many Stern Ritters, 1 for each letter. Waiwak seems to have A, and here's the rest in the order of rank. Jugram Hashwolf is B and is the Stern Ritter Grandmaster, second only to Waiwak. A blond man appeared while the Fullbringer started. He was switched with a dark-skinned man with an X over his left eye. Leelbaro, Stern Ritter X and leader of Waiwaka's Royal Guard. Next were a hooded figure, a man with a thin face and pronounced cheekbones, and some kind of Nordic gladiator. C. Pernita Parncages. D. A skin Nak Levar, who seems to have something to do with poison if what I've seen is any indication. And M. Gerard Valkyrie. They are the Royal Guard, so we can assume they are the most dangerous. Then a man with round glasses and cropped black hair appeared. J. Quilj Opie, who is the leader of the Jagdarmi. He continued, showing a description, name, and letter for each major member of the Vandenrijke's army, before getting to the 3 spies. Bambietta Basterbine, E. the Explode, the Fullbringer said as the spies were displayed, Candace Catnip, T. the Thunder, and Bazard Black, H. the Heat. Bambietta can release balls of Raishur that can turn anything they come into contact with into bombs. She acts sadistic and lures guys to her bedroom in order to kill them to vent her frustration. Her weakness is that she hates being alone, puts up a strong front when she's really quite submissive and is afraid to die. Candace Catnip can manipulate electricity to fry her opponents, easy to anger, and is incredibly vain about her appearance, taking hours to make sure she looks the way she does every day. Advise that you manipulate that to your advantage. Through these 2 I identified the powers of the other female Stern Ritters. Meninus is the power, gaining incredible strength. Liltato is the glutton, able to eat anything and manipulate her mouth to devour anything she wants, much like Ichigo's hollow tendrils. Finally, Giselle, the zombie, able to manipulate corpses and uses her blood to gain control of her opponents. She's the most disturbing one among them so far, so crazy that I'm not sure how to properly manipulate her. He explained before bringing up Baz B. This guy is Bazard Black, the Heat, able to manipulate fire to devastating effects and is the one I know we can get to change sides. He said, making everyone look closer as he explained. He was once the scion of a noble family and childhood friends with Jugram. Believed himself to be a talented Quincy while Jugram wasn't, and they vowed to kill the Emperor after an incident caused Bazard's home to burn down. He wanted to kill Wywak for years until actually meeting him, where slowly he became a loyal Quincy and Jugram became devoted as Wywaka's other half. But he is not blindly loyal, as he already begins to doubt Wywak after his little talk with Ichigo and Uryu. All three are beginning to doubt. Some might not be swayed, but if we play certain cards right, we can break the Vandenreich. He said, finishing the explanation of their soldiers and what powers they knew. However, they have also created a special tool, Quincy medallions, which they plan to use to steal the Bankai of the Shinigami that have those, so caution is advised. They plan to infiltrate Soul Society with Gates of the Sun, portals that allow fast travel throughout their city and into Soul Society while they were still one place. As of now, they remain stuck in their own separate dimension. Tsukishima said, taking a seat to show that he had nothing left to report. The gathered captains and people of interest took a moment to try to plan for the coming war with the Quincy. I think I know how to neutralize the medallions. Urahara said after a few moments of silence. Mayuri came up with this theory a while ago in regards to why Quincy simply destroy hollows and kept doing so despite the threat to the balance. Uryu and Ichigo looked confused as they thought it was simply that way, because hollows preyed on the Quincy in great numbers. I actually saw evidence that supported that theory with Masaki Kurosake. That the reason the Quincy used to hunt the hollows was not because of a grudge, but because of fear. The scientist said, earning a look of shock among the people in the room. The reason is because they are the most vulnerable to hollows. Just as they destroy hollows, hollows can destroy them. Hollow erasure is toxic to Quincy and they have to way to defend against it naturally. If only we could test it. He said, before slowly looking over to Ichigo and Uryu. Screw you. They yelled simultaneously. Not unless you can ensure I/Uryu won't die. Yamamoto slammed his cane to restore order. Enough. Everyone continue to strengthen yourselves to prepare for the war with Aizen, then the Quincy. He yelled out, making the assembled nod in affirmation to their orders. Ichigo Kurosake, you stay. Everyone else, dismissed. He ordered with another tap of his cane, making everyone but his student leave. If Urahara is correct about the relationship between Quincy and hollows, then you might have a special mission to perform. Tell me, Ichigo, do you think you can gather the Arrancar as allies? He asked, making Ichigo think over his encounters with Ulquiorra, Yami, and Grimjo. Maybe a few, but I'm unsure. Ichigo answered his teacher. If necessary, I'll share my hollow erasure to the whole of Soul Society. Yamamoto nodded his head in approval. Return to the living world. The dragon commanded. It's been a stressful day for all. Get your rest. His student left the building and returned back to his home with his father and cousin. Yamamoto returned to his desk to pull out a file. The file was labeled, Ichigo Kurosake's training, which he was using to chronicle and plan his students' training. He prepared to make the ink to write out the next lesson plan, when his Suzuri split in half. His good humor faded as he looked at the two halves of his broken ink stone, getting a bad feeling about events to come. He abandoned his calligraphy to write a Kido message telling him to check the records of the day Ichigo warned him of Waiwaka's return. Squad 12 SRDI, Tower 7. Now let's see, what else should I include? Mayuri was at one of his computers in one of the major areas of the Institute of Research and Development. One hand was typing away and documenting a record of the major projects that he and Kisuk was working on while the other was putting finishing touching on another project. He would never admit it, but he was glad Kisuk returned the way he did, letting him research and experiment to his heart's content so long as he follows certain easy rules. Subject Senna, body is now fully formed, will continue to monitor in case of cognition and to ease concerns on where she is. Subject BG9, ready to attempt to restore as a Soul Reaper under precautions. Project Dash. He stopped when a sudden burst of electricity formed and the sound of cracking ground alerted him to the completion of the project he was working on, seeing a biomechanical flower incubator rise from the floor in the room that was next to a generator. He flashed to it as the flower opened to reveal a glowing vial. Project Erasure is completed. He said as he grabbed it, just in time for the alarms to go off. Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Intruder alert! The speakers sounded off with a siren howling. Mayuri flicked his wrist and caught the inhaler that was inside his sleeve and took in the medication, while also putting down the vial and drawing his sword. He tried to find the unidentified target until everything went blank. All of his thoughts ended in an instant as he looked around in confusion. Mayuri, what's happening? Urahara demanded, coming into the room after hearing the alarms go off. Where are the intruders? He looked to his lieutenant who seemed to knock out of his daze and being uncharacteristically scared. Kisuk, what is this? Where am I? Stay back. The skeletal clown yelled, pointing his blade at the master assassin. Get away from me. Urahara gave the man a hard look before getting behind him and knocking him unconscious with a quick strike of his hilt. Deal with that later. He made a mental note before scanning the room. He sensed his intruders and saw what was out of place. The erasure convergence device is done, he said, sounding pleasantly surprised. And missing. That's not good. From their hiding place, the intruders were about to activate the stolen device before Urahara appeared before them. A tall, lean, pale man with dark lavender hair that was wielding a large red double-edged scythe, and a shorter spiky, blonde-haired girl, both wearing tattered and ragged kimonos. Without saying anything, Urahara lashed out with Benihim, forcing the scythe wielder on the defensive before grabbing the shaft of the pole weapon and bringing his blade to the intruder's neck. Neither are the Ives, he said, glaring at his opponent, who seemed to be struggling with staying up. Let go of him. He heard the girl cry out before black energy flared slightly, making the scythe wielder disappear. Honing his instincts, he charged off just as the guy reappeared and got behind him to deliver a swift palm strike. The duo's breathing became labored and they disappeared again, this time out of the tower. As Kisuk relaxed, the generator for the erasure machine started to activate. Tower 7 erasure generator, shut down. He ordered quickly, shutting down practically everything inside the tower. Divert all power to the main computer, he said, keeping the pseudo-pipe organ computer online. Looks like we'll have to enhance the potency of the sleeping gas, he said, displeased with the failure of the security measure. He made his way to the computer as Nimue entered the room. Captain Urahara, all squad members are now accounted for, she said, before noticing her creator on the ground. Is Master Mayuri all right? He'll be fine, Kisuk said as he began typing at the computer. Lock him in an examination room and I'll check him out later. Put everyone else on high alert. He typed out commands at near blinding speeds as he unlocked a copy of Mayuri's brain, a capsule full of hollow erasure, and sent out a message to all captains. ICOA. Check dates and records. With Rukia. Lieutenant Rukia Kurosaka nee Kukiki of Squad 13 was on her patrols when the sirens rang out. Earlier she found a letter, telling her to meet someone at the castle ruins at East 15 of Siritii. She was wandering around for a few minutes before the commotion started. Acting on her instincts, she pocketed the letter and began to make her way to Squad 12, when a tired voice stopped her. No, you can't go. It was a girl, echoing in the distance of her mind. She stopped to look around, her hand on her blade and ready to fight. Who's there? She called out, glaring into the darkness. It was quiet until the same ghostly laugh returned and a pale girl in ragged clothes appeared, looking as if she was about to fall asleep. It was odd, but Rukia thought she looked familiar. The girl flew in front of the lieutenant and suddenly said, in a kind and gentle tone, "We came to erase your existence." Then her eyes became harder and malevolent. "Rukia," she whispered before floating out of range. Another figure appeared behind Rukia, wielding a white and red scythe. She turned, just in time to watch the blade cut through her neck. She slowly collapsed as her mind went blank and was caught by the male just as the girl returned. "Let's go. We have to hide," she said, earning a nod from her brother as the duo took Rukia away. With Ichigo. Ichigo was drying out his hair after a nice, hot shower. The day got hectic as they dealt with trying to figure out plans to fight the Shrifts and what the other letters could mean. He tossed the towel into the laundry hamper as he froze, feeling something was wrong in the universe. Am I forgetting something? Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. What Ichigo did to Mayuri after learning he killed Soken. Hey Mayuri. Ichigo greeted the scientist, carrying with him a large capsule filled halfway with thumbtacks. Ah, Lieutenant Kurosaka. Just who I wanted to see. Mayuri returned, wanting to focus on the experiment he was planning. There are some theories I have about Dash. He was cut off when Ichigo grabbed his Zanpakuto, broke it at half a foot out of the Shada, stabbed him in the throat and quickly created a barrier around the man before he exploded into blood and goo. Ichigo then raised the barrier and opened the capsule before pouring the deranged scientist into the pointy pile, closed the lid, and shook it like crazy to spread the tacks around. Ichigo then left the contents hidden in the ceiling of the female staff's changing room and left. How Urahara got back at Soifan. The petite commander of the stealth force had a long, fruitful day of training her troops and sparring with her idol. Now she wanted to return to one of the most secure rooms under her control for some needed R&R. Her bedroom that was filled to the brim with Yoryuki and black Katger. She was so absent-minded at the moment that she was just happy to cuddle with her plush Yoryuki, only to notice something wrong. When she looked again, she saw that her Yoryuki and cat stuff was replaced with Yushiro and dogs. She searched her room furiously before finding a few pictures, purposefully hidden in her room, showing her Urahara while he raided her room with a smile. "I've taken your stuff and hid it," the note said, and she swore she could hear his irritating voice. "You won't get it back till I feel like it. My Yoryuki." Soifan cried out. 47 Missing Links. Squad 8. Kurako looked out his window as the alarms blared at the 12th Division, signaling intruders in one of the facilities. Nothing else notable was happening until a hell butterfly came into his room to deliver a message. He was pondering its meaning as his lieutenant/secretary came into his office. "Captain Kiraku, should we go?" she asked urgently, ready to act on her duties as a Soul Reaper. Kiraku only spoke with calm and confusion. Naneo, do I have a file labeled ICOA? He asked, surprising Naneo. Wordlessly she went to his records shelf and double-checked, sure that she would have known about such a file. She was surprised to actually find it before giving it to her captain. ICOA, in case of amnesia. Right here, sir. He opened it up and looked through the contents. Well, this is shocking. He said, as calm as ever. Squad 13. Aizen betrayed us and we were saved by this. Ichigo Kurosake. Yukitake said in confusion as he read through the files and records of the past few months. And my new lieutenant is this, Rukia Kukiki. He was so busy trying to wrap his head around the situation that he didn't notice his 2/3 seats come in with another file. Sir, we found it. Kian shouted, ruffled from rushing to get back with the information. Evidence that Rukia Kukiki, or Kurosake, is in fact your lieutenant. Sentaro continued, giving the sickly captain the confirmation he needed. Squad 4. It also says we got married about a month ago after we restored you to your true strength. Unohana said to her husband, barely stopping their aggressive actions. Well, that explains this situation. Kenpeki said, just as calmly. Should we meet with the other captains? Later, I'm almost done. She said with a lustful smirk. Squad 2. All right, Stealth Force, listen up. Soifan shouted to her assembled scouts and patrol squads. We're searching for an unknown person. Subject is female, cropped black hair, on the petite side, 4 feet 8 inches. Her name is Rukia and she is supposed to be the lieutenant of Squad 13. Our memories are altered to forget her and there's a possibility that whoever she is with is likely responsible for that and is a danger to Soul Society. Find anything you can, dismissed. Ma'am. The gathered troops shouted before running off to search for the lost lieutenant. Omada, hold down the fort. Soifan ordered as she began to head for the head captain's barracks. Alert me if they find anything worthwhile. Squad 6. Byakuya was standing in front of the picture of his late wife, set in a new altar for those he's come to consider his family. On it were 2 faces he no longer recognized until hearing the order to check certain files. After reading his ICOA files, he visited the altar to give a silent prayer to the only woman he loved. Forgive me, his Anna. He whispered as he steeled his resolve. I may have forgotten my promise, but I will keep it. He finished his prayer before leaving for the meeting. Squad 10. Can you trust this? Rainjiku asked her captain after he relayed his orders. They lost their memories about major allies and a key figure in their future. What if someone forged your writing? Then they knew that I trust Captain Shiba with my life. Toshiro said as he fastened his blade to his back. Any child of his is worth that same trust. He finished before making his way to the meeting. Squad 7. Tucson. The werewolf thought as he finished reading his reminder records. I imagine I was this shocked and angry when you first betrayed us. But I do not have the time to hate you now. He disappeared in a burst of speed. I pity you, old friend. Squad 5. What do you know? Shinji said, reading his own backwards upside down writing in his own version of the ICOA files. He was sharing a few drinks with Kensei and Rose when it happened. There was a moment of shock and surprise that quickly died after they got the message. Kid got us back to Soul Society. And to think you doubted him, Kensei. Rose teased as he and his fellow Vizard captains prepared to return to Squad 1 for when Yamamoto made the plan of action. He was shaking like a small dog, terrified out of his wits. The stern man argued back. Of course, I never thought much of him. Anyone who saw that smile of Lisa's would be terrified. Rose returned in Ichigo's defense. That was a weird Shota phase for her. I wonder how Love is doing. Shinji thought to himself while his old friends got back to the old argument they had regarding their favorite freak of nature. Squad 14. All of you shut the hell up. Love yelled out over the gathered masses of raging Shinigami and citizens of the Rukon districts. His voice echoed throughout every area under his authority with the aid of hundreds of hell butterflies. Normally, Love Ikuo was pretty chill. Now he was pissed and laying down the law in the Rukon. All Soul Reapers are to act as impartial police. You help the helpless, not abuse them. If I hear about any abuse of authority, I will find you and kick your ass. Now do your jobs. His cries made the entire area shake as every person in the district calmed down and went about their business. Getting clean pants. With Ichigo. What the hell is it? Ichigo asked, knowing something was wrong, just not what. He tried to think of anything that might be the answer. Idly he heard his mother call him down for dinner, so he got up to join the women of his family before something clicked. When did Mom wake up? He bolted downstairs to see and hear his sisters crying out in surprise and joy, similar to his own feelings, except he knew she was awake for a while. But when it was eluded him, Mom, when did you wake up? Well, it was just after you. She started to answer, despite Karen muffled cries of who cares. After you, who did you go rescue again? She asked in return, feeling the gap in her own memory. Ichigo groaned in frustration, bringing his hand to his head when he saw it. A silver wedding band on his ring finger. At that moment, memories of Rukia came flashing through his head. Meeting her, fighting alongside her, rescuing her, dating her, marrying her, and now he remembered everything. Something happened to Rukia. Ichigo said suddenly as he got a text from his father, saying to get to the Shoten immediately. He looked at Khan, who immediately got the idea and proceeded to extract the soul pill. Who? The girls asked as Ichigo ejected from his physical body and stretched his body. My wife. Ichigo said as he flashed toward the squad's base, leaving a shocked Karen, a happy Yuzo, and a catatonic Masake. He got to his squad's base of operations where his friends and Yoriyuki were waiting. He expected the squad to be a mess, but they seemed pretty functional. What happened? Lisa was cataloging some files and papers when apparently, everyone forgot where they were or what they were doing. Urayu explained as they made their way through to the monitoring station, where Ishine and Hiri waited. Ishine decided to act like a captain, and despite not knowing him, got the entire squad back on track. Yoriyuki continued for them. A few late patrols, but he got things running again. Can't help but ponder the frightful headway we'd make if Dad took his job seriously. Ichigo mumbled as they got to the room. He saw Ishine with a serious and focused look on his face while Hiri was snacking on chips. Dad, do you remember Rukia? The hybrid asked, getting a raised eyebrow from his father. No, I don't. He said before turning to Hiri. How does he remember this, Rukia? Best ask Kisuk. Hiri said with a shrug. Meanwhile, watch this. Hiri tapped a key and the screen showed a recording of Hiri. Okay, video log 1. Hiri Saragaki. Intel support and comms officer of Squad 12, working with Squad 15. It's been a week since Aizen defected from Soul Society and our base was finished. Shortly after, Kisuk informed all the captains of the Godei squads of this hollow he called subject, Memo Eater. Some stupid name after a monster in this game, Dark Chronicle, I think. Don't care, Kisuk's a dork. The pastor said, earning a few giggles from some of the people in the room. Anyway, this hollow is a parasitic type. Very rare nowadays as they tend to get killed fast for being weak. According to him, it latches onto a host with weak Ryutsu or is vulnerable and slowly degrades the memories while draining the host's erasure. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem as we've been improving security throughout the whole of Soul Society. But something always has to screw things up for the rest of us because Kisuk had a theory and wanted a contingency plan for it. If this hollow could merge with a soul with a great amount of potential Ryutsu and possibly a special erasure, then the normal rules of Memo Eater no longer apply. Since this hollow affects memories, we've been advised to keep a record of major events to keep us all on track should something memory-based happen. And since the captain here is an Hiri shut off the recording. I think we all understand what is happening. Hiri said, trying to focus on the mission present. Yeah, Memo Eater is on the loose and erased memories of Rukia. Ichigo said, giving a short explanation of who she was. But why Rukia? I doubt it's anyone in Soul Society trying to seize power. Yoriyuki said while Hiri was checking the monitors. This is too risky a plan for anyone there. Aizen wouldn't let anything he couldn't control go. Ishine said, rubbing his stubble. He doesn't take risks without guaranteed success. Maybe Memo Eater is acting on its own. Hiri said, getting everyone's attention. Or rather, its hosts are. Seems like Kisuk confronted two intruders that had erasure signatures similar to Memo Eater. Now the commander's calling for all captains and Ichigo. Seems the old man wants Ichigo to get all the experience he can get in a variety of situations. That suits me just fine. Ichigo said, flicking his wrist to make a garganta. This is my mission. Ishine and Ichigo jumped into the abyss and made their way to Soul Society. With Rukia. She slowly roused herself from slumber feeling a sharp pain in her head, almost like something was trying to force itself free in her consciousness. She was in an aged building with noticeable wear on the walls but it seemed like it would last a good long while. She found herself in a purple floral kimono, but she felt like so much of her life just disappeared. She stumbled onto her feet and made her way to the window to look over the city, one of the nicer Rukon cities in the lower districts. She recognized the place as where she grew up, a flash of memory of how she met her friends while stealing water. She heard someone enter the room and saw two figures in ragged clothes, a man and woman. Rukia. The girl cried as she tackled her in a tight hug. The two fell over as Rukia tried to rack her mind, trying to remember things she knows is missing. Hey, what's your problem? Rukia demanded as she tried to get the girl off her. Who are you? She stopped when she noticed the girl crying out of relief. Who are you people? She asked, more gently after seeing the girl. Sister, the guy started as he joined them, she's never going to recognize you if she can't see your face. She slowly calmed down and sat up. Yes, I know that. She looked Rukia in the eyes with a happy look on both their faces. Look at me Rukia, do you remember me now? Rukia stared at the two, trying to rack her mind to remember the two. They seemed familiar, memories of a time long past, but something else was struggling to come back to her. A man with hair of fire and clad in shadow and darkness. Squad 1, Captain's Meeting. The captains arrived, each one delivering a report on what they knew and remembered, who seemed to be missing, and what was currently going on. It wasn't until the very space at the end of the hall opened up to reveal Ishine and Ichigo did they really being to plan. We shall skip the formalities as this is a very tense situation. Yamamoto declared loudly. Captain Urahara, what can you tell us about the matter at hand? The scientist stepped up and activated the holograms, showing a recording of the intruder's attack. During the night, Mayuri was finishing up reports and another project. A erasure convergence device that we were planning to use to combat the Quincy, according to our files anyway. It was supposed to mix with hollow erasure to make the air like a toxin for them, but before we could proceed to that stage of testing, the attack came. The scythe-wielding intruder attacked and disappeared after taking the control vial. I came onto the scene too late and Mayuri had lost his memories. I attacked them, but when they saw it was a losing battle they fled. Being who I am, I got a tracking device on the guy. The scene of the attack played out like he described, surprising the captains with some of the display. It seems like our worries are realized, as this is Memo Eater's erasure signature, and that scythe is like its tail. These two are powerful souls. The male has the attack capabilities and can seemingly cut out memories, but the girl seems to be able to teleport. The hologram deactivated as Kisuk continued to voice his opinion. If possible, I'd like to capture them alive for study. They may become useful allies. But how can they remove our memories to such an extent? Ichigo asked, a question everyone had. If I had to guess, they attacked Rukia because I completely forgot about her. Everyone did. Kisuk continued. We former exiles even forgot what we were doing in Soul Society before checking that message I sent. It's puzzling because we didn't forget Mayuri, but there's a difference. Much like how we all left video logs or files to record these matters, Mayuri made his own backup reminder. Unlike us sane people, he made a backup brain with recordings of his memories. Everyone looked at him with disgust and prayer that he was joking. No, I am not kidding. Yes, it is disgusting. The guy is deranged, as I'm sure you all remember. Back to the important stuff, Rukia didn't have a backup brain to protect her memories, and these two seemed to defy physics on some level. Possibly due to their innate potential that mixed with the hollow. So we ended up forgetting about Rukia. You disappeared from their minds, and if I wasn't who I am, we'd be in the middle of a crisis. Just another day in Soul Society. Is there anything else important to add? Kiraku asked, prompting Soifon to speak up. After I read my ICOA files, I sent out a few teams to look for Rukia. It was a spur-of-the-moment call since I didn't recognize her or Lieutenant Kurosaki, and he would be in the world of the living. She said as a black butterfly flew in before landing on her finger. They've reached the edge of Soul Reaper protected districts, District 25 on all sides. No such luck so far. Rukia was my wife's sister. Byakuya said, getting everyone's attention. She came from South 78, Inazuri. Same place as my lieutenant. Soifon began relaying the orders to check out the Hanging Dog district. Kisuk confirms the return signal coming from that area. I also remembered Rukia. Ichigo said, getting everyone's attention. When I looked at this ring, I remembered everything. What and how is that possible? He asked, turning his attention to Urahara. The man took a second to think, remembering the details he read in his files. Well, back when you first became a Shinigami, you absorbed some of her erasure. Kisuk theorized, scratching his scraggly beard. Maybe because of that, you are more closely linked to her than the rest of us. Or you two had one hell of a wedding night. Zaraki said, completely calm about what he suggested. Also that. Kisuk conceded, prompting Byakuya to glare while Ichigo blushed. Enough. Yamamoto shouted. This hollow is too great a threat to leave alone. We must recover Rukia and deal with this hollow. Someone must go to Inazuri and find them. It will have to be a small cell. Love needs all the help he can get to keep the peace in the Rukon districts. No one killed anybody yet, but the tension is still way too thick for anyone to be happy. Love confirmed, having reported that his own squad was about to break into a civil war. Some wanting to help the Rukon folk and others that wanted to rule the Rukon folk. I'll go. Ichigo said, stepping up to the plate. Rukia is my wife and I will save her. Take Renji with you. Byakuya told him, feeling an innate trust in the boy. He came from that district, so he should be able to guide you. The hybrid nodded in acknowledgement as Genryusai closed the meeting. With Rukia, the day continued on as she slowly remembered the brother and sister she was currently with. It was long ago and they had no one in the cruel lower districts, so she took them in, cared for them. She was even going to name them. But they never got the names. Her memory becomes hazy and painful trying to think back on what she came up with. Something attacked them and her memories become blank after that. Bits and pieces that seemed foreign keep coming to her, particularly that dark figure. But something about him made her feel safe. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. What Don Kanonji has been doing. Be purified and rest in peace. The exorcist yelled out as he planted the bottom of his staff on an earthbound soul's forehead. Kenso. The area around him and the chain spirit swirled with a gale of wind for his spectators and camera crew. Some would believe that it was part of the show despite seeing it live and no special effects crew near the site. Kanonji watched with a smile as the angry glare of the demi-hollow turned to one of serenity as the chains faded and light consumed him. Once everything settled down, he took his signature pose. Bohahaha. Another trapped soul freed. May the spirits always be with you. He said as the show ended. Later he returned to his trailer for his personalized training regime that Urahara made. After meeting with Ichigo and Urahara, he learned how to properly send souls to the afterlife and he could actually feel the difference in what he was doing. Another great show Don Kanonji. His agent cheered on the speaker, reflecting the rise in his ratings after taking on the new methods. What are you planning to do next? The exorcist paused in his hanging sit-ups to think about that question. How about we head back to Karakura town? He said, considering a visit to the person that set his path of redemption. What's happening with the Fullbringers? Is everything alright out there? Jackie asked her fellow empowered individuals. Tsukishima looked at her with a shrug. If they aren't calling us, then Ichigo is handling it. Jinjo said as they all went back to their usual thing. No one noticed the forced amnesia set on everyone else because they weren't affected by forgetting Rukia. The reason? She had nothing to do with them. Momo's current progress. Shinji hurried back to his office, needing to find ready and able men to help out Love keep the peace in the Rukon districts. Some questioned his presence in place of Aizen, but they were military grunts and their job was to follow orders from their superior officer. He returned to his office to see a petite girl with black hair that was tied in a bun. She looked at him like a lost puppy, scared and confused. Who are you? She asked, seeing his Haori and glaring at him. Where's Captain Aizen? She screamed, demanding to know where her idol was. Shinji finally saw the armband that signified her as his squad's lieutenant. He knows he visited her in the hospital on occasion, but since the Memo Eater attack he forgot what she looked like. Looks like she forgot about Aizen's betrayal. He thought to himself as she continued to glare at him. This will probably help with her recovery, but, He flashed in front of her and put his hand to her face. This is not the time for that. Tanma Odashi. He said as his hand glowed and the poor girl dropped unconscious. Since when did my squad become such a pain? He sighed as he had the girl brought to her room. 48 Eternal Bonds. With Rukia. She was sitting on the rooftop of the ramshackle hut she and the siblings were using as a home, shifting through the memories she had to try and remember their names and who that dark figure was. The thick morning fog was slowly dispersing, revealing the destitute buildings in the district. For some reason she just felt empty, like so much was lost. Part of her felt like the siblings were lying when they said she was simply asleep after an accident, but she couldn't think of them doing such a thing from the sweet kids she knew. That dark figure is the key to whatever is going on with her. Now if only she knew where he was. Rukia. The girl called as she joined Rukia on the roof. Can I join you? She asked timidly. Rukia nodded and the girl went to her said. Rukia, is something wrong? She asked, concern deep in her voice. So many things. Part of Rukia wanted to scream out. Her headaches were mild dull throbs, but when she thought she got close to something that might resemble an answer they became unbearable. It's odd that I've come home to this town for the first time in ages. She said, trying to coax something out of the girl. I feel like a stranger, because I know almost nothing about myself. The girl laid her head on Rukia's shoulder, looking worried for her or maybe guilt. The amnesiac Soul Reaper had to wonder. The two of you waited for me, waited for the names I said I would give you after so many years. The girl looked up to her sister figure, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. I will give you those names. I promise. She said, confident that her memories would return. Thank you. The girl whispered as she wiped the wetness from her eyes as the morning sun rose. The fog dispersed under its rays as the scenery became clearer. The most important to Rukia was a plateau that overlooked the district. What is it? The girl asked as Rukia stood up, memories of her other friends coming back to her. The friends she had to bury after they were lost to the cruel life of the lower districts. That place, I remember it. She said, looking at the steep earthly formation. The girl's brother revealed himself and came out to join them after patrolling the area as Rukia turned to face the two. I have to go there, I might remember something. She said, pointing at where she remembered burying her other friends. The siblings looked nervous before nodding in agreement. With Ichigo. I heard the lower districts were the worst, but actually seeing it. Ichigo started as he and Renji were walking through his old hometown. I can understand the animosity between the Rukon and Siraitai. The people were giving them a wide berth and many were glaring daggers at the two, some with actual daggers out and ready. I almost forgot how bad it was. Ichigo said, only going through the renovated districts that was Squad 14's territory. Every day was a struggle for survival. Renji said, less than happy to be back in the district. Stealing and killing was common here. You could only rely on the few friends you made. Kids risk their lives every day, just to get enough food and water to survive. I'd be lying if I said I missed this place. Lot of bad memories here. He looked up to an overlooking plateau that stood watch over the entire district. Like a silent guardian, for all the good it did for the street rats and bums that littered the district of Hanging Dog. That spot, he said, pointing at the extended ledge of the formation, is where I had to build graves for my friends and where I swore to become a Soul Reaper. Ichigo looked to where he pointed, and took a wild guess. Rukia told me you were childhood friends. Think she'd be there. She did tell him about growing up in the slums of the Rukon districts, how harsh it was, how Renji was happy for her when she had a chance to live the life of luxury being a Kukiki could give. The day she and Renji buried their friends and swore to become Soul Reapers. If what you said is true, then it's possible. Renji said, crossing his arms in thought. Thinking back, there was someone else with me when I decided to become a Shinigami. The two lieutenants looked at each other and nodded, Flash stepping their way to the old graves to try and find clues. It took the two little time to reach the path that led to the overlook and a little more to reach the old grave site. Once they reached it they found Rukia, praying over the stakes that served as the gravestones of her and Renji's friends. She stood up and saw them, her eyes widening in recognition of the two. Ichigo stepped forward with a smile on his face. "I was getting worried about you. Are you okay?" he asked as she nodded. Just then, smoke appeared in front of Rukia as the sibling appeared and took an aggressive stance. The brother with the scythe and the sister with her teleportation abilities. Soul Reaper. She growled accusingly. "Why did you come here?" the brother asked, far more calmly. Ichigo felt the hollow erasure within them, almost perfectly tied to their souls. Almost like a wizard with hollowification, almost. Renji glared and got ready to attack before Ichigo raised his hand, making him relax albeit unwillingly. Ichigo wanted to resolve this peacefully, but he doubted that would happen. He needed to destroy the hollow that infected those two. "We've seen the video recording of you two in action," Ichigo said, trying to appeal to them. From their recent actions and the fact that Rukia was unharmed, he judged that they weren't bad and simply desperate. He needed them calm, then they could do something about that hollow infecting them. Had it been anyone but Kisuk guarding what you attacked, then Siraitai would be a mess right now. The two tensed up just a little more, while Rukia looked at them in confusion. "We can offer you two a place among the Shinigami. Stable lives, income, home, and you can stay by Rukia's side after she gets her memories back." The look on the two's faces were almost comical with their disbelief. The brother was considering it while the sister soon became enraged. "You think you can trick us, Soul Reaper?" she roared, looking furious at the two. "All you do is take and take." She was about to say more, but the next words just slipped out of Ichigo's mouth. "Like how you took Rukia's memories," he said, making everyone widen their eyes in shock. Rukia out of a sense of betrayal, the siblings for realizing that Rukia might not trust them anymore, and Ichigo and Renji for just how stupid it was to say that. "Crap." He groaned as he face-bound, letting Rukia see a glint on his finger. Wordlessly she charged forward, past the siblings and grabbed his hand. She looked at his ring, her own, and then back to him. She started before her head threatened to split apart. "Ahhh." The siblings rushed to her side. "Rukia!" the sister cried, going to her side, hugging her and pulling her back. "Damn Soul Reaper!" the brother cried, charging and teleporting in front of Ichigo. "Renji, watch and analyze." Ichigo yelled out as he drew his blade to block the scythe. There was a loud clang as the two weapons clashed, the calcified matter of that red and white scythe against the erasure construct of Ichigo's Zenpakuto. The scythe wielder suddenly disappeared and everything in Ichigo screamed to turn and dodge. He obeyed his instinct just in time to dodge the crimson blade from cutting off his head. "Roar, Zabumaru!" Ichigo heard Renji whisper as the segmented blade attacked the boy. He blocked and jumped back using the force of the blow to join his sister. "Damn it!" he cursed as he joined Ichigo's side. "I thought I said stay back and watch." Ichigo growled as the siblings disappeared, taking Rukia with them. "That ain't good." He groaned as his mission became so much harder than it needed to be. "Any ideas where they might have gone?" Renji asked, taking a small moment to go to his friends' graves and pray. "No, but I can find out." Ichigo sighed, hating the incoming headache. "I can sense people's erasure if I'm familiar enough with it, but whatever those two did messed up Rukia, so I can't find her specifically. My alternative is my Pesquisa." Renji took a moment to look at him with confusion. "Spirit sonar, to try and find them. Problem is there are so many strong spirits around us and I'll get a bitch of a headache doing it." "Do you have any other option?" Renji asked, prompting a sigh from Ichigo. He closed his eyes and sent out a pulse of erasure. He found dozens of potential recruits, but it wasn't until he felt something traveling through the districts to the SRDI at high spreads. "Found them." Ichigo grunted as he grasped his head in agony. "They're heading for Tower 7. Ichigo said as Renji supported the hybrid and began moving as fast as he could to their destination. "SRDI, Tower 7. Damn it." The girl cursed as she and her brother carried Rukia and flew through the air, back to where they tried to attain a powerful weapon, back to where they were proven to be vulnerable. She thought they were unstoppable, they could teleport across the battlefield on their own, she could displace practically anything, and he could undo memories and bonds with a swing of his scythe. They were forced to flee by that one captain as he matched their combat prowess and crippled them with a drug that filled the air. They were stonewalled by a single lieutenant before his friend decided to help. They weren't going to be able to keep Rukia to themselves, get the names she promised, if things continued this way. They had to get that weapon under their control, then they would be invincible. They had the key, they just had to activate it. The tower came into sight when she noticed her brother slowing down. "What's wrong?" she asked, calmer now that they escaped the Shinigami for the moment. "Maybe we went too far," he finally said, looking back at their elder sister figure he carried and earning a gasp from his sister. "Maybe we took so much of her memories that she'd never remember our names for all eternity." He wondered as he looked to his sister. "That would be horrible. Stop it," she yelled, looking on the verge of tears. She can't remember what happened that day, no matter what. She shivered from the thought of losing her sister, already a giant risk from that Soul Reaper accusing them of taking Rukia's memories. They couldn't let her remember how they died, how they lost her to a Soul Reaper with some weird creature. She'd abandon them, they'd lose her again and she couldn't live with that. Even if it meant never getting their names. The offer that lieutenant made seemed tempting, but she couldn't remove her hate for the Shinigami. They took their sister and they would pay for it. We can't take that chance. We must destroy the Soul Reapers, she said with conviction as they teleported inside the tower, to where the erasure device was located. Oddly enough, completely vacant, but they just counted that as a blessing. They made their way to the device as the brother tried to activate it with the vial. Seems like it works, he said, after watching electricity spark from the machine. He went closer and closer to the machine, ready to do whatever it took to activate it and stop the Shinigami. Then a voice called out that made them pause. Stop, Rukia said as she came into the room, clutching her head in pain. The girl was simply happy to see their sister awake and worried about her health. Rukia, are you all right? She said, going to the Soul Reaper's side. I'm fine. I'm remembering so much, she said through gritted teeth, scaring the siblings. You can't activate whatever that is. It'll destroy the whole Siritii. The sibling reeled in shock at her statement, not so much of the potential destruction but that she cared so much about the Shinigami that made their lives miserable. Rukia, the girl said as she started crying. I can't. They must be destroyed. They'll take you away again. I can't bear that, she said as she started breaking down, only to be enveloped in a hug by the petite Soul Reaper. I won't abandon you, she said reassuringly, rubbing the girl's back soothingly. Ichigo said you'd be with us. Trust me, my husband would never lie, she said, hoping to calm the girl down. She never saw the look of shock and betrayal on their faces. You're what? The girl asked, grasping Rukia tighter and tighter as her Ryutsu started fluctuating out of control. Oh no, Rukia thought as the girl's Ryutsu exploded as she screamed in sorrow and madness. Her embrace was becoming almost painful as she continued screaming. Sister, Rukia. The brother called out, worried about the both of them. Scared that his sister cracked and scared that Rukia was going to get badly hurt. They won't take you away. We won't lose you again, she cried out, her voice becoming twisted with a distortion. The brother felt a spike of agony as if something tried to force him under control. The wall exploded as Ichigo came through, accompanied by Renji and Byakuya, who came as soon as buildings started disappearing and fall from the sky. Rukia. The three yelled out as the torrent of power blew a powerful gust of wind. Rukia is our Soul Reapers. The girl screamed through her warped voice. You hear me? Mine. The swirling power grew more violent as the brother went to his sister's side, moving like a marionette on strings. Insight Zanjutsu. Ichigo called out to his inner spirit, hoping that the hollow side could come up with something. Clearly that pathetic hollow that infected those two was driving them insane. Zanjutsu said, watching the creature he found disgusting perform its wretched acts. Chances are it's behind everything and it scrapped away enough of their sanity to make them do its bidding. And you should stop this right now, he said with urgency as the brother reached his sister and Rukia, exploding in a torrent of dark erasure. The last Ichigo saw of them was their eyes, screaming for help. The energy soon settled to reveal a dark version of Rukia. She wore a tattered white kimono with a high collar, with a red cape and gold obi. She had lavender hair and eyes that were cat-like in appearance, looking at them with no emotion other than cold hate, wielding that large white and crimson scythe. Crap. Ichigo muttered under his breath as the figure before him ripped off the control vial and was about to slam it back into the pedestal of its creation, surely to cause an overload to the systems. Acting quickly, Ichigo shot a bala at the control panel and destroyed it, which prompted Rukia to turn and glare at him before attacking. The strike was harder than he expected, sending him flying back as the corrupted Rukia followed. Deeming this as an emergency situation, he undid his second seal and met his wife on the battlefield. They danced a violent dance. She attacked, he dodged, she teleported, he kept up with her, she struck him with a violent blast of energy from a swing of that scythe, he weathered it, grabbed it, and tossed it aside. She tried to impale him and he blocked, locking the blades to each other. Any ideas how to stop this without killing her? Ichigo asked his Zanpakuto spirit. One, but it involves you implanting your erasure into her, Zanjutsu said, sounding bloodthirsty at the prospect of a coming battle. Go as you will, he said, leaving Ichigo to figure out how to do as his blade suggested. He tried to ponder as the ground beneath them cracked under the combined pressure, until he looked at his dear wife's eyes. Beyond the hollow's control, they were screaming for help. Damn clichés, he thought as he grabbed her behind the neck. His hollow erasure flaring to its maximum to match and overpower Rukia's own as he pulled her in for a kiss, pouring his erasure into her. The last sound anyone heard was a twisted laughing in Ichigo's own tone. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Dark Rukia alternative line. The energy soon settled to reveal a dark version of Rukia. She wore a tattered white kimono with a high collar, with a red cape and gold obi. She had lavender hair and eyes that were cat-like in appearance, looking at them with no emotion other than cold hate, wielding that large white and crimson scythe. Holy! Byakuya exclaimed in shock. Shit! Ichigo cursed at being too late! Exclamation mark. Renji said, prompting the other two to look at him before punching him in his face. Masaka's current state. After Ichigo ran off to do whatever mission was to save the world or whatever, Masaka needed time to process what happened. She was frozen in place and stayed like that through dinner, and then through family time with her daughters. Then they had a bath where they had to clean her and put her to bed. Morning came and she was still frozen by the time Ishine returned. After a few hours they called Ryukin, who came by to take a look. "You know what's wrong?" Ishine asked, having to put his clinic doctor skills on hold as Ryukin was a higher authority there. "It's less medical and more psychological," Ryukin said as he finished his examination. She must have heard something that was too shocking for her to handle. The doctors turned to the girls. "Any idea what it was?" "Well, Ichi and I did mention he was married," Karen suggested. This caught Masaka's attention as she began to choke and shake Ishine, demanding what happened to her baby boy. "Well, she's better now," the senior Quincy said, packing up his things. "Let's get some ice cream before we become witnesses to a murder." 49. The Two That Shine Bright. Squad 4, Hospital. Rukia laid sleeping, recovering after the events of the whole memory theft debacle. After Ichigo destroyed the hollow parasite, everyone moved as fast as they could to keep the situation in the best possible condition. Tessai had permission to use the Forbidden Time Keto to freeze the siblings and Rukia in time while Urahara finished stasis pods for each of them. After the initial calamity with hollowification, Urahara did not want any chances. It was expected that Rukia and the siblings would eventually hollow-fi, the last attack of the parasite. Ichigo never once left Rukia's side at all in that time. Eventually, she began to wake up inside the stasis field. "Hey Rukia," Ichigo whispered as her eyes began to open. "Nice to see you awake." She moaned as she slowly roused herself from the sleep she was in. "Ichigo, what happened?" she asked as she slowly sat up, confused by his lack of action. "Ichigo, what is this?" She finally noticed the stasis keto she was in. She looked scared as she stared her lover in the eye. His expression was filled with concern for her as he sympathizes with her worries. "The memory-eating hollow is dead, Rukia," he started, hoping the good news would keep her calm. "You and the siblings are safe for the moment." His expression became more somber as he got to the bad news. "But your souls had bonded with Hollow Reisher, the parasites, and then mine. You three are being kept in these fields until Urahara can determine your safety," he explained as she examined the glowing glass-like barrier. "How did we get your Hollow Reisher?" she finally asked, almost accusingly. "Well," Ichigo started as he averted his eyes. Flashback, Rukia's inner world. It was a vast landscape of ice and snow, shining like crystals in the light of a sun, never disturbed, new flakes always coming down and keeping it in the beautiful white and rainbow lights. Only two beings ever occupied this land, this beautiful icy wasteland, Rukia and her Zenpakuto, Sode no Shirayaki. Rukia and many others saw her as the most beautiful of the ice-type Zenpakuto, and her world reflected that beauty and the dangers of the cold. Now that beautiful frozen landscape was in disarray by a harsh blizzard, covering everything in a biting dust and darkness. What once housed only two being now held three more. The siblings Rukia wanted to protect and keep safe, and the parasite that craved her life. So much power. The hungry beast cried out as it bashed against the ice wall Shirayaki made to protect Rukia and the siblings, all unconscious as the hollow forced the fusion. "Give it to me." Its warped screams crashed against the Zenpakuto's ears, needing to restore the wall after another slash from its tail. She would have no problem against such a pathetic leech, but after gorging itself on so much Reisher from the siblings and Rukia's own before they escaped, it grew to gigantic proportions and her own power was crippled. This ice wall was all she could do for now. "I will have it, I will have it, give me my power." It roared and prepared a Siro to destroy the only barrier between it and its meal. "That's enough out of you," a calm voice called out, overpowering the storm and the monster's cries. The both looked over to see a humanoid figure that was almost entirely white, a skull mask with sharp, angular bull horns, long hair, and tribal lines coming to a single black spot on his chest that seemed like an endless abyss. "That lovely lady you want to eat happens to be a queen, and my king wants her safe and snug," he said while looking at the hollow like it was no concern, not even worth eating. "That's also my woman you're attacking, so I'm a little miffed about that." Shirayuki would be furious at the claim, but he felt so familiar until her eyes widened in recognition. "Zanjitsu," she thought as she realized who the figure was. Getting annoyed, the hollow unleashed its Siro on the other Zenpakuto, believing that nothing could challenge it now. Through the torrent of power, Shirayuki saw Zanjitsu's silhouette standing strong and weathering the onslaught, shaking but in an amused fashion, like he found the attack almost comical. As the Siro ended, Zanjitsu stood tall and unharmed. "Is that the best you've got?" he asked, prompting an angry growl from the hollow. It slithered to Zanjitsu quickly and tried to slash him with its scythe-tail blade. It attacked with a speed that belied its size, which still failed to hit Zanjitsu. Growing more and more frustrated, the hollow tried again and again, slashing, biting, Siros, anything it could muster to try and harm the hollow Zenpakuto. Suddenly the blade tail hit true and struck Zanjitsu, right into the spirit's hand in crushing grip. "Do you know the definition of insanity?" he asked, letting his Ryutsu seep out and grow little by little. "Clinically, it's a state of being unwell mentally. Other people said that it's doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results." His hand released the hollow's tail as it back up and looked at Zanjitsu with a growing terror. "Can you relate to that? Your blade can't scratch me," Your Zero dash, the hollow released another blast at Zanjutsu, and Shirayuki watched his hand rise to grab the blast and destroy it in his grip. Doesn't even faze me. So are you crazy? Ichigo's blade whispered to the parasite, fear pouring forth from the hollow like a waterfall as it tried one more desperate swing of its blade. Faster than anyone there saw, the second the crimson blade came within an inch of his face, his jaws clamped onto the tail. The blade cracked and splintered in his vicious maw, drawing out blood from crushed nerves, before he shook his head and tore off the tail itself. The parasite screamed in agony while Zanjutsu spat out the crimson scythe. Do you know the definition of insanity? Zanjutsu whispered one more time. The parasite began to flee, running as fast as it could to get away. Zanjutsu. Shirayuki started, somewhat fearful of the other hollow. He merely held up a hand and stopped her. Take care of those three. I'll be done soon, he said before disappearing in a burst of speed. The hollow was a distant dot, lost in the storm, as it tried to flee. Its hopes died when it felt a hand slam into its side and pinned it to the ground, and saw the empty black gaze of Zanjutsu. Let's tenderize the meat, shall we? He asked madly as his claws dug into the hollow's body. Without warning he started running at top speeds while grinding the parasite into the ground and ice, tearing its body apart piece by piece. Once half of its body was gone, Zanjutsu let go and watched as the remains tumbled another few miles down the path. He slowly walked to the creature while it barely clung to life. He found it, shrunk to its original size of half a foot long. He grabbed it and held it in front of his face. You're a pathetic excuse of a hollow and you taste bland. You were not worth the effort to eat, he said before devouring the parasite, absorbing its reisure and making it his own. After changing the hollow reisure to his own Zanpakuto mix he returned to Sode no Shirayuki, who dropped her ice wall and restored the calm of the snowy landscape. It's done, she asked, earning a nod from the other Zanpakuto. I still feel that dark, empty, chaotic energy. The snow woman clutched her chest. But now it feels calmer. She watched the dark blade come to her and remove his mask, revealing the bone-white copy of Ichigo. This is you, she whispered as he kissed her. She closed her eyes to embrace it for the precious few seconds they were connected. It will not change you and she won't have complete hollowification, Zanjutsu explained to his snow woman lover, for now anyways. But she will have to learn how to control it, he said before embracing her one more time. Time for me to go, he said before he faded from the inner world. Present, Squad 4. So yeah, you're going to need to talk with the other wizards, Ichigo said, not looking at Rukia, who was currently glaring at him. She was safe, but at the cost of being infected with hollow reisure. It would be beneficial to have the powers, but unless it was her own then it was just going to throw her soul out of balance. Meaning she was bedridden in that stasis field for the foreseeable future until Kisuk could whip something up. She just accepted the state of her life and scanned the room, finding the siblings on life support in their own stasis fields. She gasped in shock and concern, seeing the two she cared for in such a state. Ichigo followed her gaze and sighed at the sight. After Zanjutsu destroyed that parasite and separated the three of you, they explained what happened. Ichigo told her while she kept looking at the two. It was a little over a century ago when the parasite attacked you through a Soul Reaper host. You told them to run but they refused to abandon you, staying to try and protect you. It mortally wounded them just as her teleportation powers activated and fused the hollow to them. It fed on their power and shaved away their sanity until it deemed them ready. They never healed and were back to almost dying before Tessai and Kisuk put them there. Haki tried to reverse their time with a Kido he made, but it was too far back for him to restore. He finished just as the girl's eyes opened up, slowly and weak, but she was awake. She saw her sister figure and smiled through the pain and exhaustion. Rukia, she said weakly, her voice muffled by a breathing mask. I'm sorry for the trouble we dash. Her breathing was labored, still weak from the disconnection from the hollow parasite. It's all right, Rukia said, interrupting the girl. You two did nothing wrong. Just get some rest and recover. The door opened to reveal Unohana, who smiled brightly at her patients. Good, you three are awake, she said, keeping up that motherly attitude. That means you're recovering just fine, she said before going to the siblings and picking up the sisters' clipboard. Now to get your names. The captain looked at them expectantly, even when they turned away with a look of shame. Her name is Homura, Rukia said, earning a look of surprise from the siblings before tears of joy began to form. And his name is Shizuku. I promised, didn't I? Rukia smiled to the siblings, who were crying in joy. The two of you shine brightly, ahm. Unohana said thoughtfully. Those are wonderful names, Rukia. Good choice. The senior captain smiled approvingly while the now-named siblings tried to reach each other through the stasis field. Last names? Unohana asked again while writing the names down. You can put them down as Shiba, Retsu. A rough tomboy called out as Kyukaku barged in, showing the apathy for authority or formality that was common amongst the Shiba. The captain merely took it in stride and wrote down the names. Hopefully you can be discharged soon so we can meet on more pleasant circumstances, Unohana said as she finished the checkup. Welcome, Homura and Shizuku Shiba. I hope to get to know the both of you later on. She then left them with Kyukaku, who gave her trademark smirk to the people in the room. Byakuya told me what you promised the kids, so it stood to reason that they'd want to stay with you as family. Kyukaku began explaining her actions. Problem is that the Kukiki elders are breathing down his neck, just waiting for an excuse to get rid of him. He already broke the law with you and your sister Rukia, then he spat in their faces at your wedding, so I decided, what the hell, and got them registered in my clan. She turned her gaze to the stunned sibling and smiled as bright as her fireworks. The clan she married into when she got hitched to my cousin. Homura and Shizuka's eyes widened as they put the pieces together. That's right kiddos, you are now legally related to Rukia. Welcome to the family. The waterworks returned, but Kyukaku decided to let it pass. The kids finally had family, she'd let them celebrate. I'll have Shiraganihiko pick them up after they recover. She said as she began to depart. Rest up you two. I don't like slackers in the family. She yelled before shutting the door. She really believes in tough love. Ichigo muttered under his breath, causing Rukia to giggle. They stayed like that a few more hours, talking about how order was being restored throughout the Godei squads. Love squad still needed work as there was still chaos among the ranks and the Rukon folk. After a while, Urahara, Tessai, Haki, and Yamamoto entered the room, carrying a small box that was riddled with seals. Ichigo bowed respectfully, Rukia tried but was unable in her seated position, and the siblings were completely lost, only knowing to feel nervous when the old man looked at them directly. Though not entirely your fault, you both caused no small measure of trouble for all of us. Yamamoto scolded the two, making them flinch reflexively. You have potential, but are undisciplined. That is something I will not abide. After you are fully recovered, you will both attend Shin-O Academy to refine your skills. He spoke roughly, shocking the two that they weren't getting punished. Lieutenant Rukia, she jumped as the head captain addressed her, you are to tutor the two of them in your spare time. Understood? Yes sir. She said, over-enthusiastically. I won't let you down. He merely grunted in approval before letting Kisuk come forward with the box. Ichigo, within this box is the Hogyaku. Urahara started, surprising Ichigo with that small detail. I used it before to try and reverse the holification that Shinji and the others were going through. Instead, it stabilized them into the wizards you know today, so we're doing that. Tessai and Haki are going to dispel the stasis barriers while you activate the Hogyaku with the central thought of, I want to save them. That should fix things. He explained, making Ichigo nod a little nervously. Light flashed from the box as the seal was undone, revealing the black jeweled ball. The barriers dropped slowly as Ichigo charged his hand full of Reisher. Make them better. Ichigo thought as his hand drew near the sphere, an inky blackness reaching out to meet his finger. Don't let them die. He connected to the Hogyaku and the room was engulfed in an explosion of light. Vandenreach, throne room. Basby delivered his report to the Quincy King about Ichigo and Uriah's response to their meeting. How they bore resentment to the Emperor for what happened to their mothers and that they wanted no part with the Quincy. He didn't reveal the extent of their hate for the man, just that they were different from the prideful Quincy that fought the Soul Reapers. He never let it slip that he considered they might be right, that Waiwak was not the savior or ally the Vandenreach saw him as. That old grudges Baz had were slowly coming back to him. He stuck around because of his friend Jugram, but what would be the point if the entirety of the Quincy were expendable? My poor knave sons. Waiwak said after Bazard finished. If only they knew the truth of the Shinigami and their depravity. No matter. He gave a dismissive wave of his hand to the Heat, who bowed as he backed away. They will learn the truth soon enough. All my children are equally precious to me. Precious as what? Bazard thought to himself as he left, only sparing a slight glance to his old friend. Ichigo and Uriah, we will talk more about this matter. He made his way for the Sun Gate to depart back to the world of the living. Las Noches, Aizen's study. Now, how to go about it and who to send? Aizen asked himself as he plotted. He needed a way to get Ichigo to Hueco Mundo and keep him there, meaning a hostage or two. He considered Orium but nothing about her proved useful. He learned about her being an exorcist but then she disappeared from his radar. Tatsuki would likely die before being brought in and hostages are only good when they're alive. Masaka was an excellent choice, but he didn't know if her powers returned. The final choice was obvious, a pair of little sisters that he would fight anything for. On the other side of the room was a loyal bat and a traitorous snake. What is going through Lord Aizen's head right now? Ulquira asked, looking at the images on the screen and seeing the siblings. They almost reminded him of his old friend at that age. If I know Aizen, and I do for the most part, he's thinking of bringing Ichigo's sisters as our guests. Jin said, emphasizing guests to let the implications sit in. There was the barest hint of the Hollow's eyes widening before setting to normal. A decision that might destroy Las Noches. Ulquira stated, knowing full well what chaos might come of those fights. Depends on who goes, and who he fights. Jin said before leaving the Aaron car with his thoughts. Grimjo finally embraced his destructive self and has shown a lack of care for rank so long as he could fight. Even without that ace Ulquira taught him, he'd still be assured the 5th rank when he returns to his place among the Espada. No one likes his replacement. Ulquira looked at the image of Ichigo's sisters with a strange feeling in his chest. What is this heavy feeling? West Rukon 25. I'm going to do one more sweep and then head back. Ganju reported to his patrol unit in the 14th squad. When people started losing their memories, he did a few things that he was not particularly proud of and Love did not appreciate. It ended with a fist to his face and more than a few broken teeth, an issue that plenty of people need resolved. He was going through alleys and back roads, trying to find anything out of the ordinary, when he heard a familiar voice. It worked splendidly, the voice sounded out, definitely an improvement over the previous form. Is that third seat Kaibyun? Ganju asked himself as he hit himself and followed the direction of Kaibyun's voice until he found the third seat of his squad, talking to a man with a scar and a mask covering from his nose to his neck with purple hair and dressed like an armored ninja. Finally, the dirt Captain Love wanted. He thought in excitement as he watched the two. Since we got our new benefactors, we've been able to improve the Bakuto to greater strengths than before. The ninja said, sounding pleased. But, it seems like the princess is becoming aware of the situation. If we fail to kill her, she may flee to the world of the living. Ganju's eyes widened as he couldn't believe his ears. The idea was that Makoto just wanted power for himself, but this was political cloak and dagger stuff. I heard about the prowess of Kurosaki Ichigo, but what about his weaknesses? Bahaha. Makoto laughed, almost like he considered the whole thing like it was a bad joke. From what that idiot Ganju said, anything concerning his family could be considered his weakness. Pacifying him should be easy from there. Ganju struggled to keep himself hidden, from the initial outrage of them threatening his family, to laughing at the idea of them fighting his cousin, then terror and what Ichigo would do if his family was threatened. I need to get to the captain. Ganju thought as he utilized what flash step he could manage to reach the leader of his squad. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Here he trains the new wizards. Alright, listen up. Here he yelled out to the trio of Rukia and the siblings. It took a couple days but they recovered enough to begin wizard training. Since the other wizards are busy with their squads and my job can be done by any of Kisuk's stupid monkeys, I get the wonderful job of training you ungrateful jackasses. The siblings were cowering behind Rukia while the lieutenant glared at the foul-tempered girl. My training is simple and comes in 3 easy steps. Step 1, endurance. She said before pointing at 3 old-fashioned, walker, exercise machines. The superhero walker, V2. Get on and don't stop till I say so. The trio stared at the machines like they were some kind of joke. Rose came walking by, planning to have tea with Jushiro after the 5th invite he got from the sickly man. He saw the people and the machines and merely let out a sorrowful sigh. You have my condolences Rukia. Hiri's temp replacement. The meek, brown-haired member of Squad 12 sent to handle Hiri's job made his way into the shop that served as Squad 15's base of operations. He almost tripped over his feet a couple of times, but the frontline soldiers of the 15th were ready and able to catch him, particularly before he broke something expensive, again. The top-knotted scientist made his way deeper into the compound and was met by third seat Lisa. Ah, you must be our temporary comms officer sent to replace Hiri. She stated, looking through her schedule log. Yes. The boy responded with a shy nod. I'm Rin Tsubokura ma'am. Follow me. Lisa ordered quickly, not letting the boy continue as she led him into the monitoring room. Once they got there, Rin's eyes started to sparkle as he saw piles of candies and sweets littering the room. His sweet tooth ached to try each and every kind in front of him, but as he reached for the first pile his hand was smacked by Lisa's booklet. Eating snacks here is forbidden. This job requires constant vigilance and no distractions, no matter how minor. Not even bathroom breaks. She scolded sternly, showing a cold and evil side that lectured the newbie until he felt like a shriveled-up worm. So how long is she going to indulge in this sadist phase? One of the soul reapers that was in the know asked his coworker. Probably until the lieutenant gives her a spanking like she keeps asking. She responded, wishing they kept the SNM stuff out of the pervert's hands. Shameless Avengers reference. I have an army. Aizen boasted to the upstart hybrid that dared to invade his fortress of Las Noches. We have Zaraki. Ichigo returned, making Aizen's eyes widen in recognition and shock. Outside the throne room, in the desert expanse within the massive fortress, was the Kenpeki who just bisected a skeleton wearing a crown and mist-like cloak with a large axe. Puny god. He growled as the body faded away. 50, danger within the ranks. Squad 14 HQ base, Love's office. So Makoto was talking to this shady figure on the edges of our jurisdiction and it might involve the assassination of a princess, and they might target Ichigo. Love summarized after Ganju delivered his report. After many of the squad lost chunks of their memory, the Rukon became a nightmare. Various riots, infighting amongst the squad, the whole thing went to hell until he started punching people. He preferred the more peaceful solutions, but he was no stranger to using violence. Ichigo defeated the memory-eating hollow and started to restore peace, which still took a while. The chaos made everyone get sloppy, including the suspected traitors among his squad. Who is the princess, and what are these Bakuto exactly? Should I continue watching third seat Makoto? Ganju asked, eager to do whatever to help his cousin. Ever since he joined the Rukon squad, Ganju had trained himself almost constantly, determined to never be a burden on his allies again. Something Captain Love was happy to help with, along with a sadism to rival his big sis. Yeah, but we'll have to put more eyes on him. The wizard said after a moment of thought. Part of him thought about how easy it would be with that Fullbringer, Tsukishima, but that ability rubbed him the wrong way and he needed proof for his suspicions of Makoto and Amagai. He spied a proposal on his desk that he never had the time to get around to that seemed to be the perfect chance. And a team exercise might be the best chance. He snatched up the paperwork that his lieutenant made after reviewing the Ryoka invasion by Ichigo and his friends. The biggest failing was a lack of teamwork and coordination among the squads that left most confused while the captains and lieutenants were the only capable soldiers. Keep your eye to the ground, Ganju, I'll take this to the head captain and we'll see what happens. He got up to leave and saw a troubled look on his subordinate's face. Don't worry about Ichigo. People that underestimate him tend to end up in terrible condition. Remember. He still doesn't like killing people, Captain. Ganju countered. But I'll do whatever I can to help. The Shiba won't lose any more family. Rukia's Wizard Training. Rukia took a few deep breaths as she prepared for the harder stage of her new training, attaining that hollow power. According to Hiri and the others, this part was about dominating the inner hollow originally. Ichigo, never being one for tradition or predictability, had to prove that he was capable of controlling that power. It doesn't change much about the process, but the difference was that his life wasn't at risk. Most of the wizards, Mayuri, and Urahara believe this is the same with Rukia and the siblings, but they would still run wild until they managed to gain control of the hollow. Alright, bunny girl. Hiri called out, leading Rukia to the field where Hakujin waited. We'd usually get the other wizards to gather up and take turns fighting you until you succeeded in this phase. Instead, we've got this cocky jackass who said he'd handle it. Almost an instant later, Ichigo appeared in the field and started stretching. While you duke it out in your inner world, he'll fight you outside. Now get in there and he'll handle the rest. She said, roughly pushing Rukia toward her husband while a barrier grew around them. So, Rukia started when she got in front of the hybrid. What now? The second she asked, Ichigo had his hand in front of her with light emanating from his hand. Try to be quick. I don't want to hurt you too much. Ichigo said while using the Kido spell, Tanma Otoshi, and forcing her into her inner world. Rukia's inner world. Rukia found herself back in her inner world, the serene frozen landscape restored after that damned parasite dug its way into her mind and soul. She looked around, trying to find either Sode no Shirayaki or the hollow that now occupied her soul. Why are you here? She heard a warped version of her Zanpakuto's voice call out. She eventually saw a figure, wearing Shiraiki's kimono with an expressionless mask and a long icy blue line curved to her chin from her right eye. To what end are you here? Rukia was stunned before taking a second to compose herself. The similarity between her hollow and her Zanpakuto was staggering. I have come for the power that belongs to me. She said, trying to sound strong and confident. The power you will grant me for taking residence in my soul. To her annoyance, the hollow being began laughing. Why? So you can fail to fully utilize it. The figure asked sarcastically. You can't even wield your own Zanpakuto properly. You merely boast about its beauty but never its strength. She scolded the Shinigami, making Rukia wince as some points hit home. You want to convince me you can harness my power, you need to prove you can actually use yours. The hollow yelled as it unsheathed a blue version of Rukia's Shurikai and charged, barely giving her enough time to block the strong attack. With Ichigo, he gently lowered her down, took a step back and waited for the battle to begin. Soon enough, the white substance that formed the hollow's calcified masks began to form on her face. Soon she rose with half being an expressionless, featureless mask and the other being a manic grin. Huh, I was expecting a demonic rabbit. Like one of those crappy bunny drawings of hers. Ichigo said to himself as she charged at him. He raised his arm to block the blade and winced as the blade was lodged halfway in his forearm. Not enough to break my seal, but enough that I shouldn't play around. He thought before striking her chest with his palm and pushing her back quite a ways. She flipped and recovered before releasing her blade Shurikai. Huh. Dance. Sode no Shirayaki. She called out in a frenzied and warped voice as an icy breeze swept the area before a circle around Ichigo glowed. With Rukia. She's so strong. Rukia thought as she barely managed to block another attack from her hollow, even with her release of her sword. And what is she talking about? She hastily jumped away from another wave of ice that came at her. I know my dances, the freezing touch, what does she mean? She asked herself as her hollow swung her blade and the space Rukia was standing in began to glow. She jumped to the side, just barely avoiding the pillar of ice that erupted. Tsukishiro? But dash. I didn't draw the circle. Her hollow asked as it appeared behind her before slapping her away. Are you doubting me or your sword? She asked the Soul Reaper. But then again, what would you know? It's not like you actually proved your strength or anything. Rukia spat out some blood from a cut inside her cheek. What do you mean? She demanded as she pulled herself to her feet. I'm the lieutenant of Squad 13, the one chosen to guard the world of the living before that. I was one of the top students at the academy. This only got a mocking laugh in response. Yes, you have a paper that says you know the skills in a station that was vacant for years after your mentor died. The hollow returned. You hesitated when Ichigo was surrounded by hollows and took your place as the city defender. You barely fought back when you were arrested. Now you live with another clan because you can't protect yourself. All you've ever done, Rukia, is rely on others. You have no ambition to get stronger, else you could let Yuka retire and take his place. At least stop getting saved by everyone else. You're useless on your own. Rukia practically lost balance under the verbal assault. You can't protect anyone, let alone yourself. You're dead weight, Rukia. Even Homura and Shizuka know that. At the mention of the siblings, she froze. Memories of her time with the two flooded her mind. With Ichigo. Bala. Ichigo shouted as he punched the blast of Raisure at the hollowfying Rukia. After getting frozen solid and still healing from minor frostbite, Ichigo was a little annoyed. Rukia was developing bony ribs wrapping along her chest and hips while getting coated in a skin-tight suit of bone armor covering half of her right side. She kept up the barrage of attacks, ice pillars, ice torrents, and he could swear that the area around him was getting colder by the second. He dodged another torrents of freezing air and Rukia got behind him and slashed him across his back, leaving a gash in ice where she cut. Ah, damn it. Ichigo cursed as he staggered away and regenerated from the attack. I'm starting to lose patience here. There's an easier way to handle this, king. Zanjitsu chimed in, sounding more amused than anything. I'm always ready to hear your advice, Zanjitsu. There was a silence, hinting that Zanjitsu found that line to be false. When it comes to fighting. There we go. Zanjitsu said in agreement. If you listened to me at other times, you would have lost that V-card a lot sooner. Ichigo had to dodge another strike and even drew his sword to block. Anytime Zanjitsu. Ichigo roared as he blocked a Hakuren with a Getsuga. Dude, it's a hollow. The Zanpakuto explained. Appeal to animal instincts. He offered as Ichigo thought about that. He broke his second seal and unleashed his full spiritual pressure, Quincy, Hollow, and Soul Reaper. Rukia froze in place before adopting a different grin. With Rukia, the white blade of Sode no Shirayaki fell from her fingers as she let her fingers go numb. The Hollow watched as the Soul Reaper appeared to give up. She only stared in disappointment as the image of the strong and confident Rukia was shattered by realizing how weak she was. The Hollow lifted up her blue sword and prepared to strike down the failure of a master. Hato 31. Shakaho. Rukia yelled out while bringing up her hands for the spell. She shot the fireball spell point blank in the Hollow's stomach, forcing her back several feet. The reflection of the Zanpakuto glared at Rukia with grim approval as her foot spun her sword away and she flashed in front of the Hollow. I refuse to be a burden any longer. Rukia roared as she engaged in a swift barrage of punches and kicks, throwing her opponent off with the unexpected switch in tactics. I will master my blade. I will control these Hollow powers. And I will become strong. The Hollow soon took control of the flow again and landed a cut on Rukia's cheek, forcing her back. How will you master your sword if it's out of your hands? The Hollow asked as the two circled around the other, Rukia getting further from her sword. Simple. Some no mai, Tsukishiro. Rukia answered as a massive glowing circle appeared, with Rukia out of it and the Hollow inside it. You can draw circles in places, but there was never a defined radius for that circle, is there? Clever. The Hollow conceded, flashing out of range just before the pillar formed. But not fast enough. She was in front of Rukia again, ready to cut her down, until she felt a cold stab in her stomach. San no mai, Shirafune. Rukia held her hands like she was holding a sword and a blade of ice formed in her hands, which went through the Hollow. I told you. I will master my sword and take my powers. Rukia growled at her opponent. You were right about me being a burden. No more. The mask remained unreadable, but the eyes shone a happy brightness to them. You'd best keep that promise, Lady Rukia. She said while Rukia's eyes widened in shock before awakening. With Ichigo. Ichigo laid on his back, victorious against his hollowified wife, just waiting for her to wake up. After unleashing his power she stopped trying to kill him. Instead, she tackled him to the ground, bit him on the neck, and was now purring on his chest. He was unsure of how to feel at that moment. Soon enough, Rukia began to wake up, evidenced by the armor crumbling to dust and leaving her with a featureless mask with a icy blue talon down her right eye. She pushed herself up and looked around, questioningly, before removing her mask. Congratulations. Ichigo said with a happy smirk. You can now harness your mask. She looked down at him, surprised at first before gaining an arrogant smirk. I certainly didn't expect you to be under me. She hummed in approval of her apparent love bite. Can't say I'm disappointed though. I didn't expect you to purr like a cat. Ichigo countered with his own grin. Or go into heat. Rukia froze, and not out of chill. Speaking of which, Ichigo took a few sniffs. You should probably change your underwear. Rukia was steaming for a few seconds before encasing Ichigo in another pillar of ice. 1st Division Barracks. The possible assassination of a noble. Yamamoto noted from the report Love gave him. A potential conflict with Squad 15 should the noble flee to the world of the living. Bakuto, something I never wanted to hear about again. He let out a tired sigh, feeling the weight of his years. I should have continued those investigations. Commander, you knew about this. Love asked his superior. He informed the old man of his suspicions and offered the idea Amagai presented to try to get more eyes on Makoto Kaibun and others in his squad. He never let up on his suspicions of his lieutenant. What's going on, sir? I've had a long-standing suspicion that something was not right with the Kazumioji family, but I was denied access by the Central 46. Yamamoto explained, digging up some of his old regrets. I had one squad member that was willing to infiltrate and find anything he could on the possible coup that was brewing. Unfortunately, he was discovered and captured, then forced to wield a bakuto and attack me. The ancient dragon's eyes drifted to a list of names labeled Kia. His name was Shinetsu Kisaragi, and he was a good and loyal soldier. The two held a moment of silence for the fallen before returning to the crux of the matter. Bakuto are parasitic weapons, feeding on the wielder's ryutsu while giving power before completely consuming them. These weapons became illegal when their threat was revealed. So either the entire family is planning to revolt, Love said as he tried to put the pieces together, or someone is trying to usurp the family. Likely the second, as Makoto and his contact discussed killing a princess. Which means the current head is unaware of what's happening. I'll have someone do a more thorough background check on your lieutenant and third seat, Yamamoto stated as he rose from his chair. And we'll need to alert Hine that he'll be playing host to Rurikiyo Kazumioji. You go and do what your lieutenant proposed as a test. If what Yoriyuki told us about when she and Ichigo infiltrated is at all true, then this should be both embarrassing and fun to watch. Love noted as he left the leader of the Dotei. Yes, it probably will. With Ichigo. Well, that was a day. Ichigo groaned, stretching himself after breaking free of the ice and soaking in a hot spring at the 4th Division barracks. He figured he'd help the siblings, but apparently having a hollow parasite possessing you for years made it like riding a bike for them, and they naturally harnessed their masks. Kisuke put trackers and inhibitors on them to record their progress as they undergo Shinigami training. Ichigo was about to leave when he noticed a hell butterfly flying around and making an urgent announcement. Urgent message. Urgent message. A female announcer called out. Minos have been detected entering the Siraitai. Ichigo was shocked before reason kicked in. Wait, if there are Minos, then we should have seen or at least heard them. He thought as the announcer ordered everyone to mobilize. He reached out with his senses and did find traces of hollow erasure, but nothing on the level of a Minos. Something's not right here. Ichigo jumped into the air and kept himself aloft with a erasure platform and began to survey the area. He found the various squads mobilizing, but some were in chaos. The 7th and 11th squad seemed to be competing with IBA and Ikeku racing each other. Mayuri had the 12th close off a large section and was arguing with Rangiku, and the 10th, the 3rd and 9th were getting along but ended up butting heads with the 6th, 8th, and 13th squads. The 14th had to calm down the civilian population, and the 5th was missing while the 2nd and 4th were just waiting around confused. This is our army. But the next announcement shouted that the Minos were located in the northeast section of the Siraitai, leaving the army of Soul Reapers to scramble like headless chickens toward that area or to keep fighting each other. We're screwed. He released a pulse to find Yamamoto and felt him walking with Yukitake and some of the other captains. He immediately made his fastest jumps to them and listened in from above. I authorized this false alarm and Captain Ikawa acted on that order. He heard his sensei explain to his direct subordinates. In order to see the worth in his lieutenant's proposal of joint training exercises to prevent the same mess Ichigo and his friends made on their infiltration. He said, looking over the city and the army of Shinigami while several Jillians appeared. So far, I am greatly disappointed in what we've seen. If they can't handle these false hollows, then we are ill-prepared for any real battle. Then this is where I come in. Ichigo thought as he flashed above the assembly of Soul Reapers and painting out a Kido spell pattern on his arms. Bakudo 77, Tentiakura. Ichigo initiated the broadcasting message spell and let his voice be heard. Listen up, dumbass. Instead of fighting each other, do your damn jobs. He roared, loudly enough that the people could feel the sound waves through their bodies. We have 6 Jillians and no one going for them. Squad 11, break into groups and go on the attack. At his orders, the thugs of the 11th began making their way, over the walls and other barriers, toward the hollows. Squad 4, send your medics with them while squads 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 join in either Kido support, distractions, or evac. Squads 2 and 12, I want intel. Outfit the patrol units with scanners and get some answers. Squads 13 and 14, ensure the safety of the civilians. He finished delivering as the various units broke into teams consisting of various different squad members, all led by the battle-ready lieutenants, while Mayuri, reluctantly, did as commanded. Rukia led a team to the Rukon while Ganju and Amagai were making progress. He even thought he saw Homura and Shizuku with their sister figure. Soon the others began destroying the fake hollows and he made his way to the other captains. He landed in front of Yamamoto as the last Jillian fell. Your results. Yamamoto nodded in approval of his disciple. After your eavesdropping, you took good command of the situation. Ichigo winced and chuckled nervously. The joint training exercises have my blessing. Lieutenant Amagai will handle that while you return to your station. Be ready, Ichigo. Ichigo nodded as he opened a Garganta. Illustrated Guide to Soul Reapers. Byakuya's brother sense. Captain Byakuya Kukiki is a man of refined tastes, particularly of art. One of the bonding activities he did with his sister-in-law was pursuing that art of drawing and even sculpture, a favorite subject being rabbits. He was indulging in making a sketch of what he thought his dear sister's elegant hollow mask would look like when he thought he heard something. Crappy bunny drawings dash. Why do I want to hurt Ichigo all of a sudden? Homura and Shizuku helping. Listen here, Soul Reaper. A Rukon citizen was yelling. Look, it's for your own protection. A Shinigami returned. The warning about the Minos sent the whole Rukon into a flux. Everyone was fighting, demanding protection or getting people to follow orders. The whole thing was a mess. In front of the two groups, a pale blonde girl in the white and red student uniform appeared. Everyone, please. Homura looked up with teary eyes. Please stop fighting, she said as she slowly broke down crying. Shizuku appeared by her side in the male's white and blue uniform and held her close. Please, my sister hates conflict, he said, trying to sound strong for Homura. Can't you work together for your own sake? Homura gave them one more teary-eyed pleading look, making all the men blush at the cuteness while feeling terrible about making her cry. Well, you are trying to help, a shop owner said, looking away from the siblings. We also want to make sure our favorite vendors can open shop, a Soul Reaper said as the group dispersed for the safety bunkers. Once they were gone, the siblings looked up to Rukia, who received a thumbs up from the two. I have taught you well. What Squad 5 was doing? You have got to be freaking kidding me. Shinji groaned, rubbing his forehead in annoyance while standing in front of his locked office door. I have work to do in there, now let me in. No. A woman inside cried out. There's a message in here for me. There has to be. Captain Aizen must be hiding something. Something to explain all this madness. Momo, we looked everywhere and found nothing. Shinji explained for the third time. Now get out of there before you start going through my underwear again. I thought that drawer was supposed to be for files, she said, clearly embarrassed.
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.